Chapter 581. At that moment, the metal plate was heading straight for her, but Chi Mingyu unhesitatingly shielded her with his body. Chi Mingyu smiled. Silly girl, I'm your husband. In a moment of crisis, protecting you is my instinct. So don't be sad, I'm so glad you weren't hurt. Zhou Shuan's tears streamed down her face, all falling onto his neck. The temperature on the mothership was very low, and these tears were icy cold, seemingly chilling her from her bones to her heart. Chi Mingyu paused, gently placing his hands on her back and patting her softly. His voice was low and steady, carrying a reassuring strength. Wan, I don't regret it. Don't feel guilty, and don't cry like this. It breaks my heart. He had never been one for sweet talk, but at this moment, the word break my heart made Zhou Shuan truly feel his love and care. Even at this time, he still didn't want her to cry to be sad. Zhou Shuan looked up, tears welling in her eyes, but her voice held a resolute determination. Brother Yu, I will definitely heal you. I definitely will. In the apocalypse, losing sight is almost equivalent to losing 2/3 of one's fighting ability. Chi Mingyu had always been someone who charged ahead, and now he couldn't see anything. This contrast was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. She secretly resolved that, no matter what, she must find a way to heal him. While the Zhou family worried about Chi Mingyu's eyes these past few days, the Navy on the mothership was also extremely busy. To prevent thunderstorms from striking again, naval and aircraft carrier technicians are working day and night to modify the lightning protection system. They used every possible method to collect materials, steel bars, wire, aluminum alloy plates, and even utilized felled trees to make makeshift lightning rods. Fortunately, the mothership's warehouses were large and stockpiled with resources. They had everything. Busy figures could be seen everywhere on the deck, the lights reflecting off their faces, making them appear exceptionally resolute. This wasn't just about modifying the aircraft carrier, it was their yearning for survival and their hope for the future. Without electricity and resources, they resorted to ancient methods of lightning rods for protection. They collected surviving metal parts from the carrier, steel bars, wire, and broken aluminum alloy plates all worked, wrapping multiple layers of damp seaweed and other plant fibers to enhance conductivity. Sharp metal fragments were secured to the top. The recent thunderstorm had severely damaged the mothership's hull and equipment. Broken bolts and scraps of sheet metal were plentiful, requiring no effort to find. Then, a metal rod was erected at the highest point of the aircraft carrier. A wire was connected to the bottom of the rod to the seawater contact area at the bottom of the carrier, guiding lightning through the metal rod and into the seawater to prevent it from striking the hull directly during thunderstorms. With the ancient lightning rod successfully modified, they could temporarily stay on the mothership with peace of mind. Otherwise, if this situation occurred again, they would suffer heavy losses, just like before. The Zhou family had been busy taking care of Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu, but they had heard the general situation. During the thunderstorm, large amounts of lightning struck the mothership's deck directly. There were survivors, who had just been rescued, and naval officers and soldiers helping with the rescue on deck. Although the Navy had evacuated the survivors to the cabins in the emergency, some people were still inevitably struck by lightning, and their bodies emitted a strong smell of burning. Not to mention the survivors rowing or swimming towards the mothership at sea, completely unprotected, left to the mercy of the storm's onslaught. Zhong Ti had overheard the conversation between the families of the wounded in the next bed, while caring for her unconscious daughter. The moment they spoke, the emergency room lobby was unusually quiet. Slowly, someone started it, and many people began to cover their mouths and sob quietly. It seemed that fate wouldn't even grant them a way out. They were already struggling so much, yet it was taking away their last hope. At that moment, Zhong Tian looked at her daughter, who had a high fever and a flushed face, and then thought of her son-in-law in the intensive care unit with a brain injury, and she too covered her face and wept uncontrollably. She suddenly thought of her deceased grandmother, Grandma Pang. She even thought that it would be good to die peacefully like Grandma Pang, without having to go through all this. But then, a sudden realization struck her. Compared to others, their family lacked neither resources nor food. Their lives were already quite comfortable. In the 10 years since the apocalypse, they had never gone hungry. They were a family, together, and should be content. Now, as long as Wanwan and Xiaoyu recovered, as long as they recovered, nothing else mattered. When Zhou Shuan woke up, she heard that 30 or 40 people had died or been injured in the thunderstorm disaster. They were all on deck and couldn't escape in time. There were more than 20 naval personnel and more than 20 civilians. Captain Chen was also on deck at the time, personally directing the naval rescue efforts. He was almost hit by the thunderstorm. His adjutant pushed him aside, saving him. He himself had perished. Captain Chen was a serious, unsmiling soldier, but after that thunderstorm, he held his adjutant's charred body, his eyes bloodshot, remaining silent for a long time. However, he had to arrange all the work on the mothership. He forced himself to rally, organizing the Navy to gather the body, and then began modifying the mothership to prepare for the next thunderstorm disaster. Besides installing lighting rods, insulation was needed to protect the core area. The condition of Hope Island No. 2 was unknown. Topsoil was extremely precious. But for lightning protection, after discussion, the Navy decided to use topsoil, sand, and seawater, applying it to the bulkheads and deck gaps of the aircraft carrier's compartments to form an insulation layer, doing their utmost to ensure the mothership's safety. A cold wind howled, whipping up waves that pounded against the mothership's steel hull with a low, rhythmic rumble. Several days passed, and the sea returned to calm. However, the sudden thunderstorm a few days prior remained a deep scar, etched in the hearts of every survivor. Captain Chen decided to hold a funeral service for the sailors and civilians who perished in the thunderstorm. Simple wooden boats, like black coffins floating on the sea, stood silently in rows. Dozens of bodies, soaked in gasoline, emitted a faint, acrid smell in the breeze, filling the air with an indescribable sense of sorrow and solemnity. Zhou Shuwan stood in the crowd, tightly holding Qi Mingyu's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. They all didn't want Qi Mingyu to come out, but he insisted on attending. There was no other way but to respect his wishes. Although he couldn't see, he could sense the atmosphere around him. His lips tightened silently, his grip on Zhou Shuwan's hand firm, his heart filled with solemnity. Captain Chen walked to the first boat and slowly lit a torch. Chapter 582. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the small wooden boat and the silent heroes. The raging fire reflected on everyone's faces, revealing their sorrow, awe, and helplessness. The fire on the wooden boat grew ever stronger, its flickering light casting shifting shadows on the sea, like a vast, tragic stage. A squadron of sailors stood in neat formation, facing the burning inferno, raising their rifles and firing 10 shots into the sky. The gunshots echoed across the silent sea, low and mournful, as if bidding farewell to the departed souls. People watched silently, their grief as deep and vast as the darkness and the sea. Zhou Shuwan and her family watched silently, as the fiery ship receded into the distance. Although Qi Mingyu couldn't see, he could feel Zhou Shuwan's sorrow, the chill of the sea breeze, and hear the low gunshots and the soft sobs of the people. In the distance, the flames gradually died down, and the wooden boat slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, the departed lives merging with the ocean. Captain Chen took a deep breath, his voice tinged with weariness yet also with determination. Disperse. The people on deck began to move slowly, their footsteps light and deliberate, as if afraid to disturb the solemn sea. In the distance, the horizon stretched to the horizon, nothing but endless darkness. But Captain Chen stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, unwilling to move for a long time. Vice Captain Shang's whereabouts remained unknown. The burden on his shoulders would become even heavier. He must lead the survivors to continue living in this cruel apocalypse. His gaze was firm and profound, like the boundless sea. On the way back, a slight stinging pain shot through his shoulder blade as he descended the stairs, but Qi Mingyu endured it without uttering a sound. Zhou Shuwan and Mu Mu, who had been carefully supporting him, stopped immediately upon seeing this. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Let's keep going, went on. Led by Zhou Shuwan, he descended the stairs one by one. He had never known before that this path to the cabin, which he had walked countless times, would be so difficult. Going up was easy, but going down was hard. Climbing up to the deck was relatively easy, with Wan Wan and Mu Mu supporting him. However, going down the stairs was much harder to manage. Mu Mu, stronger than Zhou Shuwan, firmly supported him. Brother-in-law, take your time, we're not in a hurry. Because Qi Mingyu was unable to walk, they waited until the crowd dispersed before going downstairs. Now, only their family remained in the stairwell. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian followed behind, exchanging a glance filled with unbearable sorrow. Qi Mingyu had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. Although he was already experiencing many inconveniences, even before any long journeys were necessary, he already felt the hardship of living in the apocalypse for someone who was blind. Zhou Shuwan was supporting him on his left. Even though the air-conditioned clothing blocked the view, he could still feel the softness and warmth of her hands. He silently tightened his grip, wondering if his eyesight didn't improve, he would become the biggest burden to Shuwan. These past few days, he's been completely dependent on others for food, drink, shelter, and transportation. Zhou Shuwan, afraid he'd be uncomfortable, has been watching over him day and night. She feeds him, helps him dress, changes his dressings, and helps him wash. Most of the time, Chi Mingyu is very compliant. He cooperates with whatever she does. Even though the wounds on the back of his head and back hurt, he tries his best to endure them without making a sound, not wanting to cause trouble for others. However, there's only one thing. He's already tried to drink less water, and reduce the number of times he needs to urinate. But he still has this need. Every time Zhou Shuan comes over with a urinal and covers it up, he holds her hand and remains silent. Zhou Shuan immediately understands he's embarrassed and smiles casually. Look at you, we've been married for so many years. Do you think I dislike you? Chi Mingyu just holds her hand, silent and uncooperative. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, carefully observing the other person's expression, and then said, "It'll only be for a few days. Once you're better, you can come by yourself. I won't bother you." Chi Mingyu finally spoke in a hoarse voice, "Wan, leave your things here. I do it myself." Zhou Shuan wanted to say you can't see, but worried about rubbing salt into his wounds, so she could only squat there awkwardly. When Zhou Shuan had finished setting up the screen, Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu all consciously went outside to avoid the area. They didn't go far. The first aid area was crowded, so they stayed nearby. Therefore, they could hear everything that was happening inside. Mu pursed her lips, quickly bent down and came in, taking the urinal from Zhou Shuan's hand. "Sister, let me do it." Before Zhou Shuan could speak, Mu turned to Chi Mingyu and said, "Brother-in-law, I asked my sister to go out. Don't be shy." Zhou Shuan was startled, then Mu pushed her out. Standing outside the fence, listening to the rustling sound of water inside, a sudden sadness welled up inside her. How could she not understand? Little Yu didn't want to show her his most vulnerable side. God, why are you so cruel? After the most painful period passed, Chi Mingyu's body recovered somewhat, and he was able to get out of bed and walk around. The fracture in his scapula could only heal slowly, but it didn't affect normal walking. He just couldn't do heavy work or large movements that stretched his back, like bending over. He strongly resisted Zhou Shuan taking him to relieve himself. The toilets in the rescue area were all located at the very back of this floor. After the apocalypse, the mothership had also been modified to use as little water as possible for sanitation. Chi Mingyu initially had difficulty using the toilet independently, but after being shown the location and trying a few times, he was able to do so without assistance. This task was then entrusted to Mu. Mu would lead her brother-in-law to the correct location, then leave, let him finish, and then return to take him back. Living in the emergency room lobby was too noisy and inconvenient for rest. Once Chi Mingyu's condition improved significantly, they moved back to their own dormitory after obtaining the doctor's permission. At this time, their dormitory was missing an upper bunk. Because of the dangerous events that had occurred, everyone agreed to remove the beds. Although Zhou Shuan had bunk beds in her space, simply taking them out would arouse suspicion. When they boarded the ship as if fleeing, they brought nothing but the limited supplies already in their dormitory. But this wasn't difficult. Many survivors lived in the lower decks of the mothership. They had all boarded the ship seeking refuge in the early years of the apocalypse. Chapter 583. Back then, the land was still there, and people could always disembark to find supplies. The ship's cabins weren't spacious, so to save space or for scavenging, people welded their own bunk beds, and most lived in bunk beds. But now, food was far more important than beds. So Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun went to the lower decks where the survivors lived and quickly exchanged about 10 kilograms of taro and vegetables for 2 bunk beds. The advantage of using non-fixed bunk beds was that in case of an emergency, Zhou Shuan could immediately be stored in her spatial storage, instead of being confined like last time. Zhou Jianhai and Mu, armed with an electric saw and hammer, deftly dismantled the bunk beds. The noise was a bit loud, so a patrolling Navy officer came to inquire. Leader Wei was the one in charge. He was tall and imposing, with piercing eyes. He glanced around the room, his brow furrowing slightly. "What are you doing?" The whole floor heard the noise. Zhou Jianhai put down his saw, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Major Wei, we're dismantling the beds. There was an accident earlier, and we thought it would be safer this way." He and Chi Mingyu had cooperated many times before, during attacks on the Russians, Japanese, and pirates, and he greatly admired Chi's skills and character. He had heard about Chi's accident in the past few days, and after a moment's thought, he asked, "How is Captain Chi?" "I've been busy, and haven't had a chance to visit him." Zhou Shuan was with Chi Mingyu in the medical ward. Zhou Jianhai and the other two returned to tidy up the beds. Hearing this, Zhong Tian sighed softly. Now we can only hope for a miracle. In this apocalyptic world, losing one sight is like being a cripple. Major Wei felt a pang of regret, thinking of Qi Mingyu's exceptional skills. He glanced at the small dormitory room, thought for a moment, and then reminded him, the mothership is severely damaged now, and no further modifications to the interior are allowed. I know about Captain Qi's situation, and Captain Chen knows about it too. If you're going to dismantle the beds, make sure you do it discreetly. Dismantling the beds would cause minimal damage to the ship. Therefore, Major Wei didn't intend to stop him. A few words of advice were enough to honor the bond he had formed with Qi Mingyu during their time working together. Zhou Jianhai nodded repeatedly in thanks. Thank you so much. We be careful, we finish dismantling it soon. Major Wei turned to leave, but Zhong Tian suddenly called out to him. Major Wei, wait a moment. She picked up a pack of cigarettes from a small table beside her. The packaging was slightly damaged. She handed it to him, saying, this is a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for your understanding. Before they even started dismantling the cigarettes, they had anticipated that patrolling naval personnel might come. This was something Zhou Shuwan had deliberately left behind as a small bribe. Now, the cigarettes and alcohol were practically gone. So the price was exorbitant. Major Wei glanced at the cigarette pack, his expression immediately turning serious. His tone was resolute. This won't do. We have rules. We can't accept even a needle or thread from the public. You're making things difficult for me. Zhong Tian paused, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, we didn't consider that. Major Wei's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. You guys go ahead with your work, I be going now. With that, he turned and left with several naval personnel. After the patrol team had gone some distance, Zhong Tian closed the door and sighed softly. Our Yin soldiers are still as loyal and righteous as ever. We're already lucky enough to have encountered this fleet before the land disappeared. Otherwise, we all be... Zhou Jianhai had already climbed back onto the upper bunk, shaking his head as he spoke. Zhong Tian also felt that her family was very fortunate. They had a cruise ship, a submarine, and had encountered such a People's Liberation Army that would protect the elderly, women, and children. Although life was very difficult, with frequent natural disasters and constant escapes, their group didn't suffer from internal oppression. The cannibalistic gangs and the pirate island were examples of humanity losing its humanity and moral decay in the post-apocalyptic environment. Qi Mingyu's condition had improved slightly in the past few days. His head injury was severe, and he had been very sleepy in the first few days, which was because his body needed rest and recuperation. But now, his spirits were noticeably better than before. After moving back to his own dormitory, the surrounding environment was less noisy, and he was able to rest better. Zhou Shuwan and Mu Mu were both doctors, so they could administer 4 fluids and monitor his recovery from the dormitory. This was the main reason the doctors in the medical ward agreed to let them return to live there. However, Zhou Shuwan was thinking about how to help Qi Mingyu recover as quickly as possible. The medical equipment on the mothership was limited, especially considering the complexity of the human brain. Without advanced equipment, sophisticated instruments, and a professional neurosurgeon, performing surgery would be extremely difficult. The doctor clearly stated that the only thing they could do now was wait for Qi Mingyu to recover on his own. If, after a month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years, his eyesight didn't recover, then they could only wait for the apocalypse to end and for people to return to pre-apocalyptic medical standards before they could possibly save him. Hearing the doctor's tactful words, the Zhou family members turned pale, and their expression somber. Zhou Shuwan was a very strong person at heart. Over the years, Qi Mingyu had taken excellent care of her, showing her tolerance and love in daily life, and protecting her in times of danger. She rarely had to be the one to rush into battle or stand in front of everyone, but now, it was her turn to step forward once again. After returning home, Zhou Shuwan spent 2 days and 2 pages reading medical books under the lamp, finally deciding to use acupuncture to help Qi Mingyu recover. Traditional Chinese medicine is a magnificent treasure of Yin Kingdom's 5,000-year civilization. People haven't explored its potential enough. Sometimes, traditional Chinese medicine treatments can achieve results that even open surgery cannot, and acupuncture is one of the most comprehensive manifestations of traditional Chinese medicine. She specifically sought out a doctor in the intensive care unit to inquire about the effectiveness of acupuncture. Acupuncture? The doctor hesitated. Theoretically, it's effective, but our most skilled TCM doctor, Dr. Wei, is missing, and the remaining doctors aren't very proficient. Zhou Shuwan paused, then smiled bitterly. Life is sometimes so ironic. The person they so ruthlessly killed back then might be the only one who could save Qi Mingyu today. She didn't say much, just nodded. Okay, I look into the information again. If needed, I come back to discuss it with our doctors. The doctor responded, You're familiar with the young doctors Dr. Wei trained, you can discuss it with them. Zhou Shuwan nodded. Back in her dormitory, she threw herself into frantically studying medicine, neglecting sleep and meals. Fortunately, she had collected a library's worth of books, including many very difficult and lengthy medical texts. Flipping through them one by one, she always found something of value. Chapter 584. There were also various resource videos that Moo Moo had helped her download at home. She took out her tablet and, in her dormitory, put on headphones to watch videos related to head and vision treatments. The acupoints on the head are very complex, and Zhou Shuan hadn't had much exposure to them before, only a basic understanding. Now, before actually treating Qi Mingyu, she needed to practice countless times on a mannequin to ensure that the location and pressure of each needle were absolutely precise, without the slightest error. Days passed in Zhou Shuan's tireless study. She also went to the emergency ward to discuss and experiment with other doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine department. Moo Moo had initially studied traditional Chinese medicine with Zhou Shuwan, though he had less practical experience later on, but his theoretical knowledge was even more proficient than Zhou Shuwan's. Because while Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu were helping everyone find supplies, he was at home memorizing various medical books. This time, he also participated. In the Zhou family, Zhong Tiyun was known for her mushroom cultivation techniques, making her familiar to those in the cultivation area. Zhou Shuwan was known for her medical skills, making her familiar to those in the medical ward, and Qi Mingyu, with his special forces abilities, had participated in several large-scale battles on the warship. Moo Moo was the least noticeable member of the family. After a few days together, the medical staff discovered that this young man from the Zhou family, although only 18 years old, had a solid foundation in traditional Chinese medicine theory, and could become a master with a little training. Further inquiry revealed that he had studied under a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor for 2 years, when the city still existed. Zhou Shuwan had also worked for several years in the medical wards of the base and the warship, gaining extensive practical experience. While the doctors didn't say it aloud, they all agreed that it was quite reasonable for the Zhou family to have survived the apocalypse until now. The family possessed all the necessary skills: martial arts, medicine, and agriculture. They didn't need to rely on others. They could solve all the problems they encountered in the apocalypse on their own. They were also very far-sighted. While other families' children were either struggling to survive or barely hanging on in the apocalypse, they sent their young children to study medicine to prepare them for the future. Half a month later, an acupuncture treatment for optic nerve damage, developed by the doctors in the rescue ward in Zhou Shuwan, became very clear. They decided to first use this treatment on Qi Mingyu for a course of treatment to see the effect. At this time, the wound on the back of Qi Mingyu's head had scabbed over, and its color was gradually fading. This reassured Zhou Shuwan somewhat. With the scab over, acupuncture could be performed as long as the wound was carefully avoided. They performed acupuncture in the dormitory. It was quiet there, and they wouldn't be easily disturbed. Besides Moo Moo helping out, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun went outside to wait. After disinfection, Zhou Shuwan began searching for acupoints on Qi Mingyu's head. Her fingers lightly touched, feeling the muscles and meridians beneath the skin, her expression focused and serious. "Little Yu, let's begin," Zhou Shuwan said softly. Qi Mingyu gave a soft closed his eyes, and silently clenched his fists on his knees. Zhou Shuwan picked up the acupuncture needles, and gently inserted them into the acupoints on Qi Mingyu's head. The moment the first needle entered, Qi Mingyu's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he frowned slightly, as if he felt the pain from the acupuncture. Seeing this, Zhou Shuwan didn't panic. Based on Qi Mingyu's reaction, she promptly adjusted the angle and pressure of the acupuncture, her movements gentle and skillful, subtly controlling the depth and intensity of the stimulation. As time passed, Qi Mingyu's expression gradually relaxed, and his brows slowly unfurrowed. Zhou Shuwan's movements became increasingly skilled and precise, each needle piercing the exact acupoints with just the right amount of pressure. She seemed to have transformed into a master artist, weaving hope for Qi Mingyu's recovery with her hands. Although Qi Mingyu felt the soreness and distension from the acupuncture, he also felt an extremely warm current flowing gently across the back of his head and around his eyes. He didn't even know if this was a real effect of the acupuncture or just wishful thinking. Acupuncture on the head was far more complex than Zhong Tiyun's lumbar spine treatment. About an hour later, Zhou Shuwan finally completed the final acupuncture session. She let out a slow sigh, and Moo Moo wiped away her sweat. Zhou Shuan looked slightly tired, quietly observing Qi Mingyu's reaction. Beads of sweat glistened on Qi Mingyu's forehead, but he sat motionless, his face calm, his breathing even, seemingly without any abnormality. This was only the first step. Restoring his vision would require a long time and sustained effort. But she believed that as long as she persisted, a miracle would happen. After acupuncture, Qi Mingyu would experience drowsiness, which was normal. The effects of the acupuncture would only be apparent when he woke up. Zhou Shuan and Moo Moo carefully helped him to the bed and laid him down. "Little you, sleep well, I stay with you." She gently kissed his forehead. A faint smile appeared on Qi Mingyu's lips, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Shuan quietly stayed by his side, carefully watching over him. After a night had passed, Qi Mingyu slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were heavy, but he felt more relaxed than before. He moved his eyes, feeling a slight ache around the back of his head, but not the excruciating pain he had experienced before. "Awake?" Zhou Shuan's gentle voice rang out. The room was filled with a faint herbal scent, the smell of Wanwan herself. For the past 2 weeks, this scent had been his companion, helping him through the most difficult time of his life. Having lost his sight, Qi Mingyu's sense of taste and hearing were exceptionally sharp. He listened intently, but apart from Zhou Shuan beside him, he couldn't hear anyone else breathing. "Where are Mom and Dad?" he asked, sitting up. "They went out to wash up. They'd be back soon." The mothership's electrical system had been damaged, and after 2 weeks of repairs, about a third of it had been restored. However, priority was given to powering the mothership's propulsion system, the rescue area, the aquaculture area, and the planting area. The living quarters were the last to be addressed. The Zhou family didn't make things difficult for him. They still had many of the white flame furnaces they had acquired. Lighting one and placing it in a specially made iron box eliminated the risk of a fire. The small dormitory room could instantly increase the temperature by more than 30 degrees. Therefore, the current temperature in the dormitory room was around 17 or 18 degrees, which was quite comfortable. Zhou Shuan then helped Qi Mingyu put on his coat and folded the collar neatly. Her gentle hand moved along his neck. Qi Mingyu's heart was calm and tender. He gently held her hand and whispered, "Wanwan, I feel the acupuncture is working. My head seems lighter, and it doesn't hurt as much." Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. "This means it's working. If we keep going, we definitely succeed one day." Chapter 585. Qi Mingyu hummed in agreement, his grip on Zhou Shuan's hand tightening slightly. He moved closer, inhaling her reassuring scent, and whispered, "Thank you, Wanwan. You said it yourself. We're husband and wife are one. You saved me, I saved you. It's only right." Qi Mingyu chuckled softly in the darkness, then gave a lum. The acupuncture was indeed effective. Everyone was very happy. Acupuncture every 3 days. One course of treatment is 3 months. Let's see how it goes after 3 months. However, before everyone could celebrate for long, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky outside. Zhou Shuan's face changed. She rushed to the window, and saw beams of lightning suddenly appearing on the previously calm sea, crashing down on the water, illuminating the entire sky. Another thunderstorm. Zhong Tian's voice was filled with fear, her hands gripping the window frame tightly, her face pale. A new wave of thunderstorms struck without warning, as if a massive rift had been torn open in the sky in an instant. In the pitch-black night, streaks of bluish-purple lightning, like the claws of giant pythons, lashed down furiously across the sea. With each flash, the seawater was scorched, leaving a silvery white trail, as if the sea itself were burning. The deafening roar of thunder, accompanied by a piercing, metallic sound, shook the steel deck of the mothership, making it tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. The torrential rain poured down, threatening to engulf the entire world. The rain, like water poured from the sky, mingled with the salty sea breeze, pounded against the windows, blurring everything outside. The lightning was no longer a few scattered streaks, but beams of electricity, like spears hurled by the gods, mercilessly striking the sea. The entire night sky seemed to be torn to shreds, like rags soaked in ink, pressing down on the mothership's dome, suffocating the senses. Even more terrifying was the roar of the sea. In the distance, strings of lightning struck in succession, each flash illuminating the churning, boiling black waves. The seawater ignited by the lightning briefly glowed with a bluish phosphorescence, only to be extinguished by even more violent jets of rain. In other places, the sea resembled a boiling cauldron, where lightning struck continuously. The seawater was ionized into swirling vortices of light, accompanied by continuous, deafening thunder that shook the mothership, as if it were about to be smashed into the sea by the giant hammer of this eternal night's thunderstorm. The only saving grace was that the mothership's lighting protection measures had been completed ahead of schedule. A tall lighting rod stood atop the highest point of the deck, struck by a massive bolt of lightning. Although the mothership shuddered violently a few times, the lightning was successfully diverted into the sea, leaving the ship unharmed. Zhou Shuan swiftly and decisively stored all her belongings in her dormitory into her spatial storage the moment the storm hit. The Zhou family members quickly secured themselves to the emergency handles on the wall with ropes to minimize the mothership's swaying caused by the crashing waves. The deafening thunder nearly shattered their eardrums. As the mothership rocked violently, Qi Mingyu gripped the emergency handle tightly with one hand, while his other arm firmly held Zhou Shuan, helping her regain her balance. His head and shoulder blade injuries hadn't fully healed, and the violent shaking made his face even paler, his lips tightly pressed together, and a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. "How are you feeling?" Zhou Shuan turned to look at him, shouting loudly, her voice almost inaudible amidst the thunder. But Qi Mingyu still keenly caught her concern. "Hold on tight," he growled. Although the discomfort made it almost impossible for him to breathe, he still firmly protected Zhou Shuan, without wavering. Across from them, Mu Mu, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tiyun also gripped the handles tightly, pressing themselves against the wall to minimize the impact of the shaking. Mu Mu's hands were bulging with veins, one hand protecting his mother, the other gripping the emergency handle. He stared intently out the window, his eyes filled with unease and tension. Crack! Another massive bolt of lightning struck, directly hitting the mothership's cabin. The windows on the 13th and 14th floors instantly burst into flames, the ship's hull ablaze with lightning. Because of the lightning strike, Zhou Shuan and the others' windows were shattered. Mu Mu was right by the window, his arm cut by shards of glass, bleeding profusely. Zhong Tiyun, standing beside him, also had 2 cuts on her hands. But they couldn't care less about those wounds now. Thick smoke billowed from the broken windows. Through the windows, they could hear terrified shouts from above. "Fire! Fire! Help!" Zhou Shuan's heart sank. The mothership was their only safe haven. If the fire couldn't be extinguished in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Mu was closest to the window. He leaned forward and saw that the cabin diagonally above was indeed engulfed in flames. The torrential rain poured down, but the fire showed no signs of abating. Instead, it swayed even more fiercely in the wind and rain. "The fire's hard to put out. The downpour won't extinguish it," Mu Mu screamed hoarsely. After the window was broken, the thunder and lightning outside became even more deafening. Zhou Shuan immediately took out a cotton quilt from her spatial storage, shook it vigorously, and soaked it completely with water. Then she had Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu use the soaked quilt to block the window, preventing the thick smoke from spreading inside. Ignoring her still bleeding arm, Mu Mu and her father forcefully used the heavy, soaked quilt to plug the crack in the window. Everyone was working with all their might, racing against time. "There's firefighting equipment on the mothership. We don't lack water. It's just happening too fast. People haven't had time to put out the fire." "Wait! Wait!" Zhou Shuan reassured her family, while peering intently through the crack at the flames outside. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Mu Mu saw a commotion above, as sailors rushed in with firefighting equipment. The sailors ran through the torrential rain, their figures appearing exceptionally tall in the lightning flashes. Their movements were swift and orderly, clearly accustomed to operating in such extreme weather. The fire burned for over 10 minutes before being gradually extinguished thanks to the Navy's efforts. The white flame stove in the Zhou family dormitory had long been extinguished by the cold wind, and the windows were shattered, causing the indoor temperature to plummet. Wearing an air-conditioned suit with sophisticated internal mechanisms in this environment was difficult. Zhou Shuan directly took out down jackets from her spatial storage and distributed them to her family. "Put these on quickly, don't get cold." She then helped Qi Mingyu put on a down jacket, zipped it up, and finally felt a little warmer. This thunderstorm lasted for about an hour before gradually subsiding. Compared to the last one, it was shorter, and the waves weren't as large, preventing the mothership from being carried to another distant area. According to statistics, this thunderstorm disaster resulted in 3 deaths and over a dozen injuries. Half of the deaths and injuries occurred in the burning dormitory. Chapter 586. The fire in those dormitories was too intense. The storm and thunderstorm created a powerful suction effect inside, trapping those inside and preventing those outside from entering. In the cramped rooms, everyone was wearing down jackets or cotton-padded coats. The fire ignited instantly, engulfing everything almost immediately. Only when the Navy rushed in with firefighting equipment were the others rescued. But within minutes, several people had died or been injured. The mothership suffered further damage due to the weather, with broken parts scattered across the deck. The lightning rods stubbornly withstood the lightning strikes. Without these lightning rods, the losses would have been far greater. Zhou Shuan looked at Qi Mingyu and asked softly, "Brother Yu, how are you? Did you get hurt?" Qi Mingyu's face was pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead had not yet completely dried. He shook his head, his voice low. "It's alright. Just a slight soreness in my shoulder from the tremor. Nothing serious." Zhou Shuan knelt down, gently checking the recovery of his scapula, pressing lightly on his shoulder with her fingers to carefully feel the healing of the bone joints. "The recovery is quite good. Although it's not completely healed, at least it's not dislocated." After helping Qi Mingyu sit down on the stool, she went to treat Mumu's wound. The glass shards had cut deep into the flesh, and blood was slowly flowing down his arm. She quickly took out disinfectant and gauze from her spatial storage, skillfully cleaning Mumu's wound. Mumu gritted his teeth slightly, his brows furrowed, but he only silently watched his sister's actions. The wound is deep, but it didn't damage any tendons or bones. With timely treatment, there shouldn't be any major problems. Mumu nodded, her gaze falling on the window. The downpour had stopped, but the sky remained dark, and only the sound of the seawater crashing against the deck could be heard. After treating Mumu's wound, Zhou Shuan then tended to Zhong Tiyun's arm injury. Zhong Tiyun's wound was shallow. A simple disinfection and bandage would suffice. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun began clearing the broken glass from the floor. "The glass is broken, and the indoor temperature is dropping too quickly," Zhou Jianghai said, looking up at the broken window, his brow furrowed. "We have glass in our space, but taking it out now might arouse suspicion. Should we use blankets to block the window for temporary warmth?" Zhou Shuan nodded, taking a dry blanket from the cabinet and handing it to Zhou Jianghai. "Use this one for now. The wet one isn't completely dry. Hanging it up again will only make the room more damp and cold." Zhou Jianghai took the blanket, and together with Mumu, they used it to block the broken window. While it couldn't completely block the cold wind, it at least prevented the indoor temperature from dropping too rapidly. This thunderstorm shattered a lot of windows on the mothership, and I doubt the ship's crew has any spares to replace them, Zhou Shuan said softly. "We need to think of a long-term solution. We can't keep blocking them with blankets forever." Zhou Jianghai sighed, and put down the blanket he was holding. "I just walked down the corridor, and saw that the windows in the other dormitories were also broken. The mothership doesn't have many spares. Some people are already boarding up their windows. Like them, many other dormitories on the mothership had their windows shattered. The windows on the walls of the cabins and in the corridors were all broken and needed replacement. However, the mothership didn't have much stock, so they simply boarded up the windows with wooden or metal plates. But once boarded up, they wouldn't be able to see anything outside. If we board up our windows too, we won't be able to see anything from inside." "That won't work either," Mumu thought, frowning in thought. After a moment's consideration, Zhou Shuan said, "Then let's go to the mothership and exchange a pane of glass. We can trade it for food or other supplies. The mothership definitely has some stock. Not a lot, but we should be able to spare 1 or 2 panes." Everyone agreed. On the island, their family had harvested taro and 3-leafed vegetables twice, so exchanging them for supplies wouldn't arouse suspicion. Although the Zhou family boarded the ship empty-handed, they had dormitories on the mothership, and those dormitories were locked. No one knew how much stock they had inside. Therefore, as long as the supplies they brought weren't too unusual, they didn't need to worry about arousing suspicion. Since everyone had decided to proceed this way, Zhou Jianghai immediately took Mumu to find the warehouse manager on the mothership. After some negotiation, they finally managed to exchange 20 kilograms of taro for a small piece of glass. Meanwhile, the naval personnel on the mothership were also working diligently on repairs. Although the lightning rod had successfully withstood the thunderstorm, the insulation layer around the hull still needed further reinforcement, especially since this had also caused a fire. The naval personnel mixed planting soil and sand with seawater and applied it to the outer walls of the hull, forming a thick insulation layer to minimize damage from future thunderstorms. This project was enormous. However, after a meeting with Captain Chen and the higher-ups, everyone agreed that as long as the eternal night existed, thunderstorms would occur frequently. Avoiding lightning strikes was now the mothership's top priority. A mothership was equivalent to a 20 or 30-story building, roughly the size of a house on land. Applying insulation to all the walls of this structure was an incredibly massive undertaking. The mothership then recruited survivors to do these tasks, paying each person 4 pounds of fish per day. 4 pounds was equivalent to a day's rations. Ordinary survivors were unable to fish themselves and hadn't brought many supplies with them when they boarded, so they had been eating sparingly. Now that a job opportunity was available, everyone was eager to seize it. The deck was filled with scenes of people working diligently. Besides this, much equipment on the deck was damaged. The mothership's maintenance crew were busy repairing the damaged equipment. Following the recent thunderstorm disaster, the power system was paralyzed again, a devastating blow to everyone on the mothership. Everyone knew that if the power couldn't be restored, the mothership wouldn't be able to start, and they wouldn't be able to return to Hope Island to reunite with their families and friends. Drifting in this completely unfamiliar sea, like duckweed, everyone felt a sense of dread and helplessness, a fear of what lay ahead. No one from the Zhou family volunteered for the mothership's insulation layer project. Their priority now was taking care of Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan performed acupuncture on Qi Mingyu every 3 days, and the bruise on the back of his head was gradually being absorbed. However, his vision hadn't recovered, which was normal. Traditional Chinese medicine treatment is a long-term process and cannot be achieved overnight. In truth, Qi Mingyu couldn't accept being like a cripple, needing help with everything from eating and drinking to shelter and transportation. Chapter 587. Early on, after he could walk normally, he had Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu guide him through the dormitory, down the corridors and stairs. He couldn't rely on others for anything. He didn't want to be a burden. Aside from a few survivors, everyone on his floor was a Navy man. These soldiers were very sympathetic to Qi Mingyu's plight, so they voluntarily promised not to add any obstacles to the corridors. In the corridor, guided by Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu familiarized himself with every corner and the location of every door. His steps were still somewhat unsteady, occasionally bumping into doorframes or walls, but he never made a sound, silently enduring the pain. The stairs are on the left, and the public restroom is ahead, Zhou Shuan gently reminded him, her eyes always on him, afraid he might fall. Qi Mingyu nodded and continued walking. Standing at the end of the corridor, his fingertips lightly traced the cold wall. Despite the complete darkness, the layout of the floor gradually formed in his mind. The location of the stairs, the direction of the bathrooms, the rooms behind each door, he silently memorized them all. Zhou Shuan followed a few steps behind him, her gaze never leaving his back. Watching him stumble and fall, bumping into doorframes or walls, a pang of sadness welled up in her heart, but she remained silent, simply following behind him. A few days later, Qi Mingyu was able to walk independently in the dormitory and corridors. He could even go to the bathroom to wash up by himself. Although his movements were still somewhat slow, he no longer needed Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu's constant accompaniment. However, each deck of the mothership had numerous doors. When Qi Mingyu walked alone, he often bumped into protruding doorframes due to his unfamiliarity with the layout, or failed to turn when he should have, crashing directly into walls. With each impact, he gritted his teeth, remained silent, and continued forward. Zhou Shuan quietly followed behind, tears welling in her eyes, her lip tightly pressed together, but she remained silent. She knew that Qi Mingyu's pride wouldn't allow her to show pity or sympathy. All she could do was wait for him to return and carefully tend to his bumps and bruises. Once, someone opened the window at the entrance to the restroom, and Qi Mingyu bumped his head against it, immediately developing a large bruise on his forehead that didn't heal for several days. But he displayed the astonishing perseverance and endurance characteristic of Special Forces soldiers, silently enduring the pain and inconvenience of blindness, never once losing his temper. His already quiet nature simply became even more so. Zhou Shuan felt deeply sorry for him. After much thought, she decided that besides giving him acupuncture, what she needed to do was help him move around. They couldn't stay in this damp, cramped, and dark dormitory forever. Qi Mingyu was a patient. He should go out onto the deck more often, feel the sea breeze, and listen to the sound of the waves. It would help his mental well-being. So, during this time, she would always take Qi Mingyu up onto the deck for walks after everyone else had fallen asleep. The patrolling soldiers knew about Qi Mingyu's condition, and would avoid him from a distance, not wanting to disturb him. For safety, the mothership's deck was set to open and close at set times, and Zhou Shuan specifically sought out Major Wei for assistance. Then, she and Qi Mingyu moved freely. Meanwhile, the mothership drifted aimlessly on the waves. Eternal night shrouded the entire sky. Not even a single star could be seen. Originally, after the apocalypse, warships relied on astronomical and geographical knowledge to determine direction. But now, all reference points had disappeared, leaving even the most experienced helmsman on the mothership helpless. One night, when Zhou Shuan was showing Qi Mingyu around the deck, she inadvertently saw Captain Chen standing there with his men, gazing into the distance through night vision goggles, his expression grave. The officers behind him also looked worried. Clearly, the mothership situation was not optimistic. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, still wondering what these officers were doing there so late at night. Captain Chen spotted them and called out, "Xiao Zhou, Xiao Qi." His gaze swept over Qi Mingyu, who stood quietly to the side, a barely perceptible sigh flashing in his eyes, but his tone remained relaxed. "You two came up for a stroll?" Zhou Shuan had already quietly reminded Qi Mingyu that those were Captain Chen and the other officers on the mothership. Qi Mingyu nodded. "Yes, it's been quite stifling staying in the barracks for so long," Zhou Shuan replied with a smile. After greeting everyone else, she asked, "Captain Chen, it's time to rest now. Why aren't you all resting?" She had brought Qi Mingyu up on the deck while everyone else was resting, taking advantage of the quiet time. Captain Chen didn't answer directly, but instead looked at the scattered sand piles on the deck and said to Zhou Shuan, "Be careful walking around here. If you encounter any difficulties, just let the ship know, we help if we can." This was his gesture of goodwill towards the Zhou family. Qi Mingyu had helped the warship several times, and Captain Chen had always remembered it. Now that he was blind, Captain Chen was heartbroken, feeling that the warship had lost a highly trained Special Forces soldier. Although the warship had thousands of naval personnel, each with formidable combat skills and rich experience, Qi Mingyu, before his discharge, was an elite member of the Special Forces, possessing top-tier leadership and individual combat abilities. Therefore, in previous operations, this ex-military veteran had been able to lead a naval unit into battle. Having such a soldier was a blessing for the warship. Both Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu expressed their sincere gratitude. Captain Chen then looked at Qi Mingyu. "Little Qi, how are you feeling now? I heard you're using acupuncture for treatment?" Qi Mingyu was slightly surprised that the other man seemed so familiar with his treatment. He nodded, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, "Thank you, Captain Chen. I'm much better now. Wanwan is giving me acupuncture. I hope I done my best and left the rest to fate." Captain Chen then said in a deep voice, "In any case, I'm glad to see you haven't given up. A great man once said, to fight against heaven, earth, and man is to find endless joy. Now you must not only fight against heaven, but also against yourself. As long as you don't lose your fighting spirit, no matter what happens in the future, you won't be defeated by this damn fate." This was the earnest advice from a senior officer. Qi Mingyu snapped to attention and saluted, saying in a deep voice, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Captain Chen." "Guidance? I'm just offering a few words of advice as someone who's been through it all." Captain Chen waved his hand and smiled slightly. He turned to look at the boundless black sea inside. "Now it's not just you who's struggling against heaven and earth. We're all in the same boat." Chapter 588. Seemingly sensing the questions on Zhou Shuan and her husband's faces, Captain Chen didn't hide anything and explained that they were completely lost at sea. Zhou Shuan was startled and turned to look at Qi Mingyu. Usually, the two would exchange a glance and instantly understand each other's thoughts. Now, as Zhou Shuan looked over, Qi Mingyu also turned to look at her. Apart from their unfocused eyes, everything else was almost exactly the same as before. Zhou Shuan, too, immediately understood Qi Mingyu's thoughts. She smiled, turned back to Captain Chen, and said seriously, "Captain Chen, I think I can help with this." Zhou Shuan's voice was exceptionally clear on the silent deck, and Captain Chen and the other officers' eyes all focused on her. Captain Chen's eyes lit up, his excitement almost palpable. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Xiao Zhou, you mean? You can help us find our way home?" Zhou Shuan nodded slightly. "I have a natural sense of direction. Having drifted at sea for so long, I accumulated some experience." Of course, she wouldn't reveal that she could use spatial perception to determine direction, so the only explanation was a natural talent. Captain Chen suddenly realized something, then slapped his forehead as if in sudden enlightenment. "I see. I remember when your family went out to find supplies, you stayed at sea for almost 2 months before returning. I was wondering how you found your way back. It turns out it's because you have a natural sense of direction, that's why you didn't get lost." He spoke, his tone filled with admiration. Zhou Shuan smiled faintly, tacitly agreeing with Captain Chen's statement, but secretly thought to herself, "It seems even Captain Chen, the fleet commander, has heard about their family's voyage to search for supplies. This means it's become the talk of the entire fleet." Captain Chen's excitement was palpable, his tone brimming with hope. "Great! The equipment on the mothership has been almost completely repaired after more than a month of maintenance, and we can set sail in a few days. We've been struggling with getting lost, but now that problem is solved too. We'll be home soon." The other officers also showed expressions of joy. their faces breaking into long-lost smiles. However, one of the officers frowned, clearly more cautious than the others, his tone tinged with skepticism. Captain Chen, the situation is different now than before the apocalypse. Earth's magnetic field, the positions of the stars, everything is chaotic. How can Xiao show? How can she guarantee that the direction she's pointing is correct? This concerns thousands of lives. This officer wasn't very familiar with Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, so his doubts were understandable. Zhou Shuwan responded calmly and firmly. I can't prove it. It depends on whether the military is willing to believe me. She spoke with composure, because she understood that this matter was of utmost importance, and it was normal for the military to have reservations. She offered to help, not to demand anything, but simply to do her part. No one wanted to drift on the perilous sea forever. Even she felt the same way. Even the place they desperately wanted to return to was just a precarious island, one of the few remaining islands in the world. But it was home. A home where one could find brief rest and relaxation. Captain Chen didn't immediately respond. He gazed intently at Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, his eyes flashing with complex emotions as he weighed the pros and cons. He was usually a decisive man, but this time, he had to be cautious. Xiao Zhou, we need to discuss this further. If necessary, I have someone come to your quarters. Zhou Shuwan nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. Okay, I await your news. A week later, all the damaged equipment on the mothership was repaired, and it was ready to set sail. The hum of the engines returned, exceptionally clear on the tranquil sea. Many sailors wore expressions of excitement, and many had tears in their eyes. They had drifted on this vast ocean for nearly 2 months, like lost lambs, directionless and uncertain of the future. Now, they could finally set sail. The mothership, having previously visited offshore oil fields, had stored enough fuel to sustain them on their return to Hope Island. Captain Chen convened an emergency meeting. After several discussions, they ultimately decided to ask Zhou Shuwan for guidance. Everyone agreed that in a disoriented situation, having someone more adept at navigation to lead the way was far better than passively remaining at sea. After the meeting, someone personally came to Zhou Shuwan's quarters. This was Captain Chen's newly promoted adjutant. Zhou Shuwan glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, and said, okay, but I need to take one to the cockpit. Mu's parents were in the dormitory, and she needed to look after them. If anything unexpected happened, only she could protect him. For safety, she had to bring Qi Mingyu with her. The second reason was that if she left Qi Mingyu behind, he would feel very lonely. And she didn't want to see him so alone. Once they reached the cockpit, listening to the tense conversations and navigation, he could understand their current situation. His eyes might be blind, but his heart couldn't be. The adjutant agreed. Zhou Shuwan then turned to Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I take good care of Xiao Yu. Mu, you stay here to take care of Mom and Dad. If anything happens, I bring Xiao Yu back immediately. Actually, their family should always be together, but the cockpit had limited space and couldn't accommodate so many civilians. And since they were on the same warship, it wouldn't be difficult to reunite if anything happened. The mothership is now fully coated with insulation and equipped with lightning rods, making it even safer than before should another thunderstorm occur. Mu nodded solemnly. Sister, don't worry, I take good care of Mom and Dad. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, though worried, knew this was the best option. They could only silently remind Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, be careful, pay attention to safety. Wanwan, take good care of Xiaoyu. Zhou Shuwan smiled and nodded. It's alright, Dad, Mom, I just go over there for a bit, and then come back to check. She wasn't completely tied to the cockpit. After pointing out the correct course, she could return for a while, then confirm the direction in the dormitory. If she found the course was wrong, she would go to the cockpit to correct it. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu then followed the adjutant to the cockpit. Chapter 589. Inside the cockpit, Captain Chen sat upright, his gaze fixed on the large nautical chart before him, his brow furrowed. The surrounding officers were equally serious, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu stood to the side. She calmly observed the various data marked on the chart, then looked at the various instrument displays and sonar charts in the cockpit. Finally, Zhou Shuwan indicated a direction. Go this way. Her spatial perception was limited. She couldn't confirm the navigation route from such a distance. However, she could vaguely sense the correct direction and gradually corrected during the voyage. The others looked at Captain Chen. Captain Chen glanced at the calm and composed Zhou Shuwan. He had invited her here to help guide the course. Therefore, there was no need for hesitation. Captain Chen immediately ordered a course adjustment. Do as Xiao Zhou says. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing in the cockpit, quickly dispelling the previous tense atmosphere. The crew sprang into action immediately. Various instruments emitted soft sounds, and the mothership slowly started up, its massive hull beginning to carve ripples across the sea. The roar of the engines was deafening, like a colossal beast awakening. Qi Mingyu felt the vibrations of the mothership and the roar of the engines. He gently closed his eyes, as if he could feel the sound of the sea breeze and the undulations of the water. After sailing for about half a day, Captain Chen stepped down from the command platform and walked to Zhou Shuan's side, his tone hesitant. Xiao Zhou, check again, is this course accurate? Zhou Shuan didn't answer directly. Instead, she walked to the control panel in the center of the cockpit, her slender fingers lightly sliding across the sonar chart, her gaze sweeping over the data displayed on the various instruments. She carefully observed the changes in sea breeze and waves displayed on the screen. After a few seconds, she spoke calmly, the course is basically accurate, but I suggest slightly adjusting the angle. Captain Chen nodded and ordered it to be done. He glanced at Zhou Shuan, genuinely curious about how she had determined the correct direction. Could someone truly possess such a powerful sense of direction that they could determine their course simply by looking at the display screen and knowing the direction of the ocean currents? Of course, he didn't voice this question. Time flew by during the voyage. It must be said that their journey over the past 20 days had been remarkably smooth. Both the sea and the sky were calm. The thunderstorms that everyone had been so worried about did not reappear. It could be said that these past few days had been smooth sailing, with a steady pace. The mothership only stopped to rest at night, and set off again in the morning. No one said it aloud, but everyone felt that they were probably on the right track, and would soon reach the island. That day, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were quietly sitting in a corner of the cockpit. She suddenly stood up, first looking out the window, then going to the instruments in the center of the cockpit. After observing them silently for a while, she turned to Captain Chen. Captain Chen, are we almost at the oil field? Should we refuel? Captain Chen was taken aback, then his face lit up with surprise. Are you sure? We're very close to the oil field now? Zhou Shuan estimated for a moment and nodded. I reckon it's only about 3 or 4 days sailing distance. But we need to change course. Changing course wasn't really a problem anymore. With sufficient fuel reserves, the mothership could go wherever it wanted. A temporary detour was no big deal, but the adjutant still asked with some unease, Zhou, after this detour, will you still be able to identify the correct course? It's understandable that he was worried. These naval personnel on the mothership had been to the oil fields countless times, but now that they were almost there, they were completely lost, unable to recognize any familiar routes. Zhou Shuan was just an ordinary person without any training. How could she so easily confirm the direction? Zhou Shuan smiled. Don't worry. She wasn't offended by the man's slightly rude remark. These past few days, she had been quiet, only roughly confirming the direction or correcting any deviations in the course before sitting silently with Qi Mingyu in a corner. She didn't disturb anyone. Moreover, her attitude was humble and peaceful, without any arrogance stemming from her current role as the mothership's navigator. From officers to sailors in the cockpit, everyone had a very good impression of her. Captain Chen received a positive reply and immediately ordered a change of course. After sailing for over 20 days, their fuel reserves were significantly depleted. Since they were passing through an oil field, they naturally needed to refuel. The other naval personnel appeared busy with their own tasks, but in reality, they were all secretly observing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and doubt. They couldn't comprehend Zhou Shuan's incredible sense of direction, able to determine her course simply by observing sonar charts and ocean waves. It was simply unbelievable. Perhaps this slender, serene woman was born with an absolute sense of direction? A few days later, the mothership drew ever closer to the oil field. However, before they could even see the entire oil field, a pungent, acrid smell of burning oil assaulted their nostrils, causing everyone to hold their breath. This smell was the distinctive odor of an oil field ablaze. Captain Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered the activation of night vision goggles to carefully observe the surrounding environment. Captain, look over there. The adjutant pointed to the night sky, his voice urgent and anxious. Following the adjutant's finger, everyone saw thick smoke billowing across the dark sky, like a massive black cloud obscuring the sun. The dense smoke resembled the scene of an underwater volcanic eruption, lava billowing, and smoke enveloping the entire sea surface. Everyone's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over them. The scenario they feared most had finally come to pass. The oil field was in trouble. Captain Chen's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but no sound was uttered. A deathly silence fell over the cockpit, broken only by the howling sea wind and the low rumble of the mothership's engines. Continue forward. Avoid the smoke. Don't let the mothership get involved, Captain Chen commanded, his voice strained. Whatever happened in the oil field, they had to check it out. The smoke billowed thicker and thicker, like a gigantic black monster, its jaws gaping open, devouring everything around it. The acrid smell of burning flesh grew stronger, even choking, making one instinctively want to cover their nose. Zhou Shuan subtly adjusted the mothership's course, trying to avoid the smoke. Qi Mingyu noticed her movement and tightened his grip on her hand on the armrest, his fingers tightening slightly. Zhou Shuan returned the grip, a sense of peace settling over her. But inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was terrifyingly tense. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. As the thick smoke drew ever closer, the mothership was forced to change course and maneuver around the massive black cloud. Finally, in a relatively safe area at the edge of the oil field, the mothership slowly came to a stop. Chapter 590. On deck, everyone gazed towards the oil field, where thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky, a scene of intense burning. The raging flames illuminated half the sky, resembling an apocalyptic spectacle. Even from a distance, the encroaching heat and suffocating acrid smell were palpable. At this moment, no one doubted Zhou Shuan's navigational skills. She had led everyone accurately to the distant oil field, but what they saw weighed heavily on their hearts. It seemed the instability of the seabed crust, coupled with a previous thunderstorm, had likely triggered a series of chain reactions. Captain Chen stood on the deck, his eyes fixed on the distant, raging flames, his brow furrowed, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His adjutant, his voice tinged with resentment, said, "This oil field is our bottom line for freedom of navigation at sea. How can it be destroyed like this?" Captain Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and turned to order, "Send a reconnaissance plane over there immediately. I need to know what happened." The adjutant nodded and quickly ran to make the arrangements. A few minutes later, a reconnaissance plane took off from the mothership's deck, heading straight for the oil field. The roar of the plane's engines was particularly piercing in the night sky. As the plane flew away, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The reconnaissance plane circled above the oil field, thick smoke almost completely enveloping it, like a black curtain obscuring all visibility. The pilot tried to lower the plane to get a better view, but just as he was about to descend, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck. Something's wrong. The pilot's pupils contracted, and almost instinctively, he turned the plane around and quickly pulled up. The plane's engines roared, its fuselage swaying violently in the air, as if it might be torn apart by an invisible force at any moment. Just as the reconnaissance plane changed course, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the oil field. Immediately afterward, a massive fireball shot into the air from the oil field, like an enraged beast tearing through the night sky. The fireball rapidly expanded, the scorching flames engulfing everything around it. Thick smoke and fire intertwined, forming a massive mushroom cloud that shot straight into the heavens. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued incessantly. The entire oil field seemed to be ablaze, the fire spreading rapidly. Black crude oil gushed from the oil field, spreading rapidly along the sea surface, like a giant black serpent, slowly but irresistibly spreading in all directions. As the oil spread, the fire intensified, instantly turning the entire sea surface into a sea of fire, the raging flames leaping and crackling on the water. "Retreat!" Captain Chen roared on the deck of the mothership, his voice almost drowned out by the deafening explosion. He quickly ordered the mothership to set sail, away from the oil field. The mothership's engines hummed low as the ship slowly moved away from the inferno. The reconnaissance plane struggled through the shockwave of the explosion. The pilot gritted his teeth, desperately trying to control the aircraft and escape the inferno. The plane's fuselage shook violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The pilot's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his hands gripping the control stick tightly, his knuckles white. Faster, faster! He wasn't the only one silently chanting this. Everyone watching on deck and in the cabins was doing the same, encouraging the pilot. Finally, after several maneuvers, the reconnaissance plane broke free of the blast radius and gradually stabilized. The pilot let out a long sigh of relief, his hands trembling slightly, almost completely exhausted. He adjusted his flight path and headed towards the mothership. A few minutes later, the reconnaissance plane slowly landed on the mothership's deck. The pilot climbed out of the cockpit, his steps unsteady, his face ashen. He removed his helmet, His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his breathing rapid, as if he had just survived a life-or-death struggle. In the sea near the oil field, flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled in, as if threatening to engulf everything. The crew on the mothership stared in disbelief, a chill running down their spines. Even from this distance, they could almost feel the suffocating heat and the overwhelming force of the explosion, as if the end of the world had arrived. Silence fell over them. The atmosphere was terrifyingly heavy. The oil field explosion meant their fuel reserves were completely depleted, and their confidence in future voyages was utterly destroyed. A gloom hung over everyone's hearts, as if no hope lay ahead. Amidst the resounding explosions of the oil field, the massive mothership slowly sailed into the distance. The distant flames and thick smoke continued to churn in the sky, a constant reminder that the shadow of doomsday had never truly left. Inside the cockpit, instruments flashed red, piercing alarms blared, and an atmosphere of unease permeated the air. Captain Chen stared intently at the images of the oil field explosions on the main screen, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. On the screen, the burning oil field continued to expand, thick smoke blotting out the sky, like a gigantic black monster devouring everything. Captain Chen stood in the bridge, his gaze piercing, fixed on the sea ahead. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and ordered in a low voice, "Immediate turn. Avoid the burning oil field and the spreading oil." The crew immediately sprang into action, a series of commands echoing through the ship. The mothership slowly adjusted its course, its hull tracing an arc through the waves, avoiding the area shrouded in flames and smoke. The mothership's speed suddenly increased by 20%, like a dragon soaring through the Black Sea. The ship trembled slightly from the high speed, the atmosphere on deck and in the cabins oppressively heavy. Everyone knew that the oil field explosion meant more than just running out of fuel. It symbolized the uncertainty of their future voyage. Many bowed their heads in silence, some even secretly wiping away tears, a hint of despair in their eyes. "Captain, we have moved away from the burning area and are temporarily safe," the adjutant reported, a hint of relief in his voice. Captain Chen nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. He knew this was only temporary safety. The mothership's fuel reserves were already low, barely enough to get them to Hope Island No. 2. Now, the oil field explosion had plunged them into dire straits. For some reason, he turned to look at Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, who were quietly standing to the side, his eyes filled with expectation. "Xiao Zhou, what do you think of the current situation?" Zhou Shuwan lowered her head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she raised her head, her tone steady. "Captain Chen, although we avoided the direct threat of the oil field, the seawater has been severely polluted by oil. So no matter what, we must leave this area as soon as possible." Captain Chen nodded. "All right, you be in charge of planning the new route." Chapter 591. Zhou Shuwan had actually sensed the correct course just now. However, she still went to the control panel to carefully examine the nautical charts and sonar images. After a moment, she gave a new direction. The current course was correct, but a short distance ahead, they would encounter a reef area. The currents there were very turbulent, and their direction was quite erratic. A direct encounter could cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, unlike before, they didn't encounter large schools of fish beneath the reefs. Therefore, it was best to avoid it as soon as possible. At this moment, the people in the cockpit had no doubt about her abilities whatsoever. Almost without waiting for Captain Chen's order, the crew immediately began to change course. The mothership slowly turned on the sea, avoiding the reef area ahead. Qi Mingyu stood beside Zhou Shuwan, feeling the ship's rocking, and subconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. Zhou Shuwan returned the grip, the warmth of her fingertips conveying silent comfort. She asked softly, "With the boat going so fast, is your head still hurting?" The weather was too cold, and Qi Mingyu's head wound was healing very slowly. Most importantly, the bruising from the injury to his skull wasn't clearing. Therefore, he would experience headaches from time to time, especially when the boat was moving too fast or the vibrations were too great. However, he usually endured it without saying a word. Zhou Shuwan, however, was very familiar with his attempts to suppress his pain after his injury. Even if he didn't utter a sound, she could almost immediately sense it. Qi Mingyu felt her concern and smiled slightly. "It's all right. I gotten used to it now." Zhou Shuwan looked around and said softly, "It's not convenient here. After I confirm the route is correct, we go back, and I give you a massage, you feel better." Qi Mingyu nodded. "Okay, thank you." "Don't be so polite with me," Zhou Shuwan said reproachfully, a deep smile playing on her lips. The next second, Qi Mingyu squeezed her hand, and she caught sight of someone approaching. She immediately turned her head. "Captain Chen, is something wrong?" Captain Chen approached, intending to discuss the upcoming route with Zhou Shuan. But before he even got close, he saw the young couple seemingly flirting, their behavior quite intimate. He immediately felt embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hand. You two continue. Continue. I'm looking for the adjutant. In the cockpit, he bypassed the corner where Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were, making a large circle, and arrived in front of the bewildered adjutant. The adjutant looked at the serious-faced captain standing before him, silently thinking, I'm only 5 steps away from him. Why did he go through all that trouble to find me? But of course, he couldn't question his superior's actions. He immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Captain, what are your orders? Captain Chen coughed lightly, his face expressionless, and said, Keep an eye on our navigation. Report any issues immediately. Yes, sir. The adjutant replied in an even stronger voice. Captain Chen then returned to his seat. The adjutant glanced at him, then turned to look at the dark sea outside. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere remained heavy. The Zhou family members, staying in their quarters, were also worried. Zhou Jianhai said softly to Zhong Tiyun, Everyone knows the situation. The oil field is gone. What will we do in the future? Zhong Tiyun sighed, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Let's take it one step at a time. At least we're still alive for now. The mothership sailed for some distance, temporarily avoiding the direct threat of the oil field explosion. However, this respite was short-lived. 2 days later, the sky over the area they were sailing in suddenly became overcast, the sea wind howled, and giant waves surged. Then, a torrential downpour began. Everyone was on high alert, fearing that the downpour was accompanied by a devastating thunderstorm. Inside the ship, the alarm sounded again, their piercing noise adding to the heavy atmosphere. The mothership rocked violently in the waves, its hull heaving as if it might be swallowed by the giant waves at any moment. Soon after, the torrential rain arrived as expected. The rain poured down, large raindrops pounding against the mothership's deck with a dense, pattering sound, like countless bullets striking steel. On the sea, giant waves surged one after another, the ship rocking violently in the wind and waves, as if it might be swallowed up at any moment. Zhou Shuan stood by the cockpit window, her gaze fixed on the churning, inky sea outside. In the rain, visibility was so poor that she could barely make out the distant waves. She could only feel the ship's every jolt. The ship rocked more and more violently, and Qi Mingyu, unsteady on his feet, instinctively reached out to grab the wall beside him. Zhou Shuan quickly steadied him. Qi Mingyu turned to her and asked, How's the situation? Zhou Shuan shook her head, her tone slightly heavy. The waves are huge, and the rain is getting heavier. The storm might have just begun. Qi Mingyu nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. Will a thunderstorm come? Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then replied softly, It's hard to say, but we have to be prepared. She paused, then said, Brother Yu, let's go back to the dorm. I'm worried about Mom and Dad there. All right. Qi Mingyu naturally had no objections. They resigned from their posts before Captain Chen. Although Captain Chen was somewhat reluctant to let her leave, this was the apocalypse, fraught with danger. Every crisis meant the possibility of being separated from loved ones by life or death. Therefore, Captain Chen did not stop her. The adjutant was slightly anxious, but dared not say anything. At this moment, Zhou Shuan's sense of direction was especially important. With her guiding them, they might be able to leave this storm-swept sea area sooner and reach a safer place. Zhou Shuan helped Qi Mingyu leave quickly. Qi Mingyu had walked this road every day for almost a month and was very familiar with it. He walked briskly, and if you didn't look at his eyes, you would think he was a normal person. Outside the cabin, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it grew even more violent. Huge waves crashed against the hull, producing a dull roar. The ship heaved in the wind and waves, as if it might capsize at any moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the outside, fearing the thunderstorm would strike at any moment. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, illuminating the entire sea. Immediately afterward, a deafening clap of thunder exploded on the sea, as if the heavens and earth were roaring. It's here. When the thunderstorm actually arrived, it felt like the other shoe had finally dropped. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had already returned to their dormitory. They knew this route well, taking only 2 or 3 minutes. As soon as the dormitory door opened, thunder roared outside the window, and huge bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the dark sea clearly. Sister, you're back. Quick, we were just getting ready, Mumu said. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had already locked themselves to the emergency handles, as before, to reduce the rocking sensation caused by the waves later on. Chapter 592. Zhou Shuan didn't say much, only quickly went to her and Chi Mingyu's positions. Moo also came to help, and soon everyone was in their positions, quietly waiting for the disaster to pass. A minor disaster every 3 days, a major disaster every 5 days. The surviving humans lived like zombies every day, their every effort focused on survival. Tired? Of course, but give up? Absolutely not. This was a competition against fate, against disaster. If you give up, you lose. But if you can persevere, then one day, you will win. Thunder roared, lightning flashed across the sky, as if tearing the night apart. The rain poured down, large raindrops pounding on the mothership's deck, making a dense, crackling sound, like countless bullets striking steel. The mothership rocked violently in the raging wind and waves, emitting a teeth-grinding creak, objects on the deck being whipped up and flying everywhere by the gale. Zhou Shuan gripped the emergency handle tightly with one hand, while Chi Mingyu held her other hand firmly to help her maintain her balance. Her gaze, peering through the window, was fixed on the apocalyptic scene outside, her brow furrowed, her expression grave. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of unease, as if some immense danger was approaching. She gently placed her hand on the windowpane, using the water as a medium, closed her eyes, and focused intently on her surroundings. In the distance, she sensed a tremendous energy rapidly approaching. It was a tsunami. The dark blue seawater suddenly rose, forming a gray-black water curtain, 70 or 80 meters high, like a moving giant wall, pressing down menacingly. The wavelength was approximately 1 to 200 kilometers. The edges of the waves were frothy with white foam, and it carried a lightning-like force. Its ferocity and scope were unprecedented. Zhou Shuan suddenly opened her eyes, her face changing drastically. She turned to everyone, her voice urgent. "There's a tsunami ahead. We must get out of there." Although Chi Mingyu couldn't see it, he immediately sensed the gravity of the situation from her tone. A tsunami? How big? Tens of meters high, with a wavelength of at least 1 to 200 kilometers. Zhou Shuan's voice trembled slightly, as her gaze swept over everyone in the room. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun turned deathly pale upon hearing this news. Zhou Shuan's gaze was resolute. "We must tell the cockpit immediately to change course." Zhou Jianhai frowned, his tone filled with worry. "But how will you explain this to the people in the cockpit? They won't easily believe you." Zhong Tiyun nodded in agreement. "Yes, Wan, if you're suspected, it'd be dangerous." Even now, the memory of what happened with Dr. Wei still makes Zhong Tiyun's heart pound. But now is not the time for her to face danger alone. If she doesn't speak up, the entire mothership will be in danger. Her beloved family will also be in danger, which is the last thing she wants to see. Their fate is now intertwined with that of the mothership. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and looked at the others. "If I don't speak up, we will all be in danger. I can't just sit here and wait to die." With that, she quickly untied the rope securing her to the wall and stood up. "I'm going to the cockpit." "It's too dangerous, Wan." Zhong Tian shouted amidst the violent shaking of the mothership, her voice almost drowned out by the wind and rain outside. "Let Moo go with you." Moo immediately untied the ropes and rushed to Zhou Shuan's side, supporting her arm. "Sister, I go with you." Zhou Shuan shook her head, her gaze resolute. "No need, Moo. You stay here and protect Mom, Dad, and your brother-in-law. I'll be right back, trust me." With that, she groped her way along the wall, making a difficult path towards the door. The mothership was rocking violently under the onslaught of the waves, making even normal walking extremely difficult, and she frequently bumped into walls or other objects. However, the walkie-talkies were no longer working, so she had to run to the cockpit. Zhou Shuan carefully adjusted her center of gravity with each step to avoid falling. Watching her sister's swaying figure, Moo was frantic with worry and shouted, "Sister, I go tell her." "Don't go." Zhou Shuan stopped and turned to look at Moo, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The wavelength range of a tsunami is too broad. You might not be able to pinpoint the correct direction. I have to go." Moo frowned, knowing her sister was right, but his heart was still filled with worry. He wanted to go with his sister, but his parents and brother-in-law also needed his care. At this moment, Moo was in an unprecedented dilemma. Chi Mingyu remained silent throughout Moo and Zhou Shuan's conversation, only his grip on the emergency handle tightened until his knuckles turned white. He hated his own powerlessness, hated his current situation of needing to be cared for. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Zhou Shuan didn't say anything more, and turned to continue walking towards the cockpit. Although her steps were unsteady, each step was exceptionally firm. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was equally tense. Captain Chen stood in front of the control panel, his eyes fixed on the sea ahead, his brow furrowed. The thunderstorm outside made navigation extremely difficult for the mothership, and the crew was working tirelessly to maintain course. The bridge was filled with tense shouts and the clatter of instruments. Zhou Shuan went straight to Captain Chen, lowered her voice, and informed him of the tsunami situation. The thunder was deafening, and rain pounded against the bridge windows. Captain Chen gripped the handrail, his face grave. He looked at Zhou Shuan. "Zhou, the entire sea area is engulfed in thunderstorms. Even if we change course, where can we go?" He had even considered giving up resistance, stopping the mothership, and weathering the storm to conserve fuel. Zhou Shuan paused for a moment, then spoke. "According to my observation just now, there should be a tsunami tens of meters high heading this way. If we don't avoid it, we'd be hit head-on. With two major disasters, whether the mothership can withstand them is a question." Captain Chen was taken aback, then shouted, "Lieutenant, report the situation ahead." The lieutenant quickly went to the control panel, rapidly checked the various data, and then said with a grave expression, "Captain, the thunderstorm interference outside is too great. Our equipment cannot accurately detect the situation ahead." Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the waves surged. It was eternal night again. Nothing could be seen. They couldn't report anything. Captain Chen's face darkened. He turned to Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with doubt and hesitation. "Zhou, how can you be sure there's a tsunami ahead?" Zhou Shuan looked directly into his eyes, her tone calm. "I have a very keen sense of direction. It's my intuition, and my intuition has never been wrong." To conceal the existence of the spatial dimension, she could only shamelessly describe herself as someone with a powerful talent. Captain Chen stared at her for a moment, then finally made up his mind. Chapter 593. The adjutant strode to the control panel, quickly checking the data. His expression turned grave. "Captain, the thunderstorm outside is causing too much interference. Our equipment can't accurately detect the situation ahead." Outside, lightning flashed, waves surged, and it was perpetual darkness. Nothing could be seen, so they couldn't report anything. Captain Chen's face darkened. He turned to Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with hesitation. "Zhou, how can you be sure there's a storm surge ahead?" Zhou Shuan looked directly into his eyes, her tone calm. "I have a very keen sense of direction. It's my intuition, and it's never been wrong." To conceal the existence of the spatial dimension, she had to shamelessly describe herself as someone with a powerful talent. Captain Chen stared at her, and after a moment, finally made up his mind. As mentioned before, he was a man of great courage and also trusted his intuition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led this fleet so far in the apocalypse. Zhou Shuan's previous actions had already earned Captain Chen's complete trust. He believed she wasn't someone who spoke without reason. He decisively ordered, "Everyone listen up. Immediately adjust course, turn 30 degrees north." The crew sprang into action, and the mothership struggled through the waves to change direction, heading towards a safer area to the north. The roar of the machinery was deafening against the backdrop of the torrential rain. The adjutant loudly repeated Captain Chen's orders, while the other crew members nervously operated various instruments, trying to control the mothership, which was swaying like a broken wooden barrel in the storm. Sweat soaked through the crew members' clothes, and every face was serious. "Adjust the course by another 15 degrees. Zhou Shuan suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but remarkably clear in the noisy cockpit. Captain Chen didn't hesitate, and immediately gave the order. The crew quickly adjusted the mothership's course again. Zhou Shuan's gaze remained fixed on the distant sea, as if she could see the surging waves through the rain curtain. The storm surge was moving much faster than Zhou Shuan had anticipated. Half an hour later, the mothership suddenly rocked violently, as if struck by a giant hand. The instruments in the cockpit emitted piercing alarms, flashing red lights, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Zhou Shuan's body lurched to the side with the ship's rocking, but fortunately, her adjutant was beside her, and caught her with one hand. Before Zhou Shuan could even thank them, she yelled at the top of her lungs, "Continue adjusting the course by 10 degrees. Captain Chen gripped the emergency handle overhead with one hand, and waved with the other, shouting, "Adjust quickly." The sailors acted swiftly, each one nearly losing their footing and falling to the ground multiple times. But each time they stood up, they immediately threw themselves into their assigned tasks. The mothership rocked violently under the impact of the tsunami, its hull seemingly about to be torn apart at any moment. Chaos reigned in the cockpit, the piercing alarms, and the ship's roar mingled, making it almost impossible to think. But they had to avoid the largest shockwave before it reached the center of the storm surge. The giant wave drew ever closer, like a towering wall, hurtling towards the mothership. Zhou Shuan's body lurched violently with the ship's rocking, nearly falling again. She quickly grabbed the edge of the control panel, regaining her balance, her eyes still fixed on the giant wave ahead. Her voice remained calm, but with a hint of urgency. Continue adjusting course. We can't afford a head-on impact. The mothership struggled forward under the onslaught of the tsunami, giant waves crashing against its hull, seawater surging onto the deck with a resounding whoosh. The crew in the bridge clung tightly to the anchors, their bodies swaying violently with the ship's rocking, tension etched on every face. Finally, the mothership narrowly avoided the center of the tsunami at the last second. However, the edges of the giant waves still pounded against the hull, the mothership rocking violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. The instruments in the bridge emitted piercing alarms, flashing red lights. Stabilize. Stabilize. Captain Chen shouted, his voice almost drowned out by the ship's roar. After an unknown amount of time, the mothership finally regained its footing under the impact of the tsunami. However, the hull was severely damaged, the navigation system was paralyzed again, and it seemed as if it might fall apart at any moment. On deck, rain poured down like a waterfall, mingling with the deafening crash of waves against the hull, creating a terrifying symphony. A subordinate reported, Captain, the ship's propulsion system is severely damaged and is expected to take more than 20 hours to fully repair. We are currently attempting to start the backup engines. Try starting the backup engines, Captain Chen said gravely. He turned to look out the window, his lips pressed tightly together. They had escaped the extremely dangerous storm surge, but the devastating storm was far from over. This meant he couldn't send repair personnel to fix the propulsion system, and they would have to drift on the vast ocean for a day, no, perhaps even 2 or 3. The time for everyone to go home was delayed again. Zhou Shuwen's body swayed with the rocking of the ship. She said to Captain Chen, Captain Chen, there's nothing else I can do now. I need to go back to the barracks to check on my family's safety. Captain Chen nodded, it's not safe yet. It's too dangerous for a young girl like you to go back alone. Lieutenant, get 2 men to help escort Zhou Shuwen back. The lieutenant snapped to attention and saluted, yes, sir. Zhou Shuwen was startled and looked at Captain Chen. For the past 20-odd days, she had come here every day, but the bridge was always busy. Although Captain Chen was very kind and attentive to her and Chi Mingyu, he had never shown such concern before. Captain Chen had already turned away to attend to his duties. The lieutenant took 2 sailors to escort Zhou Shuwen back. With their help, Zhou Shuwen's return journey was smooth. Upon arriving at the barracks, the lieutenant and the 2 sailors took their leave. Zhou Shuwen knew they were busy and it wasn't the right time to invite them over, so she thanked them and watched them leave before knocking on the door. Moo opened the door, delighted to see her. Sister, we were just saying whether we should go to the cockpit to pick you up. Seeing her parents and Chi Mingyu all settled in their places and unharmed, Zhou Shuwen breathed a slight sigh of relief. I was really scared when that giant wave swept in, Zhong Tian said, still shaken. The wave, over 20 meters high, crashed entirely onto the ship, and lightning bolts streaked across the sky, giving them a clear view of its approach. At that moment, on the dark sea, the 20-meter-high wave resembled a moving black wall, slamming into the ship with overwhelming force. In an instant, several pale white lightning bolts tore through the sky, illuminating the ferocious outline of the giant wave. The crest of the wave churned with ferocious white foam, and the wave itself carried an overwhelming force, as if it were about to slam the entire ship into the seabed. Chapter 594. The ship suddenly lurched downwards, spray from the crashing waves mingling with the torrential rain, pelting the windows. Only the roar of the waves and the rumble of lightning filled the air. Zhong Tian screamed in terror. The lights inside were already off, everything was pitch black. Zhou Shuwen shone her flashlight and discovered that their windows, installed only a few days prior, had been smashed again. Are you hurt? She asked, rushing to check on her parents and Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu replied, we're fine, we're not hurt, don't worry. We're alright, Wan, go check on Xiaoyu. The ship rocked so violently, he must be feeling unwell, Zhou Jiahai said. Seeing the exhaustion on her parents' faces, a pang of sadness welled up inside her, but she tried to remain calm. She walked to Chi Mingyu's side, knelt down, and gently took his hand, feeling its coolness. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she asked in a low voice, are you really alright? You don't look well. Chi Mingyu shook his head, his tone still relaxed, just a little dizzy, the ship was rocking too much, nothing serious. The mothership was still tossed about in the waves, not a good time to administer acupuncture. Zhou Shuwen then stroked Chi Mingyu's wrist, her fingertips gently massaging his acupoints to relieve his discomfort. His eyes were tightly closed, his brow furrowed, clearly in excruciating pain, but he endured it without uttering a groan. His palms were sweaty, gripping Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, his knuckles white. Feeling the sweat on his palms, Zhou Shuan tenderly increased the pressure of her massage. Outside, the torrential rain and thunder were still deafening, the mothership rocking violently in the raging waves, as if it might be swallowed up at any moment. But within this small dormitory, there was a sense of peace, a peace created by the love and care between family members, a faint yet warm light in the midst of a storm. The mothership, with its slight rocking, seemed to slowly regain its calm. On the distant sea, some rolling waves still lingered, like weary giant pythons slowly stretching their bodies. But within this small dormitory, there was a sense of peace, a peace created by the love and care between family members, a faint yet warm light in the midst of a storm. The thunderstorm finally stopped, and the sea returned to a brief calm. The prolonged turbulence had left everyone exhausted, and their tense nerves relaxed slightly. Zhou Shuan immediately took out silver needles from her spatial storage and quickly began acupuncture on Qi Mingyu. Her movements were gentle, her fingertips trembling slightly as the silver needles accurately entered the acupoints, gently twisting them to soothe his headache, which had worsened due to the turbulence. Qi Mingyu lay on the bed, eyes closed, silent, his expression still calm, though a thin sheen of cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his discomfort. "Are you feeling better?" she asked softly. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, opening his eyes. Even without seeing her, his gaze remained gentle. "Much better, don't worry." Zhou Shuan smiled, about to say something more. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Mu Mu and Zhou Jianhai rushed in. Both of them looked grim. They had taken advantage of the calm to go up to the deck to check the situation. They had only been gone a short while, and they were back so quickly. Zhong Tiyun's heart tightened, and she immediately stood up. What happened? The side of the deck was struck by storm surge and lightning, creating a crack. Zhou Jianhai's tone was low and grave. If it's not repaired in time, the mothership may disintegrate. What? Zhou Shuan frowned. How serious is the crack? What did Captain Chen and the others say? Mu Mu shook her head. We were far away and only heard snippets before coming back, but judging from their expressions, things are probably not optimistic. Zhou Shuan's heart sank. The mothership was their biggest asset at the moment. If it disintegrated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they still had cruise ships and submarines, their tonnage was nowhere near that of the mothership, and they wouldn't be able to withstand a natural disaster for long. Dahai, do you think the crack can be repaired? Zhong Tiyun looked at Zhou Jianhai. Zhou Jianhai was the most knowledgeable about repairs among them. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, if the crack isn't too serious, removing the crack and surrounding damaged metal, and then performing multi-layer welding with high-strength welding rods that match the deck material might be able to repair it. But if the crack is too large, it might require cutting and removing the damaged area and replacing it with new deck panels. But right now, the mothership's inventory probably didn't have that many deck panels. Qi Mingyu's expression was also grave. The mothership's deck material is special, there's no way to find a replacement in a short time. If the cracks can't be repaired in time, we can only... He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the room understood his meaning. The mothership would disintegrate, and they would be in dire straits. Does everyone know this news? Zhou Shuan asked. Mu Mu shook her head. We only overheard a few words from the side before rushing back. There are very few ordinary people on the deck now. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Qi Mingyu. The latter shared the same thought. They had both realized the same thing. No matter how difficult it was to find the deck material, the spark they received from the space must have provided a suitable or alternative material. However, they needed to assess the situation first. Dad, Mu Mu, you rest. I go check the deck. The outdoor temperature was very low, around minus 30 degrees Celsius. Zhou Shuan quickly donned her cold weather gear, grabbed an emergency flashlight, and pushed open the door to the deck. The corridor still carried a damp atmosphere. Water droplets on the walls had already turned into small icicles before they could drip. On the deck, the wind was still howling, but it had lost its previous ferocity. The maintenance personnel and sailors were gathered around the side of the deck, busily inspecting the cracks. It was pitch black all around, except for the lights held by the sailors and maintenance personnel. Captain Chen stood to the side, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Zhou Shuan carefully approached, trying not to disturb the busy maintenance personnel. She stood aside, carefully observing the location and size of the cracks. The crack wasn't particularly long, but it was quite deep, clearly caused by the combined impact of a storm surge and lightning. Captain Chen turned and saw Zhou Shuan, his voice weary. Xiao Zhou, you're here. Did you hear the news too? Zhou Shuan walked over and nodded, My family mentioned it briefly. But they don't know the details, so I came to check. Captain Chen sighed. We've been facing one disaster after another these past few days. Xiao Shou, just keep this to your family, don't spread it outside. Zhou Shuan replied, don't worry, Captain Chen, I know the gravity of the situation. The survivors on the mothership were already exhausted, having barely survived 2 natural disasters. Should they be told that their only refuge was also in danger? That would only breed despair. Chapter 595. In a steel cage like this in the vast ocean, what might happen if someone despairs? No one can say for sure. Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu knew the gravity of the situation. Aside from telling their families, they hadn't discussed it with anyone else. Captain Chen smiled, a smile briefly appearing on his face before disappearing again. Zhou Shuan then asked, Captain Chen, what's the condition of the crack? Captain Chen trusted Zhou Shuan and didn't hide anything from her. Little Zhou, you're one of us, so I be frank. The crack is deep, and its location isn't ideal. If we weld it with ordinary materials, it's very likely to crack again. So the problem now is, how do we find a suitable metal? Repairing it isn't difficult, the difficulty lies in finding the matching material for welding. The quality must be up to standard. Otherwise, given the intensity of this natural disaster, the welded parts will fall apart within a few days. This is the most difficult part for everyone. Captain Chen pointed to the crack as he spoke. The crack meandered along the edge of the deck, like a hideous scar, particularly shocking in the dim light. The surrounding sea wind howled, carrying fine ice shards that stung their faces. Captain Chen wearily rubbed his temples, his voice heavy. The crack isn't too big. Our repair crew are all top-notch. If we had the right material, they could weld it back to its original condition in a few days. But right now, our resources are limited, and we probably don't have the necessary material in our inventory. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment. She thought of the new alloy metal that Qi Mingyu and his team had collected from the oil field. Captain Chen, would that work? Captain Chen shook his head. Their repair crew has already discussed it. That metal is indeed very resistant to high temperatures and extreme cold, but we don't have the corresponding metallurgical equipment. So it's currently very difficult to forge it into a usable metal. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Zhou Shuan gave him a sharp look. Since Captain Chen said it was difficult to forge at the moment, it meant that they already had a lot of the new metals that Qi Mingyu and his team had brought back. The fleet had previously gone to the oil field to store fuel. Could it have been collected during that trip? Seeing Zhou Shuan's confusion, Captain Chen only smiled slightly and didn't elaborate. Zhou Shuan then asked what to do now. Captain Chen replied, we still have some composite materials in our inventory. Let's take those out and fill the gaps. That should last for a few months, preventing sea winds and seawater from damaging the cracks. Then we slowly figure out a solution. Zhou Shuan nodded. As long as it could support them back to the island, that would be fine. We're not too far from the oil field now. The distance from the oil field to Hope Island number 2 is half a month. In half a month, we'd be home, Captain Chen said. Zhou Shuan stared blankly into the distance for a long time before finally asking, Captain Chen, do you think there's still a place for us to live on that island? The reason everyone escaped to the mothership was because the island had been flooded up to waist deep. After they left home, several more thunderstorms struck. Had Hope Island number 2, which carried all their hopes, also disappeared into the vast ocean? Ultimately, Captain Chen didn't answer her question. But while the repairmen were welding the composite materials, he also sent the Navy to the warehouse to bring up a new alloy. The warehouse was located at the bottom of the mothership, with narrow passageways and damp, cold air. The warehouse was filled with all sorts of supplies, and the air was thick with the smell of metal and oil. A dozen or so naval personnel located the new alloy and worked together to move it. The metal blocks were heavy, weighing several hundred kilograms. When they brought the alloy back to the deck, Captain Chen and several engineers were already waiting. One engineer said, this alloy's toughness and hardness far exceed ordinary steel, and it's resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, making it perfectly suitable for welding deck cracks. However, we need a simple furnace to melt it. The engineers began discussing the feasibility, attempting to design a simple furnace using existing equipment and materials. Zhou Shuan was very concerned about the repair progress and paid close attention to any activity on the deck. Because repairs were underway on the deck, access was restricted. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were exceptions. They still came up for their usual evening walks. Zhou Shuan quickly discovered that the engineers had used previously abandoned missile launchers from the mothership, lining the inner walls with refractory bricks that Zhou Shuan and his team had collected from the underwater volcanic rock area. and creating openings at the bottom for ventilation ducts. The hydraulic motors of the ship's crane were then disassembled, and discarded fan blades were connected to power a small fuel generator, providing a continuous supply of oxygen to the furnace. After several days of intensive construction, a makeshift furnace was finally completed. This furnace was built in a storage compartment below deck. The high ceilings and good ventilation, coupled with its distance from the mothership's core systems, made it arguably the most suitable location on the entire ship. The furnace was built, but whether it could forge the necessary materials remained to be seen. Therefore, the deck crew remained vigilant, and over the past few days, they had almost completely repaired the damage using composite materials. Then the maintenance crew began repairing the mothership's propulsion system. Although it had been adrift at sea for almost a month, the mothership, after a year or two of rest and repairs, still had a substantial amount of supplies in its inventory. The island lacked suitable storage locations, and was constantly battered by waves and winds, so essentially 3/4 of the supplies initially stockpiled were in the mothership's inventory. The mothership's fish and staple food supplies were all frozen. Recently, the propulsion system had been damaged, and there was no electricity, but the temperature was already very low, so there was no worry about the supplies spoiling. The mothership's abundant supplies didn't mean the survivors below were also well off, who would want to live in a perpetually underwater dormitory. So when land was distributed on the island, most of the survivors went to the island to farm and fish for survival. Therefore, when they escaped back to the mothership, their supplies were pitifully small, lasting only a few days before they couldn't sustain themselves any longer. Fortunately, the Yin Kingdom's army always prioritized the needs of the people. On the 4th day after boarding the mothership, Captain Chen issued an order to provide relief to those without supplies, offering 2 meals a day. Each meal consisted of a compressed biscuit or a small piece of smoked fish. This amount was not large, but it was enough to sustain an adult's basic needs. If anyone wanted more, they had to work on the mothership. Cleaning, equipment maintenance, working in the planting and medical departments, etc., were all open to volunteers. These jobs were paid for on the mothership. However, the Navy on the mothership continued to eat communal meals. Therefore, so far, there had been no food crisis on the mothership. The Zhou family had not claimed any relief food, claiming that they had kept a box of smoked fish and a box of potatoes in their dormitory. That was enough to last them 2 months if they ate sparingly. Chapter 596. Firstly, Zhou Shuwen's spatial storage already contained enough supplies for her family to live on for decades. There was no need to be greedy for even this small amount of food. Secondly, the relief rations were scarce and tasted poor, and Zhou Shuwen didn't want her parents to suffer. She also volunteered to guide the mothership, spending most of her day in the cockpit. The newly appointed adjutant, surnamed Yun, was quite meticulous. Captain Chen hadn't initially thought about paying salaries. It was Adjutant Yun who quietly reminded him. Captain Chen was very considerate of his men, especially Zhou Shuwen, who had done the mothership such a great service. Frankly speaking, without her guidance, several thousand of them would have perished at sea. Therefore, Captain Chen paid Zhou Shuwen a salary according to the standards of the Navy on the mothership. This salary was twice as high as when she was a doctor, and 3 times higher than that of an ordinary Navy officer. Therefore, Zhou Shuwen is now earning 3 times the salary of others. If she eats frugally, the supplies are enough to support 3 adults. With this substantial salary, plus their past savings, it's understandable that the Zhou family doesn't need to claim relief food. The situation is completely opposite to that of Sun Tzu and his wife. After finally escaping to the mothership, Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisan were severely depleted, especially Jiang Yisan, who spent a long time in the ambulance ward. Although this small medical clinic in the ambulance ward belongs to the mothership, the doctors and nurses there need to eat, and there are various medical supplies used. Those with better means pay for medical treatment. Those who are penniless are taken to the door. The doctors in the ambulance ward cannot simply leave them to die. Everyone was well protected by the military, and fairness and justice were upheld everywhere. Those who worked hard were rewarded. Therefore, even after 10 years of the apocalypse, the medical ward couldn't simply abandon patients who came to them to die. However, there were far too many patients who were penniless and unable to afford medical treatment. In the long run, neither the mothership nor the medical ward could sustain such a massive expenditure. So, the medical ward implemented a rule. In true emergencies, treatment could be provided first, but the medical expenses would be reimbursed later. If a patient's family had no supplies, the medical ward would use less medication and focus on dietary supplements, incurring only the cost of a bed and the doctor's labor fee. The remaining medical expenses would be gradually deducted from the family's relief food. Of course, when recruiting, the mothership would prioritize hiring these penniless survivors who were actually heavily in debt. In any case, life on the mothership wasn't easy, but it wouldn't push anyone to the brink of despair. Sun Tzu owed a mountain of medical bills because Jiang Yisun was receiving treatment in the intensive care unit. He had no choice but to apply for work. Having been captured and brought to the pirate island for so many years, he had only done manual labor and lacked any technical skills, so his jobs were mostly cleaning and carrying heavy objects. The wages weren't much, but enough to support an adult. However, as soon as he found work, his relief ration stopped. So, he and Jiang Yisun could only scrape together half a ration each day to cover the medical expenses. Zhou Shuwan returned to the dormitory and told Zhou Jianghai and the others about the situation on the deck. Zhou Jianghai remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed, clearly finding the situation difficult as well. Zhong Tiyun sighed and muttered, "When will this ever end?" Qi Mingyu remained as composed as ever. He squeezed Zhou Shuwan's hand and whispered reassuringly, "The mothership's maintenance personnel are very professional. They figure something out. All we can do now is stay calm and not panic." Zhou Shuwan nodded, about to say something more, when a soft knock came at the door. She went to open it, and saw Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun standing there, both wearing wrinkled down jackets, their faces showing unease and exhaustion. Jiang Yisun was carrying a fish, frozen solid. "Sun Tzu, Yisun, what brings you two here?" Zhou Shuwan asked, somewhat surprised, stepping aside to let them in. Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun entered, their faces showing apology, as if they felt their arrival had been abrupt. Zhong Tiyun, seeing them, quickly greeted them, "Little son, Yisun, come in and sit down." Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun sat down, feeling somewhat awkward and nervous. Jiang Yisun glanced at Zhou Shuwan every now and then quickly looked down again, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. But looking at her like this, Zhou Shuwan felt that Jiang Yisun was in much better shape than on the island. At least, she wasn't so thin and frail, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Zhong Tiyun glanced at them, guessing they might have come to borrow supplies. Should they lend them or not? She sympathized with the couple's plight and their difficult lives. But their own supplies hadn't come easily. They were all stockpiled by their daughter and son-in-law at great personal risk. Besides, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much can breed resentment. Now everyone is struggling. Everyone is complaining about being poor. If they had surplus food to lend out, wouldn't that make them seem very wealthy? Zhong Tiyun hesitated before speaking. "Shao Sun, Exian, what brings you here?" Sun Tzu smiled bitterly, his voice slightly hoarse, "And Zhong, we really do have something we'd like to trouble you with." Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai exchanged a glance. Sun Tzu took a deep breath, clearly organizing his thoughts. "My wife and I have been living on the mothership for so long, but we haven't come to see you. We're too embarrassed to ask. But now, we really have no other choice." As he said this, Jiang Yisun's eyes reddened slightly. She looked at Zhou Shuwan, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister Zhou, we want to ask you for a favor." Zhou Shuwan looked at Jiang Yisun, her tone gentle. "Sister Yisun, please speak." Jiang Yisun bit her lip and whispered, "We want to ask you to help us find work. Sun Tzu has already found a job on the mothership, but the salary isn't high, and we still have to pay medical expenses. We really can't make ends meet. So we came to you. Could you help us think of a solution?" Zhou Shuwan frowned slightly upon hearing this, clearly troubled. Sun Tzu knew that Zhou Shuwan now worked in the mothership's cockpit and had considerable influence with Captain Chen. He had always known that this family was very capable. So, in desperation, they turned to the Zhou family. But with so many unfortunate people, the mothership had a rule: only one person from each family could be employed, and that was enough to lift them out of poverty. "Sister Yisun, what can you do?" Jiang Yisun nodded eagerly. "I can cook, wash dishes, and I can do all the work in the breeding and planting areas. It's not technical work, but I can endure hardship, and I'm not afraid of getting tired." Chapter 597. Zhou Shuwan was silent for a moment before explaining her difficulties. Because there are regulations on the mothership, this work can't be arranged arbitrarily. I can try to raise it with the warship side, but I can't guarantee the final outcome. Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun's faces immediately showed gratitude upon hearing this. Sun Tzu nodded repeatedly. Wan, thank you. No matter the result, we are grateful to you." Jiang Yisun also wiped her eyes and said softly, "Yes, Wan, we are already very grateful that you are willing to help." They were only in their 30s, not much older than Zhou Shuwan, but their lives were very hard. Their faces were already covered with wrinkles, and their hair was all white. Sun Tzu had even lost a few teeth. People might believe they were almost 50. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her tone gentle. No need to thank me, I will try my best to mediate. If it doesn't work out, please don't blame me. No, no, Jiang Yisun hurriedly said. It was clear she genuinely wanted a job. Her attitude was a mix of excitement and nervousness. After exchanging a few more words with the Zhou family, worried that their presence might bother them, given the small size of the dormitory, the two got up to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Yisun insisted on leaving the fish behind. Aunt Zhong, this fish is a small token of our appreciation, you must accept it. Zhong Tian quickly declined. Yisun, you should keep the fish, life isn't easy for you either. She squeezed the fish out from between her teeth, it was hard enough. Jiang Yisun persisted, pressing the fish towards her. Auntie, I'm not good with words, and I won't say much to express my gratitude, but this fish is the only way I can thank you for your kindness. Please accept it. Unable to refuse, Zhong Tian reluctantly accepted the fish, a hint of helplessness on her face. All right, we take it. Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun nodded repeatedly, their faces beaming with gratitude, before turning to leave. After they left, Zhong Tian sighed and looked at Zhou Shuan. Wan, can you really help? Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone calm. I do my best, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Zhong Tian nodded. These two have had a tough time, I hope this helps them. What should we do with this fish? Zhou Shuan then took it and placed it in her spatial storage. A few days later, people from the planting department came to invite Jiang Yisun to work there. Currently, planting and aquaculture are the two most popular jobs on the mothership. Jiang Yisun and Sun Tzu never dreamed such a good opportunity would fall into their laps, they were overjoyed. Knowing the proper etiquette, they immediately brought the only two fish they had left at home to the Zhou family dormitory to express their gratitude. Zhou Shuan asked them to sit down and explain the situation to them in detail. The regulations on the mothership are there, so even if I asked, they couldn't make an exception. I have a cousin, Xue Dong, who used to work in the planting department. However, during this thunderstorm disaster, his family didn't have time to escape to the mothership, and we don't know how they are now. His position is currently vacant, so I went to the person in charge of the planting department and explained your family's situation. They agreed to let Sister Yisun temporarily fill in for my cousin. We discussed the rest after we returned to the island. Jiang Yisun and Sun Tzu were both stunned, then quickly thanked her. No matter what, we still have to thank you for speaking up for us. The rules of the mothership are rigid. Zhou Shuan didn't want to break them. Her family had all worked on the mothership for a time, but each member had their own expertise. Zhong Tian's mushroom cultivation techniques, her medical skills, and Qi Mingyu's special forces training methods, all things the mothership desperately needed. Therefore, they weren't replacing anyone's position. However, there were only so many jobs on the mothership, one person, one position. Sun Tzu's family was struggling, but every family among the low-level survivors on the mothership was struggling. To give Jiang Yisun another position, someone else would have to be replaced. Zhou Shuan knew that once she asked, the warship wouldn't refuse, but she couldn't just accept it without question. She discussed it with her family, and Zhong Tiyun came up with Xue Dong. Although a month had passed, Zhong Tiyun was still worried when Xue Dong was mentioned again, but she rationally said, his position is vacant now. Why not talk to the manager and get Xian to work there temporarily? Once we return to the island, there will be more job opportunities. Zhou Shuan also felt this was the most suitable solution at present. Although it wasn't the kind of job they imagined they could do indefinitely, it could solve their immediate predicament. Jiang Yisun and Sun Tzu were very grateful, and thanked them repeatedly before leaving. Zhong Tian, however, refused to accept the two fish and insisted they take them away. The mothership gradually stabilized under the busy work of the maintenance personnel. The cracks were temporarily repaired, and the propulsion system gradually resumed operation. Metallurgy was also underway. The mothership couldn't wait any longer. A few days later, it set sail again. Zhou Shuan stood in the cockpit, her hand casually resting on the glass, as if pausing to support herself. Actually, she was quickly using it to orient herself. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. In the distance, there appeared to be a group of reefs, with countless fish swimming beneath them, forming a dark shadow. Since she had encountered them, she couldn't let them pass. Zhou Shuan deliberately pointed slightly off-center, 5 degrees to the left. Actually, after finding the oil field, several people in the cockpit with good sense of direction had already found the route to the small island. But Zhou Shuan's performance over the past month had fooled everyone, and the mothership followed her directions toward the reefs. After about 2 days, the sonar system detected something unusual. Captain Chen, There's a group of reefs to the north ahead, with a school of fish gathering. The voice of the naval officer who spotted the fish carried a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuwen's lips curled into a slight smile, but she remained impassive. The adjutant turned to Captain Chen. Captain, it's rare to encounter so many fish. Should we take a detour and go check it out? Captain Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at the reefs ahead. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, adjust course and approach the reefs. The adjutant immediately agreed and began directing the crew to adjust the mothership's direction. The mothership slowly approached the reefs, the echoes on the sonar system growing increasingly dense. Everyone became excited. The adjutant had already notified the fishing team to prepare their equipment. The mothership stopped near the reefs, the fishing equipment was deployed, and a large-scale catch began. Within just a few hours, the deck was piled high with frozen fish, weighing a good 7,000 or 8,000 pounds. The survivors looked at the fish, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Chapter 598. So many fish. Will our food reserves last a little longer? One survivor exclaimed excitedly. That's right. We haven't caught anything all month, but today we finally hit the jackpot. Someone nearby chimed in. Zhou Shuwen, Qi Mingyu, Mu Mu, and the others stood on the deck, watching the school of fish in the distance. Mu Mu suddenly tugged at Zhou Shuwen's sleeve, her brow furrowing slightly. Sister, look at those fish. They seem a little different from the ones we caught before. Hearing this, Zhou Shuwen looked closely, and indeed found that the fish's shapes were somewhat strange. Their fins were as wide as paddles, their lower jaws protruded, but their eyes were extremely small, seemingly degenerated. Have these fish mutated because of the eternal night and the low temperature? Qi Mingyu, listening intently to the siblings' conversation, asked. Very likely. Like the mutated eggs and cod they had eaten before. The others also noticed that these fish were different from the ones they had caught before. Everyone agreed that these fish had evolved to adapt to the current perpetual night and frigid environment. Captain Chen first had the 7,000 or 8,000 pounds of fish stored in the warehouse, and then gave some to the researchers for study. Once the research results were available, they would be distributed further. Generally, when a warship had a major haul, some would be given to the survivors as a form of celebration. Therefore, seeing the fatty fish being carried away, the survivors couldn't help but feel disappointed. The researchers studied the fish for several days, and quickly obtained their results. These fish have evolved a thicker layer of fat to adapt to the frigid environment, and their blood contains antifreeze glycoproteins similar to those in Antarctic cod, which can prevent cells from freezing, the researchers reported to Captain Chen. Their metabolism has slowed down, their activity level has decreased, but their endurance has increased, making them suitable for long-term inhabitation in food-scarce reef areas. Captain Chen frowned. What effect do they have on humans? The researcher continued. The antifreeze fat layer of these fish is rich in unsaturated fatty acids, providing efficient energy for calorie-deficient humans, maintaining body temperature and basal metabolism. At the same time, the fish's muscles may accumulate deep-sea minerals and special proteins. Long-term consumption can supplement nutritional deficiencies and enhance immunity. But, the researcher adjusted his glasses, glanced at Captain Chen, and continued, these fish may feed on toxic algae or sulfites, potentially accumulating heavy metals or neurotoxins in their bodies. Consuming them could cause vomiting, muscle paralysis, and other symptoms. However, these symptoms are temporary, usually subsiding after 20 or 30 minutes and are not fatal. Captain Chen was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Release these results, so everyone is informed. The news quickly spread throughout the mothership, however, the survivors' reaction was unexpectedly calm. No one showed worry or fear, on the contrary, some people discussed it on deck without hushed tones. Poisonous? We're lucky to have anything to eat right now, who cares if it's poisonous or not? Captain Chen felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. These survivors couldn't care less about anything else, as long as they could fill their stomachs, they would swallow even poisonous food without hesitation. The military decided to distribute some of the food as a reward. Those working on the mothership would each receive 2 kilograms of fish, while the survivors without work could enjoy a free pot of fish soup in the mothership's mess hall at noon, and the lucky ones might even get a few pieces of meat. This news reignited the atmosphere on the mothership. The survivors chattered amongst themselves, their faces beaming with satisfaction and anticipation. Someone murmured, finally, we can eat fresh meat. Even mutated fish is better than compressed biscuits. Inside the restaurant, the queue was packed. The clatter of pots and pans mingled with the chatter of the people, creating a lively scene. Everyone held a bowl, their eyes fixed intently ahead, afraid to miss this rare opportunity for a delicious meal. Zhou Shuwan stood outside the restaurant, watching all this from afar. She gently tugged at Qi Mingyu's sleeve and whispered, "Let's not join the crowd. I go buy some rice and vegetables with taro, and we have something simple." Qi Mingyu nodded. Okay. Since the last thunderstorm and storm surge, he had become even more silent, rarely speaking throughout the day. Zhou Shuwan noticed his change and felt a growing unease. She didn't know if he felt burdened by the frequent natural disasters, or if the helplessness he felt after losing his sight had led him into self-isolation. Sometimes, even though they were husband and wife, she felt Qi Mingyu was very vulnerable, but there were things she couldn't ask directly. With no better solution, Zhou Shuwan could only take him to more lively places, hoping to help him out of his vulnerable state. So, she brought him to a restaurant to eat, hoping he could experience the lively atmosphere. Zhou Shuwan gently squeezed his hand, her voice tender. "Let's go over there." The two bypassed the crowded area and arrived at the other side of the restaurant. There were no queues there, making it exceptionally quiet. Zhou Shuwan used her supplies to buy 2 servings of rice and several stir-fried dishes, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, cold seaweed salad, and stir-fried greens. She carried the plates and led Qi Mingyu to a corner table. Qi Mingyu skillfully picked up his chopsticks. His movements were slower, but he was no longer as clumsy as before. He slowly ate the food, his expression still calm, but lacking his usual sparkle. Zhou Shuwan secretly observed him, a pang of heartache rising in her heart. She couldn't help but place a piece of egg in his bowl, softly saying, "Eat more." Qi Mingyu looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You eat too, don't just focus on me." Zhou Shuwan hummed in agreement, taking a bite of rice, her mind racing, trying to figure out how to pull him out of his slump. At the other end of the dining room, the survivors had already received their fish soup, a few pieces of white fish floating in their bowls. Someone eagerly took a sip, smacked their lips, and a satisfied expression appeared on their face. "The taste is not bad, just a little fishy." The person next to them laughed and joked, "You should be grateful for any food at all. What are you complaining about?" The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually became lively, with people sitting together, bowls in hand, eating and chatting. Although life in the apocalypse was still difficult, at this moment, they seemed to have temporarily forgotten the dangers outside, immersed in a brief moment of satisfaction. After finishing their meal, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu didn't linger, and got up to leave the restaurant. The two walked slowly along the corridor, Zhou Shuwan saying softly, "Little you, how about we go for a walk on the deck later? To digest? I'm a little full." Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, "Okay." Chapter 599. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu walked out of the restaurant. The dim light in the corridor cast long shadows on them. They were both wearing polar down jackets, not their air-conditioned suits. This would make movement easier. The sea breeze blew in from the end of the corridor, carrying a slightly salty smell. Zhou Shuwan subconsciously pulled up her collar, and turned to look at Qi Mingyu. His expression remained indifferent, his gaze unfocused, his lips slightly pursed, revealing nothing of his thoughts. She gently took his hand, her fingertips applying slight pressure, trying to transfer a bit of warmth. Qi Mingyu's fingers were icy cold. She could vaguely feel the lines of his palm beneath his skin. Zhou Shuwan's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but ask softly, "Are you cold?" Qi Mingyu tilted his head slightly, his voice low and calm, "I'm fine." He didn't say anything more, simply letting her hold his hand, and silently following her steps. They walked in silence, until they reached the entrance to the deck. Zhou Shuwan pushed open the door, and the biting wind that hit her made her shiver. She quickly composed herself, and led Qi Mingyu onto the deck. On deck, the sea wind howled, and the sky seemed even lower, its overcast expanse pressing down. The distant sea churned with gray-black waves, layer upon layer, like an endless abyss. She walked to the edge of the deck, gripped the railing, and turned to Qi Mingyu. "Brother Yu, the mothership's repairs are progressing well lately. The engineers have done several tests, and they should be able to forge the metal you brought back from the oil field soon. Then the cracks in the deck will be repaired. I heard Major Wei and the others say that this new metal is extremely hard, able to withstand extreme temperatures, and is currently the most suitable metal for building materials. So, after the deck is repaired, it might be even stronger than before." Qi Mingyu remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice low and hoarse. "Yes. That way, the humans surviving on the mothership will have a bit more security." His tone sounded weary. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but turn to look at him. His eyes remained vacant, as if they had lost their former luster. "Brother Yu, is something on your mind?" she finally asked, her tone tentative. Chi Mingyu was silent for a moment. Perhaps the sea was calm today, a good time to speak one's mind, or perhaps he sensed Zhou Shuwen's anxiety and turmoil throughout the journey. So, after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Wan, I've been thinking lately, if my eyesight doesn't recover, will I become a burden to you? His voice trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing some emotion. Zhou Shuwen's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but grip his hand tightly, saying firmly, Brother Yu, what are you saying? You never been a burden to me. Chi Mingyu still didn't turn his head, his gaze still blankly fixed on the distance. Wan, I don't want to be a burden to you like a useless person. You'd definitely be fine with Mom, Dad, and Moo. And me. I can't do anything. His tone carried a hint of self-mockery, even a touch of despair. Zhou Shuwen felt a pang of pain in her heart, and couldn't help but raise her voice. Chi Mingyu, what nonsense are you talking about? You're not useless. You've always been my strongest support. This situation is only temporary. I find a way to cure your eyes. No matter what method I use, I won't give up on you. Her voice was sharp, even carrying a hint of anger. This anger had been suppressed deep within her, only erupting today. Chi Mingyu's hand trembled slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tightening. His Adam's apple bobbed, as if 1,000 words were swirling in his throat, but he ultimately uttered only a low, hoarse sentence. I just feel so useless. Zhou Shuwen gripped his hand tighter. How could you think that? You're not useless, you just... I can't see, Chi Mingyu interrupted her, his voice tinged with bitterness. Zhou Shuwen, I can't see. Now, I need others to help me with even the most basic actions. What can I do? I can't even take care of myself, let alone protect you and our family. His voice was so low it was almost swallowed by the sea breeze, but every word struck Zhou Shuwen's heart like a hammer blow. Her eyes welled up slightly, and she bit her lip, trying to keep her voice steady. Chi Mingyu, listen to me, you are not a burden, never have been. Her tone suddenly turned stern. I know you're confused about losing your sight, and I know you're worried about the future. But Chi Mingyu, let me tell you, no matter how difficult the future is, I will not abandon you. We are fighting against a natural disaster. It's like a race against time, and I will win. I will take you, and our family, to the finish line. If you don't want to go, I drag you. I won't leave you alone in the darkness. Her voice echoed in the sea breeze, carrying an undeniable power. Chi Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes welled up slightly. His hand gripped Zhou Shuwen's tightly, as if trying to draw strength from her palm. Wan. His voice was hoarse and strained. Thank you. Zhou Shuwen's tears finally welled up, but she didn't wipe them away, only nodding firmly. Okay, brother Yu, remember, no matter what happens, I won't abandon you. We face everything together, we make it to the end together. Chi Mingyu's heart was enveloped by a warmth he had never felt before. With a slight tightening of his grip, he pulled Zhou Shuwen into his arms. He held her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his own body. His chin rested on her shoulder, his breathing rapid, his voice low and husky yet incredibly firm. Okay, we be together. Zhou Shuwen hugged him back tightly, greedily inhaling his scent. Once, she stubbornly believed that, back in the apocalypse, she was capable of holding up the world. With her parents and Moo, the four of them, relying on each other, could withstand all the storms of the world, without the need for outsiders. So, faced with Chi Mingyu's passionate confessions, she repeatedly rejected his true feelings. But the gears of fate quietly turned, and now they were bound by blood. Those shared life-or-death moments had forged their hearts into one. She understood his restless nights, and he knew the vulnerability beneath her forced smile. Vulnerability was no longer a weakness, but an excuse to embrace each other. Strength was no longer lonely, becoming the armor that supported them both. They were just ordinary survivors, stumbling and falling in the mire of the apocalypse. They would despair when resources were scarce, and feel lost in life-or-death choices. Wounds would scab over and reopen, hope would be extinguished and rekindled. Chapter 600. But precisely because of this, every shared smile is all the more precious. Every don't be afraid, I'm here carries immense weight. When the sandstorm sweeps across their path, when fear gnaws at their hearts, they are each other's light. A single glance is enough to understand each other's hesitation. A word of encouragement is enough to dispel the gloom. This duo is inseparable, and neither can afford to fall behind. Aside from being abandoned by his biological father, this is currently the most vulnerable period of Chi Mingyu's life. She must help him out of this quagmire. Zhou Shuwen stood on the deck, the sea breeze still howling, but she felt Chi Mingyu's hand gradually warming. His words just now seemed to break through a layer of ice in his heart, giving her a slight sense of relief. However, she also knew that Chi Mingyu's emotions hadn't been fully released. These past few days, he had been suppressing himself, and the environment at home didn't allow him much space to vent. She seemed lost in thought. Perhaps it was time to find a suitable opportunity for Chi Mingyu to fully release his emotions. Men's emotional outbursts can sometimes be quite simple. Just a couple of days later, his family decided to shower in the dormitory. After nearly a month at sea, filled with various disasters, they were finally about to return home. The dormitory had a warm stove, making it very cozy. Everyone in the family wanted a hot shower to feel refreshed before heading home. So Zhou Shuan filled a tub with steaming hot water, letting her parents shower first, followed by Mu Mu. Finally, it was her and Chi Mingyu's turn. While some were showering, the others went for a walk in the corridor or on the deck. The bathtub was filled with water, the temperature just right, and rising steam warmed the entire dormitory. Zhou Shuan helped Chi Mingyu take off his coat, then said softly, "Soak for a while, I help you wash." Chi Mingyu didn't say anything, letting her help him sit in the tub. The moment the hot water enveloped his body, he felt a warm current spread through his limbs, as if even the oppression in his heart was slightly relieved. Zhou Shuan stood behind him, gently wiping his back. Her movements were very gentle, her fingertips lightly tracing his skin, causing a slight tremor. Her breath gently brushed against his ear, carrying a warm scent, and Chi Mingyu's heart involuntarily quickened. Her fingers lingered on the back of his neck for a moment, then gently slid down, across his shoulder. Her movements were slow, like deliberately tormenting him, or like tenderly caring for a patient. Chi Mingyu's breathing quickened, his hands unconsciously gripping the edge of the bathtub, his knuckles turning slightly white. "Little Yuji." Zhou Shuan seemed to chuckle softly, her hands gently climbing onto his shoulders. Chi Mingyu's body trembled slightly. Then he felt her hands gently encircle his waist, her body pressing against his back. Her breath brushed against his ear, the warm air causing him to involuntarily close his eyes, sweat trickling down his forehead. "Wan." He exhaled with difficulty. "Little Yuji, I want to bathe too." The two squeezed into the small bathtub, skin to skin, temperature passing between them. A certain net of desire slowly began to rise within him. Chi Mingyu knew it wasn't a convenient time. His father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Mu Mu were all waiting for them on the deck to come in after they finished showering. People were constantly walking by in the corridor. This wasn't the right place. But he couldn't control himself. After losing his sight, he could no longer see the people and things around him. He could only imagine and depict Zhou Shuan's figure in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the time when they were first married, that unrestrained passion, that tenderness, that exhilarating union. Zhou Shuan seemed unaware of his thoughts. After teasing him a few times, she carefully helped him scrub his back and helped herself shower. Her small, boneless hands caressed his back, chest, and abdomen. Chi Mingyu's sense of touch and taste were more sensitive than before. He felt himself trapped in a sweet snare, unable to break free, yet unwilling to let go. As they both emerged from the bathtub, Chi Mingyu finally couldn't resist. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Zhou Shuan's wrist with a surprisingly strong, almost instinctive, grip. His breathing was rapid, his eyes still vacant, but a flicker of indescribable emotion shone within them. "Wan." His voice was hoarse, tinged with suppressed pain. Zhou Shuan playfully scolded, "You're hurting me. You're acting like a savage." Chi Mingyu could easily see through her act. He gently gritted his teeth. "Wan." He froze, because her small tongue darted out and licked around his ear. Reason shattered instantly. He abruptly released her wrist and pulled her into his arms. His grip was strong, almost desperate, as if he wanted to hold her tightly against him. His large hand groped for her chin, grasping it tightly, and his warm lips pressed against hers. His breath was rapid, his tongue entwining with hers, rough and urgent. Zhou Shuan didn't resist. Instead, she responded obediently. Her hands gently encircled his waist, her fingertips lightly caressing his back, as if soothing his restless heart. Their kiss deepened, almost consuming each other's breath. Chi Mingyu's hands tightened around her waist, the pressure almost mashing her into his body. It was a passionate yet restrained act of lovemaking. Because they were worried about the soundproofing of the dormitory door, neither of them dared to make a sound, keeping it very quiet, yet incredibly stimulating. When the two lay on the bed, slightly panting, Zhou Shuan gently stroked his cheek, her fingertips lightly tracing his closed eyelids. Her movements were gentle, carrying a soothing quality. Chi Mingyu's body trembled slightly, his heart calming. He leaned in again, his kiss gradually softening, tinged with reluctance and longing. They kissed for a long time, until their breathing became rapid again, before slowly separating. Chi Mingyu still held her tightly, his forehead resting on her shoulder, his breathing slightly erratic. Zhou Shuan gently patted his back, whispering, "Little you, let's dry ourselves off first, so you don't catch a cold." Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, then released her, letting her dry him. Zhou Shuan's movements were gentle, her fingertips lightly tracing his skin, sending a slight shiver through him. A smile appeared on Qi Mingyu's lips. After drying him off, Zhou Shuan helped him get dressed, then quickly changed her own clothes. She put the bathtub away in her storage space, opened the window to ventilate the room for a while, and made sure no traces were left in the dormitory. Chapter 601. When Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai returned, they opened the door, and saw Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu sitting there drying their hair. Zhong Tiyun smiled and said, "Are you done washing? Why did it take so long?" Zhou Shuan coughed lightly, and tried to sound natural, saying, "Qi Mingyu has trouble seeing, so I helped him wash, which is why it took a little longer." Zhong Tiyun and the others didn't think much of it. They wandered around outside for a while, before settling down on the bed to rest. Qi Mingyu's mood had indeed improved a lot after this outburst. Although he still relied on Zhou Shuan, he wasn't as repressed as before. He liked to casually hold her hand or gently tickle her palm, and occasionally they would intertwine their fingers. These small details made their relationship seem exceptionally intimate. Zhong Tiyun was the first to notice, and seeing this, couldn't help but tease with a smile. These two are back to their honeymoon phase after their wedding. Half a month later, the mothership finally ended its long journey at sea and returned to Hope Island No. 2. Before returning to port, the crew of the mothership held two diametrically opposed views regarding the island's fate. One group pessimistically believed the island had been completely submerged, and those who hadn't boarded the mothership were likely all dead, having lost their last piece of land. The other group held out hope, believing the tide might have receded, the island had returned to its original state, and the survivors might be hiding in cellars or elsewhere, not necessarily all perished. As the mothership slowly approached the island, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on that familiar yet unfamiliar land. On the horizon, the outline of the island gradually became clear. Although somewhat desolate, it hadn't been completely swallowed by the sea. The optimists were right, the tide had indeed receded, and the island still stood. The people on the mothership rushed to the deck, gazing in the direction of the island, tears welling in their eyes. Zhou Shuan, her parents, and Mumu were also among the crowd. Zhou Shuan held Qi Mingyu's hand tightly, both their eyes fixed on the island. Hearing the movement of the mothership, the people on the island rushed out from the rubble, shouting and yelling, their faces filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Mumu, with sharp eyes, pointed excitedly into the distance and shouted, "Mom, look! It's cousin Jiping and the others, and cousin Xuedao, Chun Yuxian." A flicker of excitement flashed in Zhong Tiyun's eyes. Yes, they're alive. Everyone's alive. Once the mothership docked, the group disembarked one by one, only to find that although the tide had receded, the island was a scene of utter devastation. The once neat houses were mostly collapsed, wooden huts overturned, and crops soaked beyond recognition by seawater. Jiping, Xuetao, and others arrived to meet the Zhou family. Jiping's face was weary, but his eyes shone with hope. "Aunt, uncle, you're finally back." The group chatted as they walked towards the Zhou family's house. Upon returning home, Zhou Shuan found her house, which she used as a storeroom, destroyed. The wooden kitchen hut and her vegetable garden were all flooded. Only 2 stone houses remained, barely habitable. But even inside, the traces of seawater soaking remained, and the air was thick with the smell of dampness and decay. Jiping followed her into the house, and, seeing the scene inside, couldn't help but sigh, "Our houses are similar to yours. Everyone's crammed together now, barely enough to keep out the wind and rain." Zhou Shuan nodded. "It's good that we're alive. We can repair the houses slowly." Zhong Tiyun, while tidying up the house, asked, "Jiping, how have you been these past few days? How have you managed to eat?" Jiping smiled bitterly. "At first, we all hid in the cellars on the mountain. It's high up there, built by the military for the elderly, women, and children. Normally, we're not allowed in. But that night, we finally reached the sea, only to find that due to a thunderstorm, the mothership had been blown far away by the waves, completely out of control." Even after so many days, Jiping clearly remembered his despair at that moment. Back then, his cousin Tao, carrying Chun on his back, looked at the deafening thunder and the apocalyptic lightning in the sky and couldn't help but cry. Then, they heard Vice Captain Shang shouting through a megaphone. He gathered the remaining people on the island together, and then went to the cellars in the hills. At this time, the cellars dug by individual households were no match for the surging seawater, and were all flooded. However, the cellars dug for the elderly, women, and children were military construction projects, sturdy and well sealed. There were also supplies hidden in the cellars. Although not much, it was enough to last them for a few days. So everyone followed Vice Captain Shang to the cellars. At that moment, there was thunder and lightning bolts as thick as a thumb struck, and some people were electrocuted. Because they were wearing air-conditioned or cold-weather suits, which are insulators, and water conducts electricity, they were fortunately unaffected. Finally, they reached the cellar entrance. Some sailors and strongmen dived underwater and opened the entrance. The 300-odd survivors who had gathered together crawled inside. The cellar had been designed with the possibility of the island being submerged in mind. Therefore, there were 3 more entrances inside, layer upon layer of barriers, designed to prevent seawater from flooding in as much as possible. After they crawled in, they brought some seawater with them, but most of it was blocked outside. The entrances were then sealed tightly, and for the time being, there was no danger inside. By this time, more than 20 of them had already been struck by lightning and killed. The charred corpses lay beside them. They dared not stop or look back, relying solely on their immense will to survive to swim towards the cellar. Huge ice floes crashed against them, the waves surged, and lightning flashed from the sky. It was a hellish disaster. But they survived. They stayed in the cellar for over 10 days, not daring to come out. They were all fleeing, so they had no supplies to carry with them. The smoked fish, taro, and other supplies stored in the cellar were scarce. Fortunately, Vice Captain Shang and his naval unit were in charge, and from the beginning, they had stipulated that supplies would be strictly limited if someone died. Big men like Jiping and Shui Tao each received only a small piece of smoked fish a day, enough to keep them from starving, but certainly not enough to fill their stomachs. They could barely survive, just enough to keep from starving. Fresh water in the cellar was also extremely scarce, ration per person. Under these drastically reduced supplies, the 300-plus men persevered for over 10 days. Vice Captain Shang then sent a naval unit out to scout the situation. But the tide hadn't receded, and the unit hadn't even made it out of the cellar. They had no choice but to continue enduring the days. Chapter 602. They spent another 7 or 8 days in the cellar, with each person receiving only a few bites of food a day for the last 2 days. The oxygen was gradually running out. Just when Jiping and the others felt they were about to starve or suffocate, someone shouted, "The tide's out! The tide's out!" They were saved from dying inside. When the tide receded and they emerged from the cellar, the scene on the island was horrifying. Corpses were everywhere, swollen bodies frozen solid, as if time had frozen. Although the cold weather had prevented the bodies from decomposing, the horrific sight was still chilling. The smoked fish, taro, and other food stored in every household had been soaking in seawater for 20 days, and were no longer edible. Fortunately, the villas where the pirates from the neighboring island had lived had 2 or 3 floors, with supplies stored on the upper floors as a precaution. Over this long period, 7 or 8 tenths of the catch from the fishing boats was stored on the mothership. The remaining 2 tenths were stored at the highest point of the island. The villas on Pirate Island, though crudely built, were constructed while the mainland still existed. They were made with various building materials. They were quite sturdy overall, and 3 stories high. Therefore, when seawater flooded the island, these villas were the only place to store supplies. However, due to a thunderstorm, 2 villas were struck by lightning and collapsed halfway. When Jiping and the others emerged from the cellar, they were all pale with hunger, their steps unsteady, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Vice Captain Shang then took charge and sent a team to the villa area to retrieve supplies, which were then distributed equally among everyone. Jiping and his group finally had their first full meal in over 20 days. However, almost all the boats on the island had been destroyed, and even the trees were rotting from the water, making it impossible to set out fishing. The nearshore waters, due to the perpetual night and frigid temperatures, had long since become devoid of fish. If the mothership didn't return soon, and the supplies in the villa ran out, the people on the island would starve to death. Later, another thunderstorm struck, forcing everyone to take refuge in the cellar. They only emerged from the cellar after the previous thunderstorm subsided. This time, without the added impact of a tsunami, the island wasn't as severely flooded. Otherwise, they didn't know how long they would have had to wait to get out of the cellar. Jiping and Shui Tao recounted their experiences over the past few days, almost crying and laughing. Zhong Tian couldn't help but wipe away her tears, whispering, "When I saw you all, I didn't dare say a word. You all lost so much weight." Jiping and the others had deeply sunken cheeks, their eyes bulging alarmingly. Both adults and children were skin and bones. The only saving grace was that, despite all the hardships, Chun Chun's spirits were still good. Standing behind his father, he didn't speak much, but his eyes shone brightly. Xue Tao noticed Zhou Shuan's gaze on Chun Chun and sighed. Luckily, the special medicine Wan gave us worked. After 2 years, Chun Chun's health has improved a lot. Living with us in the cellar, eating only a little food each day, and then coming out to find food, he didn't cough or get a fever. We really owe it all to Wan. Zhou Shuan gently patted Chun Chun's head, her voice tender. I didn't help much, I just happened to have some, so I gave it to him. We're relatives, and I love Chun Chun too. Seeing him better makes me happy. Chun Chun smiled shyly. The room was a mess, and no one rushed to sit down or tidy up. They just stood there talking. At this moment, Zhou Jianhai called out to everyone, sit down, sit down. What kind of behavior is this, standing like this? Zhou Shuan helped Qi Mingyu sit down on the edge of the bed. At this movement, Ji Ping and Xue Tao, who had been vaguely suspicious on the way, exchanged a glance. Xue Tao hesitated for a moment before asking, what happened to Xiao Yu? Zhong Tian quickly waved her hand, signaling them not to ask any more questions. Xue Tao immediately pursed his lips, regretting his impulsiveness. Actually, he was just overjoyed to see a relative for the first time, and seeing someone injured made him rush to ask. He had no other intentions. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shuan explained, Xiao Yu is a little injured and will need to rest for a while. Qi Mingyu didn't say much, only smiling in the direction of Ji Ping and Xue Tao. He remained silent throughout. Ji Ping and Xue Tao nodded hurriedly, not daring to say much, but both were wondering if his eyes had been injured. Eye injuries are difficult to treat. The Zhou family then told Ji Ping and the others about their ordeal at sea, a similarly perilous struggle for survival. They sighed together for a while, the atmosphere heavy, yet filled with a sense of relief at surviving such a catastrophe. Tsunamis, thunderstorms, hunger, these natural disasters repeatedly pushed the survivors to the brink of despair, yet they stubbornly endured. The cold wind howled outside, making the broken windows creak. Ji Ping and Xue Tao looked around the room and couldn't help but frown. Xue Tao walked to the window, touched the damp wall, and sighed, this room is terribly damp. Living like this won't be good for your health. Ji Ping nodded and stood up. Auntie, we came to help you tidy up the house. Otherwise, it's uninhabitable. Zhong Tiyun looked around the room. The dampness was extremely uncomfortable. She was already cleaning up her own house anyway. She nodded. Then we trouble you. Ji Ping waved his hand and smiled. We're all family, no need to trouble yourself. The group quickly got to work. Xue Tao and Ji Ping moved the only 2 bunk beds in the house outside. Although it was still dark outside, with the sea breeze howling, it was better than the dampness inside. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai swept the water out of the house. The mud on the ground was soft from the seawater, making it difficult to sweep. Zhou Shuan also joined the cleaning, clearing away the clutter and tidying up the usable furniture. Although Qi Mingyu had difficulty seeing, he still stood up and groped his way to help. Zhou Shuan quickly went over and gently pressed his shoulder. Brother Yu, sit down and rest. We can handle these chores. Qi Mingyu smiled wryly and sat back down. The room gradually became cleaner. Ji Ping and Xue Tao moved the bed back inside. Although it was still damp, it was much better than before. Ji Ping looked around the room and smiled. Now it's finally habitable. Zhong Tian checked the time. They had been busy for quite a while. She then said, Ji Ping, Xue Tao, why don't you stay for dinner? Although we don't have anything fancy, we can't let you work for nothing. Ji Ping and Xue Tao exchanged a glance, a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Ji Ping scratched his head and smiled. Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. We head back now. We have things to do at home. Chapter 603. Zhong Tiyun wanted to stay longer, but Ji Ping had already led everyone quickly to the door, waved to them, and turned to leave. He looked like he was being chased by a ghost. Ji Ping and Xue Tao knew that everyone was short of supplies. With 5 mouths to feed from their 2 families, they couldn't afford to stay for meals as freely as before. Watching them walk away, Zhong Tiyun sighed helplessly. Zhou Jianhai walked to the window, looked at the gloomy sky outside, and sighed, it's not their fault. I heard from Yuxuan that all of Ji Ping's family's supplies were ruined by the water. Everything they saved up over the past 2 years has gone down the drain. It's really... Zhou Shuan nodded. It's not just Ji Ping's family, it's the same for everyone on the island. All the food they painstakingly grew, the fish they pickled, were destroyed by the sea. Starting over now will probably be even harder than before. Zhong Tiyun lowered her head, her hand still gently wiping the table with a rag, but her movements had slowed considerably. She seemed to hear faint sobs in the distance. The the island's inhabitants grieving over their lost supplies. The Zhou family's losses were also significant. The vegetable garden they had painstakingly cultivated, illuminated by plant lights, could continue to yield vegetables and grains even in temperatures as low as -20 degrees Celsius. When Zhou Shuan fled to the mothership, although she had stored most of the supplies in her spatial storage, she hadn't taken the vegetable planting boxes and plant lights from the garden. Firstly, time was of the essence, and secondly, she feared that taking these items would arouse suspicion. Now, these two had been swallowed by the sea, reduced to nothingness. And the few wooden houses they had painstakingly built were gone too. However, the trees on the island had been submerged for so long that the wood was rotten, leaving no resources to rebuild the wooden house. Zhou Shuan had some items in her spatial storage, but some things weren't suitable to be taken out. There were outsiders present earlier, so many things couldn't be taken out. Now that they were gone, the Zhou family pried up all the stone slabs paving the ground, cleaned away the silt at the bottom, and spread dry fine sand or quicklime to absorb moisture. Zhou Shuan had both of these in her spatial storage. She had stockpiled them for future building materials. Then they would repave the slabs. To remove the moisture from the walls, they simply took out the fuel generator and dehumidifier and blew them forcefully against the walls. The two small houses weren't difficult to tidy up. However, to prevent outsiders from seeing them and causing unnecessary trouble, the Zhou family kept the doors and windows tightly closed. The fuel generator was very noisy. To reduce the noise, they laid down shock-absorbing pads on the ground to reduce the resonance caused by the machine's hard contact with the ground. They then wrapped the generator with several layers of plush blankets, avoiding areas prone to heat dissipation. This greatly reduced the machine's noise. The Zhou family worked until after 3 a.m., before finally making clean bedding and falling asleep, exhausted. The next morning, when Zhou Shuan woke up, the dampness in the room had significantly decreased. She got up and opened the window. A cool breeze carrying the salty smell of the sea rushed in. The sky outside was still gray, without a trace of sunlight. Not far away, a few surviving saplings swayed in the wind, their branches and leaves covered with a thick layer of salt frost. Zhou Shuan squinted, looking towards the edge of the island, where the dilapidated wooden houses and the desolate landscape soaked by the sea remained. Awake? Zhong Tiyun came in from outside, holding a piece of freshly roasted taro, and handed it to Zhou Shuan. Eat something first, we still have a lot to do today. Zhou Shuan took the taro and took a bite. Although the taro wasn't eaten with sugar, it was a little rough on her throat. But on this resource-scarce island, it was a rare treat. Qi Mingyu was blind, but he maintained a composed demeanor, reaching out to take the taro from Zhou Shuan and eating it slowly. Just then, Zhou Jianghai walked in from outside, his brow furrowed. Wan, someone just came to inform us that there aren't enough people on the island. Each family needs to send 2 workers to quickly clear the ruins. Zhou Shuan nodded, stuffed the last bite of taro into her mouth, and stood up. Mumu and I will go help. Let Xiaoyu stay home. Qi Mingyu also knew that the island's environment was completely unfamiliar to him. He would only cause trouble if he went out, so he remained silent about Zhou Shuan's arrangements. Zhou Jianghai, however, couldn't bear to see his daughter go out to do hard labor. It was so cold now, and it was the dead of night. Carrying heavy objects and clearing mud would be incredibly hard work. You stay home with Xiaoyu, Mumu and I will go. Zhou Shuan interrupted him. Dad, if you don't want us to worry, you and Mom should stay home. Mumu nodded. That's right, Dad, my sister and I will go. Zhou Jianghai was getting old, his eyesight was failing, and he might slip and fall. He couldn't afford to go on like that. Zhong Tiyun had been kept from doing heavy work for the past 2 years due to a lumbar spine problem. Finally, Zhou Shuan and Mumu went to help with the work. Torchlights had been lit on the island overnight. While not entirely brightly lit, it was enough to see the general area. The island was a scene of utter devastation, littered with rotting wood and furniture mangled beyond recognition by the sea. Several sailors were directing the clearing of mud and wood from the ruins. Zhou Shuan and Mumu joined the cleanup effort. She used a pitchfork to pile up the rotting wood, intending to dry it for firewood. Others were also busy, some clearing mud, others searching through the ruins for usable items. Although everyone was exhausted, no one complained. Everyone knew that only by quickly restoring the island could they begin again sooner. Clearance was also underway in the farmland. Mumu, come help. Mumu quickly went over and, together with several sailors, moved a few wooden crates. The wooden crate was rotten, its contents had long since been washed away by the sea. He sighed, and turned to continue clearing the remaining debris. Just then, Jiping and Xue Tao joined the cleanup effort. Jiping saw Zhou Shuwan and walked over to pat her on the shoulder. Wan, everyone's helping, don't overwork yourself. Zhou Shuwan smiled and wiped the sweat from her brow. It's alright. Everyone working together will help us clear the island faster. Jiping nodded, then turned to look at Mumu, who was diligently working. His brow furrowed slightly. Wan, I didn't ask yesterday, is Xiaoyu alright? Zhou Shuwan sighed softly. He's trying to adapt. Since his eye injury, many things have changed. Jiping was silent for a moment, then said softly, You two have it tough. In this apocalypse, who has it easy? Chapter 604. Zhou Shuwan smiled, said nothing more, and turned back to the cleanup work. After a busy day, the ruins on the island were almost completely cleared. Rotten wood was piled into a small mountain, and the silt had been shoveled away, revealing relatively clean ground. Vice Captain Shang stood on high ground, looking at the cleaned-up scene, a hint of satisfaction finally appearing on his face. There were still supplies on the mothership, and all the residents and sailors who participated in the work could receive a dinner. It was half a pound of smoked fish. Zhou Shuwan, exhausted, went with Mumu to collect their share of smoked fish before dragging her heavy steps home. It had been a long time since she had been this tired. Lying in bed that night, Qi Mingyu, probably hearing her tossing and turning, got up in the dark, sat at the foot of the bed, and placed her feet on his lap. Zhou Shuwan, exhausted from a long day, was just about to fall asleep when she suddenly woke up. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Let me give you a massage. Qi Mingyu's hands were strong. He had studied traditional Chinese medicine, though he wasn't particularly gifted in it. Finding acupoints wasn't difficult for him. He pressed firmly on the acupoints, and Zhou Shuwan sighed comfortably. Go to sleep. I massage you for a while, and then you sleep too. In the darkness, Qi Mingyu's voice sounded gentle. Zhou Shuwan mumbled a sleepy and drifted off to sleep. The mothership had returned, but the crew wasn't all there. The destroyers, frigates, supply ships, and others hadn't returned yet. These ships had fewer personnel, but they were still an indispensable part of the fleet. The vast ocean, they had all been swept away by storms and waves, their whereabouts unknown. The mothership returned thanks to Zhou Shuwan's innate and exceptional sense of direction. However, the other fleets were likely lost at sea, or, more tragically, sunk. Before returning to the island, everyone was anxious, unsure of the situation. But upon returning, seeing the devastated island and the still missing other fleets, no one was happy. Vice Captain Shang stood before his destroyed house, gazing at the ravaged landscape, and sighed heavily. Those brothers, I wonder how they are. Captain Chen understood his feelings, and also looked towards the horizon, remaining silent. After a long while, he patted Vice Captain Shang on the shoulder. Don't worry, those brothers will definitely come back. As he spoke, he took a bottle wrapped in oilcloth from a box behind him, skillfully uncorked it, and a rich aroma of baijiu instantly filled the air. Come on, let's have a drink. Vice Captain Shang's eyes widened in surprise. You little rascal, even after all these years of the apocalypse, you still have such a good bottle hidden away. Captain Chen smiled smugly. Of course, I hid it on the mothership. Nobody knows except the adjutant. You're lucky today. The reason he was willing to bring out his long-treasured liquor was to celebrate Vice Captain Shang's survival. He had genuinely thought that this comrade-in-arms, who had fought alongside him for so long, had also perished. Vice Captain Shang chuckled and took the glass. I still have a mission to complete, so I can't drink too much. Just a small sip. Don't worry, if you wanted more, I wouldn't give you any. Each of them took a glass and sipped slowly. The glasses Captain Chen had brought out were chipped, but that didn't hinder their enjoyment of the baijiu. On this cold seashore, the waves rose and fell. The strong liquor slid down their throats, bringing a spicy kick, but also a touch of warmth. Do you remember our days at military academy? Captain Chen said with a smile, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, we were all young and ambitious, always thinking about making a name for ourselves, but who would have thought? Vice Captain Shang also smiled, a bitter smile in his voice. Yes, who could have imagined we'd go through all this? He thought of his scattered brothers, his comrades whose fates were unknown, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He sighed heavily, clinking his glass against Shang's. Old Chen, thank goodness you're here. Old buddy, why say such mushy things? Despite his dismissive tone, Captain Chen gently touched Shang's glass, a silent smile playing on his wrinkled face. The two clinked glasses, and downed their strong liquor again. After finishing their drinks, a warm feeling filled their stomachs. The two captains quickly returned to their practical problems. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, swept over them, and the distant sky remained overcast, as if rain was imminent. Old Shang, we need to find a way to locate the other ships, Captain Chen said in a low voice. This was practically a search plan that was doomed before it even set sail. Because in the vast ocean, finding a ship as small as an ant was incredibly difficult. But as the fleet's leader, he couldn't stand idly by. As it happened, they were also short of supplies. Apart from some fishing boats stored on the mothership, all the other ships were either damaged or swept away by the waves. They decided to go out fishing, while simultaneously searching for other ships. Although the chances were slim, it was better than doing nothing. After a brief discussion, the two decided to send out a fishing team. Zhou Shuan heard the news while standing behind her house, tending the vegetable garden with her parents. Her brow furrowed slightly. This was the only feasible option at the moment. But she also knew that such an operation was extremely risky. Thunderstorms, storm surges, and other natural disasters could occur at any time at sea, and fishing boats could not provide the protection of a mothership. She glanced at Qi Mingyu sitting beside her, and ultimately chose to remain silent. She couldn't abandon her family, especially Qi Mingyu. He needed to recuperate in this relatively safe environment. The rocking on the ship was greatly affecting his recovery. And she couldn't leave her parents, brother, and husband on this small island to go out searching with the fishing boat. With her joining them, the chances of finding them would be greater. Moreover, although she could orient herself, without the protection of a mothership, she couldn't escape unscathed from disasters like thunderstorms and storm surges. Soon, the three fishing boats prepared to depart. Jiping, Xuetao, and the others also decided to join the fishing team. Now that the oil field had been destroyed, without fuel, all the ships would be scrap metal. Naturally, the sooner they joined the fishing, the better. After much consideration and discussion with Xuetao, Jiping decided to take Yushuan, Chun, and Xuedong, who rarely went to sea, with him. Going to sea now was too dangerous. A thunderstorm could strike at any moment, leaving them isolated and helpless at sea. But without fishing, there would be no supplies. Therefore, they had no choice but to risk their lives at sea. If anything happened after they set sail, their last thought would be that their family would still be together. Before leaving, Jiping and his family came to bid farewell to the Zhou family. Chapter 605. Zhong Tian's eyes immediately reddened. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Jiping, our family still has some supplies that we can lend you. It's really too dangerous at sea right now. A fishing boat isn't a mothership, it might not be able to protect you. A smile appeared on Jiping's thin, pale face. He knew that his aunt's family was good. However, how could his aunt possibly support 4 adults and a teenager in their family? No family could bear such a burden. He shook his head and refused, giving a different reason. Aunt, I know you feel sorry for us. But your family's supplies are limited, and you risked all sorts of dangers to acquire them. We simply can't accept them. Secondly, our family still has some fuel, medicine, and daily necessities stored on the mothership, but we don't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. They're a last resort. Thirdly, and most importantly, we lost many ships previously, and the current fishing fleet is a reorganized fishing team. Fortunately, my cousin Tao and I have been on the mothership for so many years, and still have some connections. With this reorganization, we can both join the new fishing team. But if we miss this reorganization, even if we want to go fishing in the future, there won't be any large fishing boats available for us. So, after much thought, we must go to sea this time. Hearing this, Zhong Tian choked up, unable to speak for a moment. For so many years, Jiping and his family have made a living by fishing at sea. If they were to cut off their future livelihood because of a single moment of fear, even she herself would have to think about it carefully. Xuetao stood to the side, adding softly, Auntie, we're going this time to stock up on supplies for the family. Life has to go on. Zhou Jianhai patted Jiping's shoulder, his voice heavy. Jiping, Xuetao, be careful and come back safely. Jiping nodded. Uncle, don't worry, we be careful. Chun stood behind Xuetao, his young age masking a resolute look beyond his years. Zhou Shuan walked over, gently patted his head, and said softly, Chun, listen to the adults when you're at sea, don't run around. Chun nodded, his voice firm. Auntie Wan, I will. Zhou Shuan smiled, but felt a pang of sadness. Before parting, Zhong Tian scooped 5 frozen fish from a large storage vat, and several pounds of purple taro from a corner, insisting they be placed in Jiping's arms. Jiping instinctively wanted to refuse. Zhong Tian's eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs, almost inaudible. You've been so sensible since you were little. Your aunt can't do much to help you. Just make sure you have a meal or two. If you don't even accept this, wouldn't that make me feel even worse? Shui Tao, Shui Dong, and Yu Xian watched from the side, their expressions complex. Feeling his aunt's concern, Jiping finally sighed softly and accepted the fish and taro. Okay, thank you, aunt. Zhong Tian finally showed a relieved smile, repeating okay, okay, okay. Her voice filled with indescribable emotions. She watched Jiping and the others disappear into the night, until their figures were completely swallowed by darkness, before slowly turning her gaze away. To survive, each of them had given almost everything they had. The next morning, a thin mist shrouded this weathered land. Everyone gathered on the shore to see off the fishing fleet. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a sense of unease lingered, for everyone knew that the risks of this voyage would far exceed those of the past. Just then, a sharp shout shattered the silence. Over there. Look over there. Following the sound, people looked and saw some enormous black objects in the nearshore waters, being pushed ashore by the waves. These objects were enormous. They looked terrifying in the darkness. Fortunately, the survivors, having endured countless hardships, wouldn't resort to shouting or screaming. They calmly shone their flashlights on the objects and discovered they were a dozen or so well-sealed shipping containers, washed clean by the seawater, yet completely intact. Soon, Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shan arrived at the scene. The two men exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions grave. They were all insiders of Project Spark, having participated in similar container salvage operations. Now, Spark had inexplicably appeared here. Could it be because... Captain Chen immediately ordered the Navy to move the containers. Working together, using pulleys and other tools, everyone moved 17 or 18 huge containers to the shore. After careful inspection, they discovered that 13 containers were filled with fuel oil, while the remaining 4 contained valuable supplies such as medicine, coal, cotton, sugar, and compressed biscuits. These supplies were exactly what the island desperately needed. A cheer erupted from the crowd, joy radiating from everyone's faces. The destruction of the oil field was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the small island, but the appearance of these containers offered a glimmer of hope for its future. Fuel was easy to obtain, the mothership would arrive, and it could be carefully stored in the fuel tanks. This large quantity of fuel was enough to sustain them at sea for several more months. However, this unexpected windfall temporarily put the planned fishing expeditions on hold. Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang were not blinded by this sudden stroke of luck. Instead, they became even more cautious. They immediately ordered reconnaissance ships to conduct a thorough search of the waters surrounding the island. Soon afterward, the reconnaissance ships brought back good news. 2 more containers had been discovered behind the island. This time, upon opening the containers, people were astonished to find that they contained fertile black soil. High-yield black soil. On Hope Island, where land is incredibly valuable, this was an even greater treasure. People erupted in cheers once more. The air above the island was filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe and anticipation for the future. The people on the island were abuzz with discussion, speculating about the origin of the supplies. Most believed it was a natural disaster that had washed the supplies out of hiding somewhere. Others guessed they might be from a sunken ship, washed ashore by the waves. Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang, after discussion, felt that there might indeed be sparks remaining around the island. But the containers were so large and heavy. They must have sunk to the bottom of the sea. How did such massive, heavy containers drift to the surface, and even happen to drift right onto their island? This remained a mystery. They only had one usable submarine, and decided to send it to conduct an underwater exploration. Even though it was a leftover spark, with almost no chance of survival for the living, their priority was to use it to stay alive. The rest could be dealt with later. Chapter 606. Vice Captain Shang nodded, fully aware of the importance of this underwater exploration. The unexpected discovery of supplies undoubtedly brought new hope to Hope Island, but it was only temporary. In the long run, the island still faced immense survival pressure. This exploration might find more sparks, providing a more solid guarantee for the island's future. He watched the undulating waves on the sea surface, silently praying that the exploration would be successfully completed. The submarine searched around the island for a day, but found nothing. The location that Zhou Shuan had discovered was obtained through Lin Yuang. It wouldn't be easy to find in the deep sea. The submarine searched for another 2 days, but found nothing, so it had to give up. The autumn sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, gently lapped against the hull of the mothership. On the deck, Captain Chen gazed at the boundless sea in the distance, his gaze deep and complex. The missing warships, like lost stars in the sea, haunted him, keeping him awake at night. Now that he had fuel reserves, he decided to deploy the mothership and search relentlessly. All survivors willing to travel with the mothership, please prepare within 3 days, and depart on time 3 days later. Survivors who feel that traveling with the mothership is too strenuous can choose to remain on the island. Captain Chen issued the order, which quickly spread to every corner of the island. Everyone knew that having the mothership by their side gave them confidence. So even though some privately gossiped that Captain Chen and his men were too focused on their own troops, deploying the mothership to search for a few missing warships without regard for the lives of ordinary civilians. Faced with the vast ocean and unknown risks, the vast majority chose to follow the mothership. The Zhou family was naturally among them. Zhou Shuan also carefully considered the pros and cons of Qi Mingyu recuperating on the mothership versus on the island. The mothership, with its heavy tonnage, was very stable in calm conditions, no different from being on the island. However, in the event of a tsunami, storm, or other natural disaster, the island could experience seawater intrusion or lightning strikes. The level of danger was the same as on the mothership. The military, considering various factors, decided to deploy fishing boats to fish and search for Qi Mingyu. But this was extremely dangerous, only the mothership was relatively safe. Therefore, she decided to scatter 20 containers around the island to replenish resources for both the mothership and the civilian population. The reason she didn't object to joining the search for the warship was that a complete fleet includes destroyers, amphibious ships, supply ships, and submarines. On the vast ocean, only a well-organized fleet like this can form the most powerful naval fighting force. Being scattered and fighting independently is an outcome no one wants to face. Therefore, she wanted to try going with the mothership. 3 days later, the mothership departed on time. The crew looked at the small island where they had just settled down and had to leave again, their eyes filled with reluctance. Passed down the order, prepare to set sail. Captain Chen also glanced at the small island that had given them temporary peace, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, only a sense of peace remained on his face. With the order given, the mothership slowly sailed away from the island's coastline. The ship rocked slightly, the waves lapping against the hull with a low thud. Captain Chen ordered a thorough search of the surrounding waters. He planned to spend a month searching for the missing ships and comrades. If, despite their all-out search, they still couldn't find the missing warships, he would have no choice but to give up and return home. Zhou Shuan had an excellent sense of direction, so she was responsible for guiding the mothership's course. For the first few days, the search yielded no results, only the endless, dark sea answered their efforts. On the 5th day, Zhou Shuan stood on the lookout tower, intently watching the sea. One hand rested on the binoculars, the other lightly on the ship's side, when suddenly she noticed something unusual. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her expression grave, her lips pressed into a straight line. She had clearly seen a supply ship sunk 30 nautical miles from the mothership, deep in the ocean. Surrounded by the seawater, the remains of several naval soldiers were faintly visible. In fact, Zhou Shuan was somewhat prepared. So many days had passed, the chances of the soldiers on the missing warship surviving were slim. She gave instructions to the navigator in the cockpit, slightly adjusted the course, and more than 20 hours later, the mothership arrived at the area. Floating on the surface were some wrecked pieces of the ship. This time, not only Zhou Shuan, but the other crew members also discovered the wreckage. Captain Chen, wearing night vision goggles, stared at the familiar warship insignia on the wreckage, his body trembling slightly, an indescribable grief churning in his chest. He immediately ordered a submarine to be dispatched to search the seabed. The submarine quickly located the sunken supply ship. The remains of several fallen soldiers were carefully placed into body bags, and some intact supplies were also salvaged. When the bodies were carried aboard the mothership, the atmosphere on board became heavy. The supply ship's captain was a longtime subordinate of Captain Chen, having served him for over a decade. Before Captain Chen lay the captain's usual uniform, neatly folded. Captain Chen slowly ran his hand over it, a dull, indescribable pain welling up inside him. The two had fought side by side for many years. Now, this former friend was gone forever. Before the grief subsided, Zhou Shuan spotted a school of fish nearby. The waves in this area were gently rippling, seemingly calm, but the undercurrents were constantly stirring. The fish were swimming in their direction, so she didn't warn them. Half an hour later, the sonar system operator reported confidently, "Captain, we detected a large school of fish approaching us." A flicker of joy flashed in Captain Chen's eyes. He ordered the mothership to begin fishing. The massive mothership slowly adjusted its course, and the fishing equipment on board began operating. A powerful sonar system precisely located the school of fish, and the nets were swiftly lowered, accurately encircling them. The entire process was efficient and orderly. The sailors on the mothership worked together seamlessly, demonstrating their extensive experience. Soon, a large quantity of fish was hauled ashore, piled high on the deck, shimmering silver, a breathtaking sight. The somber atmosphere from just moments before dissipated somewhat. The survivors came ashore, beaming with joy at their bountiful catch. Several hours passed, and the fishing operation concluded. After counting, the total weight of the fish caught was confirmed to exceed 12,000 jin, approximately 6,000 kilograms. With the catch, the trip wasn't entirely in vain. However, Zhou Shuan had a premonition of something ominous. The fish they had recently caught were all swimming in large schools or hiding beneath reefs. These behaviors were unusual. Is the underwater environment nearing its limit? Are the fish they're catching today a case of depleting resources? Has their initial assessment of the possibility of fish extinction increased? Chapter 607. Zhou Shuan was only vaguely worried, and aside from telling her family, she didn't tell anyone else. After all, even if she guessed the truth, none of them could change it. Because Xue Dong had returned to the mothership, the work in the planting department naturally fell to him, leaving Jiang Yisan temporarily unemployed. However, Sun Su and Jiang Yisan were both kind-hearted and considerate people, showing no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, they felt very embarrassed for having taken over Xue Dong's work for so long. They even brought a fish to Jiping's house for a visit, leaving with profuse thanks. After catching the fish, the mothership remained in this area for the time being. That evening, Zhou Shuan's family went to Jiping and Xue Tao's place. Besides borrowing their cookware to cook, they discussed Jiping and Xue Tao's future plans. Zhou Shuan didn't mince words, saying directly, "I think it's too dangerous for you to go out to sea to fish right now. We must stay with the mothership at all times. That's the safest approach right now." Jiping smiled wryly. "Of course I know that, but job opportunities are dwindling, and the mothership really needs to distribute tasks equally. One of my family members, Dong Dong, already works in the planning department, so the others can't work. That's why my cousin Tao and I chose to join the fishing team in the first place. Firstly, fishing at sea is risky, and many people are afraid to go, hence the scarcity of positions. Secondly, fishing, if successful, is much more lucrative than simply earning a salary from the mothership. The initial choice wasn't wrong, but the situation is different now." Xiong Tiyun then said, "What Wanan said is exactly what I wanted to say. The situation is different now than before. It's too dangerous at sea now. If there were other options, I think we shouldn't continue fishing." Qi Mingyu, who had been quiet, listened intently and asked, "You two families should have two spots. If Dongdong can work on the mothership, then Yushuan or Jiping can also try to find work there. Having two people's income would greatly reduce the pressure of survival." Yushuan said, "Actually, I did some odd jobs on the mothership initially, mainly to take care of Chun Chun. Later, as more and more survivors came, everyone needed work, and I couldn't get those odd jobs anymore. Besides, the mothership said it would give each family one position, but it's only for the lowest income families, those barely surviving. Our two families don't really qualify." Everyone else nodded. Zhou Shuan had actually been considering this for a while. Now that both families were willing to work on the mothership but lacked the opportunity, she said, "Last time Xiaoyu and I went to the restaurant, we noticed there were a lot of mushroom dishes. We asked around, and it turns out the mushroom cultivation department has expanded by half and is short-staffed. My mom has a lot of influence there. Jiping, Tao, one of you could come out and learn mushroom cultivation techniques from my mom, then try to get a job in the cultivation department." Jiping and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement. "Okay, we discuss it. The cultivation department on the mothership always paid very high wages. Getting a job there was already quite good." Zhou Shuan smiled and continued, "The medical ward is always short-staffed. Yushuan has taken care of Chun Chun before, doing things like disinfection, bandaging wounds, and giving injections. I think she knows a little about basic medical knowledge. I'm planning to have Mumu do her internship in the medical ward. I talked to the head of the ward and asked them to bring a nurse to train. Neither of them will be paid during the internship. We talk about it once they're both competent. Mumu is just there to gain experience, no salary is fine. As long as she gets more practical skills, it won't be a waste of time. If Yushuan picks things up quickly, she can be independent in 2 months. Then she get a salary." Before Jiping and the others could speak, Zhou Jianhai thought it made a lot of sense and nodded repeatedly. "That way, 3 out of the 5 of you from both families will have jobs. The remaining 2 can take care of the house and supplies, and won't have to make a living at sea." Jiping and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reddening. Zhou Shuan's considerations were comprehensive, clearly the result of careful planning. Mushroom cultivation and care were both technically demanding jobs, not easily replaceable. Zhou Shuan had previously said she wouldn't give Sun Su and Jiang Yisun preferential treatment, but Jiping and the others were, after all, her own people. Knowing their struggles with income and their willingness to risk their lives fishing at sea, she had been considering suitable positions for them. The mushroom cultivation technique was taught to the mothership by Zhong Tiyun. With food becoming increasingly scarce, mushrooms were becoming a more important part of the fleet. Therefore, given the current expansion phase, sending someone with technical skills would be easy and wouldn't be considered replacing someone else's work. The medical ward was even more desperate, chronically understaffed. She also felt that Mumu was old enough to be doing her internship, and bringing a nurse along without pay would surely be agreed upon by the mothership. In 2 or 3 months, when Yuxuan completed her apprenticeship, the medical ward would also be short-staffed, making it reasonable to retain an experienced nurse. Leaving aside Jiping and his friends' gratitude to the Zhou family, the next day, Zhong Tiyun took Jiping to the mushroom cultivation center. She explained her purpose and promised to teach Jiping the techniques. The head of the cultivation center had originally learned from Zhong Tiyun, and out of a sense of kinship, agreed without much hesitation. Zhong Tiyun smiled and said, "Then I shamelessly train him here for a month, and he'd be a master." The cultivation center had the necessary facilities, making it perfect for mentoring apprentices. Zhong Tiyun also declared in advance, "The first month of learning the skills is unpaid. Once you're actually on the job, you need to come and assess you. Only if you're competent will you be allowed to start. No favoritism allowed." The person in charge laughed, "Sister Tiyun, you're joking. I'd be happy if you helped for a month. Even if I don't pay my apprentices, I at least give you a salary." Zhong Tiyun quickly waved her hand with a smile. No, I'm worried about my nephew's livelihood. I only came because I heard you were hiring. As long as you don't mind that my daughter and I are a nuisance, I'd be satisfied. I can't take a salary." She spoke sincerely, so the other party didn't insist. Mumu and Yuxuan quickly started their jobs. With Zhou Shuan's influence, they weren't given any trouble and were smoothly assigned to their respective mentors, running errands, receiving patients, and working night shifts. The medical ward was extremely busy. Once you arrived, there was basically no time to rest. Having only been on duty for 2 days, Mumu could only come home for 1 day at a time. Upon returning, he didn't even bother to greet his family before collapsing into his bunk and falling asleep. His unshaven face and bloodshot eyes made Zhong Tiyun feel a pang of heartache. But her daughter was right. Her son needed to hone his skills in the medical ward, otherwise he forever remained just a theorist. Wanwan had gone through the same thing back then. Chapter 608. Actually, Jiping wanted to give the job at the mushroom cultivation center to Xue Tao. But Xue Tao felt that everyone had already sacrificed a lot over the years by helping him take care of his child. If he went to work at the cultivation center this time, then Jiping would have to help take care of Chun Chun at home. After careful consideration, he decided to give the opportunity to Jiping. It was also a way of thanking Jiping and Yuxuan for all these years. He had also thought carefully about what he could do to earn money if he stayed at home. After much thought, he realized that his family had some fuel reserves, and their living supplies were stored in the mothership's inventory. If he took out a few barrels of cooking oil, he could fry fish for customers. Business would surely be good. He was just an ordinary survivor, and he understood what others were thinking. Right now, most families didn't have enough cooking oil. The fish they harvested could only be made into sashimi or boiled. Frying, pan-frying, and smoking fish, because they all required cooking oil, firewood, fish skin, coal, and other resources, were actually eaten less often. The smoked fish that ordinary survivors usually referred to was simply fish that had been salted and then air-dried. This kind of smoked fish naturally didn't taste good. People ate this kind of smoked fish day after day for years, and their appetites were never satisfied. Xue Tao then consulted with his family and started a business helping to cook prepared food. Except for the first few days when no one knew, business was neither good nor bad. He charged a fixed amount for each serving of fish he helped fry. It wasn't much, but overall it was quite profitable. However, their family didn't have much cooking oil. Xue Tao then used the fish he caught for frying, specifically selecting those with high fat content. He would steam or boil the fish meat and liver to extract fish oil, which could also be used for frying, though the taste wasn't as good as cooking oil. In short, Xue Tao's business was manageable, earning him enough for a day's wages. The mothership continued its search for the missing ship on the vast ocean. The roar of the engines mingled with the howling sea wind, keeping the people on board from feeling too lonely. During this time, they spotted schools of fish several more times. Several days of fishing greatly replenished the survivors' food reserves. The deck was piled high with shimmering silver fish, and the air was filled with the smell of the sea and excited chatter. However, after several large-scale fishing trips, Zhou Shuan noticed that the fish population had indeed drastically decreased. The next two sightings of fish were small, only a few 100 pounds each. They wandered the seas for more than 20 days without finding any trace of other ships. Fortunately, they had gained a lot from this trip, preventing them from becoming impatient. That day, Zhou Shuan, as usual, rested her hand on the windowpane and paused slightly. She must have finally spotted the other ships. She didn't show it on her face, but inwardly she was delighted. There were at least 5 or 6 ships together. It seemed they had clustered together after the disaster. The ships were heading 20 degrees south. If she didn't warn them, they would miss each other. However, to avoid revealing her ability to sense objects on the sea using a medium, Zhou Shuan remained cautious. After a moment's thought, she quietly walked to Captain Chen's side and asked in a low voice, "Captain Chen, we've been out for so long, shouldn't we consider turning back?" After a long silence, Captain Chen slowly nodded. "All right, let's turn back. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back." His tone carried a hint of weariness, yet also a sense of relief. For a month, aside from encountering a storm, they had been fortunate enough to avoid any danger. But drifting at sea was not a sustainable solution. Zhou Shuan added, "Captain Chen, I suggest we change our course and return in a circular pattern. This will allow us to more effectively search for fish resources in the nearby waters." Captain Chen nodded approvingly. "Right. We should make the fuel consumption worthwhile." He immediately gave the order, and the mothership began to adjust its course. During the voyage, Zhou Shuan secretly veered the mothership's course slightly south by 10 degrees. As they approached that area, more information flooded her mind. She was slightly surprised, but remained outwardly composed. 3 days later, the sonar system indicated an unidentified situation slightly to the left ahead. A commotion erupted in the cockpit. Everyone perked up and whispered amongst themselves. Captain Chen remained cautious, first dispatching a reconnaissance ship to investigate. 2 hours later, the reconnaissance ship returned, and the scout excitedly reported back to Captain Chen privately. Captain Chen's face showed shock upon hearing the report. He immediately ordered the mothership to proceed at full speed. During the journey, they encountered several familiar ships, 2 destroyers, 1 amphibious assault ship, and 3 frigates. After the initial surprise, they discovered a ship they had never seen before, a massive civilian cargo ship, even larger than a typical warship. The cargo ship looked dilapidated, but before the apocalypse, it must have been a large vessel transporting goods. The ship's appearance surprised and puzzled everyone. Could it be that somewhere in this vast ocean, humanity still exists? Aren't they a solitary group? The mothership slowly approached the familiar warships. On the decks, soldiers waved their arms excitedly, letting out deafening cheers. The sea breeze, carrying the excited shouts, brushed against Zhou Shuan's face. "Captain, they seem badly damaged," a young Navy officer said from the lookout, pointing to the warships, his voice filled with worry. Indeed, through the night vision goggles, it was clear that the hulls of the warships were covered in scars, some even exposing the broken steel structure, as if they had endured countless brutal trials. Captain Chen gazed at the warships, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Reuniting with lost comrades on the vast ocean is no easy feat. They had even given up on returning home. They never expected to encounter these ships here. As the mothership approached, the captains of the warships quickly boarded and gave Captain Chen a crisp military salute. Their postures were upright, their faces weathered, but their eyes shone with undisguised excitement and joy. That excitement was the relief of surviving a catastrophe, and the solace of reunion. Captain Chen exclaimed, deeply moved, "We finally found you. You all done a great job." "Captain Chen." Captain Du Yongli of Destroyer No. 1 said, his voice slightly choked, "We finally found home." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. The other captains beside him were the same, too overwhelmed with emotion to utter a single word. Chapter 609. In their deepest despair, they even thought that only their few dilapidated ships remained in the world. Without superiors to guide them, without people to shelter them, they had lost their purpose. Drifting on the vast ocean, they were completely lost, not knowing where they were going or how to return. Captain Chen gave them a firm look and patted Du Yongli on the shoulder. "You worked hard, Lao Du, you all worked hard." After they calmed down a bit, Captain Chen asked, "Tell us your experiences in detail." Du Yongli recounted his harrowing ordeal as calmly as possible. Each of their ships had 200 or 300 men. These past few days at sea had been marred by 2 devastating thunderstorms, catching them off guard and resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Initially, their ships were separated, but after experiencing multiple disasters and losing their way, they gradually regrouped, only to find their mother ship in the island. During their time there, they encountered a group of survivors living at sea. These survivors helped them repair their ships, allowing them to survive. However, they remained disoriented until today, when they finally found their mothership. But because they were lost, even knowing their current location, they couldn't remember the island's location, so they had to temporarily stop in this area. They were soldiers, and their ships were equipped with weapons. Therefore, the ordinary survivors on the other side welcomed them warmly. Captain Chen listened to Du Yongli's account, his brow furrowed, and asked about the survivors. Du Yongli said, before the earthquake, they collected many medium and large cruise ships, sailed to the sea, and went to the South China Sea, far from Yin country. They specifically chose a sandy, rocky seabed suitable for anchoring. Then they tightly chained together 20 or 30 cruise ships and over 100 smaller boats, and used reinforced anchors to scour the sandy seabed, creating a relatively stable artificial landmass. Later, several major disasters occurred, resulting in numerous deaths and injuries. Their base of operations changed several times, but they are currently stationed here. They initially stockpiled supplies, and later made a living by fishing at sea. The fact that so many ships gathered an artificial land was built in the South China Sea before the earthquake is highly unusual. Captain Chen looked at Du Yongli, his voice low. Is one of them a prophet? Du Yongli had been with these people for the past 2 or 3 months, and was quite familiar with the situation. He shook his head, his tone carrying an indescribable complexity. Captain Chen, I also had my doubts at first. Back then, there were extreme temperatures, extreme cold, and various natural disasters. Seeking refuge at sea was extremely dangerous. Yet, they had collected enough large cruise ships and boats before the major earthquake and built an artificial landmass at sea. So, they perfectly avoided the devastating earthquake. However, after several inquiries, I couldn't find out anything. He paused, then added, but they did experience many disasters and suffered heavy losses. How many survivors are there? They initially numbered 5,000 or 6,000, but then I heard about a series of maritime disasters, tsunamis, storms, underwater volcanic eruptions, toxic fog, thunderstorms, and other natural calamities. Many were killed or wounded. Later, they lacked food, and there was infighting and internal strife. Now, there are fewer than 1,000 left. Do they have weapons? Du Yongli replied, they do have weapons, but not many, and they're not very advanced. They were probably looted from some armed forces before the mainland fell. Du Yongli guessed that this group of people were likely composed of several factions before coming to sea. Due to floods and tsunamis, the coastal cities in southern Yin were the first to perish. Some factions, however, dived into the sea to search for weapons, then formed cliques and fought for territory and supplies. This was quite common, and part of the survivors at sea was probably composed of such factions. Therefore, there was constant infighting, resulting in countless deaths. Where's the leader? Have you seen her? Du Yongli replied, it's strange, their internal strife is fierce, but the leader is a woman. Everyone calls her leader Shui. Captain Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the leader, who had led a group of survivors to safety in the deep sea, was a woman, but years of experience allowed him to quickly adjust his emotions. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, and then asked the most crucial question. From what you know, are these people suitable for recruitment? As a soldier of Yin country, after learning about their basic situation, Captain Chen's first thought was naturally to include these citizens of Yin country within his protection. This was his instinctive reaction, and also his duty as a soldier. Du Yongli hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words, and slowly said, these people are both righteous and wicked, and very capable. Captain Chen, we've been everywhere on our previous patrols at sea, including the South China Sea, but we haven't found any trace of them. That shows their capabilities. Among them are many good people. When our warship was damaged and we lacked supplies, they voluntarily provided us with food and clothing. However, we must be cautious about recruiting them all. His tone was full of caution. Clearly, although they had lived together for 2 or 3 months, he didn't fully trust these survivors. The other captains nodded in agreement. Back when they were patrolling the South China Sea, they hadn't found any trace of him. It could only mean that they were deliberately hiding in the deepest corners of the ocean, shutting down all ship signals, becoming invisible. The more they thought about it, the more certain they became that one of them must have been reborn. This person's vision of disaster before their rebirth was different from that of the previous prophet, perhaps even far exceeding the disaster predicted by the prophet. This person knew a major earthquake, even an avalanche or volcanic eruption, would occur long before it happened, so they prepared in advance, taking a group of people to live in the deep sea. Captain Chen nodded. Okay, I understand. You just returned. Go and meet your familiar comrades, then return to your respective ships. We stay a while and assess the situation. Yes, sir. Several captains saluted again and turned to leave. Captain Chen, in his office, gazed out the window at the cruise ship quietly moored there, lost in thought. Zhou Shuan, in the bridge, knew a little more than the others. When she heard some information about this group of survivors, her eyebrows twitched. Qi Mingyu, sitting beside her, keenly sensed her emotional fluctuation and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" There were too many people here to talk. Zhou Shuan shook her head and squeezed the back of his hand. He understood and didn't press further. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Shuan shared her guess. This group should also have a resurrected individual. Chapter 610. Knowing in advance of the various disasters that would follow, they felt that living at sea was the safest option. Therefore, they prepared various cruise ships and vessels as early as possible, and went to the deepest parts of the ocean to build the safest fortresses at sea. Qi Mingyu had already met 2 reborn individuals, and upon hearing that there was another, he reacted well. In contrast, Zhong Tian's reaction was somewhat excited. She leaned closer to Zhou Shuan, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of excitement, "Wan, do you think that if there really are reborn individuals in there, wouldn't they be able to know in advance what natural disasters will occur? We could prepare in advance." Zhou Shuan shook her head, her tone calm and rational. The ocean is so vast. Natural disasters, like thunderstorms, tsunamis, and massive storms are impossible to predict. Even if we knew in advance, there would be no absolutely safe place to hide. All we can do is try our best to enhance our own survival capabilities. Hearing this, the excitement on Zhong Tian's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment. She sighed and murmured, yes, even if we knew, what could we do?" Qi Mingyu spoke up then, his voice low but carrying a hint of comfort. "Mom, don't think so much. We're already very lucky to have survived this long. As long as we stay with the mothership, we definitely survive to the end." Zhong Tian nodded, then explained in admiration, "That's true. That Chief Shui is really amazing, managing to lead so many people to survive until now. If we didn't have the protection of the warship, we definitely wouldn't have lasted this long." Meanwhile, a few kilometers away on the sea, the civilian cruise ship Ocean was quietly floating on the turbulent waves, and the magnificent warship could be seen in the distance. The cruise ship's captain, surnamed Wang, was visibly shocked and incredulous when he first saw the mothership. He had never seen such a massive vessel before. Even the darkness couldn't conceal its imposing presence. Its overwhelming presence made Captain Wang instantly feel as insignificant as dust. He stood there, frozen, unable to move for a long time, until Ji Yongli and the others boarded the mothership and disembarked, returning to their respective ships. Only then did he dare to act. He cautiously boarded a small boat and slowly approached Captain Du's destroyer. He understood that this opportunity, if missed, might never come again. Ji Yongli, however, maintained the same friendly demeanor as before, greeting him warmly. Captain Wang, on the other hand, appeared somewhat uneasy, wringing his hands. Ji Yongli didn't hide anything, telling him directly that the mothership had come specifically to find them, and that they would be leaving together soon. Captain Wang's eyes darted around. Having followed Ji Yongli and his men for the past few months, he naturally understood the strength of this army. Superior weaponry, well-trained soldiers, and many civilians living under their protection. With this mothership, their future survival would be much more secure. He pondered this, then tentatively asked Ji Yongli if the warship could accept ordinary people like them. Before Ji Yongli could answer, Captain Wang, tears streaming down his face, recounted their hardships, the internal strife and conflicts of the past, the deaths of his wife and son in that man-made disaster. If only the army had been there to maintain order, that tragedy wouldn't have happened. A seasoned veteran of the seas, his tone was filled with despair and longing for the future, a sight that would move anyone to pity. Ji Yongli had spent over 2 months living and working alongside these survivors, naturally understanding their hardships and how much each survivor at the bottom of society longed for safety and order. He looked at Captain Wang, his tone meaningful. "Captain Wang, is this just your idea, or the idea of all the survivors?" Captain Wang hesitated. Ji Yongli then said, "Go back and ask your leader before you come back." Being under the command of the warship means everything will be completely different. You be managed, restrained, and completely under the warship's command. Your team has been at sea for over 10 years, you're used to freedom. You might not be able to handle military control. Captain Wang hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay, I go back and ask the leader's opinion. His cruise ship was responsible for fishing. Seeing that this fishing mission was going to fail, he needed to hurry back to inform his leader. So he repeatedly begged Du Yongli not to let the warship leave in a hurry. Du Yongli nodded, indicating he would persuade Captain Chen to give them a chance. But Captain Wang was still uneasy. He launched a small boat, leaving a few trusted men behind, while he hurriedly steered the cruise ship back. A strong wind, carrying the salty smell of the sea, rushed towards him. Captain Wang gripped the steering wheel tightly, the cruise ship rocking and lurching through the darkness. Captain Wang steered the cruise ship, the roar of the engine tearing through the silence of the night. The ship tossed and turned in the waves, as if being constantly pushed by an invisible giant hand. His hands gripped the helm tightly, his knuckles white from the force, his eyes fixed intently ahead, as if trying to pierce through the endless darkness. Faster, faster. He muttered to himself, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The crew members on board dared not slacken, each performing their duties, striving to push the ship to its maximum speed. They knew this mission back was of utmost importance, concerning the future of their entire settlement. Their settlement had a beautiful name, Whale Fall City. When they first settled here, they witnessed a gigantic whale fall in the nearby waters. A whale's fall brings life to all things. The fall of a giant whale here meant a small ecological cycle would emerge on the seabed, making it easier for humans to survive. Therefore, they established themselves here. This city was not a sturdy fortress, but rather a cluster of ships of varying sizes, like a dilapidated village floating on the sea. The ships were connected by thick cables, swaying precariously, yet remarkably sturdy. The dim yellow light emanating from the cabins appeared particularly fragile against the dark sea. Because of the erosion from the waves and past disasters, the hulls of every boat were dilapidated. Because people had lived on these boats year-round, clotheslines stretched haphazardly across the decks, laden with laundry, fishing nets, various dried fish, and seaweed. Several women squatted at the bow, their hands numbly scrubbing clothes in the icy seawater. In such cold weather, they plunged their hands directly into the water, without even flinching. Only a dim oil lamp provided illumination. Children helped behind, wringing out clothes and changing the water, their fingers red with cold, but without a trace of complaint. Their own and the children's cotton-padded clothes were tattered, cotton leaking from the cracks, but no one bothered to mend them. Chapter 611. Not much fish today, one of the women sighed softly, her hands still busy at work. Yes, there are fewer and fewer fish in the sea. I wonder when they all be gone, another woman echoed, her gaze fixed blankly on the dark sea. Unable to farm, with dwindling catches, were these people destined to starve to death? Not far away, a man in tattered clothes, his skin dark, was shoveling ice from his boat. The sea in this area was already beginning to freeze, and the water easily froze as people went up and down, making it easy for them to slip and fall. Captain Wang's cruise ship finally approached the settlement. The guards recognized his vessel, and quickly let him pass. Upon disembarking, he entrusted the remaining matters to his subordinates, and hurried to Chief Shue's residence. Chief Shue's residence was located on the largest cruise ship. While not luxurious, it was remarkably bright compared to the other vessels. Several rechargeable desk lamps illuminated the living quarters. Chief Shue sat at her desk, a worn book in her hand, softly reading a story to her two children. Her voice was gentle and deep. It was hard to believe that this seemingly frail woman was the leader of a maritime survivor base. She had risen through bloodshed, infighting, and struggled to claim her position. "Mom, how do you pronounce this word?" the 8 or 9-year-old boy asked, pointing to a character on the page. Chief Shue smiled slightly, gently ruffled his hair, and patiently explained, "This word is pronounced whale, like the huge fish we see at the beach." The 11 or 12-year-old girl covered her mouth and laughed. "Our village is also called Whale Fall Village. The whale in this village is the same as the whale in Whale Fall Village." "Yes," Chief Shue replied with a smile, his gaze gentle. Just then, Captain Wang's footsteps broke the tranquility. Chief Shue looked up, his gaze instantly sharpening, like a razor-sharp blade piercing Captain Wang's heart. He stopped abruptly, standing at the doorway, head bowed, looking somewhat uneasy. Chief Shue then gently stroked the two children's heads, softly saying, "You two read your books, Mom will be right back." The children nodded obediently, and continued reading. Captain Wang lowered his eyes, his face full of humility, but in his heart he was thinking, judging from the way this family of 3 got along, who would have guessed that these 2 children were adopted? Chief Shui was truly generous. Since adopting these 2 orphans, he had treated them like his own, cherishing and protecting them in every way. Those 2 brats are really lucky. Lost in thought, Captain Shui emerged from her room and went to another. She said calmly to Captain Wang, "Speak." Captain Wang quickly followed, recounting his experiences at sea in detail. Finally, he hesitantly mentioned his desire to join the Navy. Captain Shui listened, her brow furrowing slightly, her gaze deep, as if deep in thought. She walked to the window, gazing at the dark sea through the glass, her fingers lightly tapping the window frame, producing a soft tap-tap sound. Captain Wang stood beside her, barely daring to breathe, only occasionally stealing glances to observe Captain Shui's expression. He was filled with trepidation, unsure of Chief Shui's decision. After all, Whale Fall Village was something they had spent over a decade conquering. Everyone was united and trusted Chief Shui's rule. Chief Shui didn't oppress them, and cared for the weak as much as possible. Now, being placed under military control, those ahead didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. "What do you think?" Chief Shui suddenly turned, her gaze fixed on Captain Wang. She was a woman who initially seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, possessed a certain allure. She was about 37 or 38 years old, her face radiating authority without anger. When she looked directly at him like that, the sharpness and strength in her gaze still sent a chill down his spine. Captain Wang hesitated, then lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. "Chief, I think. Perhaps this is an opportunity. The military has far more resources than us, their weapons, equipment, and supplies are far superior. If we submit to them, our survival pressure will be much less." Chief Shui didn't respond immediately, her gaze drifting into the distance, as if weighing the pros and cons. Her face was expressionless, only her eyes remained, deep and unfathomable. After a long while, Chief Shui finally turned around, her gaze returning to Captain Wang, and said calmly, "You go back first." "I consider it." Captain Wang nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy, but dared not say more, and turned to leave the cabin. As Captain Wang stepped out of Chief Shui's cabin, the cold sea breeze hit him, and he instinctively pulled his cotton coat tighter around himself. On the deck, scattered lights illuminated busy figures, and the sounds of children chasing and playing rose and fell, mingling with the sound of waves crashing against the hull. In the distance, several fishing boats were preparing to set sail, the fishermen's busy figures appearing tiny in the dim light. Captain Wang took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the complex weighing of pros and cons. All he had to do was await Chief Shui's decision. That night, Chief Shui stood by the cabin window, gazing at the dark sea. She recalled the details she had observed over the past few days. The soldiers on those warships were disciplined, never disturbing civilians, and even helping those struggling survivors. When they fished, they always took some particularly impoverished families with them, sharing their catch upon their return. Although the living conditions at sea were increasingly harsh, the military's actions showed her another possibility. In a moment, she made up her mind. A few moments later, several of her capable subordinates gathered in her cabin, including Captain Wang. Chief Shui's gaze swept over everyone. "I decided to personally meet with the leaders of those warships." "Chief, isn't this too risky?" One of her subordinates frowned, his tone tinged with worry. "Precisely because we never encountered anything like this before, we need to understand it ourselves." Chief Shui's voice was unwavering, her eyes resolute. "The most crucial point is that the living environment at sea is no longer optimistic. We must find a new way out." The subordinates exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Chief Shui's decisions were always decisive. All they could do was follow her lead. Captain Wang wasn't one of Chief Shui's confidants, and stood silently to the side, not daring to utter a sound. But hearing Chief Shui's words, he was secretly thrilled, though he managed to suppress it. During the eternal night, except in places with strict management like the warships, the old work schedule of going to work, going to get off work, and resting still applied. Chapter 612. But civilian organizations, like Whale Fall Village, are much more casual. Soon, several cruise ships equipped with weapons slowly sailed out of Whale Fall Village's anchorage, heading towards the warships. Zhou Shuan and the others were sleeping in their dormitory. Originally, the 5 of them were crammed into one dormitory room, which was quite crowded. Someone always had to sleep between 2 bunk beds, using a small hospital cot, which they would release from their spatial storage at night and put back in the morning. No outsiders knew. However, now Mu was working 3 shifts and rarely came back. So the 4 of them each slept in a bunk bed. In the middle of the night, Zhou Shuwan was awakened by the distant sound of cruise ship horns. Qi Mingyu, who was on the lower bunk, also woke up. Hearing the noise, Zhou Shuwan lowered her voice and said to him, "Let me see what's going on." "Don't move." She put on her night vision goggles and looked out the dormitory window. Since the last thunderstorm disaster, they had quietly changed into new clothes themselves, without needing to plead with the mothership's logistics officer. She crossed the dark sea and landed on the approaching cruise ships. The sounding of their horns naturally awakened the sleeping survivors. But the mothership and other ships had patrolling naval personnel. Immediately, the destroyer sounded its horn, its blinding beam of light shining on the approaching cruise ships as a warning. The sleeping naval personnel sprang to their feet, grabbed their weapons, and quickly assembled on deck, ready for battle. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai in the dormitory also woke up, somewhat panicked. "What's going on?" Zhou Shuan quickly reassured them. "Don't panic, it seems the cruise ship we saw earlier has invited their leader over. They're here to discuss something with Captain Chen." They had all seen the civilian cruise ship earlier, and were amazed that there were actually other survivors in the world. They weren't alone. They couldn't quite describe their feelings, warning or relief. Now, seeing them rushing over so recklessly, Zhou Jianhai frowned, making such a big fuss. Are they trying to make peace or steal our weapons and supplies? He wasn't alone in thinking this. The survivors below crowded around the windows, carefully watching the commotion outside. They were all on the mothership, a destroyer, with the amphibious assault ship positioned in the center, so they were quite far from the enemy, and in the darkness, visibility was poor. They could only vaguely see the warship negotiating with the enemy. After a long while, a lifeboat from the warship finally arrived. Besides the 6 naval personnel armed with submachine guns sitting at the bow and stern, there were several unfamiliar people in the middle. As they approached, Zhou Shuwan immediately noticed that the person in the very center was a woman. "Is this the same Chief Shui?" Zhou Shuwan's expression grew increasingly confused as the ship drew closer. The woman on the lifeboat was so familiar that her heart skipped a beat. "Brother Yu, do you think she looks like?" Zhou Shuwan turned to look at Qi Mingyu beside her, but before she could finish speaking, she suddenly saw the emptiness in Qi Mingyu's eyes, and her voice stopped abruptly. "What's wrong?" Qi Mingyu keenly noticed Zhou Shuwan's unusual expression and immediately asked. "Looks like whom?" Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, their vision blurred, couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan lowered her voice, her tone tinged with disbelief. "Do you remember Shui Wuwen downstairs in our neighborhood? The woman whose mother-in-law cruelly pushed her granddaughter into the poisonous water. That Chief Shui is her?" Everyone was surprised. "Yes." Zhou Shuwan nodded solemnly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Actually, she had always had a vague feeling that the fire that caused half the city to catch fire years ago was very likely related to Shui Wuwen. "I didn't expect her to be alive," Zhong Tiyun murmured softly. She hadn't thought about what happened in the neighborhood for a long time, and she was completely unfamiliar with her taciturn wife, Shui Wuwen, downstairs. Zhou Shuwan didn't speak again, her gaze returning to the lifeboat. Chief Shui's figure gradually became clearer. Her appearance was completely different from the thin, silent woman in her memory, and she was no longer the alluring figure from her previous life who used her body to gather power. In her place was a composed, dignified leader, a wise and composed demeanor that seemed to have been tempered by many experiences. Her allure and beauty had been somewhat diminished. Yes, the moment I saw her, I understood why she had led so many survivors to safety at sea. I wondered what she had been through all these years to change so much. "She's changed so much," Zhong Tian remarked as she drew closer, recognizing the newcomer. Leader Shui, escorted by several bodyguards, boarded the mothership's deck. Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang were already waiting on deck. On deck, the sea breeze ruffled Shui Wuwen's hair. Standing before Captain Chen, she displayed neither subservient humility nor arrogant haughtiness. Captain Chen sized her up, inwardly admiring her. This woman's ability to lead so many to survival at sea was no easy feat. "Commander Shui, I long admired your name." Captain Chen spoke first, his tone slightly polite. "Captain Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Shui Wuwen smiled faintly, her voice steady and strong. "Likewise." Captain Chen nodded, his gaze scrutinizing her. "Please." Shui Wuwen nodded slightly and followed Captain Chen into the cabin. The cabin was brightly lit, simply yet neatly furnished. Captain Chen gestured for her to sit down, then sat opposite her, while Vice Captain Shang sat beside her, his expression serious. "Chief Shui, let's get straight to the point," Captain Chen stated directly. "Out of duty and mission for us Hien soldiers, we will not stand idly by when we see people stranded abroad, but we will never force anyone. So we want you to make your own choice. Are you willing to join us with your people? Captain Shin, you should know that we have been adrift at sea for many years and are used to freedom. Joining the military means accepting constraints and possibly losing some autonomy, Shui Wuwen said slowly, her tone calm but tinged with a hint of probing. Captain Shin smiled slightly, his gaze firm. Freedom is important, but in this environment, survival comes first. Our warship has more supplies and a more complete defense system. With us, you will definitely live better than before. It's unclear what they were discussing, but soon the warship announced it would accept the residents of Whale Fall Village. Zhou Shuan, who often stayed in the cockpit, knew more of the inside story. The first hard condition for the warships to agree to take over Whale Fall Village was that the other side had to hand over all its weapons. Chapter 6:13. Later, depending on the level of obedience, some weapons will be selectively returned. Those like Jiping and his group, who were originally in the fishing team, were also issued weapons to help them protect themselves if they encountered danger outside. However, the residents of Whale Fall Village have different experiences than the survivors under the protection of the warship. They are more adept at fighting and using force to seize resources. Therefore, giving them weapons must be done with caution. The second hard condition is that the warship will reorganize the people of Whale Fall Village and distribute them among the survivors on the warship's side. This is for ease of management and to prevent them from rioting. Shui Wuwen accepted everything. As for her own arrangements, Vice Captain Shang introduced her to the main industries currently operating on the mothership and the island, namely the aquaculture department, planting department, maintenance department, medical ward, etc., to see where she wanted to work. They could arrange for her to be a group leader or a minor manager, with a relatively generous monthly salary. They also learned from Captain Wang that she now had a son and a daughter, so naturally they couldn't mistreat her. However, Vice Captain Shang explicitly stated that she was not allowed to interfere in military training or combat drills. Now that she had joined a new team, the original leader needed to be appropriately marginalized. After much deliberation, Shui Wuwen chose the mothership's medical ward. Vice Captain Shang was slightly surprised. "You're a doctor?" Shui Wuwen shook her head and said, "My daughter is in poor health and often gets sick. It'd be more convenient for her to receive treatment in the medical ward." Vice Captain Shang didn't say anything more, but he felt even more admiration for this woman. Even with her daughter's poor health, she had been able to lead a team to survive at sea for so many years. Now, she was willing to relinquish her power and work in the medical ward, just so her daughter could easily see a doctor. They waited a few more days, waiting for Shui Wuwen to return and clearly explain things to her subordinates, especially the warship's demands, ensuring everything was conveyed in detail to prevent any unrest later. Shui Wuwen returned to the ship in Whale Fall Village and first held a brief meeting with a few trusted confidants, explaining the warship's requirements. Ignoring the complex emotions on her confidants' faces, she acted swiftly again, ordering the assembly bell to be rung, gathering everyone on the deck of her cruise ship. They had many ships, but few people. Therefore, the people were spread out. Since there wasn't enough room on the deck, some stayed on the smaller boats below the cruise ship, craning their necks to listen to Shui Wuwen's earnest speech. In the darkness, her voice was deep, yet exceptionally clear. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over every familiar face, and slowly began, "Everyone, I gathered you all here today to announce an important decision. Whale Fall Village will be officially incorporated into the warship's jurisdiction." A murmur rippled through the crowd, many exchanged bewildered glances, and whispered amongst themselves. Some faces showed joy, others worry. Shui Wuwen didn't immediately interrupt them, but waited quietly until the noise subsided before continuing. "I negotiated with the two highest-ranking leaders of the warship. Their mothership has abundant resources and the highest level of security. Besides arranging jobs for everyone with a skill, they will also provide basic support for the elderly, women, and children who are unable to work. Just like before the apocalypse, they still uphold the principles of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, and equality for all. This is very beneficial to us. As long as you are diligent and follow orders, it means we will no longer need to worry about food, medicine, and weapons. Furthermore, we will have a powerful navy to protect us, allowing us to have a more stable life at sea." A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, his brow furrowed, his tone questioning. "Chief Shui, we have lived here for so many years and are used to freedom. Does joining the warships mean we will have to obey their orders and lose our freedom?" Shui Wuwen nodded slightly. "Indeed, after joining them, we will be subject to certain constraints. But this is not constraint, but order. The allocation of resources and the guarantee of security both require a sound system. Our past life, while free, was also full of danger and uncertainty. If you had to choose, would you choose a more stable but less free life? Or would you choose the chaotic, precarious existence we had before, where we had to fight amongst ourselves for resources? Silence fell over the crowd. They all remembered the bloodshed of the past. Another elderly man stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. But, Chief Shui, are our ships, weapons, and supplies all to be handed over to the warships? We worked so hard on these waters for so many years, are we just going to give up like this? Shui Wuwen's gaze softened. The ships and supplies will still be ours. The military won't take them away. I can assure you of that. However, for easier distribution, our personnel will be reorganized, and our weapons will also be surrendered. The follow-up arrangements will depend on the situation. Whispers rose again from the crowd. If we hand over our weapons, we'd be at their mercy, like fish on a chopping block. If anything happens later, we have no chance to fight back. Someone shouted. Yes, in this apocalypse, without weapons, aren't we just lambs to the slaughter? I disagree. Someone, already unhappy that Shui Wuwen was leading so many to join the navy, immediately shouted. Instantly, the crowd erupted in uproar, everyone chanting their disagreement. Shui Wuwen didn't speak immediately, patiently waiting until she saw the crowd's emotions were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. A trusted confidant stepped forward and whispered, "Leader." Shui Wuwen sneered and held out her hand. A submachine gun was placed in her hand. She raised it and fired over a dozen rounds into the dark night sky. The deafening sound echoed across the sea. Everyone was slightly startled, standing there speechless. Only now did they seem to see again the image of the female leader who had led them through their predicament, fighting her way out, and then wiping out an enemy force twice their size. Back then, she had ordered the more than 3,000 corpses to be piled on the deck of an enemy cruise ship, almost staining the entire sea red. Then, she poured gasoline on the deck, the corpses, and the cabins, and finally, she personally set the bodies ablaze. Then she activated the cruise ship's autopilot, and the ship, carrying the corpses, sailed into the depths of the sea, engulfed in flames and billowing thick smoke, until it finally exploded in a deafening roar, reduced to ashes. At the time, Leader Shui had said, "This is the best way to take revenge. Sharing direct links or book source files is strictly prohibited." Chapter 614. Shui Wuwen's confidant gave a wink to someone in the crowd. Chief Shui, the young man, stepped forward, his voice filled with expectation. "I heard from the people on those warships that their mothership and the islands are very orderly, and ordinary people are never oppressed. When disaster or danger strikes, their army prioritizes rescuing ordinary survivors. If we join them, will we also be among those being protected? Will we receive the same treatment as the survivors they are currently receiving?" A slight smile finally appeared on Shui Wuwen's usually cold and hard face. Of course. As her words fell, the initial skepticism in their eyes gradually gave way to hope. Shui Wuwen's confidants looked at everyone, understanding that although doubts remained, most people were inclined to accept the military's arrangements. "Everyone," Shui Wuwen spoke again, his voice firm and powerful, "the situation will only worsen. We are merely a spontaneous civilian organization. In terms of weaponry, personnel quality, and mobilization capabilities, we are far inferior to the warships. Following the warships, we ask for nothing more than that they help us survive. And they will certainly be able to do that. Since everyone agrees on this decision, I will give you 2 days to prepare and pack your belongings. 2 days later, I will take those who volunteer to leave and sail to the warships. For those who do not wish to leave, I will leave some ships and supplies behind. You can continue to live here. I do not force everyone to make the same choice as me." "All right," meeting adjourned. She didn't give the crowd any more time to discuss and immediately adjourned the meeting. The crowd returned to their quarters in trepidation and confusion. Shui Wuwen returned to her cabin and, seeing her confidant hesitant to speak, asked, "What's wrong?" The confidant gritted her teeth and finally voiced her question. "Leader, do you really trust those people on the warships? They might be lying. Maybe it's all an act. We can't afford to be careless." Shui Wuwen thought of what she had seen on the warships. The various areas on the mothership were clearly defined, and the ordinary survivors were calm and confident, not like they were faking it. She trusted her judgment. But what if she was wrong? She turned around, smiling warmly. "What does it matter? Life is what it is anyway. Even if we die, it's just a little earlier." The confidant, These past 2 days had been enough for everyone to figure out the path ahead. Although some still didn't trust the military and were reluctant, the main force had left. What could a few remaining people pose? Finally, whether willingly or unwillingly, everyone packed their bags for the assembly 2 days later. 2 days later, the ropes on all the Whalefall village boats were lowered, lined up one after the other, and slowly sailed towards the waters where the warship was located. On the warship, the sailors were already on high alert, weapons in hand, their gazes cold and stern. Captain Chen stood on the deck, watching the approaching ships, his expression serious. The Whalefall village boats slowly approached the warship, and the residents on deck had varying expressions. Some had expectant eyes, while others subtly revealed unease. Most of them were accustomed to a free and easy life, and now, to be subject to military-style management, they were inevitably uneasy. However, facing the Navy standing like steel, they dared not show any dissent. Captain Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, board the ship in order for inspection. Weapons and explosives must be handed over. Other personal belongings will be kept. This is discipline, and no one may disobey. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of neatly arranged, armed Navy personnel quickly boarded the Whalefall village ships and began confiscating weapons. Guns, bombs, torpedoes, and other dangerous items were removed one by one and piled on the warship's deck. The residents of Whalefall village stood by, watching helplessly as their weapons were taken away. Some couldn't help but grumble under their breath, but were quickly silenced by the righteous pronouncements of the Navy personnel beside them. If you don't want to, you can take your weapons and leave. Before the mainland completely fell, countless survivors living on the coast had wanted to join the warships. However, there were no extra seats on the warships, and despite their willingness, they lacked the resources and dared not budge. Later, due to the volcanic eruption, countless people died and were injured, and the warships also suffered casualties. Only then were there seats available to receive the survivors. Now, if it weren't for the captain's compassion for these people who had spent years at sea and his desire to provide them with a safe haven, they themselves wouldn't be willing. The person who had been muttering complaints dared not say anything more. It took 3 hours to inspect nearly 100 ships and cruise ships of various sizes. The Navy personnel brought the residents of Whalefall village onto the warships in batches. But seeing the Navy personnel, armed and standing like steel on the deck, they all obediently followed orders. Their luggage was carefully inspected to ensure there were no contraband items, and then they were assigned to different cabins. Xue Wuwen and her 2 children were placed in a separate dormitory, coincidentally not far from the Zhou family's dormitory, all on the same floor. However, the Zhou family intended to give Xue Wuwen some time to adjust and didn't rush to meet and acknowledge her. Because a new batch of survivors had been received, Captain Chen didn't rush back to Hope Island. Instead, he remained on the ship, implementing a week-long militarized management system for all military personnel and ordinary survivors, ensuring that everyone who boarded the ship deeply understood the iron discipline and obedience of a warship. The residents of Whalefall village gradually adapted to their new environment. They were required to get up on time, eat meals, and train. Although somewhat unaccustomed to it, seeing the orderly Navy, they had to admit that this management style was indeed reassuring. However, this peace didn't last long. A week later, a massive storm suddenly arose at sea. The waves surged in like towering walls, the warship's sirens blared, and everyone was urgently summoned to the lower decks for shelter. Everyone, get into the cabins immediately. Do not linger on deck. Captain Chen's voice boomed throughout the warship via the intercom, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The residents of Whalefall village were not unfamiliar with such storms, and were adaptable, evacuating as instructed. The original survivors of the warship were already used to it, but the Navy's powerful mobilization capabilities still secretly surprised the residents of Whalefall village. They themselves were far inferior, and their acceptance of the warship's forces grew stronger. The storm raged for a day and a night, the warship struggling forward in the gale. The bridge was on high alert, rapidly steering the ship to avoid the massive storm. Zhou Shuan had actually sensed the storm forming in the distance long ago. Chapter 6:15. However, the area within a radius of several dozen nautical miles was within the storm's range, and they couldn't possibly break through that range in a short time. They could only try to avoid the eye of the storm. Therefore, they didn't order the ship to change course. The disaster lasted for a day and a night. Aside from some equipment damage on deck, there were no casualties. Once the disaster passed, Captain Chen announced the ship would return to the island. That evening, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu returned to their dormitory from the bridge, and happened to run into Xue Wuwen in the corridor. She wasn't surprised to see them, clearly already knowing that their family also lived on the mothership. The 2 women's eyes met, their expressions somewhat complicated. Seeing her stop, Qi Mingyu turned to look in her direction. "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuan said softly, "It's our old neighbor." Just one sentence was enough for Qi Mingyu to understand what had happened. Zhou Shuan looked at Xue Wuwen and smiled faintly. Sister Xue, long time no see. She spoke casually, as if their 10 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and their eventual meeting on this vast ocean, were commonplace. Xue Wuwen looked intently into Qi Mingyu's eyes, said nothing more, and only coldly asked Zhou Shuan, "Can we talk alone?" Zhou Shuan didn't refuse. In fact, she also had questions for him. She said to Qi Mingyu, "Brother Yu, I take you back to your dorm first." Qi Mingyu, however, was somewhat worried and grasped her hand. "I go with you." Xue Wuwen didn't stop her, simply saying, "Then let's go together." The three walked down the corridor to Xue Wuwen's dorm. The dormitory was cramped, with supplies piled up under and on the upper bunks, making it feel quite crowded. The two children weren't in the room. Xue Wuwen pointed to a chair in the room. "Sit down." Zhou Shuan sat down, her gaze sweeping around the room before settling on Xue Wuwen's face. "Sister Xue, where are your two children?" Xue Wuwen smiled. "They're on the 6th floor. Some of my subordinates live there too, along with a few playmates of similar age." Zhou Shuan nodded. "Judging by their ages, they were born around the time of the apocalypse, right?" Xue Wuwen didn't hide anything, saying directly, "Back then, one of my daughters died in a flood, and my son fell ill in the extreme cold, contracting a very severe case of pneumonia that was incurable, and eventually passed away. At that time, we were already living at sea, and I was too lonely, so I adopted two children from our village. Over the years, we relied on each other for survival, and we lived a relatively happy life." Zhou Shuan had actually already suspected this when she saw the two children whose ages clearly didn't match. "Children are among the most vulnerable to death in the apocalypse," she whispered. "Please accept my condolences." Xue Wuwen waved her hand, her tone calm. "Actually, I already passed the most sorrowful stage. After the grief, I feel this ending isn't so bad. Who knows how many years the apocalypse will last? The types of natural disasters are increasing, making it impossible to defend against them. An early release is a kind of fortune." Hearing this, Zhou Shuan couldn't help but think of Grandma Pang. She turned to look at Qi Mingyu beside her. The latter's expression was calm, seemingly unaffected. Xue Wuwen's gaze swept between the two of them, then she chuckled softly. "Do you have anything you want to ask me?" Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then spoke directly. "Sister Xue, did you start the fire in Dongyuan residential area?" Xue Wuwen didn't hesitate and admitted directly. "I did." Zhou Shuan's brows furrowed slightly, her tone accusatory. "Why did you do that? If it was just to get revenge on Aunt Zhang and your mother-in-law, there was no need to implicate everyone. Because of that fire, half the city was ablaze, countless people were displaced, homeless, and died on their escape routes. Not to mention others, just Zhou Shuan's third aunt and second uncle's families were also affected by the fire, which is why they fled in haste, reluctant to take many of their hard-earned supplies. Otherwise, they could at least have gone to the new base with peace of mind. With the fair and impartial Xiao Xiao as the base leader, their fate would be better than it is now. Yuxuan and Chunchun might suffer less." Zhou Shuan's tone was somewhat agitated, her gaze fixed on Xue Wuwen. Xue Wuwen simply looked at her calmly, her tone serene. "What if it wasn't just my mother-in-law who made the mistake? What if everyone in the entire neighborhood stood by and watched her die?" Zhou Shuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xue Wuwen's answer. Xue Wuwen then fell into a long reverie. When memories are too painful, people are reluctant to dwell on the past. Xue Wuwen was no exception. Perhaps seeing a neighbor she hadn't seen in a long time, Xue Wuwen opened her heart, and for the first time, thoroughly recalled the past. "You know my mother-in-law, she's incredibly selfish and vicious. The things she forced me to do still disgust me to this day. But that's nothing compared to what I hate most, what she did to my two children." Zhou Shuan was momentarily speechless. She had long heard that her daughter had been thrown into the poisoned water by Aunt Zhang. But how did her son die? For a mother, the death of her children is the most painful hurdle in her heart. Seemingly sensing her reluctance to ask, Xue Wuwen smiled faintly and suddenly asked, "Zhou Shuan, actually, you were also reborn, right?" Before she could finish, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were both shocked. Xue Wuwen continued calmly, "Because in my memory, I didn't see you return beforehand. You returned too late. Your father disappeared, and your mother and brother were thrown into acid rain and burned alive." Seeing Zhou Shuan's face change drastically, she paused before shrugging. "You see, some hatreds can't be forgotten even in 2 lifetimes." Qi Mingyu had already reached out and tightly grasped Zhou Shuan's hand, offering her silent comfort. Zhou Shuan asked in a hoarse voice, "You remember your past life too?" Shui Wuan smiled bitterly. Yes, I remember. I remember seeing you that time. You buried your mother and brother, and came to live at the base. But I came back too late, far too late. I couldn't even save my daughter's life. I set fire to the place, wanting to kill everyone I hated, but I never imagined that my long and arduous escape would indirectly lead to my son's death. At that moment, I truly hated it, wanting to drag everyone I saw down with me. I even thought of you. You came back so early in this life, protecting your parents and your brother. I was so envious and jealous of you. Back then, I even thought of burying my son, then turning back to kill you. These seemingly casual words sent chills down Zhou Shuwen's spine. Chapter 616. Qi Mingyu patted her hand reassuringly, then questioned her. I came back early too, why don't you suspect me, but instead suspect Wan? Although he was blind, his tone was sharp. Shui Wuan sneered. I'm not that stupid. Both your families have undergone earth-shattering changes, completely different from your previous lives. But you were a special forces soldier, so it's normal that you're skilled. But if Zhou Shuwan didn't have the skills she brought from her previous life, how could a college graduate, who didn't even graduate from university, keep those sneaky people in the neighborhood in check? Zhou Shuwan suddenly realized that this was where she had slipped up. You said everyone in the neighborhood has a grudge against you. What grudge? Qi Mingyu asked. Shui Wuan closed her eyes, as if recalling the past was unbearable. After a long while, she opened her eyes and said calmly, the great hatred I'm talking about is actually from a past life. In my past life, after the Wei family took over the neighborhood, the people in the neighborhood either colluded with them or stood by coldly, letting the Wei family and their men run rampant in the neighborhood. They not only occupied the Zhou family's house, but also our house, and my husband was beaten to death by them. At that time, my mother-in-law took me and my 2 children, begging people everywhere in the neighborhood to help us, even if it was just to borrow a small space in the corridor. But they refused? Zhou Shuwan asked. She had also experienced the indifference and ruthlessness of the people in the neighborhood. Shui Wuan shook her head, her expression even colder. No, they would rather they hadn't refused. When they were finally taken in by a kind-hearted family, she was very grateful and became their free nanny, busy all day long, not daring to stop. Her mother-in-law was inherently lazy and short-tempered. After losing her son, her personality became even more erratic and violent. She could understand. So, when the family she was staying with asked her to go out with them to scavenge for supplies, she didn't object. They were basically kicked out naked, with no food whatsoever. Since she had the opportunity to go out with others to scavenge for supplies, she figured it was a way to gather supplies for her own family. She readily agreed. Every day, she went out with all sorts of people from the neighborhood. At first, she was excited and expectant, but later, she became numb. These men were only willing to take her out to find supplies, because they coveted her young and beautiful body. They pinned her to the concrete floor, and then wantonly ravaged her. Finally, they would toss her a few supplies as a form of charity. She suffered terribly every day, but she still had 2 children to support. So, each time afterward, she would drag her aching body home with the supplies, forcing a smile as she told her mother-in-law and children. I found these outside. At the time, she didn't see the malice and contempt hidden in her mother-in-law's feigned joy. This went on for a very long time, about 3 or 4 months. One time, feeling extremely unwell, she begged them to let her go home early. When she got home, she felt eerily quiet, a silence that instilled a deep-seated fear. She couldn't explain the feeling. She silently returned to the floor where she was staying. Then, at the corner of the stairs, she saw a scene she would never forget in either of her lifetimes. Her poor daughter was surrounded by 5 or 6 adult men, their rage erupting. She recognized them all too well. It was the old man downstairs, the taciturn young man upstairs, the smiling middle-aged man from another unit who greeted her, and the men who had led her out to meet them. Her mind went blank. She rushed out like a mad woman, attacking the men. With sheer courage, she initially managed to knock down a few. But soon, she was subdued by the men. They held her and her daughter down, kicking, hitting, laughing, and hurling insults. It was the utter depravity of humanity in the aftermath of the apocalypse. She was badly injured, her cheeks swollen and red, her eyes bloodshot, unable to see clearly. But a tiny, doll-like body was thrown onto her. She clung to it tightly. All she could do was hold on tight. Her mother-in-law, as if her conscience had been awakened, took meticulous care of her and her daughter. But her daughter's injuries were too severe. One acid rainy night, she died silently in her arms. She dragged her frail body, and miraculously, Her condition improved day by day. She used a fire to bury her daughter in the flower bed below the apartment complex. She hated herself for taking so long to discover these things, for letting her daughter suffer so much. She hated her mother-in-law even more. She coaxed her out every day, yet watched helplessly as her granddaughter was abused. She also hated her son for being so cowardly and weak, never daring to say these things to her, until her son took off his own clothes. His body was also covered in spots, marks of abuse. She went completely mad. She patiently collected the acid rain and added it to the soup and rice of the family who had taken them in. That day, they stewed a chicken. The rich chicken broth masked the sulfurous smell of the acid rain. The mother-in-law wasn't entitled to meat, but she managed to get 2 bowls of chicken soup, one for her son and one for herself. She slapped the bowl of soup out of her son's hand. She coldly watched as the family, including the mother-in-law, wailed and writhed on the ground in agony. She was truly filled with hatred then. She used the same method on the men she had seen that day, retaliating with acid rain. But the increasing number of deaths in the neighborhood aroused suspicion, especially the ruthless Wei family. Taking advantage of the acid rain, she donned an acid rain suit and fled with her son. By chance, they escaped to a new base in the north. Because of these past experiences, her son gradually became silent and withdrawn. It was then that she understood that a woman cannot survive without the ability to protect herself. She began using her body to build power, learning martial arts and shooting. She wanted to deter all men from coveting her, to protect her only remaining son. She grew increasingly cruel, increasingly disregarding morality and human life. Her power within the base grew, and she became increasingly smug. But behind her smugness, she failed to see the immense trauma her son had suffered. First, the assault, then her poisoning of his grandmother, and then, like a prostitute, soliciting men within the base, sleeping next door to different men. He ultimately committed suicide. After that, Shui Wuan barely remembered anything. After her son's death, the last vestiges of her strength crumbled. She lived in a daze, her days filled with uncertainty. Chapter 6:17. Fortunately, she had diligently cultivated her own power, so she did indeed have some loyal followers. When the ocean swallowed the land, her people, carrying her, seized ships and drifted at sea. Then came the fierce battles between several factions. Perhaps she had suffered too much, for she was later protected by the heavens. One after another, people around her died. But she remained alive and well, until that new natural disaster struck, and she, seeking death, received a pure baptism in the sea. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that this life was slightly different from her previous one. The wicked Wei family had been murdered by the Zhou and Qi families. Whether it was J City, the underground base, or the new base, all were under government jurisdiction. They said it was because of the profit that the higher-ups had made ample preparations. She scoffed. She was just another reborn person like herself. Packaged as a prophet, she was used to quell the panic of the common people. Returning from the countless upheavals of the apocalypse, she was gloomy and cold. This life was slightly different from her previous one. However, her young daughter, for a meager amount of supplies, was still pushed into a flood by her own grandmother and poisoned to death. The cowardly her was also sold by her mother-in-law to a man in the neighborhood. It was like a cycle she couldn't escape, life after life. Except, in this life, because of government oversight, all of this was buried in darkness, proceeding silently and covertly. Through observation, she also guessed that there was another person in their neighborhood who had been reborn. Was it Zhou Shuwan, who hadn't appeared in her previous life, or Qi Mingyu? Almost instantly, she recognized Zhou Shuwan. Because in her past life, she had seen Zhou Shuwan at the new base, a body so thin it was practically skin and bones, a numb expression, and eyes filled with ruthlessness and venom. Completely different from the Zhou Shuwan of this life. In this life, perhaps nourished by family and love, she had become radiant and cheerful. No one knew how jealous she was of Zhou Shuwan. How unfair fate was, letting her return so late, just when everything was beyond repair, only to give her a second chance at life. And Zhou Shuwan, in the apocalypse, had protected her parents and younger brother. So, the only thing she could do was destroy the place that had plunged her and her children into utter ruin, even if some people, in this life, hadn't dared to reveal their darkest side. She wanted revenge for both her past and present lives. During the heatwave, she set fire to the entire neighborhood, even half the city, reducing it to ashes. Countless lives were lost. Countless others were displaced, left homeless. Did she regret it? Perhaps. But if she had another chance, would she still do it? She definitely would. In her past life, During her final, numb years, she regretted countless times not killing everyone involved to avenge herself. Perhaps, if she had taken her revenge thoroughly, her son wouldn't have become depressed and committed suicide at such a young age. But she truly never imagined that after she had truly and thoroughly taken her revenge, her son would die on her escape route. It seemed she was reborn only to relive the deaths of her children. When she was utterly despondent and preparing to end it all, she met a pitiful girl. The girl bore a striking resemblance to her daughter. The girl was only 4 or 5 years old. Orphaned, she was surrounded by several men with ulterior motives, who were trying to trick her into going to a government shelter. Shui Wuwen, hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything. She knew all too well the look in those men's eyes. Under the cover of night, she killed them all, then led the girl towards the sea. Having lived long enough in her previous life, she knew the fate of those who remained on land, so she hadn't initially considered going to the new base. After lighting that fire, she watched half the city flee in despair. At first, she felt a rare sense of exhilaration, but as that feeling subsided, a dull numbness settled in. She had lost the will to live, until she rescued this little girl. When she heard the girl's sweet, childish voice call her auntie, her numb heart slowly melted. She was born a year before the apocalypse, just a year old, when the world was plunged into chaos. Before the apocalypse, she had rarely encountered children's toys or snacks. Give her a piece of candy, and she would cherish it, eating it contentedly for a long time. Shui Wuwen poured all her maternal love into her. She took her to the seaside, trying to build connections, seize supplies, manpower, and weapons, but no longer using the methods of her past life, nor using her body to seduce men. Instead, she used the authority and charisma of a leader. She wanted to create a post-apocalyptic haven for her daughter. Later, several factions joined together, collected enough cruise ships, boats, weapons, and supplies, and set sail. At sea, she adopted her current youngest son. Then came the fighting, the bloodshed, and the repeated escapes from disaster. Unbeknownst to her, so many years had passed. Shui Wuwen snapped out of her reverie, looking at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu before her, and gave a faint, bitter smile. So, Zhou Shuan, after hearing my story, you should understand why I was so envious and jealous of you. If I hadn't met my daughter, I might have really gone back and killed you. The Zhou and Qi families were both capable. That fire could trap others, but it couldn't trap them. Therefore, she was absolutely certain that they had escaped safely with their families. Zhou Shuan felt a wave of fear. Fortunately. Otherwise, Shui Wuwen had survived so long in the apocalypse, many of her methods would have been impossible for her family to defend against. But even so, strangely, she felt no hatred or disgust towards her at this moment, only pity. A deep sense of pity and compassion. Not everyone who is reborn has a happy ending. How lucky she was, returning at such the right time and meeting a confidant like Qi Mingyu. The two of them, hand in hand, led their families to survive in the apocalypse. Never betrayal. Never cruelty. Why did you save me in your past life? In the end, Zhou Shuan only asked this question. Shui Wuwen paused, then smiled casually, as if talking about something trivial, because you were also a victim. Although I hate those men to the core, I still have compassion and tolerance for women. She looked directly into Zhou Shuan's eyes. I had a hard time, and you had a hard time. All women and children surviving in the apocalypse have a hard time. Zhou Shuan was slightly moved. Then why are you telling us about what happened back then? Aren't you afraid of our revenge? That fire involved countless innocent people, as well as our close friends and family. Qi Mingyu asked from the side. Chapter 618. Zhou Shuan was startled. Yes, these were all extremely serious matters. Why did Shui Wuwen tell them all without reservation? Shui Wuwen looked at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, her gaze as calm as a deep pool, her tone carrying a hint of relief. I'm telling you this not to seek your forgiveness, but for something more important. Some things are beyond my power to change. I can only place my hopes on the warships. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. What do you mean? Shui Wuwen didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Zhou Shuan, how far did you live in your past life? Zhou Shuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, she asked in return, why are you asking this? Shui Wuwen chuckled softly, her gaze drifting into the distance, as if she saw something terrifying through time. In my past life, I lived a very long time, until another cataclysmic sea erupted. Her voice was low and trembling, as if she still couldn't recover from the despair of that boiling sea. At that time, the sea seemed to be boiling. Ships were scorched and destroyed one by one, their hulls pierced through. People were even deprived of their last bit of shelter. Countless people fell into the boiling sea and were burned alive. The survivors, in despair, committed suicide one after another. And I, too, died in that disaster. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but ask, the boiling sea disaster? What's that? Actually, it wasn't called boiling sea, but since the sea itself was boiling, we called it the boiling sea disaster. Shui Wuwen took a deep breath and slowly explained, we haven't really understood the cause. We can only guess that the continuous eruption of the underwater volcanoes, with lava exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius, directly heated the seawater, causing the water temperature to rise to boiling point and releasing massive amounts of steam, creating the phenomenon of boiling the sea. The reason I'm telling you this is to convince you, and then persuade Captain Chen to prepare for this natural disaster in advance. Zhou Shuan frowned impressed. When exactly will this natural disaster occur? Shui Wuwen shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her expression. The timing and order of the natural disasters in this life and the previous life have changed slightly, so I can't say exactly when it will happen. I only know it will happen after daybreak. Daybreak? But now, it seems the eternal night will last forever. It seems Zhou Shuan and the others' guess was correct. The reason they rushed back with the hydrothermal vent fish and minerals they saw was because they were worried that after daybreak, the seawater temperature would continue to rise, and marine life would become completely extinct. The hydrothermal vent fish, capable of surviving in the hot springs, were their last hope. But the magma, exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius, directly boiled all the seawater. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but shudder. How could they possibly escape such a desperate and terrifying natural disaster? Silence fell over the room, broken only by the faint sound of waves crashing against the cabin. Shui Wuwen's gaze swept across the two faces, finally settling on Zhou Shuan. Do you believe me? Zhou Shuan finally nodded gently, her emotion seemingly returning to calm, her gaze resolute. If such a natural disaster truly strikes, then we definitely need to prepare in advance. Shui Wuwen breathed a slight sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on her face. Then I leave it to you. Just as the three were about to part, Qi Mingyu suddenly spoke, his tone earnest. Sister-in-law Shui, please don't tell anyone about Wanwan's rebirth. Hearing this, Shui Wuwen's lips curled up slightly, her smile somewhat indifferent. Having lived this long, I care about nothing but my two children. Whether she's reborn or not has no effect on me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Qi Mingyu nodded solemnly. Thank you. We will also report your matter to Captain Chen separately, and won't leak a single word. Once the news that Shui Wuwen was a reborn person spread, it would definitely attract the covetousness and prying of those with ulterior motives. It might even affect her personal safety. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were both people who knew the gravity of the situation. Shui Wuwen shrugged indifferently. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu left. Shui Wuwen sat quietly in her dormitory, gazing out the dark window. Having poured out everything, she felt as if a huge weight had been pressing on her heart. Listening to the sound of the waves, each crash seemed to soothe her soul. She felt a long-lost sense of ease. Perhaps, choosing to come to the warship was the best decision she had ever made, she thought silently. After Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu left Shui Wuwen's dormitory, they didn't tell their families what she had said. Instead, they casually ate dinner with their families, then chatted and rested. The two of them had discussed it, and decided to tell Captain Chen first, and see how things would proceed. Knowing that the ocean would one day become boiling water, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They didn't want their family to bear this burden. Life was already hard enough. They wanted to make things easier for them as much as possible. After dinner, the two went to the deck, telling their family they were going for a walk. But actually, the two were just discussing what to do next. Although everything seemed so hopeless, there were still advantages. Zhou Shuan said to Qi Mingyu, in our past life, after the great earthquake, the ocean must have submerged the land. Shui Wuwen and the others escaped to the sea, but didn't encounter any warships, so it was always the civilian forces that fought against the natural disaster. They couldn't find any islands to survive on, and could only rely on their flimsy boats. They drifted at sea for who knows how long before finally dying from the boiling sea. Qi Mingyu nodded, but we have an advantage, the existence of islands. We have island number 1 and island number 2. With these two islands, our chances of survival are much greater. Zhou Shuan smiled and sighed. This truly is a hellish disaster. To have survived until now, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Compared to the various natural disasters on land, the current ones are nothing. Qi Mingyu gripped her hand tightly. Of course we're lucky. No matter what, we can't give up hope. You're the one who told me that. Zhou Shuan nodded emphatically. Yes, No matter what happens, we always persevere to the very end. Never give up. Never give up. Of course, at this moment, they were unaware that while they were worrying about the impending high fae, another catastrophic disaster was about to strike them. Chapter 619. The information Xue Wuwen provided was extremely crucial. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to Captain Chen and recounted everything Xue Wuwen had told them about the sea-boiling disaster. Zhou Shuan spoke slowly, but every word carried heavy weight. Qi Mingyu listened quietly, occasionally adding details. Captain Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. After Zhou Shuan finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Where is Xue Wuwen now?" "She should be in her dormitory," Qi Mingyu replied. Captain Chen nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Are you sure what she said is true?" Zhou Shuan's gaze was firm. "Captain Chen, Xue Wuwen has no reason to lie to us. Her identity is special, and her experiences have given her sufficient judgment. Indeed, Xue Wuwen's ability to lead a team of over 1,000 people through the deep sea for so many years demonstrates her considerable skill. For someone like this, whom Captain Chen had only spoken a few words to immediately join the military's command without hesitation seemed illogical. However, if this reason was included, then everything seemed to make sense. Xue Wuwen knew she could no longer protect her men. The appearance of the warship was their last straw. Having understood this, Captain Chen said nothing more, only nodding. "I speak to her personally." Xue Wuwen was summoned by her adjutant. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had just gone out. The two sides met, nodded slightly, and then walked away separately. Captain Chen nodded, his gaze falling on Xue Wuwen. "Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu just told me some things. I'd like to hear your version." Without hesitation, Xue Wuwen recounted her experiences in the apocalypse and the impending catastrophe of the sea boiling. Captain Chen's expression gradually deepened from its initial solemnity. After Xue Wuwen finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Are you sure this catastrophe will happen?" Xue Wuwen nodded, her eyes unwavering. "I witnessed it with my own eyes, there's no mistake. And although the timing and order of the catastrophes I experienced over the years have differed, what's meant to happen will happen. In her previous life, the polar night occurred before the great earthquake, but in this life, it occurred after the land had disappeared. It could be said that the natural disasters in this life are far more destructive. Survival is far more difficult for people." Captain Chen's heart sank, unable to pinpoint the timing. Xue Wuwen slowly shook her head. "I remember the sea boiling phenomenon occurs after daylight. In my previous life, after the polar night came a massive earthquake, followed by a volcanic eruption, the sea swallowing the land, and then a series of natural disasters. About 2 or 3 years passed, the polar night ended, daylight returned, and then soon after, the sea boiling. In other words, in the memories of these reborn individuals, just like now, many natural disasters occur during the polar night and daylight periods. And the duration is also very long. So, perhaps, they still have a sliver of a chance to survive." Captain Chen didn't say anything more, only nodded, his tone resolute. "I understand. This matter must be kept strictly confidential." Xue Wuwen nodded. "Don't worry, Captain Chen, I know what's important. I haven't told anyone about these things all these years." Captain Chen also made a promise. "Okay, I will keep what you said confidential as well." He was already quite familiar with his identity as a reborn individual. It was precisely because of the prophecy that their fleet had been adrift at sea since before the apocalypse even began. Therefore, he readily accepted Xue Wuwen's identity. Xue Wuwen smiled faintly and turned to leave. Her expression remained unchanged, but in her heart, she thought, Qi Mingyu and Captain Chen are truly worthy of being soldiers. They make promises without her even asking. In both her past and present lives, she had always relied on herself. Perhaps, this time, she could truly rely on this warship that had remained unchanged from beginning to end. A week later, Captain Chen immediately ordered the warship to return to port, bringing with it the 100 or so cruise ships and vessels that Xue Wuwen had brought, returning to the island in a grand procession. Then, they divided the newly arrived survivors into zones, separating Xue Wuwen's group as much as possible for easier management. When assigning jobs to these people, they tried to give one person from each family. The rest, except for the elderly, women, and children, had to find their own work. At this time, the entire warship's fishing team was short-handed, but going out to sea to fish was too dangerous. Apart from those who wanted to take a gamble, no one else wanted to join the fishing team. The warship didn't force anyone. Even Captain Chen and his men felt that if they wanted to go out to fish, unless they deployed a mothership or a cruiser, even a destroyer, due to its smaller tonnage, would be in great danger during a thunderstorm. Shui Wuan disembarked from the mothership, and under the beam of the mothership's massive beam of light, looked at the dark islands before her, a faint smile appearing on her face. After many years, she finally set foot on land again. Even if it was just a small island. She disembarked from the mothership with her 2 children and came to the island. The warship crew treated her well, especially since she was a single mother with 2 children, so they gave her one of the vacant stone houses on the island as a priority. They also consulted her about the other houses and assigned a few trusted confidants to them. This way, the dozen or so of them could live together, trusting each other and ensuring their safety. The warship only wanted to break her ties with the more than 1,000 people, but they were also very understanding. Especially after Captain Chen heard her prophecy, and knew that she had brought people to join the warship in search of a chance to survive. He trusted her even more, and specifically instructed his men not to be disrespectful to her, and to try their best to meet her requests. Shui Wuan's 2 children, a girl named Wenwen and a boy named Kan Kan, were both born around the time of the apocalypse, and had been at sea for a long time, having almost never seen land. Little Wenwen was only 4 or 5 years old when she arrived at sea, and her memories of it were long gone. Therefore, upon arriving on the island, she was filled with wonder, and spent every day exploring it with her younger brother. Although Shui Wuan no longer held much power, she had still cultivated a group of trusted confidants. She didn't want to venture out, so she always had a few trusted confidants with her. These 2 children, along with other children, spent several days exploring the island. Children who grew up after the apocalypse were very mature and sensible. They knew they couldn't shout or yell on the island, nor could they go to sensitive areas such as the island's fortifications or military patrol posts. There were still very few children on the mothership. However, among the ordinary people freely drifting outside, there were surprisingly many children. When the head count was taken, there were over 200 children under the age of 16. This was an extremely high proportion. Chapter 620. Including the children on the mothership, there were approximately 500. Captain Chen had considered distributing these children throughout the mothership and the island to learn skills. However, considering the suddenness and swiftness of maritime disasters, he abandoned the idea. He was thinking of waiting for a suitable opportunity to arrange for several teachers on the mothership to gather and educate these children, so that they would be a new force when they grew up, but his mind wasn't on that right now, so he had to put it aside for the time being. After finishing these trivial matters, Captain Chen immediately convened a secret meeting with the warship's high command to discuss the impending sea boiling event. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. All the warship's technicians and maintenance personnel were present, their faces filled with anxiety and worry. Although the island's residents didn't know the specifics of what had happened, they could feel the oppressive atmosphere, a tense atmosphere, like the calm before the storm, permeated the air. Having participated in handling the Shui Wuan incident, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had gained some understanding of the military's intentions after several meetings. The military planned to use this small island as a base to build an impregnable sea fortress, elevating the living space for the inhabitants. However, how to implement this plan remained a mystery. With rising sea temperatures and the occasional eruption of lava, living on either the mothership or the island would be extremely unsafe. Therefore, the military's plan was correct. Elevating the living environment by utilizing various infrastructure technologies to construct an aerial fortress 10 to 20 meters higher on the island. Get all survivors away from the dangerous sea surface. However, the difficulty of implementing this idea is unimaginable. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. The giant machinery in her spatial storage might be useful, but how to safely retrieve it and how to effectively utilize it were enormous challenges. In the mothership's secret conference room, Captain Chen said in a deep voice, "This sea boil is different from the past. According to intelligence, the underwater volcanoes will erupt in full force, and the temperature of the magma will soar to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, causing all the seawater to boil. No ship can withstand such scorching temperatures. Therefore, we must plan ahead and build facilities that can withstand extreme heat. Old Shang, how's your research going?" These past few days, Vice Captain Shang and his technicians have been studying the high-temperature resistant metal extracted from beneath the oil field. Vice Captain Shang shook his head, his expression grave. The high-temperature resistant metal we extracted from beneath the oil field was plentiful and heat-resistant enough, but its strength was limited and insufficient to handle the extreme situation you described. Building an aerial fortress requires materials with extremely high hardness. Ordinary metals cannot withstand such strength. Captain Chen looked around at everyone. Then what other ideas do you have? A technical team leader specializing in materials research slowly spoke up. Actually, we're currently trying to fuse the minerals brought back from the hydrothermal vents with the metal from beneath the oil field to see if we can create a new alloy. We studied those minerals. They're hard enough and heat-resistant. Captain Chen's eyes lit up. If we can melt them into a new alloy, then we can start construction. Yes. Good. After numerous intensive experiments, the new alloy was finally produced. This alloy, known as a boiling point alloy, can withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius and extreme cold of several hundred degrees below zero. Its strength is 10 times that of titanium alloy, yet its weight is only 70%. Furthermore, damaged parts can self-repair after high-temperature firing. After listening to the technician's explanation, Captain Chen's face showed satisfaction, and his tone was firm. Good, immediately begin large-scale production of the boiling point alloy, regardless of cost. At the same time, he also arranged for people to explore the island's geological structure. Not to mention the military's preparations for the impending seed boiling disaster. The Zhou family has been busy these past few days preparing fresh fish into cooked food. If they are caught off guard at sea again, they can use it as dry rations. In the previous days, with outsiders present, they could only eat smoked fish chunks. Smoked fish chunks are air-dried, essentially still raw. Besides being raw meat, they also taste salty and bitter. But since it was a survival situation, they could only adapt. So this time, with some free time, besides Mu Mu and Zhong Tian still going to work on the mothership and helping Jiping and the others, Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianhai, and Qi Mingyu stayed home and cooked. Zhou Jianhai traded some taro from his family's harvest this year for a barrel of cooking oil on the warship. Supplies were so scarce that people had very low expectations for food. As long as it didn't kill them, spoilage didn't matter. This cooking oil was pressed from peanuts and rapeseed harvested from the warship's planting area and had no expiration date. Moreover, this is considered a luxury item. Most survivors wouldn't dare use such expensive cooking oil for food. Besides, food cooked with oil, whether stir-fried or deep-fried, tastes delicious. Good taste leads to more food consumption, which is a waste of resources. Who has surplus grain to waste like this now? So people are very casual about cooking. They simply boil fish in water, and if smoking fish, they don't even need to add salt. It's ready to eat right away. The least particular cooks don't even bother with a fire. They just thaw frozen fresh fish, slice a few pieces, and eat it like sashimi. That's all they need for a meal. The Zhou family's extravagant use of a whole barrel of oil to fry fish created an aroma that could be smelled for miles, making countless survivors secretly drool. Even Captain Chen, aboard the mothership, caught a faint aroma of fish. He put down his documents and looked out the window. Who's cooking? It smells so good. He touched his stomach, which was growling loudly. His adjutant, who had been standing beside him, smiled broadly. Captain, you haven't had lunch yet, so of course you're hungry. Why don't you take this opportunity to stop working and eat? Captain Chen was a workaholic. Once he started working, he was completely absorbed, often forgetting even to eat. He smiled and said, "All right, let's see if the mess hall is serving fried fish today. I have a piece too. It smells so good." The adjutant had already eaten lunch, but the aroma of the fried fish made his mouth water. He immediately saluted and smiled as well. "Yes, sir. I go to the mess hall right away." Actually, although Captain Chen was the captain of an entire fleet, since arriving at sea, he had already given the order. From now on, there would be no special privileges, no special meals. High-ranking officers on the warship would eat the same communal meals as ordinary soldiers. Chapter 621. He set an example by his own actions, so none of the officers dared to request special treatment. Therefore, their food and rations were exactly the same as those of ordinary naval personnel on the warship. The soldiers on the warship received their wages as in peacetime, except that their wages were now exchanged for supplies. These included various grains harvested from the plantation, newly collected fish, and some daily necessities. The warship also provided 3 meals a day. Although the food wasn't as good as before, the taste was average, but the portions were large and filling. Captain Chen had almost never made special requests regarding the food, but today he volunteered for fried fish. The adjutant, deeply moved, went to the mess hall and found an experienced cook. He lowered his voice and said, "Oldly, Captain Chen wants fried fish today. Do you have that dish?" Oldly, ever perceptive, immediately understood and smiled broadly. "Yes, Adjutant Yuan, don't worry, I guarantee Captain Chen will be satisfied." The adjutant quickly added, "But don't overdo it, or Captain Chen will notice." Oldly nodded repeatedly. All right. Don't worry, I know how to do this." He put down his work and immediately began preparing. He skillfully cleaned a large fish, its body plump and brightly colored, clearly freshly caught. He carefully fried the fish, controlling the oil temperature perfectly. Once the fish was golden brown and crispy, he expertly drizzled on a pre-prepared sweet and sour sauce, the perfectly balanced aroma instantly filling the air. The enticing aroma filled the mess hall, attracting the attention of everyone else. The adjutant swallowed hard, patted Oldly on the shoulder, packed the fried sweet and sour fish and taro rice into a lunchbox, carefully carried it, and hurried to Captain Chen's office. Captain Chen took the lunchbox, gently opened it, and an enticing aroma wafted out. A smile spread across his dark, wrinkled face as he picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, savoring it. The fish was tender and juicy, the sweet and sour flavor perfectly balanced, truly delicious. He nodded in satisfaction and devoured the fish. Lieutenant Yun, loyal to the captain, watched from the side, feeling deeply gratified. For so many years, the captain had devoted himself to the fleet, working tirelessly day and night. To have this opportunity to let him enjoy a good meal filled him with joy and satisfaction. He felt he hadn't been chosen as Captain Chen's lieutenant for nothing. Unexpectedly, after Captain Chen had finished the entire fish with gusto, he also ate the mashed salted taro. Only when he bent down to continue working did he suddenly utter, "Go and take 2 fish from my salary, and send them to the mess hall. Don't use the company's money." Lieutenant Yun opened his mouth. Captain Chen didn't even look up, focused intently on his work. Lieutenant Yun finally responded with a sound of agreement, then dejectedly went out. Just as he stepped outside, he remembered something and hurried back inside. "Captain, you only ate 1 fish." Captain Chen said casually, "Then the oil, sauces, and other seasonings were free, weren't they? These things are very precious now." Lieutenant Yun left with a bitter face. Since the Zhou family had exchanged a barrel of oil to fry fish, they would naturally be frying a large quantity, making quite a commotion. That meant they couldn't do this work in the small 2-stone houses. Oil would splatter everywhere, leaving a greasy mess. It just so happened that the Zhou family's small wooden houses had been damaged and hadn't been rebuilt. Zhou Jianhai looked at the space at the doorway, and then built a frame out of planks, and wood in front of the stone houses. Disasters occurred frequently, and even the most painstakingly built wooden houses were often damaged, so the Zhou family decided to follow the trend and simply build a makeshift shed at the entrance. They also built a makeshift stove using stones collected from the coast. This stove was connected to the insulated wall of the stone house. After building the stove, Zhou Jianhai looked it over and said, "We still need to build a stone kitchen when we have time. This stove is easily extinguished if we don't keep a close eye on it." Zhou Shuan replied, "It's all right, take your time. Our white flame furnace will last us another year or 2. Back then, white flame furnaces were too precious, and the Zhou family had never had the opportunity to exchange for more. They had some given by Tao Zheng and the others, plus some they later exchanged with the base, so they still had a batch in their storage space. As Shui Wuwen had said, when daytime arrived, the weather would warm up rapidly. That's for sure. Even the seawater would be boiling. How could it not be hot? Thinking this way, Zhou Jianhai stopped insisting on building a stone kitchen. As for the vegetable shed that used to be in the back house, Zhou Shuan had moved most of it into her spatial storage, leaving only a portion to conceal it, but naturally, all the plants had died. They had just returned and hadn't yet sorted things out. Zhong Tian had also looked around and suggested that if necessary, they could place 2 rows of planting boxes in their stone house to grow some vegetables or something, which would be easier to manage. The Zhou family had no objections. At this moment, Zhou Jianhai, wearing an apron, was cooking under a makeshift shed by the door. 2 torches were lit beside him. The combined flame from the stove made the area bright and warm. Zhou Shuan carried a basket of freshly fried fish pieces into the house. Qi Mingyu sat outside by the small stove, using tongs to feed firewood into the fire. He was now more familiar with his blindness. After a little practice with the stove, and the distance between the firewood and him, he was able to manage the task of tending the fire. Zhou Jianhai carefully stirred a pot of fish that had just been fried in oil. The oil sizzled, and a rich aroma wafted through the smoke, attracting passers-by who couldn't help but stop and greedily inhale. "Dad, is the pot ready yet?" Zhou Shuan cleared the empty basket, and wiped the sweat from her brow. Zhou Jianhai shook his head. "It'd have to wait a while, don't rush." Zhou Shuan then went to cut the fish. Cutting fish was tiring work. Qi Mingyu listened silently for a while, finally looking up. Wan, why don't you tend the fire, and I cut the fish?" He gestured with his hands, indicating that cutting into pieces wasn't difficult. Zhou Shuan laughed, That won't do. I don't like sitting by the stove and smelling the cooking fumes. You have to take care of this. Chi Mingyu knew exactly what she was thinking. He smiled, his eyes slightly upturned, making him appear exceptionally gentle. I cut it after we rest. Zhou Jianhai listened to their sweet back-and-forth conversation, every word dripping with affection, almost sickeningly so. He didn't want to get involved, so he pretended not to hear and instructed Zhou Shuan, Wan, bring over the raw fish pieces. Coming! Zhou Shuan brought over a basket of freshly cut raw fish pieces and was helping to put them into the oil when she saw their neighbors, Sun Su and Jiang Yisun, approaching. Sun Su, supporting Jiang Yisun, carried 7 or 8 fish, carefully walking over. He first called out awkwardly, "Brother Dahai." Zhou Jianhai was busy turning over fish and didn't pay attention to them, only calling out, "Little son, where are you going?" Chapter 622. Sun Su scratched his head, his face flushed red, and stammered, "Brother Dahai, it's like this. We want to borrow your frying pan to fry a few fish." As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Jiang Yisun, who kept her head down, gently stroking her lower abdomen, her expression both shy and apprehensive. Before Zhou Jianhai could answer, he quickly stammered, We won't use it for free, we give you an extra fish as payment." He looked at Jiang Yisun beside him, seemingly a little embarrassed, scratching the back of her head. She's pregnant, and the fish she usually eats is too fishy. I just smelled you frying fish, so I thought I'd fry a few for her too, at least to change her appetite. Oh, congratulations. Zhou Jianhai hurriedly congratulated her. Zhou Shuan glanced at Jiang Yisun beside her, who was looking down, unsure of what to feel. The woman was very thin, barely over 1.6 meters tall, and weighing no more than 80 pounds, perhaps even less. She looked old and haggard, clearly malnourished, and had been receiving treatment in the mothership's medical ward. Could she possibly give birth to a healthy baby? But seeing the couple, their faces flushed with joy, she said nothing. Everyone has their own choices. Aside from a nagging worry, she had no right to interfere. Zhou Jianhai decisively told Sun Su, "Bring your fish over here. There's a cutting board over there. Cut it yourself, it'd be ready in a few minutes." He pointed to a makeshift stove in the corner of the yard. Sun Su thanked him repeatedly, and carried the fish to the stove. His chopping movements were swift and efficient, his knife work crisp and clean, his strength perfectly controlled. In a few strokes, he had broken a whole fish into several large pieces, his movements precise and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, thinking that in the apocalypse, everyone has their own way of surviving and develops their own unique skills. This Sun Su, who seemed honest and unassuming, had surprisingly exquisite knife skills. Zhou Jianhai quickly fried the fish prepared by Sun Su and his wife, the aroma filling the air and attracting the attention of those nearby. Knowing that Sun Su was proud and wouldn't easily accept favors, Zhou Jianhai deliberately left a few extra pieces of fish as a reward. Sun Su was still embarrassed to leave and continued to help clean and chop the fish. Jiang Yisun also wanted to help, but Zhou Shuan politely declined. Zhou Jianhai told Sun Su several times that he didn't need to help, that the 3 of them were enough, but Sun Su said that Zhong Tiyun and Mu Mu weren't there, and they were short-handed, so helping was the right thing to do. Sun Su and his wife were honest and straightforward people, and they always felt indebted to them for their help, so the Zhou family couldn't refuse too much. By this time, the Zhou family had already fried another full basket of fish. Zhou Shuan was busy preparing various seasonings, mixing them well, and then stir-frying them again in a small pan to make the fish pieces even more fragrant and flavorful. Zhou Jianhai, naturally, couldn't let them help for nothing. He had Zhou Shuan pick out a plate of fried fish pieces and place it on the corner of the table, so that Sun Su and Jiang Yisun could eat while they worked. The Zhou family's and Sun family's fish pieces were separate, so Sun Su also took out his own fried fish pieces and handed one piece to each of the 3 of them. "It's not good to just eat yours. Try some of ours too." He gave a small amount, just 1 piece each, not too much and not too little. Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianhai exchanged glances and agreed, "Okay, thank you very much." The fish from the Sun family tasted exactly the same as the fish from the Zhou families. Because they were both caught from the sea, frozen and then thawed, they were very fresh. Everyone was busy frying fish and hadn't had time for lunch. After finishing the fish Sun Su gave her, Zhou Shuan ate 2 pieces of her own fried fish, then clapped her hands. "Dad, shall I make some savory soup? A few pieces of fried fish and some soup, and lunch will be taken care of." "Okay," Zhou Jianhai said. She took out a small stove from inside, poured warm water from the stove into a pot, and started cooking it on the stove. If Sun Tzu and the others weren't home, Zhou Shuan planned to stir some cornmeal dumplings, add some kelp strips, dried shiitake mushrooms, and leafy greens, add soy sauce and sesame oil, and lightly make a pot of savory dumpling soup. Especially when paired with fried fish pieces, it was appetizing and refreshing. The Zhou family all loved it. This was a must whenever the family fried something. It had been a long time since they fried any food. However, with outsiders present, some dishes couldn't be displayed openly. Besides, since they were helping out, it wouldn't be polite not to invite them to eat. Zhou Shuan took out the taro, cut it into chunks, and put it in boiling water. She then added the other ingredients in order, making a taro soup. Sun Tzu quickly gave Jiang Yisun a look, signaling her to come forward and help. Jiang Yisun stepped forward shyly, but Zhou Shuan waved her hand. "You're pregnant now, you're a priority. Sit down." Jiang Yisun smiled awkwardly. "I do it, it's too embarrassing for me to just sit there." Sun Tzu finished cutting the fish temporarily, wiped his hands, and hurried over. "I serve the rice. You all sit down." Zhou Shuan handed him a bowl and chopsticks. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if she was exhausted from working all day. She paused, took the soup Sun Tzu offered, and slowly drank half a bowl. That nausea and dizziness returned. A chill ran down her spine. Trying to lift her head, she felt the world spin, and she and the bowl crashed to the ground. "No! No! Wake up!" Alarm bells rang in her head, but she just lay there limply, unable to open her eyes. In her delirium, Zhou Shuan knew her family had been tricked, and that other person must be Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun. The fish Sun Tzu offered must be tainted. The one who had been catching the sparrow for 1,000 years had finally been pecked in the eye by the sparrow. She kept urging herself to wake up, to wake up. In her hazy state, she heard many people talking around her, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. Then she was carried away by several people. Where were they going? How many people from their family came? Were Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun conspiring with someone else, or were they the masterminds? In her hazy state, she could only sense that she was on a ship, with waves rising and falling. The nausea intensified, and she vomited violently. A male voice beside her cursed. "The medicine will be useless if she vomits. Force it down her throat, quick." She was held by her limbs, and some liquid was forced down her throat. No, no, she struggled desperately, but how could she, in her blurred consciousness, possibly resist? She drank the medicine, her consciousness waned again, and then she completely vanished into nothingness. Chapter 623. Zhou Shuan glanced around, her gaze finally settling on the bow of the ship. Sun Tzu stood aloof at the bow, his back to her, staring at the boundless black sea. He gripped a dagger tightly in his hand, another tucked into his belt, his shadow stretched long in the dim light. Jiang Yisun was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Shuan's movement immediately attracted the attention of a patrolling man. "She's awake?" he shouted, raising his gun and pointing it at her head. She woke up early because she was allergic to that drug. The reaction was too strong. She should have woken up in another hour. A cold voice rang out. It was Sun Tzu. His voice was completely different from before, lacking its usual timidity and docility, replaced by a coldness and composure, even carrying a chilling murderous intent. Zhou Shuan's throat was dry and hoarse, her temples throbbing. She tried to speak but could only manage a few dry coughs. She kept her mouth tightly shut, enduring the urge to vomit, and stared coldly and expressionlessly at these people. Sun Tzu turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on her, a glint of unfathomable light in his eyes. He turned to the helmsman and asked, "How far are we from the island?" The helmsman's voice was hoarse and low. "We only been sailing for half an hour. They can probably hear any noise over there." Only half an hour? It seemed the drug wasn't very effective. It only made her feel unwell. Zhou Shuan looked again at Qi Mingyu and her father. They still seemed completely unconscious. She didn't know if they were awake or not. "All right, gag her. Let's get out of this area first." Sun Tzu's voice remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Immediately, someone stepped forward and roughly stuffed a rag into Zhou Shuan's mouth, binding it tightly. Zhou Shuan's hands and feet were also tightly bound. She glanced coldly at Sun Tzu before averting her gaze. "Oh, this woman isn't even afraid." A man chuckled, his voice vulgar. "Old son, the one you mentioned with the spatial ability, is she the one?" Another man asked casually, his voice filled with greed and anticipation. Zhou Shuan's eyes turned icy. A spatial ability? So that's what they wanted, but how did Sun Tzu know she had a spatial ability? She looked into Sun Tzu's eyes. Sun Tzu seemed to sense her curiosity, turning to meet her gaze. His eyes were cold, smug, even carrying a hint of malice and eeriness, like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Having known him for so long, she had never seen this side of him before. This man was mentally disturbed. Completely different from a normal person. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Zhou Shuwen's hair immediately stood on end. Sun Tzu chuckled, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Zhou Shuwen, do you know how your secret was exposed? Zhou Shuwen looked at him calmly. A rag was stuffed into her mouth. Sun Tzu didn't seem to care whether she could answer or not, and continued on his own. Actually, I know Lin Yuang. Didn't expect that, did you? After your warship attacked the pirates, you sent us wounded to the temporary medical area. Lin Yuang and I were together there. Yes, I even saw you. He let out a strange laugh, filled with smugness and mockery. So he found out from Lin Yuang. That was when the spatial illusion crumbled. But Zhou Shuwen tried hard to recall, but she couldn't remember ever seeing this person before. It doesn't matter if you can't remember, your attention was completely focused on Lin Yuang back then. Sun Tzu continued, his tone tinged with smug boasting. I learned Zhou Shuwen's name from Lin Yuang. Then, after you turned and left the rescue area, I kept an eye on Lin Yuang out of curiosity. My thinking at the time was simple. Since Lin Yuang and you were once boyfriend and girlfriend, given his intelligence, he would definitely try to curry favor with you to gain benefits for himself. They say women are emotional. What if you changed your mind, took pity on him, and were willing to support him? I had no power, nor was I particularly clever, so I decided to observe quietly and perhaps get a taste of the benefits myself, right? Then, I overheard that shocking secret. He told Dr. Wei that you possess a spatial ability, which is why you were able to take such good care of yourself and your family in the apocalypse. How unbelievable is that? Sun Tzu paused, his eyes gleaming with greed, like a ravenous wolf, staring intently at Zhou Shuwen, scrutinizing her from head to toe. When he heard the secret, his first reaction was disbelief. But ever since he was captured and taken to the pirate island, he had been enslaved. Fortunately, he was good at disguising himself, and by appearing honest and simple, he won over one of the pirate leaders in charge of them. Then, by betraying information about his fellow slaves, who planned to escape that night, who was planning a rebellion, and when he actually fared quite well. He ate better than others, and his tasks were relatively easy. None of the survivors killed because of him knew he was actually a pirate spy. Therefore, when Captain Chen ordered the pirates killed, he narrowly escaped. Treated as a suffering survivor, he was kindly taken to the intensive care unit, where doctors and nurses treated him. Just as he was about to behave himself, he heard about the space. He always considered himself not very clever, his greatest strength being patience and infiltration. So even knowing this news, he wasn't greatly surprised, simply observing silently. He thought, even if that space truly existed, he shouldn't rush into action. The space wouldn't disappear, he just needed to see who ultimately seized it. Then, he would seize the opportunity to take it for himself. He had been silently watching and waiting, and then came Lin Yuang's death. The Wei family also died soon after. On the night Dr. Wei disappeared, the entire island and the mothership were practically turned upside down. The commotion was immense. He really wanted to betray them like he used to, and gain some benefits in return. Perhaps, he could even gain the trust of his superiors. But he considered himself good at observing people's hearts. This warship was a regular army. Even after so many years since the apocalypse, they were no different from the Yin Kingdom soldiers before the apocalypse. As long as he kept a low profile, they wouldn't discover his true nature. But once he got close, their experience would surely allow them to see through him. If they dug up his past and executed him, that wouldn't be good, and even if the warship confiscated Zhou Shuwen's space, they wouldn't give him much preferential treatment. Therefore, he could only wait patiently and take matters into his own hands. Chapter 624. After a week of searching without finding Dr. Wei and his son's bodies, he guessed that Zhou Shuwen must have used her spatial ability to hide them. When assigning living quarters, he specifically requested a location closest to the Zhou family's house. The two Zhou family relatives had originally wanted to live there too, but they were too late and had to settle for living next to his house. This gave him more opportunities to observe the Zhou family and find out where that spatial ability was. As a bachelor, he naturally aroused distrust. Therefore, he had already chosen Jiang Yisan as his wife. Jiang Yisan was one of the few women on the pirate island, imprisoned and used as a tool for men's sexual gratification. He had treated her well then, even bringing her food a few times. After she was severely injured in one ordeal, he secretly saved a few days' worth of food and brought it to her. Jiang Yisan survived on that meager ration. Therefore, she trusted Sun Tzu, and probably felt a sense of gratitude for his life-saving act. The most crucial point is that Jiang Yisun is a very timid and indecisive person. Having known her for so many years, Sun Tzu was confident he could control her. So when he proposed marriage, Jiang Yisun hesitated only for a moment before agreeing. After the marriage, Jiang Yisun enjoyed a sweet period. However, once the honeymoon was over, Sun Tzu gradually revealed his true colors. His secret inquiries into the Zhou family's affairs were, of course, discovered by Jiang Yisun. Jiang Yisun was merely timid, not stupid. But Sun Tzu had plenty of ways to deal with her. In their stone house, he was the boss, the emperor. He could do whatever he wanted. He made Jiang Yisun crawl on the ground like a dog, sleep in a doghouse, and she wouldn't dare utter a sound. He subjected her to utter humiliation, daily manipulation, and just when she was about to break down, he feigned the gentleness of a husband, showering her with concern and tearfully apologizing, and Jiang Yisun would soften again. Then he'd do it all over again. His goal was to shatter her entire personality, and then piece it back together. So, before long, Jiang Yisun was like dough, completely at his mercy. Her fear of him reached its peak, yet she couldn't leave him. However, they lived too close to the Zhou family, and Sun Tzu was hoping Jiang Yisun could dispel Zhou Shuwen's suspicions. So he couldn't leave any marks on her, lest it arouse suspicion. His most frequent punishment was locking her in the stove in the house. Even if the embers weren't completely extinguished, he chased her with a stick like he was chasing a dog, and she had to crawl in. When not cooking, it served as the family's dog cage. Of course, he couldn't build another dog cage and arouse suspicion. Another punishment was forbidding her from eating, forcing her to eat only his leftovers. Watching her eat the fish bones and vegetable scraps he threw away like they were delicacies made all the abuse, violence, and grievances he suffered over the years vanish. It was incredibly satisfying. Even when Jiang Yisun was later taken to the doctor due to malnutrition, he easily dispelled the doctor's suspicions by claiming the family lacked supplies. And now, he was using her pregnancy as an excuse to come over and finally use the sleeping potion he prepared long ago. Thinking of this, Sun Tzu couldn't help but want to burst into laughter 3 times. After planning for so long, even fate was on his side. When they loaded the 3 members of the Zhou family into boxes and onto the fishing boat, no one suspected anything, and the Navy let them pass smoothly. He had maintained a distant, but not overly close relationship with the Zhou family these past few days, slowly letting them accept him. Being too eager would only annoy them. But if he appeared pitiful and honest, the Zhou family would naturally lower their guard and be willing to help him. He had also deliberately sent food to the Zhou family many times, as a token of gratitude for their help, making it difficult for them to refuse. This provided the opportunity for his attack. However, he was alone and weak, of course. He couldn't subdue this family of highly skilled fighters. What he needed to do was strike decisively. Therefore, he had been waiting for his chance, lying in wait. He finally waited for Shui Wuwen's people to join the warship. The people she brought were all veterans of the sea. How could they all be willing to be disciplined by the military? After only a few encounters, he set his sights on a man named Tian Renqin. This man had lost to Shui Wuwen when they vied for leadership, but later showed remorse and genuine ability, commanding several capable subordinates. Shui Wuwen accepted him. However, he was never truly convinced. How could a woman lead them? Later, this woman's indecisiveness led them to defect to the Navy. They were constantly controlled and lacked freedom. He complained a few times, which was discovered by Sun Tzu. They then all signed up for a fishing team, becoming part of the same group. Sun Tzu deliberately made contact with her a few times, and they quickly reached an agreement, arranging the operation. Zhou Shuwen listened expressionlessly. Upon hearing Tian Renqin's name, her eyes flickered, glancing at the man, around 40 years old, who was stroking the gun at his waist. Tian Renqin chuckled, looking her up and down, then suddenly blurted out, "I haven't seen such a beautiful and clean woman in a long time." Sun Tzu also glanced at Zhou Shuwen. Even in her disheveled state, and under the dim light, her beautiful, fair skin was undeniable. He curled his dark lips into a cold smile. "Once we get our hands on the space, you can do whatever you want with it." Tian Renqin was even more delighted, grinning widely. "Did you hear that, brothers? This woman is ours to do with as we please." The other men also laughed unrestrainedly. Sun Tzu lowered his eyes, concealing the glint in them. Zhou Shuwen estimated there were at least 15 people on the boat. But no more. Since they wanted to seize space, they certainly wouldn't have brought too many people. She glanced at Qi Mingyu beside her, and unexpectedly noticed his eyelashes twitch. They had been married for many years. She knew him too well. He was a special forces soldier, trained with various drugs. He should have regained consciousness much earlier than her with this kind of drug. He was just feigning unconsciousness, waiting for an opportunity, just as they had planned. Zhou Shuan felt more at ease. With a slight press of the bracelet on her wrist, her fingers bound behind her back, everyone on the small boat would be knocked unconscious by a powerful shockwave. However, now was not the time. They were willing to take this risk to find out Sun Tzu's ulterior motives for approaching them. Now that they knew it was because of the space, they needed to find out who else besides those on the ship knew about it. The last time they killed Lin Yuang and Dr. Wei, it left behind problems. That's why they brought danger to their families again. Zhou Shuan secretly vowed that this time she would eliminate all future troubles. Chapter 625. The ship sailed for about 3 more hours. The sea breeze howled, whipping up layers of waves that crashed against the hull, producing a low, rumbling sound. The fishing boat appeared exceptionally small on the vast ocean, like a lone leaf adrift on the boundless sea. In the distance, the horizon disappeared into the dark mist, not a trace of land visible. On the deck, Zhou Shuan was roughly tied to the mast, the rough hemp rope digging into her skin, causing sharp pains. She felt the ship rocking, smelled the strong fishy smell of the sea, and felt the tense atmosphere in the air. Sun Tzu finally revealed his ferocious face, ordering his men to lift Zhou Shuan up and roughly tie her to the mast in the middle of the fishing boat. Zhou Shuan saw Qi Mingyu move, and quickly coughed twice to signal him not to move. Sun Tzu's face was grim, a cruel smile curving his lips, his eyes gleaming with an excitement as nauseating as that of a bloodthirsty beast. Zhou Shuan, he leaned closer, his voice sinister, if you behave yourself, I might not be too harsh on your blind husband, otherwise. He reached out, and roughly poked Zhou Shuan's cheek, his sharp nails almost piercing her skin. I show you how I torture him. And your old father, after the apocalypse, he seems rather young, ha ha ha. Sun Tzu burst into laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm and resentment. It's all because of you, daughter, and your son-in-law, who take such good care of you. I find it very displeasing. Why should we, the people here, live like rotten mud in the mire beneath your feet, not even living like human beings, while you can live so comfortably thanks to your spatial abilities? Look at your little face, so delicate and fair. It makes me want to destroy it. As they spoke, Sun Tzu drew a dagger from his waist, the cold blade pressed against Zhou Shuan's cheek, its sharp edge gleaming and reflecting his contorted expression. The cold metal against her skin sent chills down her spine. Zhou Shuan felt the icy touch on her face, and the intense killing intent emanating from Sun Tzu, but she showed no panic, simply gazing at him calmly. Qi Mingyu lay on the deck, his eyes closed, seemingly unconscious, but his brow was furrowed, and his muscles twitched slightly, clearly indicating he was already awake. His hands, bound behind his back, revealed a thin blade, something he had concealed beforehand, enough to cut the ropes in an instant and subdue his opponent, but that wasn't their plan. He waited anxiously, his entire body on high alert. The next second, Zhou Shuan's calm voice broke the suffocating silence. You ruined my face. Aren't you worried that I hate you even more and would rather die than reveal the location of the space? She tilted her head slightly, glancing at her surroundings out of the corner of her eye. Sun Tzu sneered, his sinister gaze sweeping over Zhou Shuan. Who am I? Since I'd done it, I naturally arrange everything. I prepared all sorts of tortures in that small cabin down there. I can torture the 3 of you for days and nights. Eventually, someone will break down and talk. He pointed viciously at Qi Mingyu lying on the ground. Or, I cut out your blind husband's tongue too, how about that? Or, I chop off your father's legs, so even if a natural disaster happens in the future, he won't be able to escape. Ha ha. He burst into laughter again, and the others on the boat joined in, their rude laughter jarring against the howling sea wind. Even in this perilous situation, Zhou Shuan remained calm. She glanced coldly at Sun Tzu, her eyes filled with utter disdain. It was as if, even though she was now a prisoner, and he was the master of her fate, she still held him in utter contempt. Tell me, where is your space? You filthy bitch. Sun Tzu completely lost control, his eyes bloodshot, like a maddened beast. He thrust the dagger closer, the blade almost slicing through Zhou Shuan's cheek. His crazed expression made the surrounding henchmen shrink back in fear. Zhou Shuan remained calm. She said indifferently, since you overheard Lin Youyang's words, don't you know this space is just a jade pendant? You kidnapped me in such a hurry, without mentioning anything about the space, so you left the pendant at home. Sun Tzu, Tianrenqin, and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Zhou Shuan to respond so calmly. Tianrenqin rushed forward, his scarred face terrifyingly grim. Tell me, where did you put that pendant? His greedy gaze swept over Zhou Shuan, then he suddenly chuckled, otherwise, I have my brothers strip you naked and see if it's even on you. The other pirates joined in with sinister laughter, their voices filled with lewdness and threat. It would be heartbreaking if it got too cold. Zhou Shuan smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow slightly. Of course, I wouldn't carry something this important with me. What if some natural disaster happened, and I was rushing to jump into the sea to escape, only to have it swept away by the tide? So, I'd definitely hidden it in a very, very safe place, ensuring I can use it anytime I need it. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Sun Tzu, already impatient, charged forward angrily, his fist about to smash into Zhou Shuan's face, his veins bulging as he whistled through the air. Tian Renqing frowned, blocking his fist, his eyes dark and menacing. You said you leave this woman for us brothers to play with. How can we play with her if you beat her up? I don't want to do that with a pig's head. Sun Tzu, his eyes blazing with rage, glared at Zhou Shuan for a moment before suddenly pointing at Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jiahai, his voice sharp and grating. Go, splash them all with cold water to wake them up, tie them all up. I don't believe all three of them are so stubborn, I can't pry one of them open. The ruthlessness in his eyes was undisguised, as if he wanted to crush Zhou Shuan's family completely. Several burly men responded, moving without hesitation towards the two men on the ground. Their rough movements, and the stench of blood emanating from them, made the air even more oppressive. Seeing that several burly men were indeed heading towards the two people on the ground, Zhou Shuan finally seemed to get anxious. She slightly raised her chin. Fine, I tell you. But I only tell you. She turned to Tian Renqing and said coldly, I don't like Sun Tzu's character. Since you know the secret of the space, I simply tell you, and you can get rid of him. That space will be entirely yours. I don't ask for much, just that my family, and I can stay with you, and not live too miserably. Chapter 626. She seemed to sense the other's hesitation, and smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Don't worry, that space has been stockpiling supplies since before the apocalypse, and it's overflowing with them now. There's no shortage of food for just a few of us. You could feed 100 or 200 people for decades, let alone everyone on the ship. Her words exploded like a bombshell in the quiet cabin, instantly illuminating everyone's eyes with greed and longing. That space actually contained so many supplies. Upon hearing this, the cabin fell silent, save for the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Tian Renqing was also deeply tempted, his eyes darting around, as if weighing the pros and cons. However, as a leader who had been around for so many years, he possessed considerable cunning and intelligence. His initial excitement lasted only a moment before he regained his composure, letting out a cold laugh. You're a truly terrifying woman, even resorting to sowing discord. Zhou Shuan's expression was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned by Tian Renqing's assessment. I simply dislike Sun Tzu. He's too vicious, too perverted. Working with someone like him is disgusting. Sun Tzu, standing nearby, was practically bursting with rage. His large, pincer-like hand reached out and gripped Zhou Shuan's neck, his knuckles turning white, demonstrating the immense force he exerted. Zhou Shuan's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to breathe, but she still managed to remain silent. Tian Renqing stopped Sun Tzu in time, ordering his men to drag him back slightly, and sneered. What? Are you going to kill someone to vent your anger? Is space more important, or is venting your rage more important? Although his name was Renqing, he fundamentally believed in the law of the jungle, and was ruthless in his actions. However, he looked down on people like Sun Tzu, whom he saw as a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to bite at any moment. Sun Tzu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Tian Renqing. You're going to break up with me after a few provocations? Don't forget, I still have leverage over you. His voice was hoarse, filled with a strong threat. Tian Renqing paused, then sneered, Handbook? You really think those weapon storage locations you control can do anything to me? This is the open sea, my men are all here. One order from me, and they throw you overboard to feed the fish. Weapons? It seems Tian Renqing is unwilling to submit to the warship, but powerless against the prevailing trend, so he secretly hid weapons. How did Sun Tzu find out? However, Sun Tzu currently only has himself in Jiangnisan. How can he guarantee that being with Tian Renqing isn't like dealing with a tiger for its skin? Tian Renqing waved for his men to restrain Sun Tzu. Several burly men stood like iron towers on either side of Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu struggled desperately, but his arms and legs felt like lead, impossible to budge an inch. His face flushed red, and he let out an incomprehensible roar, spittle flying everywhere. Tian Renqing frowned impatiently, too noisy. A subordinate quickly stepped forward. deftly pulled a piece of coarse cloth from his waist and stuffed it into Sun Tzu's mouth. Sun Tzu immediately fell silent, only letting out muffled groans. Only then did Tian Renqin slowly walk up to Zhou Shuwan, toying with a dark pistol in his hand, his brow furrowed with a sinister and calculating expression. Zhou Shuwan, his voice carried a chilling undertone. If you want me to avenge you, fine. I catch that and throw him into the fish pond. But you have to promise you won't lie to me. I don't like playing dirty tricks. If you're just trying to fool me, the first person I kill is your old father, then your husband, and finally you. I take your virginity first, then throw you to my dozen or so henchmen. They're all lecherous bastards. In a few days, you probably be dead in bed. He smiled sinisterly, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth, as chilling as a viper's hiss. So, are you still willing to negotiate? Zhou Shuwan's face was pale, but like a winter plum blossom, her back stood straight, without the slightest fear. She simply uttered a single word, fine. If they weren't now enemies, locked in a life or death struggle, Tian Renqin thought he might have admired her composure in the face of danger. He stared at her for a few moments before slowly asking, all right, I ask, you answer. Where is that so-called space? He admitted that he had initially scoffed at Sun Tzu's words. What emerald space? Utter nonsense. He sent someone to inquire about the Zhou family. The Zhou family was indeed quite mysterious. They had suddenly appeared before the fleet, owning a single cruise ship. Their family was wealthy, and lived a better life than most. When the volcano erupted, countless ships were swallowed by lava, but the Zhou family's cruise ship remained unscathed. Could there really be something fishy going on? Anyway, he was just out fishing and casually interrogating them, so it wouldn't be too difficult. He easily captured the 3 members of the Zhou family. But now, hearing Zhou Shuwan's words, his heart burned with excitement. If there truly was an infinitely vast space, filled with countless resources, wouldn't he be able to support an army and rival warships? Even seizing the warship's treasures wouldn't be a problem, as long as that space was large enough to hold an entire mothership and destroyers. Sun Tzu wanted the space simply to live a life of abundant resources. However, Tian Renqin's appetite was far greater. He even wanted to seize all the warships and weapons. Zhou Shuwan saw the burning ambition in his eyes, and calmly said, untie me, and the space is within me. Tian Renqin narrowed his eyes, examining Zhou Shuwan's bound hands. I heard that although you're a doctor, you're quite skilled. I don't want to suffer. Zhou Shuwan scoffed, her tone laced with mockery. A real man doesn't need to be so wishy-washy. There are so many of you. My father and husband are still in your hands. What can a weak woman like me do? Tian Renqin pondered for a moment. This argument did indeed make sense. He waved his hand, and one of his men immediately stepped forward, skillfully untying the ropes binding Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan was lowered from the mast, stretching her stiff limbs, making a slight grinding sound. She gently reached for her neck, but suddenly, a dozen black gun barrels were pointed at her. On the deck, apart from the howling sea breeze, all other sounds ceased, the atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Zhou Shuwan sneered, don't be nervous, I'm just getting you some space. She took an inconspicuous black cord from her neck, from which hung a light green crescent-shaped pendant, its texture warm and smooth, radiating a faint jade-like luster. Chapter 627. Zhou Shuwan gently stroked the pendant, seemingly reluctant, and hesitated for a moment before handing it to Tian Renqin. Sun Tzu, who was bound nearby, struggled to his feet, trying to lunge forward to snatch the pendant. The burly man guarding him kicked him to the ground without mercy, the back of his knife striking his head hard, drawing blood. Zhou Shuwan gestured to Tian Renqin. Boss Tian, Sun Tzu can't die yet. He knows the secret of the space. We must interrogate him to find out who else knows about its existence, to eliminate any future threats. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were sharp as knives, piercing Tian Renqin's heart. Tian Renqin nodded. Yes, this space absolutely cannot be known to outsiders again. Besides Sun Tzu, there were also his own men. His gaze subtly swept over each of his capable subordinates, silently assessing their loyalty. Then he casually ordered, bandage his wounds. I'd be interrogating him later. Don't let him die without knowing why. Then, he turned to Zhou Shuwan and said gruffly, okay, tell me, is this pendant that so-called space? His tone was skeptical, yet he couldn't hide his inner desire. Zhou Shuwan seemed extremely reluctant, stroking the jade pendant a couple more times before slowly handing it over. Yes, this is the jade pendant space. Lin Yuang bought it at the scenic spot back then. It was originally just an ordinary pendant. But after I took it from him, I accidentally pricked my hand once, and the blood flowed onto the pendant. Then I sensed the existence of a space that only I could see. It can store things, it can preserve food, it's perfect for stockpiling supplies in the event of a natural disaster. My family and I have survived this long thanks to it. Tian Renqing carefully took the jade pendant. It was probably something Zhou Shuwan always wore close to her body. It felt quite smooth and warm to the touch. He nervously swallowed. You can recognize a master with blood? Zhou Shuwan paused, her eyes flickering slightly, as if she were calculating something. What? Tian Renqing's voice sharpened. Zhou Shuwan looked at him, a hint of barely perceptible smugness in her tone. There's something I need to make clear to you. She deliberately kept him in suspense, whetting Tian Renqing's appetite. Tian Renqing grew impatient. Zhou Shuwan finally spoke. This space has already recognized a master. Its master is me, and it can't be changed. I had my family try it later, and it simply didn't work. If you don't believe me, you can try. Tian Renqing's eyes widened. His thoughts and his subordinates. Same here, he thought. No wonder this woman revealed the location of the space so easily. She's the only one who can open it. His expression shifted several times, but he ultimately suppressed his emotions, took out a dagger, and cut his hand, letting the bright red blood flow onto the jade pendant. Then, he and his men closely observed the pendant's changes. The jade pendant remained still in his palm, unresponsive. He felt as if he had been tricked, and his anger erupted like a volcano. One of his men couldn't help but speak up. Boss, don't be fooled. Maybe it's just an ordinary jade pendant. The surrounding pirates also began to whisper among themselves. Tian Renqing was startled. Yes, what if the other party was just using this jade pendant as a decoy to trick him? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He roughly shoved the jade pendant at her. Prove it to me. At this moment, he truly harbored murderous intent. If Zhou Shuwan dared to deceive him, he would never let her go. Zhou Shuwan smiled faintly, and after taking it, it was as if an invisible space opened up in front of her. She reached in and took out a steaming bowl of pork rib noodles. The bowl of noodles, steaming hot, exuded an enticing aroma. She made this gesture with effortless grace, as if performing magic. The unique aroma of pork instantly captivated the appetites of everyone present. Since arriving at sea, they hadn't eaten pork. Although fish was highly nutritious, how could it compare to the rich and flavorful taste of pork? Their stomachs all rumbled. Even Tian Renqing couldn't help but swallow. Zhou Shuwan seemed oblivious to the greed and suspicion in their eyes, casually pulling out several thick down jackets from her spatial storage and tossing them onto the ground with dull thuds. Everyone stared at her in astonishment, as if watching a magic show. The deck, already cramped due to the narrow cabin, was instantly filled with fluffy down jackets, and a faint scent of down filled the air. The deck was an old wooden structure, weathered and worn, its cracks riddled with seawater stains. Zhou Shuwan smiled slightly, a hint of coldness in her smile, and then, suddenly, she pulled out a submachine gun. The cold metal gleamed dangerously in the dim light, the trigger clicked crisp and sharp, as if shattering the silence of the night. The moment they saw the submachine gun, everyone's expression changed, including Tian Renqing, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He instinctively took a step back, his hand unconsciously reaching for the gun at his waist. The others remained motionless, their guns all pointed at her, the atmosphere instantly tense. The fishing boat rocked violently, the sea wind howling and pounding against the hull, creating a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere on board. Zhou Shuwan merely flashed her submachine gun, seemingly just to show them what she had stored in her spatial storage, before quickly putting it away again. Now, can we talk about the deal? She asked calmly, looking at Tian Renqing. Tian Renqing hesitated for a moment. He glanced deeply at the jade pendant in Zhou Shuwan's hand, then waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to put away their guns, his attitude towards Zhou Shuwan becoming much more polite. So Dr. Zhou's spatial storage actually contains weapons, he said, a hint of awe in his voice. Zhou Shuwan nodded casually. I stumbled upon an armory by chance and bought everything. Not just submachine guns, but grenades, and even heavy weapons. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. A glint of greed flashed across Tian Renqing's face. He tried to conceal his desire, feigning composure as he asked, Do you have any on cruise ships? Zhou Shuwan glanced around, seemingly disgusted by the cramped space of the fishing boat. Cruise ships, helicopters, we have them. It's just that this boat is too small to deploy them. As she spoke, she casually waved her hand. Suddenly, half the boatload of fresh fish appeared, as if conjured from thin air. The area under everyone's feet, on the deck, and even in the crevices of the boat was filled with fish, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Those standing abruptly on the pile of fish couldn't even stand properly. Several slipped and fell, letting out cries of surprise. Tian Renqin also lost his balance, and it was only after 2 of his men grabbed him that he didn't fall down in a sorry state. Chapter 628. His face was pale as he looked around at the scene of utter chaos. Sun Tzu was completely covered in fish, the strong smell of which was overwhelming, with only his head showing as he struggled desperately to get out. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Jianhai, however, remained on an empty space, with nothing there. Zhou Shuan casually waved her hand again, storing all the fish in her spatial storage. The fish on the deck vanished instantly, leaving behind only fish scales scattered everywhere and a strong, repulsive stench. Tian Renqin's gaze towards Zhou Shuan had changed from greed to admiration. He took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. He kept a close eye on Zhou Shuan's hands, because he now knew perfectly well that if she wanted, she could pull out a grenade at any time and blast them all to smithereens. However, he dared not order his men to retie her. He also didn't want to order her to be killed outright. Having such a mobile supply depot was so convenient. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to compromise. He took a deep breath, suppressing his greed, and decided to talk to Zhou Shuan properly first. After all, she was just a woman, and women are emotional beings. There was room for negotiation. His family was currently just ordinary people on the warship, so despite having a storage space and countless supplies, they could only hide them, afraid to reveal a single bit. But if they joined forces, with her storage space and his connections, wouldn't their family be able to live a life of luxury? Dr. Zhou, what happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. He smiled obsequiously, completely unlike the villainous image Zhou Shuan had seen when she woke up. You have your spatial abilities, I have your connections, how about we cooperate? He tentatively probed. It seems Boss Tian understands the importance of cooperation too, Zhou Shuan said calmly. Tian Renqin licked his dry lips. He had actually been stunned by the sheer quantity of resources Zhou Shuan had casually retrieved from her spatial abilities. It was practically an inexhaustible treasure. He knew all too well that it would be foolish to be an enemy of a woman possessing such a treasure trove. He tried to appear more amiable. Miss Zhou, I think we should have a proper talk. How about this? We share spatial resources, and I guarantee the safety of your family. How about it? Zhou Shuan didn't answer immediately. She gently stroked the jade pendant in her hand, her eyes deep and complex. She seemed to be pondering something, or perhaps weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, Zhou Shuan raised her head, her face still calm. Boss Tian, cooperation is possible, but my condition is that you release my father and husband first. Tian Renqin nodded without hesitation. Of course, that's a given. He was already planning in his mind that once he obtained the method to use the space, he would deal with the entire Zhou family. Then, the space would be entirely his. He immediately arranged for his men to untie Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai, and sent people to prepare food and medicine. He specifically emphasized that the 3 of them should be taken to the cabin to rest. It's warm down there, it's windy on the deck, and they easily catch a cold. To make things easier, the 3 of them deliberately didn't wear air-conditioned suits, only thermal underwear and down jackets, so they weren't too cold. Zhou Shuan didn't refuse Tian Renqin's offer, nodding slightly. All right. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai were both startled awake by the untying process. Qi Mingyu remained silent, but as he was helped up, he instinctively tightened his grip on Zhou Shuan's hand, their fingertips lightly touching, a silent exchange that spoke volumes. Zhou Jianhai, after taking in his surroundings, could no longer contain his anger and cursed at Tian Renqin. You bastards. How dare you kidnap us? Believe me or not, I report you to the warship and make you regret it. Tian Renqin maintained his harmless smile, but his tone was undeniably firm. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qi, please calm down. There's just a misunderstanding, and I'd like to discuss it with you all. He smiled and raised his hand in a gesture of apology. Zhou Jianhai glanced at his daughter, Zhou Shuan, who nodded. Dad, I still need to discuss the cooperation with Boss Tian later. You and brother you should go and rest first. It's alright, we'll be back soon. Zhou Jianhai was still furious, but he was wary of being on someone else's turf. Looking at the fully armed men on the ship, their gazes were cold. Seemingly realizing he couldn't act impulsively, he silently helped Qi Mingyu down to the cabin. Zhou Shuan then looked at Tian Renqin. Boss Tian, I'm entrusting my father and brother you to your care. Of course, of course. Don't worry, Dr. Zhou. Boss Tian smiled innocently, while giving a wink to his trusted aide. The aide immediately understood and, with several men, carefully helped Zhou Jiahai and Qi Mingyu into the cabin. Make sure they're well taken care of. Prepare the best hot water and food, Tian Renqing emphasized, his tone slightly ingratiating. Zhou Shuan, seemingly still concerned, followed him down. Inside the cabin, it was warm and dry, a stark contrast to the biting sea breeze on the deck. Several people moved about, bringing steaming seaweed soup and steamed taro. Zhou Shuan gently squeezed her father's and Qi Mingyu's hands. Qi Mingyu, unable to see her expression, squeezed her palm in return. Zhou Shuan then turned and went to another room with Tian Renqing. Miss Zhou, please sit down. Brother Tian, there's no need for such formalities. Zhou Shuan's voice was gentle, yet her tone carried an undeniable authority. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want to know? Tian Renqing's eyes flickered, and he said directly, Miss Zhou, I want to know, are the resources in your space truly inexhaustible, as Sun Tzu said? Zhou Shuan chuckled, as if he had said something unbelievable. How could that be? No matter how much I hoarded, the resources in my space are plentiful. It only has storage functions. It can't increase, can't grow, and can't raise livestock. Things. Tian Renqing hadn't actually considered that a space could also be used for planting and raising living things. If such a space truly existed, wouldn't they be fearless in the face of any natural disaster? The resources produced within the space alone would be enough for their survival. However, hearing that Zhou Shuan didn't have it, he felt a pang of regret. If it had all these functions, how powerful would it be to possess such a space? Zhou Shuan smiled faintly. Boss Tian, greed knows no bounds. Having such a portable space is already an extremely generous gift from heaven. I am very grateful to heaven for giving me such good fortune. Chapter 629. That's. Boss Tian laughed awkwardly. His gaze remained fixed on the jade pendant in Zhou Shuan's hand, as if trying to discern what was different about it. Zhou Shuan waited quietly for a moment before asking, Boss Tian, I'm curious, besides the people on the ship, who else knows about the existence of the space? Tian Renqing's eyes flickered slightly, but he feigned a relaxed smile, saying, You don't need to worry about that, I handle it. His unspoken message was clear. He didn't want Zhou Shuan involved. A cold smile played on Zhou Shuan's lips as she slowly said, Boss Tian, regarding the space, it's better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. Everyone else who knows about it, besides the people on the ship, must be silenced, otherwise. She paused, her eyes turning icy and sharp, otherwise, I might not cooperate with you. The reason I held back before was because I didn't want to expose the secret of the space. But now that everyone knows the secret, our family's situation is extremely dangerous, and I don't mind changing partners. I trust the military more. Her tone was casual, yet it concealed a deadly intent. Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing Tian Renqing's heart. Tian Renqing's face darkened. He hadn't expected Zhou Shuan to be so bold as to threaten him. However, he wasn't so easily convinced by Zhou Shuan's words. He had been stunned by her ability to release, and then retrieve countless supplies with a few wave of her hand. But upon further reflection, he realized that if she had deliberately revealed the secret of the space to extract information from those in the know, he would be in grave danger. Or perhaps this jade pendant wasn't a spatial entity at all, but something else entirely. He observed Zhou Shuan discreetly, his eyes carefully searching her body, trying to find anything that could serve as a spatial medium. However, Zhou Shuan was dressed thickly, and there was nothing unusual about her. Tian Renqing ultimately decided to appease Zhou Shuan for now, and make a decision after he had sorted out his thoughts. He forced a smile. Miss Zhou is right. I will handle it properly, and I will inform you immediately if there is any news. All right, Zhou Shuan replied faintly after a moment of silence. As she rose to leave, Tian Renqing suddenly stopped her. Dr. Zhou, look, this space is in your hands. You can take out weapons at will. This makes us feel very unsafe. Perhaps you could leave this jade pendant with me for safekeeping? He smiled slightly, his tone gentle. Anyway, you're the owner of this space. No one else can open it and use it at will, right? Zhou Shuan glanced at the people around her pointing guns at her, lowered her eyelashes, and then smiled. All right. She turned around and handed the jade pendant to Tian Renqing, her attitude very serious. Boss Tian, you know better than I how important this jade pendant is. I hope you protect it well, and not lose what we all rely on for our livelihood. Tian Renqing hurriedly took it, handling it with the care of someone holding a priceless jewel. He could certainly feel the intense gazes of his men around him. He glanced coldly at them. Without exception, all his trusted men lowered their heads, not daring to look any longer. Tian Renqing snorted coldly. Did they really think he would let anyone lay a finger on something as important as the space jade pendant? He shooed everyone out of the room, then examined the jade pendant closely, wanting to see if this space, once it recognized its owner, couldn't change masters. Zhou Shuan opened the door and went out, only to find Sun Tzu being guarded in a corner. Sun Tzu was bound hand and foot, his face bruised and battered, but he stared intently at Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with venom. Zhou Shuan could even feel the palpable hatred emanating from him. She smiled contemptuously at him. Sun Tzu grew even more enraged, charging towards her despite being bound. His guards punched him a few more times before finally knocking him to the ground. Zhou Shuan watched expressionlessly, and as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and asked her guards, "Where is his wife Jiang Yisun?" The guards had also witnessed Zhou Shuan's spatial performance the entire time. Filled with a mixture of envy and apprehension, she deliberately sneered, "That woman? After boarding the ship, the boss assigned her to a few of us. Who knew she'd be so useless? She actually got played to death. What bad luck. The boss had her thrown into the sea." Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. She left without a word. Alone in the room, Tian Renxin placed the jade pendant on the table, picked up a magnifying glass, and carefully examined its texture. However, the surface of the jade pendant was as smooth as a mirror, without any abnormalities. He then cut his finger, smeared the blood on it, but nothing happened for a long time. Damn it! Frustration grew, and he irritably threw the jade pendant back onto the table, making a crisp sound. Then, he carefully picked it up again, worried that he had broken it. Meanwhile, on Sun Tzu's side, the two guards had gone to eat, and the replacement hadn't arrived yet. Sun Tzu knew this was his only chance to escape, so he struggled desperately, biting through the ropes binding him with his teeth. The rough rope rubbed against his mouth, making a soft tearing sound. He spat out the blood-soaked pieces of rope, the intense pain causing beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. He endured the excruciating pain and struggled to his feet. He had to find a weapon and retrieve the jade pendant, or everything would be over. He gripped the cabin wall, inching forward, carefully searching for a usable weapon in the cramped space. He found a rusty iron rod, its weight substantial in his hand. He held his breath, listening intently to his surroundings. The footsteps grew louder and clearer as they approached. He hid in a corner of the cabin, nervously watching what lay ahead. Tian Renxin appeared at the cabin entrance, a jade pendant in his hand, his expression grim, seemingly shrouded in a chilling aura. Sun Tzu gripped his iron rod tightly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, ready to strike Tian Renxin decisively. The two met in the cramped cabin, and a fierce battle inevitably ensued. Sun Tzu swung his iron rod, attacking with all his might. The rod struck the cabin's wooden planks with dull thuds. Tian Renxin, relying on his extensive fighting experience and strong physique, constantly dodged Sun Tzu's attacks, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The two rolled and collided in the confined space, creating loud crashes. The cabin's furnishings were scattered and broken, the air thick with the smell of sweat and splinters of wood. Finally, Tian Renxin, with superior strength and skill, knocked Sun Tzu to the ground. Sun Tzu fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful groan, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 630. He lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Tian Renxin, panting heavily, looked at the unconscious Sun Tzu lying on the ground, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He, of course, didn't see the smug, mocking smile on Sun Tzu's lips before he fell unconscious. The commotion from their fight attracted several of his men. Tian Renxin didn't hold back, slapping each of them. His men held their breath, blood streaming from their noses, not daring to utter a sound. Get the shift sorted out. Don't let this happen again. Tian Renxin, having almost lost his life, was furious and roared. Boss, what should we do with this guy? One of his men pointed at the fallen Sun Tzu, hesitatingly asking, kill him directly. Tian Renxin glanced coldly at Sun Tzu, but said, lock him in the lower deck of the ship, keep a close watch on him, and assign several men to guard him. He meant to postpone his punishment. Actually, he was also bothered by Zhou Shuan's reminder. He needed to find out exactly how many people Sun Tzu had told about the space, and then eliminate them one by one. His subordinate responded and immediately ordered several men to drag Sun Tzu away. As a deliberate act of humiliation, Sun Tzu's body scraped against the ground, making a slight sound, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, leaving a dark red mark. Tian Renxin withdrew his gaze, and focused his attention back on the jade pendant. However, no matter how closely he observed it, the jade pendant remained unmoved. His fingers unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning slightly white. Boss, should we try again? One of his subordinates asked cautiously. Tian Renqing didn't answer, but glanced at the subordinate with a grim face, and suddenly said, "You try?" The man, both excited and incredulous, reached out with trembling hands, but the dagger also cut his finger, dripping blood onto the jade pendant. The blood slid down the surface of the pendant, finally dripping onto the ground, but the pendant remained unresponsive. The man's face turned pale. "Damn it!" Tian Renqing slammed his fist against the wall. His anger exploded like ignited explosives. His men fell silent, afraid to utter another sound. The atmosphere in the room became unusually heavy, as if the air had solidified. "Go keep an eye on those three. If one escapes, I throw you all into the sea to feed the fish." Tian Renqing finally controlled his anger and gave the order. The men responded and went about their business. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuan was escorted back to the bottom of the cabin by several men. Her steps were calm, her expression indifferent, as if she were simply out for a stroll, about to enter a corridor as she passed by. "Dr. Zhou, where are you going?" one of her men asked with a forced smile. Zhou Shuan glanced at him indifferently. "It's too stuffy in the cabin. I came out for some fresh air." "What, is your boss going to lock me up?" "No, not at all." The man quickly nodded and bowed. "Please feel free." Zhou Shuan ignored him and continued walking. On the surface, she appeared to be casually strolling around the cabin, but in reality, she was using the water as a medium to clearly see the ship's layout and the location of its weapons and equipment. Her gaze lingered for a moment on several weapon storage locations. Then she casually walked to the door of a room. A sign on the wall next to the door read "Toilet." Zhou Shuan frowned, turned to her men behind her, and said, "I need to use the restroom." The men exchanged glances, one of them saying with a forced smile, "Then please, Dr. Zhou. We won't go in, we just keep watch outside." Zhou Shuan glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and walked straight into the restroom. The restroom was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. The restrooms here were typical of post-apocalyptic fishing boats, very rudimentary, with only an opening at the bottom. Waste was simply thrown into the sea. Zhou Shuan frowned, but showed no discomfort. She quickly scanned the area, and after confirming no one had followed her in, she gently closed her eyes. Water flowed through her senses, as if becoming her eyes. Every corner and every detail of the cabin was clearly displayed in her mind. She saw the homemade cannons and muskets stored in the lower deck, a considerable number, and even several rusty daggers. Zhou Shuan's lips curled into a slight smile before she began to act. She stretched out her hand, palm against the ground, and with a thought, a section of the floor silently lifted, revealing weapons beneath. All the weapons in the cabin were silently stored in her spatial storage. Now, only the personal weapons of these people remained on the ship. But Zhou Shuan was in no hurry to act, because Sun Tzu had already poisoned the food and water on the ship. 2 hours later, when the poison took effect, the people on the ship would collapse one by one. These people were currently taking turns eating. In another 2 hours, most of them should be unconscious. Zhou Shuan only had one bracelet left on her wrist, which she had carefully worn for years, only using it as a last resort. They had already figured out Sun Tzu's plan, so using him to subdue this group was perfect. Actually, the poison Sun Tzu originally intended to use was a toxin he extracted from plants on the pirate island, and there was no antidote. He was dealing with Tian Renqing and his men alone, naturally prepared to fight to the death. Tian Renqing was also arrogant, thinking that simply locking Sun Tzu up would suffice, completely oblivious to other possibilities. His methods were far inferior to Shui Wuwen's. But ever since the Zhou family realized someone was plotting against them, they had tried to switch the sleeping potion and poison in Sun Tzu's possession. Luckily, Zhou Shuan was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with a large supply of medicines. She and Mu Mu had sneaked into Sun Tzu's house yesterday and switched the medicine. Qi Mingyu, a special forces soldier, was actually best suited for this task, but his blindness greatly hampered his effectiveness, so he could only repeatedly explain the precautions to the two men. Then, while Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu were infiltrating Sun Tzu's house, he waited anxiously at the door for news from them. However, instead of Zhou Shuan and the others appearing, he heard the footsteps of others, the leader of whom was Sun Tzu. He now generally identified people by their footsteps and scent. As soon as Sun Tzu arrived nearby, Qi Mingyu recognized his footsteps. Sun Tzu had brought 2 men to spy on his house from outside. Qi Mingyu had heard those 2 men's footsteps before, and knew they were Tian Renqing's men. He sat there calmly, weaving a tattered fishing net. Sun Tzu, knowing he was blind, was somewhat brazen, leading the 2 men around the doorway, watching for a long time. Chapter 631. Chi Mingyu calmly continued weaving the fishing net, revealing nothing unusual. But when the other person turned to leave, he noticed the direction was toward Sun Tzu's house, where Wan and Mumu were still. He pretended to hear a sound and raised his voice, "Mumu?" The three people were startled, exchanged glances, and were filled with regret. They must have left too loudly. Chi Mingyu had already stood up. "Who is it? Is it Mumu?" Seeing he couldn't hide it any longer, Sun Tzu had no choice but to call out, "Brother Chi, it's me." Chi Mingyu had already bent down and reached for a wooden stick. Hearing this, he seemed relieved, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Brother Sun, what's the matter?" Sun Tzu hurriedly made up an excuse. "I came to borrow your shovel. There's some seawater accumulated in front of my house, and it's frozen over. I don't have any large tools, so I came to borrow it." Chi Mingyu nodded. "Okay. Here, take it." He looked at the other two men, his gaze piercing, almost making them think he could see them, and they were about to resist. But upon closer inspection, his gaze was merely sharp. His eyes were still unfocused. The two men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chi Mingyu asked Sun Tzu with a smile, "Did your wife come along too?" Sun Tzu knew he had heard the commotion and quickly nodded, "Yes. We came together." "Exian, go get the shovel." "Brother Chi, let me help you weave the fishing net, it'd be faster." He considerately refrained from mentioning that Chi Mingyu couldn't see. Chi Mingyu didn't refuse, "Thank you so much. I just couldn't find that wire." "Here it is." Sun Tzu hurried over, picked up the wire from beside Chi Mingyu's feet, and eagerly handed it to him. Chi Mingyu delayed for a few minutes, thinking that Wan and Mumu should have heard the commotion and left, before letting Sun Tzu and the others go. Sure enough, not long after the three left, Zhou Shuwan and Mumu circled around from behind. Mumu snorted coldly, her tone full of sarcasm. "These people really will stop at nothing." Zhou Shuwan lightly patted his arm. "Get ready, go to work on the mothership." Actually, she could go to Sun Tzu's house alone, but her family was worried about something happening, so they specifically asked Mumu to take a day off and go with Zhou Shuwan, so they could look after each other. Chi Mingyu then asked in a low voice, "How did it go?" Zhou Shuwan then told him about what she had found at Sun Tzu's house. The other side had prepared not only sleeping pills, but also poison. This was a toxin he had extracted from plants on Pirate Island, and there was currently no antidote. However, when the mothership first arrived at Pirate Island, the resources there were quite abundant, and they had studied the characteristics of various plants on the island, so Zhou Shuwan recognized this poison at a glance. The toxin extracted from this poison only had a faint, pleasant plant fragrance, and no one would detect any unusual odor. However, it had a fatal flaw. The extracted toxin was black and insoluble in water. Whether placed in food or water, its black color would remain clearly visible. Zhou Shuwan replaced this poison with a sleeping potion laced with black powder, and also replaced the sleeping potion given to her with a weaker one from her spatial storage. Unexpectedly, she herself was allergic to this sleeping potion and suffered greatly. Of course, at this point, they weren't certain that Sun Tzu had given them the poison, but for the past few days, they dared not eat or drink anything from their own home, relying solely on clean food taken directly from their spatial storage. The next day, seeing the golden brown fried fish pieces handed to him, he knew it was a sleeping potion. Tian Renxin's patience had clearly run out. He strode into the cabin where Zhou Shuwan and her two companions were, a warm smile on his face, as if he were simply strolling around casually. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him, her brows furrowing slightly, her hands unconsciously clenching. "Dr. Zhou, how was your rest?" Tian Renxin asked with a smile, his tone as relaxed as if he were chatting. Zhou Shuwan nodded lightly. "Not bad. The cabin is simple, but it's warm enough." Tian Renxin smiled, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Jiahai and Chi Mingyu, then suddenly his face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Move!" As soon as he finished speaking, several of his men drew their pistols, pointing them at the heads of Zhou Shuwan, Chi Mingyu, and Zhou Jiahai respectively. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly froze, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Zhou Shuwan frowned, her voice sharp. "Boss Tian, what do you mean by this?" Tian Renxin gave a forced smile, his eyes dark and brooding. "Dr. Zhou, after much thought, I decided to start with your family to confirm whether you've been deceiving me." Zhou Shuwan sneered. "I already demonstrated my spatial abilities. Do you think I was performing magic?" Tian Renxin remained unmoved, his tone still calm. "I'm sorry, Dr. Zhou, I just wanted to be on the safe side." He finished speaking, his gaze lingering on Zhou Jiahai for a moment, then waved his hand. "Tie up old Master Zhou." Several men immediately stepped forward, binding Zhou Jianghai's hands behind his back with rope. Zhou Jianghai's face was ashen, but he didn't struggle, only staring coldly at Tian Renxin. Zhou Shuan's brows furrowed even deeper, her voice laced with suppressed anger. What do you want to do? Tian Renxin maintained his fake smile. Father and daughter are of one mind. I believe that as long as old Master Zhou is in my hands, you will tell the truth. The bond between men and women is just that, a bond. Besides, Qi Mingyu was a former Special Forces soldier, highly skilled, and undoubtedly trained in torture. Interrogating him is less effective than interrogating Zhou Jianghai directly. Father and daughter are of one mind. Huh. Zhou Shuan sneered twice. Very good. Very good. The moment she spoke, the atmosphere in the cabin abruptly changed. Qi Mingyu flashed, appearing like a ghost behind his nearest subordinate, his elbow striking the man's nape. The subordinate didn't even have time to utter a sound before collapsing limply to the ground. At the same time, Zhou Shuan flicked her wrist, conjuring a large hammer out of thin air. With a backhand smash, she directly struck the subordinate's head, causing him to bleed profusely and collapse unconscious without a sound. Tian Renxin cried out, retreating as he yelled, but the sledgehammer was aimed at his head the next second. With a loud thud, his head went numb, his vision went black, and then a dull, piercing pain shot through him. His whole body spun, and the gun he had pulled out fell limply to the ground. He staggered to his knees, on the verge of losing consciousness. But Zhou Shuan struck him on the right side of the head, miraculously bringing him back to consciousness, though his eyes remained vacant. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyu moved even faster. He moved through the cabin like a cheetah, his fingers precisely locking onto the throats of each of his men, twisting them sharply until their breathing stopped abruptly. The 5 men didn't even have a chance to resist before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 632. Tian Renxin clutched his head, which had been struck hard, and collapsed to the ground in agony, his consciousness fading. His vision alternated between clear and blurry, the scene before him distorted and chaotic like a painting soaked in water. A buzzing sound filled his ears, as if countless bees were swarming around them. Despite this, his thoughts sluggishly raced, like rusty gears struggling to mesh. The rumors were indeed true. The Zhou family duo were truly skilled. Especially Qi Mingyu. He had thought she was blind, but his movements were faster than a professional Special Forces soldier. Without firing a single shot or using a knife, he had swiftly and decisively taken down his 5 men. These 5 were no ordinary henchmen. They were seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. They had all fallen to Qi Mingyu alone. Tian Renxin tried to get up, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, too heavy to move. His arms trembled slightly, his fingers digging deep marks into the ground. However, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianghai had already bound him tightly, the thick hemp rope digging into his flesh. His mouth was stuffed with a thick rag, making it difficult to breathe. He wanted to shout, to cry for help, but only muffled whimpers came from his throat. Just tie him up here and interrogate him. All this pretense has been useless. Find out who else knows about the space. Zhou Shuan's voice came muffled, tinged with dejection. Tian Renxin struggled to lift his head. Through his blurred vision, he saw Zhou Shuan standing before him, looking down at him. Her eyes were icy cold, devoid of any pity. Tian Renxin's eyes widened, his pupils filled with fear and resentment. Those people should have heard the commotion. Qi Mingyu's voice suddenly rang out, his ears twitching slightly, his expression focused. Zhou Shuan glanced at the time, her brows furrowing slightly. There are still 10 minutes or so before the drug takes effect. Just stall for time. Her words had barely left her lips when the door was blocked, filled with the sound of guns being cocked. Boss Tian! Boss Tian! Several urgent shouts came from outside, the voices filled with tension and anger. Hearing his men's voices, a glimmer of hope ignited in Tian Renxin's heart. He let out a louder sob, trying to attract attention. But his mouth was tightly gagged, and he could only utter indistinct sounds. Zhou Shuan glanced calmly at the doorway, raising her voice. Your boss Tian is in our hands. If you want him to live, take your weapons, and get out of the way. Otherwise, weapons have no eyes, and I can't guarantee he survive. The people outside were clearly stunned. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then, an angry voice roared, I definitely kill you, you woman. Zhou Shuan sneered, kill me. Then you never be able to open this space again. I don't want the space, I want revenge for my boss. The man's voice was filled with rage, clearly impulsive. Zhou Shuan's voice remained calm, even tinged with contempt. Very well, with Boss Tian by my side on my journey to the underworld, it'd be worth it. Qi Mingyu, who had been listening intently to the surrounding sounds, frowned slightly and whispered, "People have silently surrounded us above." Zhou Jianghai frowned and looked up. If they fired from above, they would all be hit. Zhou Shuan quickly placed her hand on the ground, using water as a medium to carefully sense her surroundings. 4 men with guns surrounded the doorway. 4 more men were huddled in the room above, all their guns pointed at them. Zhou Shuan didn't dare to be careless, and quickly took out a shield from her spatial storage. The shield's metallic surface gleamed coldly under the light. These were the weapons Qi Mingyu had stockpiled, and now they were coming in handy. Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianhai quickly formed a sealed defensive space with the shields, sealing off any gaps. Just then, a gunshot rang out from above. The bullet struck the shield, producing a piercing metallic clang. The shield trembled slightly, but remained motionless. Qi Mingyu had already recognized the source of the sound and quickly pulled the trigger, retaliating. Bang! A bullet pierced the roof, spluttering wood raining down. A scream followed, then deathly silence. The deafening gunshot jolted Tian Renqin from his dazed state. His vision cleared, and he saw Zhou Shuan and the other 2 huddled under a protective shield, while he and several of his men, some dead, some unconscious, were left outside, likely to die at the hands of their own. He struggled to make a sound. Zhou Shuan looked at him, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Boss Tian, your men are going to blast this place to rubble. Are you willing to die with us?" Tian Renqin's eyes darted around, his throat emitting indistinct sounds, his eyes pleading. Zhou Shuan's spatial storage held countless treasures. He had already lost nearly half his men and was no match for the enemy. He couldn't afford to die here for no reason. The tables had turned. Zhou Shuan smiled, granting his wish, and reached into his mouth to remove the rag. Tian Renqin immediately shouted outside, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'm a target!" His eager men immediately stopped. Tian Renqin was panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Shuan, his voice hoarse, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Before he could finish speaking, he heard thuds from outside and above. His men. Zhou Shuan checked the time and breathed a sigh of relief. The drug has taken effect. But Tian Renqin didn't feel dizzy. He had been busy unraveling the secrets of the spatial jade pendant, so he hadn't had time to eat or drink, thus escaping death. But by this time, he was already a prisoner, and his luck wasn't much better. Zhou Shuan had her father guard the area with a gun, while she and Qi Mingyu did the cleanup. She could have easily defeated him, but the exposure of the space's secrets made her decide to reveal some truths to extract information. For example, who else knew about the space? How many men did Tian Renqin have? Were they aware of this operation? Unfortunately, it all fell apart. No problem. Since feigning ignorance failed, they forced a confession. They were now on the desolate sea, far from the islands and warships, perfect for such bloody acts. They searched the entire area, tied up all the unconscious people with ropes, gagged them, blindfolded them, and piled them in the lower cabin. The guard watching Sun Tzu had also fainted. When Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrived, he was trying to spit out the rag from his mouth. Chapter 633. He saw Zhou Shuan and the others, pause for a moment, then choked out a sound of excitement. But Zhou Shuan hated him intensely, and showed no mercy, directly knocking him unconscious with a large hammer. Then she stopped the boat. If she was going to use torture, she'd start with their leader, Tian Renqin. Tian Renqin was tied to a wooden chair, his eyes bloodshot, his hateful gaze wanting to tear the Zhou family to shreds. "Brother Yu, it's not convenient for you, I do it." Zhou Shuan looked up at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. Although he was a little worried, he knew that Zhou Shuan was the most suitable person for interrogation, so he could only nod. She was a doctor, and knew the various acupoints and vulnerable points on the human body. Zhou Jianghai's expression was complicated, but he simply stood at the door, his expression serious, his gun steadily pointed outside, preventing any accidents. Zhou Shuan stood before Tian Renqin, a slender silver needle in her hand, her gaze cold and focused. The needle gleamed faintly in the dim light, like the fangs of a venomous snake, poised to strike a fatal blow. "Tian Renqin, I ask you one last time, besides these people on the ship, who else knows about the space?" Tian Renqin spat. "Now I'm at their mercy. I have nothing to say, but to think you can subdue me with this tiny silver needle, dream on." Zhou Shuan's expression was indifferent. "Tian Renqin, after so many years in this apocalypse, it's not just you, it's us too, we all grown. We've seen so much cruelty, we become accustomed to it. You're willing to use any means to seize the space, then I, to protect my family, can be just as ruthless." With a slight flick of her finger, the silver needle precisely pierced Tian Renqin's acupoint. Tian Renxin's body shuddered violently, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Zhou Shuan's movements were swift and decisive. The silver needle rotated gently in her hand, as if manipulating an invisible thread, tightening Tian Renxin's pain bit by bit. Speak, or not speak. The chilling glint in her eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Tian Renxin's lips trembled slightly, his facial muscles contorted in agony, but he still refused to utter a sound of pleading. Zhou Shuan sneered, and the silver needle pierced another acupoint. This time, Tian Renxin's body jolted violently, as if electrocuted. The pain instantly spread from the acupoint throughout his body. His breathing became rapid, and his face turned ashen. Gurgle, gurgle. Tian Renxin's speech seemed to be spiraling out of control. He didn't know what he was saying. Zhou Shuan remained expressionless, the silver needle rotating again in her hand. Her movements were incredibly precise, each needle piercing the most sensitive acupoints, pushing Tian Renxin's pain to its limit. Finally, Tian Renxin couldn't bear it any longer. A low, agonizing scream escaped his throat, his body shuddered violently, and he lost consciousness. Zhou Shuan expressionlessly retrieved a bucket of cold water from her spatial storage, and splashed it on his face. The icy water stimulated Tian Renxin's nerves, causing him to shudder violently, and slowly open his eyes. Let's continue, Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. Tian Renxin's lips trembled slightly, seemingly finally showing some fear. The persistent pain made him unable to hold back any longer, and screamed loudly, Zhou Shuan, you. Ah. You filthy bitch. Ah. I never. Ah. Let you go, even as a ghost. He felt as if he were engulfed in magma at 1,000 degrees Celsius, a burning pain shooting from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Yet, it was also as if he had fallen into an ice cellar during the coldest period of winter, his whole body shivering with cold. He couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Suddenly, a strange odor filled the small room. Tian Renxin had lost control of his bladder due to torture. But in fact, the interrogation was only just beginning. Tian Renxin, drooling, stared blankly at Zhou Shuan. His horrific state terrified his two henchmen beside him. They were both bound hand and foot, originally unconscious, but awakened by Tian Renxin's screams. One of his men couldn't help but shout, I talk, I know. Zhou Shuan pulled over a dozen silver needles from the acupoints on Tian Renxin's head and body, turning to him. Very good, speak. The man stared in terror at the dozen or so blood-soaked needles, truly afraid that the next second, one would pierce his body. He had just seen his imposing and powerful boss tremble, like a trapped pupa, under the stimulation of those silver needles. He stammered, Our boss has people planted at the docks, waiting to meet us when we return. How many? Zhou Shuan asked calmly. 3 people. State their appearance, names, and occupations. Do you know anything about the space? The man's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with fear, and he haltingly recounted all the information he knew. Tian Renxin was already drooling uncontrollably, yet he was furious. You dare. I kill you. The subordinate lowered his head, his expression revealing discontent. They only wanted to have some meat soup with their boss, but now they were even risking their lives. They couldn't care less about anything else. The others shared his thoughts. They were all thinking that it would have been better to follow Boss Shui, although it was frustrating, at least they could save their lives. Anything else? There are 2 more people hiding near you and the Sun family, closely observing your movements. Another person spoke up. Zhou Shuan raised the silver needle in her hand. That's all? Yes. Since the first person had already spoken, it wasn't difficult for them to continue. Our boss is a cunning man. But he doesn't have many followers, and he wouldn't spread such a secret around. We only know he's going to deal with you, but we have no idea why, until your conversation on the ship, when we learned about this space. We really dared not hide anything, that's all. Besides us, only a few people on the island are loyal to him, the rest would rather follow Boss Shui and the worship for a peaceful life. Zhou Shuan reluctantly believed her. No rush, there's still the very important Sun Tzu to interrogate. She decisively gagged everyone, including Tian Renxin. Then she tied Sun Tzu to a wooden chair for interrogation. First, she splashed a ladle of water on him to wake him up, then treated him exactly the same way as Tian Renxin. Sun Tzu was actually a more resilient and twisted person. While Zhou Shuan was applying pressure to his acupoints, he wailed in pain, while simultaneously laughing and cursing wildly. He hurled all sorts of vulgar insults at Zhou Shuan. Chapter 634. Qi Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer and punched him, knocking out 2 of his teeth, causing half his face to swell immediately. Sun Tzu spat out a mouthful of blood, but continued to curse. Zhou Shuan watched coldly. Silver needles were precisely inserted into Sun Tzu's acupoints, the movements gentle yet ruthless, like a delicate anatomical operation. A mouthful of blood flowed down the corner of Sun Tzu's mouth, his entire face contorted in pain, but his eyes remained filled with resentment and madness. He stared intently at Zhou Shuan, as if trying to etch her image into his bones. Zhou Shuan, do you think this will make me talk? Sun Tzu's voice was hoarse, tinged with a manic laugh, his lips twitching. You're dreaming. What hardships haven't I, Sun Tzu, seen in my life? Your little tricks aren't enough to make me submit. Zhou Shuan remained calm, the silver needle in her hand turning slightly, her eyes icy cold. Sun Tzu, you've been lying in wait for so long, only to fail at the last hurdle. I understand your resentment. But since you chose to be our enemy, you should have expected this day. Sun Tzu's laughter abruptly stopped, his madness intensifying. Resentment? Ha ha ha. Your Zhou family is only powerful because of the spatial ability. Without that damn thing, you would have perished in the apocalypse long ago. Now you're turning around and torturing me? Zhou Shuan, what do you think you are? Zhou Shuan remained unmoved, the silver needle gently piercing Sun Tzu's acupoints, the movement precise and slow. Sun Tzu's body trembled violently, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead, but he still clenched his teeth tightly, uttering not a sound. You can endure more than Tian Renqing, Zhou Shuan said calmly, the silver needle in her hand turning again, the tip gently probing the acupoint. But I wonder how long you can endure. Sun Tzu's breathing became rapid, his face ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He had clearly reached his limit. Qi Mingyu stood to the side, his brows slightly furrowed. This couldn't go on. This man was even more difficult to deal with than Tian Renqing. He had encountered a method of interrogation in the military before. It involved stimulating the brain with an electric current, combined with special drugs, to induce hallucinations and ultimately force the victim to reveal their deepest secrets. This method had a nearly 90% success rate with the traitors arrested previously. However, he didn't know how to make the hallucinogens used in interrogations. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then asked, regarding electric shocks, could you make a simple device? Qi Mingyu nodded. That's not difficult. Zhou Shuan said, as for hallucinogens, I have several drugs in my storage space. I should be able to try. Okay, let's try it. Soon, a simple electric shock chair was made. Sun Tzu was bound to a chair, his hands and feet firmly restrained, unable to move. Zhou Shuan took out 3 hallucinogens from her spatial storage. These were among the drugs she had stockpiled, and now they came in handy. She injected one of them into Sun Tzu's body. Sun Tzu's body began to tremble slightly, his eyes gradually becoming glazed. Qi Mingyu pressed the stun gun switch, and an electric current instantly passed through Sun Tzu's body. His body jerked violently, letting out a low scream, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. Zhou Shuan stood aside, her expression unexpectedly cold. The electric current passed through Sun Tzu's body again and again, his screams echoed in the cabin, mixed with the stench of blood and a suffocating atmosphere, as if the entire space was shrouded in the shadow of death. The others who were bound were so terrified they didn't dare meet Zhou Shuan's gaze. Sun Tzu's eyes gradually became unfocused, his body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his clothes. This person has a strong will. The hallucinogen probably wasn't strong enough. This was just a medication used in hospitals for treatment, not for interrogation. Therefore, the dosage was difficult to control. Seeing that a single injection of the hallucinogen wasn't effective, Zhou Shuan simply injected the remaining 2 hallucinogens into Sun Tzu's body together. Sun Tzu's body shuddered violently, as if struck by an electric current, and he fell into a state of confusion. She was a doctor, and she knew very well that the dose of hallucinogens she had injected into Sun Tzu was far beyond the normal range, and could very likely cause permanent damage to his brain. But she felt no pity. I won't offend others unless they offend me. Since Sun Tzu chose to be their enemy, he must bear the consequences. Tell me, who else did you tell about the secret of the space? Zhou Shuan asked coldly. Sun Tzu's eyes were unfocused, his lips trembled slightly, and he uttered fragmented information haltingly. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu listened intently, their expressions gradually growing grave. It turned out that Sun Tzu had long ago planted a time bomb in the mothership's mess hall. The mess hall was a public place, open to anyone. He had installed a makeshift bomb under a table, setting the timer for 3 days later. 3 days, that was the time he had given himself. If everything went smoothly in 3 days, he would seize the Zhou family's space, poison Tian Renqing's men, then return to defuse the bomb and live a life of luxury. But if he doesn't return within 3 days, it means he's failed. Then the bomb will detonate, turning the cafeteria into a mess. Although the bomb's power isn't great, at most injuring those sitting nearby, it will certainly enrage the warships, leading to a thorough search of the cafeteria. And the letter he hid under another table will be discovered, detailing the Zhou family's spatial secrets and this plan. Sun Tzu spoke haltingly, a crazed smile playing on his lips, as if he could already see the Zhou family and Tian Renqing going to hell with him. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, after listening, broke out in a cold sweat, filled with lingering fear. Sun Tzu was indeed a venomous snake, cunning, cruel, and scheming, but fortunately, they had nipped the threat in the bud using this method. As long as they could return in time to defuse the bomb, all danger would vanish without a trace. Just in case, Zhou Shuan also subjected Tian Renqing to electric shock torture. The other party was easier to break down psychologically than Sun Tzu, and quickly confessed everything. It was exactly the same as what his subordinates had told him, without any discrepancies. The only backup plan he could think of was to plant a few trusted confidants on the island for backup. Unlike Sun Tzu, who had nothing to lose, and was willing to drag everyone down with him if he got nothing in return. Just then, Mu Mu arrived in the submarine with Zhong Tiyun. The submarine surfaced, and Mu Mu, looking at Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and her father standing on the deck from the cockpit, smiled easily. "Mom, see, I told you they'd be alright." To avoid being discovered by Tian Renqing's men, they had remained submerged in the deep sea until they received a signal flare from Zhou Shuan. Chapter 635. Throughout the night, Zhong Tiyun remained worried, urging Mu Mu to come up and check on them. However, their original plan was for the submarine to patiently wait for a signal underwater before surfacing. Although Mu Mu was also a little worried, he had more faith in his sister and brother-in-law's abilities. His sister's bracelet could knock everyone within a radius of several hundred meters unconscious. As long as she could seize the most critical moment, there was no need to worry about their safety. And although his brother-in-law was now blind, he was always worried about becoming a burden to everyone, so his daily training never stopped. Shooting, darts, boxing, physical training. Zhou Shuan took out many dummies from her spatial storage to train with Qi Mingyu. As long as there was sound, Qi Mingyu would silently calculate the opponent's exact location and distance in his mind, then decisively attack, each move deadly, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. It was during training that Qi Mingyu suddenly recalled his first meeting with Zhou Shuan. Every time she shot an arrow, it was a fatal blow. At the time, he thought her methods were excessively ruthless. But only now did he realize the crisis and suffering Zhou Shuan faced in the apocalypse of her previous life. Alone, neither her skills nor intelligence were top-notch. In a cannibalistic world, to survive, she had to seize the only chance of life, whether it was ruthless or merciless killing. As long as she could survive. Qi Mingyu had felt guilty for a time, thinking he would be a burden to Shuan and others. But when he suddenly realized Zhou Shuan's situation back then, he felt much luckier than she had been. He had a loving wife, a supportive family, and his undiminished martial arts skills. He was never alone in his fight. Therefore, he always felt confident in his attacks, making his actions even more decisive and swift. Mu Mu's submarine docked steadily beside the fishing boat, its hull trembling slightly, and emitting a low rumble. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Jianhai boarded the submarine one by one. The burning fishing boat illuminated half the sky, its flames turning the sea crimson. The Zhou family didn't rush to leave, but silently watched the burning boat outside the window. They waited until the fishing boat was reduced to ashes, then circled the ruins of the small boat to ensure no remains were left before departing in the submarine. While waiting for the fishing boat to burn, Zhou Shuan fully recounted the interrogation results to Mu Mu and Zhong Tiyun. Zhong Tiyun trembled uncontrollably upon hearing the heinous plans. A chilling glint flashed in Mu Mu's eyes as he looked at Zhou Shuan, his tone firm and icy. "Sister, let's nip it in the bud." Zhou Shuan's voice was calm and utterly emotionless. This time, if it weren't for Qi Mingyu's vigilance, their family might have truly faced annihilation. It turned out that Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun had been frequently in contact with the Zhou family for the past 6 months, using the guise of pity to ask for help. The Zhou family hadn't actually suspected them, because after several encounters, they felt the other party genuinely pitiful. Jiang Yisun was especially timid, always keeping her head down and not daring to utter a sound, and later even suffered from severe malnutrition and was hospitalized. Zhong Tiyun would sometimes sigh deeply when she mentioned it. Jiang Yisun wasn't much older than her daughter, but judging from her appearance, she seemed a generation older, suggesting the hardships she had endured over the years. However, while sympathy was understandable, in the post-apocalyptic world, people had little energy left to offer compassion to others, only concerned with self-preservation. When Sun Tzu and his group came to ask for help, the Zhou family did what they could, even helping to find jobs. But recently, while they were out searching for destroyers and other ships, Qi Mingyu suddenly sensed someone spying on their home. It was just a vague feeling, like being watched by a venomous snake in the dark. The longer it went on, the stronger the feeling became. Qi Mingyu was extremely alert, with a keen sense of danger. Since losing his sight, his other senses had become even more acute. He told his family about his concerns. However, after several days of careful observation, they found nothing. After much consideration, they decided to all go out to work discreetly, leaving only a few people at home to see if the other party would make any new moves. Taking advantage of helping Jiping and Xuetao, Zhong Tiyun and Mumu started leaving home for work every day. Zhou Shuan also had to go to the cockpit. Zhou Jianhai often had to pick up and drop off Zhong Tiyun from get-off work. So, only the unseen Qi Mingyu remained at home. A few days later, Qi Mingyu finally noticed something amiss. Among the people passing by his house, he heard a very familiar footstep. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu himself didn't know, but he actually had a very obvious characteristic when he walked: uneven shoulders. Perhaps due to the injury he sustained on Pirate Island, one of his legs wasn't very agile, but it wasn't usually noticeable. The only difference was the point of contact with the ground, making it easy for Qi Mingyu to detect the discrepancy. For several days in a row, Sun Tzu would pass by the dormitory entrance. Each time, he would slow his pace as much as possible, trying not to attract attention. Sometimes he would linger at the dormitory entrance for a moment, secretly observing inside. The Zhou family had been patiently waiting, but after returning to the island, the feeling of being spied on became even more pronounced. The Zhou family was busy from sunrise to sunset. Occasionally, when he was alone at home, Qi Mingyu would deliberately sit at the doorway, cleaning frozen fish and fishing nets. Then he clearly heard Sun Tzu cautiously approach, entering the house from behind. He lowered his head, cleaning the scales of the fish in his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Sun Tzu had always believed that Qi Mingyu, having lost his sight, was now a cripple, which was why he so brazenly entered his home. Qi Mingyu was also very low-key, only training at home. When he went out, Zhou Shuan would always hold his hand and carefully lead the way. This made him appear weak and easily bullied, and instilled contempt in his enemies. Sun Tzu quietly rummaged through the house for a few minutes before stealthily leaving. Qi Mingyu listened intently to the receding sound of the other's movements, meticulously cleaning the fish's innards. He was trained for this task, and even unseen, he could now perform it quickly and skillfully. Because they didn't know what Sun Tzu had done, Zhou Shuan had replaced everything in both stone houses upon her return. The food in the tanks was now completely inedible. This confirmed Qi Mingyu's suspicions. Sun Tzu had indeed set his sights on their family. What was he planning? Had he harbored this intention ever since he moved in? Or was he acting under someone else's orders? The Zhou family decided to play the long game, determined to uncover the whole story. Chapter 636. But they didn't want to alert anyone, nor did they request assistance from warships. They acted only within their own ranks. Disguised in tracking, it took them about half a month to finally uncover the close contact between Sun Tzu and Tian Renxin. Later, they learned that Tian Renxin had specifically chosen a fishing boat, ostensibly to go fishing, but Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu, disguised, overheard them saying they were escorting cargo. Who was this cargo? Was it them? After much deliberation, the Zhou family decided to make thorough preparations and stage a play to force the other side to act according to their own timeline. At the same time, they divided the tasks among themselves. Zhou Shuan originally planned to rely on her bracelet and spatial abilities, allowing herself to be captured alone, while Mumu piloted a submarine with the others following behind, ready to provide backup. However, how could the others agree? Qi Mingyu was even more direct, saying he would never leave Zhou Shuan and would act with her. Mumu needed to pilot the submarine, and Zhong Tiyun's stamina was limited. Zhou Jianhai was also determined to act with his daughter and son-in-law. His son-in-law was blind and hesitant, while his daughter focused her energy on maneuvering against the enemy. However, his son-in-law was highly skilled in martial arts. He could act as his eyes and ears, thus increasing their chances of victory. Thus, a secret operation to lure the snake began. Sun Tzu delivered food to the Zhou family several times, each time with seemingly impeccable reasons, but the Zhou family, upon closer examination, knew he was laying the groundwork for something later. He must have hidden some kind of sleeping potion or similar substance in his house. So Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu infiltrated the Sun family's house first and discovered that Sun Tzu had indeed hidden two kinds of drugs in the most concealed corner, a sleeping potion and a poison. Zhou Shuan had a large stock of medicines in her spatial storage. She first switched to a less potent one, enough to wake someone after only a dozen minutes of unconsciousness. Then she mixed a stronger sedative with black powder, making it look almost like poison. Back home, the family rehearsed several times, considering every possible factor. The next day, Zhou Jianghai went to his doorstep to fry fish as planned. The fried fish smelled delicious, and the procession was grand. The Zhou family made no attempt to hide their purchase of cooking oil from the mothership. Therefore, Sun Tzu, harboring ulterior motives, couldn't possibly resist the opportunity to come over. When they saw him arrive with Jiang Yisan, looking timid and pitiful, a chill ran down the spines of both Zhou Shuan and her two companions busy at their doorstep, as well as Mu Mu and Zhong Tian hiding in the shadows. This was a slaying operation. Success was the only option. The submarine slowly approached the island. The night was deep, and the waves crashed against the rocks. The Zhou family emerged from the submarine, dressed in diving suits. Zhou Shuan stored the submarine in her spatial storage. Then, the family circled around to the back of the island, and silently landed ashore through a large rocky outcrop. Once ashore, Zhou Shuan took out down jackets from her spatial storage, and handed them out one by one. They were all black, the best camouflage in the darkness. At this point, only about 10 hours had passed since Zhou Shuan and the others were drugged and carried onto the boat. It was the middle of the night, and everyone on the island was fast asleep. Zhou Shuan and her family didn't disturb anyone and carefully made their way back to their home along the coast. But they didn't rush back. Instead, they hid in a secluded spot, observing the movements near their own home and the Sun family's residence. Sun Tzu was cautious. Before leaving, he placed the Zhou family's oil pot and fried fish inside the stone house to avoid arousing suspicion from passers-by. Therefore, the Zhou family's entrance appeared clean and empty. It was as if the whole family was resting inside. The Sun family's stone house was exceptionally quiet in the darkness, with only the occasional creaking of the wooden planks in the wind. Zhou Shuan observed for a while using night vision goggles and binoculars and noticed something amiss. A figure was hiding inside the Sun family's house, closely monitoring them. Luckily, the Sun family couldn't afford glass. The stone house's windows were simply boarded up, occasionally open for ventilation. So, when these people were monitoring their house, they had to remove the boards. Zhou Shuan and his companions could see clearly that one person was looking out the window, and another person was moving about inside. They really think the Sun family isn't coming back, otherwise they wouldn't be openly hiding in their house to monitor us, Zhou Jianghai sneered. After enduring unspeakable humiliation, Jiang Yisan was thrown directly into the sea. This shows that these people, like Sun Tzu, are extremely cruel. If they used a silenced pistol, entering through the window would only guarantee hitting one person, inevitably alerting the other. They couldn't predict how the other person would react. Zhou Shuan quickly made a decision. Zhong Tian, a skilled marksman, would shoot from here, while she and Mu Mu would rush into the Sun family's house, aiming for a fatal shot. Zhou Shuan's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Mu Mu and I will go. Mom, you shoot from here? We coordinate well from both inside and outside. It's up to you. Zhong Tian took a deep breath and nodded. She felt immense pressure, but showed no sign of it. She knew that with her son-in-law's eye injured, her daughter and son were the ones shouldering the burden, so she had to be their strongest support, and there couldn't be the slightest mistake. Qi Mingyu reached out and squeezed Zhou Shuan's hand, his knuckles tightening slightly. Zhou Shuan smiled and gently returned the squeeze. Don't worry, we be careful. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu, dressed in black down jackets, bent over and carefully crawled towards the Sun family's house. Zhong Tian set up her sniper rifle, aiming at the figure peeking out of the window. The Sun family's door was an old-fashioned wooden door, secured with a wooden bolt. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu stood in the doorway, exchanging a glance. Mu Mu took a deep breath and kicked the door hard. Boom! The wooden door collapsed with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Zhong Tian, who had been intently listening to the commotion, immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the night sky. The person watching from the window, hearing the door being kicked down, turned to look, and Zhong Tian's shot struck him squarely in the back of the head. His body stiffened, then he fell silently to the ground. Inside the house, another person heard the commotion and whirled around. Before he could even raise his gun, Zhou Shuan steadily raised her pistol, making a soft thud, The bullet struck the man between the eyebrows. The man's eyes widened. Before he could even react, he fell heavily to the ground. The sound of the door being kicked down was quite loud. Although masked by the sound of the waves and wind, it could still attract the attention of patrolling troops. Zhou Shuan quickly scanned the stone house. The room was only 10 square meters in size. Besides 2 dilapidated wooden beds and a simple stove, there was no other furniture. After confirming there were no other threats, she quickly stored the 2 corpses in her spatial storage. Chapter 637. Mu Mu took the tools Zhou Shuan handed him, and carefully reattached the door panel to the frame. His movements were methodical and unhurried, showing no sign of panic despite the tense situation earlier. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her gaze sweeping outside. The patrol team could appear at any moment. It was all up to his parents. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had already followed their plan, quickly taking Qi Mingyu back to their home. Although Qi Mingyu was blind, his ears were acutely aware of the surrounding sounds, his body slightly tilted, as if ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Zhou Jianhai walked ahead, gripping his gun tightly, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Zhong Tiyun followed behind them, glancing back every now and then to make sure no one was following them. By the time the patrol team heard the commotion and arrived, Zhou Jianhai was already standing at the door, tools in hand, pretending to repair the door panel. A hint of apology crossed his face as he smiled at the patrol team. "Was the noise too loud and disturbed you? I'm so sorry. We were just sleeping when the wind blew the door down." Zhong Tiyun, standing nearby with a screwdriver in hand, added, "When we first came back a while ago, this door was already wobbling and wouldn't hold up, but we didn't have a better one. I never expected it to be so fragile. It gave us a fright in the middle of the night." He sighed softly, seemingly resigned to the accident. The patrol team had always had a good impression of the Zhou family. Seeing their sincere attitude, they didn't suspect anything. They simply waved their hand, signaling the repairman to keep the noise down so as not to disturb others. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun readily agreed, nodding repeatedly, Okay, we be careful and won't disturb anyone again." Once the patrol was out of sight, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun stood at the doorway watching them, letting out a sigh of relief. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu also quietly emerged from the shadows, their movements swift and silent, like 2 cats lurking in the night. The cooking oil and fried fish inside were no longer safe to eat. Zhou Shuan stored them in her spatial storage. She and Mu Mu checked the time and prepared to leave. They still had 3 more people to kill. They had to take advantage of tonight's timing to catch them off guard. After the murders, Zhou Shuan would immediately store the bodies in her spatial storage, without anyone noticing. They knew the whereabouts, appearances, and names of these 3 people very well. 2 of them lived together, while the 3rd lived with the others brought by Shui Wuan on the island, not far from the Zhou family's residence. The 2 living together were alone in the stone house. They would enter silently and kill them. Once they were out of there, only one last threat remained. But this other person, Chen the dwarf, lived with others, and even the slightest noise could be noticed by the person in the next bed. They couldn't risk being discovered, so they could only patiently wait for the best opportunity. The night grew deeper, and the cold wind lashed their faces, the biting chill causing Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu to involuntarily shrink their necks. The 2 lay prone behind the cold rocks, their bodies almost frozen, their breath condensing into frost, gradually forming a thin layer of ice on the brim of their down jackets. Zhou Shuan glanced down at her watch. It was already past 4 in the morning, drawing ever closer to the time when the island's residents would get up and go to work. She gently moved her stiff fingers and turned her head to look at Mu Mu beside her. Mu Mu's eyelashes were frosted with age, his eyes fixed intently ahead, his lips slightly pursed, his expression focused and calm. He had gradually grown from a little boy into a qualified soldier. Zhou Shuan felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. "Wait a little longer," she said in a low voice, her tone reassuring. Mu Mu nodded without making a sound, only slightly adjusting his posture, his body still pressed tightly against the rock, like a statue. Not far ahead, a simple stone house stood quietly in the night. They had already checked it out. 5 or 6 men were crammed into the small stone house. Time ticked by, and finally, there was movement inside the stone house. First, a few coughs, then the rustling of clothes being put on. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu held their breath, their eyes fixed on the doorway. Shortly afterward, the door opened, and a tall, middle-aged man emerged first, yawning. Several other people followed. Finally, a short man stepped out. It was Lu the dwarf. Lu the dwarf rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and then slowly squatted outside to wash up. Once Lu the dwarf finished washing up, The others had already greeted each other and headed off to their work. Lu the dwarf stood there, clutching his stomach, feigning a frown, and said to his companions, "My stomach's a little upset. You guys go ahead, I go later." His companions didn't think much of it, nodded, and left. Once their figures disappeared into the night, Lu the dwarf released his hand from his stomach, looked around, and a smug smile crept across his lips. He hummed a tune and turned to walk towards the dock. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu silently rose from behind the rocks and followed closely behind Lu the dwarf. The two wore black down jackets, blending seamlessly into the night, making them difficult to spot even on the deserted coastline. Lu the dwarf walked slowly, stopping occasionally to look around, seemingly checking if anyone was following him. His movements appeared casual, but his eyes held a hint of wariness. However, he didn't notice the two ghostly figures behind him. When Lu the dwarf reached a secluded rocky area, he was completely alone. He stopped, took out a cigarette, extremely precious in the apocalypse, lit it, took a deep drag, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Just then, Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu swiftly closed in, pinning him to the ground from either side. Lu the dwarf was startled at first, and before he could struggle, Mu Mu punched him in the stomach. Lu the dwarf groaned in pain, his body curling into a ball, the cigarette in his hand falling to the snow, and quickly extinguished by the cold wind. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu dragged him to the nearby reef. This was a blind spot. Neither the mothership nor the island would notice them. Lu the dwarf was short, but his eyes were sharp. He looked at them, first with surprise, then with terror. You. Zhou Shuan knew he had recognized her in Mu Mu. She gave Mu Mu a wink. Mu Mu then punched him first. Lu the dwarf spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, but enduring the pain, he managed to lift his head, revealing a fawning smile. "My two heroes, what do you want? I still have some supplies on me, cigarettes. They're very precious, and I'm willing to give them up, just please spare my life." Chapter 638. Zhou Shuan sneered, crouching down, the cold dagger pressed against Lu the dwarf's neck. Her tone was low and dangerous. "Stop pretending, Lu the dwarf, I know you recognized us." "What? Surprised to see us back unharmed?" Lu the dwarf's smile froze on his face, his voice trembling slightly. "I don't understand what you're saying. Your boss Tion has confessed everything, otherwise why would we come looking for you? Also, all the people you left behind as backup have been captured, leaving only you." Lu the dwarf's face instantly turned deathly pale, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but his throat seemed blocked, unable to utter a sound. How is our boss Tion?" He licked his dry lips, asking hoarsely. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and replied calmly, "He's the boss. I certainly can't just kill him, I need to take his statement." But to save his own life, he revealed your names and whereabouts to me. Lu the dwarf's eyes widened suddenly, bloodshot and bulging. His lips trembled, his voice filled with disbelief and anger. "Don't try to sow discord. Boss Tion is the most protective person, he would never, ever betray us." Zhou Shuan sneered. "When life and death are at stake, who cares about anything else?" As dawn broke, the sea breeze, carrying the salty smell, swept over them. Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu walked side by side on their way home. After a tense and exciting night, exhaustion washed over them, but a hint of relief lingered on their faces. Last night's success cleared away their biggest threat. Now only the deadly bomb and letter in the mothership's dining hall remained. Back home, Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Qi Mingyu were anxiously waiting. Seeing them return safely, Zhong Tiyun immediately went to greet them, looking them up and down, tears welling in her eyes. Zhou Jianhai patted Mu Mu's shoulder, sighing that his son could finally stand on his own. Qi Mingyu stood at the door, his sharp sense of smell immediately catching the faint scent of blood on Zhou Shuan. He frowned slightly. "Wan, what happened? Are you injured?" Zhou Shuan looked down at the bloodstains on her wrist that hadn't been completely wiped clean, and gently shook her head. "There was some entanglement when capturing Lu the dwarf. This is his blood, I didn't clean it properly." "Where are the others? Did things go smoothly?" Zhong Tiyun pressed. Mu Mu said confidently, "It's all taken care of. Those two lived alone, so it was easy to deal with them. Lu the shorty doesn't live alone, my sister and I waited until he was alone before we acted. We also interrogated him, and confirmed there were no hidden dangers. No wonder Wan smelled so strongly of blood." Qi Mingyu thought thoughtfully. "Okay, Wan, Mu Mu, go inside and wash up. We wait outside." Zhong Tiyun gently patted her daughter's shoulder, her eyes full of heartache and relief. After washing up, Zhou Shuan changed into clean clothes. She was slightly tired, but her eyes remained bright and determined. The family wasn't in the mood to cook, so Zhou Shuan took out the breakfast she had prepared from her spatial storage. It was a favorite northern dish. The steaming hot and sour soup, meat buns, fried dough sticks, and fried pancakes instantly filled the entire house with their aroma. As they ate their steaming breakfast, they discussed how to handle the bomb crisis. "I'm not good at defusing bombs," Zhou Shuan said, looking at her family. "But Xiao Yu is the best at it, so it'd have to be the two of us." I explained the bomb's internal structure to him, and he can decide how to disarm it. Zhou Jianghai hesitated, his voice filled with worry. "Why don't I come along? I've been doing repairs for years. I know a thing or two, and my practical skills should be better than yours." As a father, he couldn't help but want to protect his children. Actually, all they needed to do was retrieve the letter left by Sun Tzu. The bomb itself wasn't their primary objective. However, they worried that the bomb incident would attract the military's attention, potentially uncovering clues about the disappearances of Sun Tzu and Tian Renxin. Even if they thought they had handled it perfectly, they might still be suspected. This was the outcome the Zhou family least wanted. Secondly, the homemade bomb's power was unpredictable and could potentially cause casualties in the restaurant. Now that they knew this, they wanted to nip the danger in the bud. "We go with them, and keep watch nearby," Zhong Tian said directly. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, also considering the best solution, before finally speaking. "Wan, do you have any tables from the mothership's dining room in your inventory?" Zhou Shuan was taken aback, then understood his meaning, her eyes lighting up. "I don't have any exactly the same. But all the tables on the mothership are like this. I know what to do." Qi Mingyu smiled in her direction. He offered the simplest and safest method to defuse the bomb. After breakfast, the family headed to the mothership. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Jianhai were in charge of the bombs and the message. Zhong Tian and Mu Mu went to work as usual. They greeted acquaintances on the way, chatting and laughing. No one could tell they had just survived a harrowing life-or-death struggle, let alone guess their purpose. The mothership's massive shadow loomed over them, the air thick with the mixed smells of steel and seawater, mingled with a faint odor of paint. Upon arriving at the mothership, Zhou Shuan went straight to the medical area. Inside the medical area, the wounded lay or sat, emitting low groans. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint stench of blood, creating a somber atmosphere. In the corridor, medical staff hurried along, their footsteps light and quick, nurses pushing gurneys with creaking sounds. Zhou Shuan skillfully weaved through the crowd to the end of the corridor, the emergency exit to the medical ward, a place rarely used. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai followed closely behind, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. They didn't speak, only their footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor. Reaching the end of the corridor, Zhou Shuan stopped and pointed to a stack of empty long tables a short distance away, about 20 or 30 in total. These tables were exactly the same as those in the restaurant. The restaurant tables were all long, large enough for an adult to lie down on. The medical ward didn't have enough beds. So long ago, dozens of these long tables had been moved here from the restaurant to serve as spare beds. Because Zhou Shuan had worked in the medical ward before, she knew about these unattended long tables. With Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu providing cover, she quickly stored one of the tables in her spatial storage. She did it so quickly that no one noticed. Chapter 639. Then the three of them headed towards the mothership's dining hall. It was past lunchtime, and the restaurant was almost empty, with only two chefs busy at the window. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu strolled around the restaurant casually, occasionally touching the tabletops, and quickly spotted their target. She said gently, "Brother Yu, let's sit here." Qi Mingyu nodded and stopped at the table with her. Zhou Jianhai went to the window and ordered 3 bowls of taro soup, conveniently blocking the chef's view. Zhou Shuan used her spatial abilities again, silently storing the bomb under the table into her spatial storage. She then quickly released the table from the emergency area. All of this happened so quickly, almost in the same second, that even the cleaning staff didn't notice. Even if someone was watching, they would only think their eyes had blurred and the table had merely shaken slightly. "Let's go. This table is a bit uneven. Let's go over there." Zhou Shuan smiled easily and led Qi Mingyu to another dining table. This was the table Zhou Shuan had already discovered had a letter pasted to its bottom. After sitting down, she tore the letter from under the table, unfolded it, and examined it carefully. The paper was rough, and the handwriting was crooked and messy, as if it were the work of a madman. The letter detailed how he discovered Zhou Shuan possessed a spatial ability, and the deaths of Lin Yuang and the father and son, Dr. Wei, all related to the Zhou family. Then it described the specifics of the operation, including the fishing boat, Tianrenxin, and others. Every word and sentence exuded madness. Just then, Zhou Jianhai brought over 3 bowls of taro soup. Zhou Shuwen's lips curled into a cold smile as she handed the letter to Zhou Jianhai. Zhou Jianhai took the letter, squinting as he quickly skimmed through it. After reading it, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. What a madman! Qi Mingyu couldn't read the letter's contents, so Zhou Shuwen leaned close to his ear and whispered. It even exaggerated, saying we deliberately framed Dr. Wei and the others. Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. That's partly true. Zhou Shuwen smiled. That's true. They had ordered 3 bowls of taro porridge, made by steaming taro, mashing it, and then boiling it in water for a few minutes. The taste was bland and unremarkable, just watery broth. But since the matter was basically resolved, the 3 of them were in a relaxed mood. After finishing the 3 bowls of soup, they left. The cook at the window peeked out. What are they doing here? They don't look like they're here for lunch. Who cares? We should be preparing lunch now, another cook said nonchalantly. The Zhou family silently dispelled this deadly danger, like ripples on the sea, quickly returning to calm. The disappearances of Tianrenxin and Sun Tzu were like stones sinking into the sea. Shui Wu only symbolically sent people to search for them, a perfunctory response. After all, everyone knew that Tianrenxin harbored rebellious intentions. Who would care about someone who always liked to oppose them? The disappearances of Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun were even less of a concern. They went to sea with Tianrenxin's ship and didn't return, so it was highly likely they encountered danger at sea. Long afterward, fishermen returning from fishing stumbled upon the wreckage of a burned-out ship. Most of it had sunk to the bottom of the sea, with only a few masts and planks floating on the surface. They went to examine it, but found no supplies, so they ignored it. Only close relatives like Jiping and Shui Tao noticed something amiss. Jiping knew his aunt and Mumu had taken leave. However, when they returned from the mothership, they found the Zhou family's gates tightly shut, and no one in sight. The Zhou family had always held a certain mystique in his mind. He had previously wondered why the Zhou family didn't lack supplies. Perhaps they had another means of sea transport, and the whole family had gone out to search for supplies again. When the Zhou family returned, he was the first to notice, and he felt relieved. The sea was too dangerous now. It was good that they returned safely. Later, he heard the news of Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun's disappearance. The time of their disappearance coincided with the day the Zhou family went to sea. Jiping mentally reviewed the news, but remained silent. Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisun hadn't returned, so their fate was likely grim. The island was overcrowded with limited housing, and their family's room was quickly confiscated and distributed among others. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. Since returning from the voyage with Shui Wu's group, the fishing boats had found it nearly impossible to spot any fish. Within a radius of 100 nautical miles, there was almost nothing. Even traveling day and night, it would take 3 or 4 days to cover 100 nautical miles. The lack of fish over such a vast area clearly demonstrated the scarcity of the ocean. Has extinction truly begun? Even though the experts and captain on the mothership had predicted this and informed all the survivors of the future trajectory, people were already mentally prepared. But when that day finally arrived, fear still gripped the island. The warships were ramping up production of boiling point alloys, yet 2 destroyers were still diverted to escort the fishing boats out to sea. For safety, they used chains forged from the newly produced boiling point alloy to securely chain the destroyers and fishing boats together, ensuring the vessels wouldn't be separated even in storms or tsunamis. This fishing fleet was large, including destroyers, small and medium-sized cruise ships from Shui Wu's fleet, fishing boats, and several small fishing vessels, about 70 or 80 ships linked together. There were over 700 people in total, including 300 regular naval personnel and over 400 ordinary survivors. This was a desperate battle for survival. If they couldn't find fish, humanity's survival would face a grave crisis. A sea breeze blew, night fell, and enveloped the island and the surrounding waters. As this vast fleet prepared to sail into the unknown distance, Captain Chen personally saw them off. Countless islanders spontaneously gathered on the shore to see them off, a scene of somber solemnity. Captain Chen gazed intently at Captain Du aboard the destroyer, his eyes deep, and finally uttered only 4 words: "Return safely." Captain Du, the captain of the fishing fleet and the highest-ranking officer, solemnly saluted. "Captain Chen, please await our good news. We will bring back the hope of life." He turned and saw the Zhou family standing in the ranks, gazing at them with grave expressions. He laughed heartily, waved, and led the fleet onward. The sea breeze howled, fluttering their clothes and stirring the hopes for the future in their hearts. In the distance, on the sea, the fishing fleet slowly sailed away, the lights on the boats twinkling like stars against the dark sea. On the small island, the farewell party gradually dispersed. Chapter 640. Among the crowd, Ji Ping watched the departing fleet, his eyes filled with complex emotions. If the Zhou family hadn't found them jobs on the mothership, both he and his cousin Tao's families would have been part of that massive fishing fleet. Their chances of survival would have been 50% each. He clenched his fists tightly, silently praying for the fleet carrying the hopes of the entire island, and for the precarious ocean, praying for a safe and successful voyage. About 10 days after the fishing fleet left, another thunderstorm struck the island. On the island, howling winds raged, dark clouds loomed, and blinding flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. Thick bolts of lightning, like the wrath of the gods, lashed furiously at the sea, exploding into countless sprays. A scorching atmosphere filled the air, as if the entire world awaited an inevitable destruction. It's happening again! Zhou Xuan looked up at the sky, her brows furrowed, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. She turned to her family, her voice urgent. Quick! Put on your air conditioning suits and evacuate to the mothership. Qi Mingyu stood beside her. Although he couldn't see the sky, his ears caught the roar of thunder, and his body tensed slightly. He nodded, deftly putting on his air conditioning suit, his voice low and steady. Everyone, check carefully, don't miss any details. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had already quickly donned their suits. The family rushed towards the mothership, and the other residents on the island also sprang into action. Although the scene was tense, no one panicked. Having experienced numerous thunderstorms, everyone was already accustomed to this rhythm of emergency evacuation. People, dressed in sealed air-conditioned suits or winter coats, boarded the mothership in an orderly fashion, as if it were a drill rehearsed countless times. The thunder grew closer, and dark clouds, like a massive mountain, pressed down on the sea. The waves churned violently under the impact of lightning, threatening to engulf the entire island. Captain Chen, wearing a winter coat, stood on the deck, gazing at the island struck by lightning in the distance, his heart sinking. This thunderstorm was no smaller than any he had ever experienced before. I hope the fishing fleet can hold on, he murmured, his voice drowned out by the thunder, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. With the mothership there, the island's inhabitants should be safe. But his greatest worry was Captain Du's fishing fleet, out fishing in the open sea. He wondered if they could withstand such a massive natural disaster. 3 days later, the thunderstorm finally subsided, and the sky gradually cleared. The sea breeze still carried a damp scent, and the air was filled with the salty smell of the sea. The residents of the mothership disembarked one after another, preparing to return to the island. Be careful, there's still a lot of seawater on the ground, Zhou Jianhai warned his family behind him, walking ahead. The once flat ground of the island was now uneven, eroded by the sea, with low-lying areas filled with murky water. Zhou Xuan followed behind him, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, her brows slightly furrowed. The island's coastline had been pushed up by the tide by more than 20 meters, the seawater almost reaching the watchtower. What's this? Zhong Tiyun looked down at the ground. They couldn't see clearly from the mothership, but once they reached the island, they discovered that the receding tide had left not only a mess, but also some kind of seaweed. The entire island was covered with a dense layer of this plant, which was more abundant closer to the shore. More and more residents returning to the island discovered this plant, and they all excitedly crouched down to observe it. Zhou Xuan also crouched down, carefully examining the black seaweed. Its shape was strikingly similar to seaweed, wet and glistening, like kelp just pulled from the sea. This must be edible, someone exclaimed excitedly. The people, facing a food shortage crisis, immediately responded, quickly gathering the black seaweed, wringing out the water, and packing it into containers. Those without containers simply tied the seaweed into bundles with vines, and carried them home on their shoulders. Let's gather some to take home too, Zhong Tiyun suggested. Having lived at sea for so long, they knew that after the tide receded, many gifts from the ocean would remain. Octopus, oysters, sea snails. Each one, if gathered properly, could be a delicacy. But now, marine life is gradually becoming extinct, and the gifts left by the sea are dwindling. So, seeing so much dense seaweed now, people can't resist and rush to grab as much as they can. The Zhou family also brought out various basins and buckets from their stone house, and the whole family pitched in to fill them to the brim with seaweed. Back home, everyone started by tidying up the house. The island is now covered in the marks of the flood, the beds, bedding, and firewood in the house are all soaked. People curse inwardly, yet numbly rebuild their homes. The stove in front of the Zhou family's house had been blown away. The bunk beds inside were also flooded. However, Zhou Shuan had already stored the bedding and other items in her spatial storage before boarding the mothership. As usual, they sprinkled quicklime and turned on the dehumidifier to dry the room as quickly as possible. After finishing the other tasks, Zhou Shuan sat down to gather the seaweed. Outside, it was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly. Now, with the light shining, she realized that this seaweed wasn't a plant, but rather a wriggling marine creature similar to a coral reef. Each long, vine-like strand of seaweed had a base that wasn't a root, but rather dark, fleshy tentacles. She had already taken off her air-conditioned clothes. As she wrung out the water from the seaweed, suddenly the tentacles extended and touched her wrists, releasing a little sticky fluid. Then, the tentacles felt like countless needles pricking her skin, bringing an electric shock like pain and numbness. She gasped, jerking her hand back. Her wrist was covered in tiny, rapidly spreading bluish-purple spots. A wave of intense dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway and nearly fall. Wan Wan! Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai rushed over and caught her. This stuff is poisonous, Zhou Shuan managed to say, her voice weak. Don't touch it. Although Qi Mingyu was blind, his keen hearing instantly detected the anomaly. He grabbed Zhou Shuan's arm, his fingertips gently pressing on her pulse, which was pounding rapidly. Many medicines lay scattered around Zhou Shuan, medicines she had retrieved from her spatial storage in the emergency. However, she no longer had the energy to identify which medicine was appropriate. Chapter 641. Fortunately, the dizziness subsided within minutes. Zhou Shuan rubbed her temples, looking down at her arm. The bruises were still clearly visible, but the pain had lessened considerably. She gently moved her wrist, and only after confirming there was no further discomfort did she breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Mingyu felt her pulse, feeling a slight sense of relief. Her pulse had returned to normal. This thing is really strange, Zhong Tian frowned, squatting down to carefully examine the seaweed discarded to the side, a hint of lingering fear on her face. She reached out to touch it, then instinctively pulled her hand back. Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, carefully poking at the seaweed with a wooden stick, his brow furrowed. This thing looks like seaweed, but I didn't expect it to be alive and poisonous. We have to get rid of it quickly to prevent it from hurting anyone else. Moo hurriedly moved all the poisonous seaweed outdoors, piling it up away from the houses. In the darkness, the black seaweed piled together looked like a strange mass of tentacles, with a few strands occasionally wriggling slightly. Moo then moved several large stones to weigh it down, preventing it from being blown away by the wind and causing further trouble. That night, the people on the island began to notice the abnormality of this seaweed. Many people, like the Zhou family, experienced numbness and tingling after contact, leaving bruises on their wrists or arms. Discussions began to circulate. Some speculated that it was some kind of mutated seaweed, while others believed it was the last struggle of marine life before its extinction. Soon after, researchers on the mothership began studying this seaweed. By noon, the results were in. This creature was a marine organism undiscovered before the apocalypse, with a slender, stem-like body, ranging in color from dark green to black, mimicking seaweed to survive in the ocean. The stem surface has fine wrinkles, allowing it to sway slightly with the current. At its base are fleshy tentacles, rich in mucus, which allow it to adhere to reefs or soil to secure itself, and also to slowly crawl in moist environments by contracting. The tentacles contain a mild neurotoxin. Contact causes numbness and brief tingling, not fatal, but can lead to localized muscle stiffness. Based on these characteristics, the researchers named it Noctiluca. They believe that once the toxin-releasing tentacles are removed, the entire organism is edible. Therefore, for safety, they advise the island's residents to wear gloves when handling it and avoid direct contact with the tentacles. The island's inhabitants were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Although the seaweed is poisonous and causes severe discomfort when electrocuted, it can be eaten after processing. In the face of food shortages, this was undoubtedly fantastic news. The islanders busied themselves, donning gloves and carrying basins and tools to gather the remaining seaweed from the previous day. Although its tentacles are poisonous, careful handling would yield a precious food source. Though far from their homeland, having crossed oceans to reach unfamiliar waters, their deep-seated love for food has never wavered. Within a few days, people had figured out several ways to eat this seaweed. Some stir-fried it with simple seasonings, enjoying its refreshing seaweed flavor. Others made a cold salad with vinegar and chili, a refreshing and appetizing dish. Some even mixed it with taro or mashed potatoes to make dough. The seaweed had both the unique refreshing taste of seaweed and the soft, sticky texture of marine life. While the taste was somewhat strange, it was a rare delicacy in the face of hunger. The Zhou family also cleaned their large basins of seaweed and prepared several dishes. They were extremely careful while processing it, everyone wearing gloves and deftly cutting off the tentacles, leaving only the edible parts. But somehow, the base of one vine stuck directly to Mumu's face, causing her left cheek to go numb instantly, leaving her stunned for a long time. After everyone helped him pull the vines off, he finally came to his senses and shivered. That little thing really hurts when it shocks you. Dozens of small blood spots appeared on his face, then turned bluish-black. At first glance, it looked like he'd been slapped on half his face, somewhat terrifying. However, these kinds of injuries were common among the island's inhabitants. No matter how tight the protection, someone could always accidentally get entangled by the tentacles. It wasn't until more than half a month later that these injuries on Mumu and Zhou Shuan gradually disappeared. Because of this, Zhou Shuan never allowed Qi Mingyu to touch the nightworm algae. He couldn't see, and even with his keen hearing, he could still accidentally get touched by the tentacles. Besides keeping some for everyday use, the rest was stored in his spatial storage. Captain Chen remembered Shui Wuen's role and specifically sent Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu to find her and ask how humanity could solve the food problem before the extinction of marine life at dawn. Shui Wuen smiled bitterly, saying that her fleet had almost resorted to cannibalism. Although they had lived longer than people on land, at that time, they weren't really alive. Endless natural disasters, satiated stomachs, infighting among their own kind. They were all emaciated, barely human, more like a pack of walking corpses. As for the nocturnal algae on the island, she shook her head, saying she had never seen it in her previous life. Perhaps they had always lived on ships of various sizes, with little fuel, drifting wherever the waves took them. Therefore, there were no conditions to bring the nocturnal algae ashore. However, she did mention a few types of algae. Perhaps due to the perpetual night, the ocean temperature dropped drastically, causing some algae to proliferate. But these algae were few in number, and they were discovered and harvested unintentionally. Therefore, there was no pattern to their search. Zhou Shuan thanked her solemnly. Shui Wuen smiled and said to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, "Actually, I should be thanking the warship. Being able to live on this small island with my 2 children, I feel like God's final compensation to me." After so many years adrift at sea, she and her 2 children seemed to have finally found peace and tranquility on this small island. These words touched Zhou Shuan deeply. Shui Wuen's experiences were far more cruel and cold-blooded than Zhou Shuan's. At least, in this life, Zhou Shuan knew she was very lucky, luckier than most people in the world. Chapter 642. Because this plant is edible, the remaining fishing boats have been patrolling near the island recently, hoping to catch more of these organisms to replace the dwindling fish population. They were lucky. After spending about 10 days, they caught a total of 7 or 8 tons of this nocturnal algae in the nearby waters. This undoubtedly brought great hope to the island's inhabitants. A month later, the fishing team returned from their expedition to the open sea, everyone travel-worn and with heavy faces. They only found a small school of fish, and most of them were dead. Captain Chen heard about this, and his heart sank. In fact, the fish reserves on the mothership, if used sparingly, were enough to feed everyone on the island for 2 years. But what about after 2 years? Captain Chen gazed at the vast ocean, his expression filled with anxiety and worry. 2 years later, how will they survive? This once rich and vast ocean, encompassing almost the entire landmass, has become so barren. What will become of the surviving humans? Actually, a significant amount of boiling point alloy has already been forged, and work can begin on modifying the island. However, just before construction begins, the project stalls again. Because another devastating thunderstorm made the mothership's construction crew realize that if they couldn't wait for the thunderstorms to completely subside, the boiling point alloy installed on the island would be the best lightning-attracting device. But when the thunderstorms will end, no one knows. When the predicted sea boiling phenomenon will occur, no one knows either. The weather is getting colder and colder, having dropped to below -40 degrees Celsius. The ice floes around the island were increasing. One night, an unprecedented snowfall blanketed the island. In the lead-up to this blizzard, many on the island sensed the unusual nature of the weather. Dark clouds hung low over the sea, seemingly poised to plunge in at any moment. Gale-force winds whipped up waves several meters high, the howling accompanied by the sharp cracking of ice pellets. Shui Wuen stood at her window, her gaze fixed intently on the distance. Even with just a small window open, the cold filled the room. Her skin was reddened by the wind, and her breath instantly froze into ice crystals, drifting in the air. Her 2 children lay huddled in bed, wrapped in thick blankets, too afraid to leave. Xue Wuwen glanced back at her daughter and son, a pang of heartache appearing in her beautiful, alluring eyes. Because of the blizzard, her work at the mothership's rescue area, including bringing the children, had been suspended for the past few days. Fortunately, there was still plenty of food stored at home, enough to last for a while. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A Navy officer came to see her, saying that Captain Chen wanted to talk to her. Xue Wuwen already guessed what Captain Chen wanted to talk to her about. She didn't refuse. She turned around and told the two children not to leave the bed, then put on her winter coat and went to the mothership with the Navy officer. In the command room, Captain Chen was standing by the window, his back to the door, his gaze fixed on the blizzard outside through the glass. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around, his face filled with anticipation. "Xue Wuwen, you come? Have you ever seen weather like this before?" Xue Wuwen shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "No. Although I experienced extreme cold in my previous life, the temperature wasn't this low, and there was never such an ice storm. The natural disasters in this life seem even more extreme than in my previous life." Captain Chen was somewhat disappointed, but then he thought about it. In his previous life, a massive earthquake occurred after the eternal night, but in this life, the eternal night only occurred after a volcanic eruption. Many natural disasters are related to temperature. Therefore, it's normal that Xue Wuwen hadn't witnessed it. Captain Chen's eyes darkened, and he nodded slightly. After a moment, he took a deep breath, his tone firm. "Regardless, we must prepare in advance. I immediately order everyone to stay indoors. Residents unable to build stone houses should all evacuate to shelters. Looking at this blizzard, who knows when it will stop?" Xue Wuwen nodded, a hint of agreement in her eyes. "Captain Chen, your decision is correct. There are too many extreme weather events. This blizzard doesn't show anything yet, but we can't take risks. Keeping people at home is the safest option." Captain Chen had considered whether to send all the residents onto the mothership, but if the blizzard continued like this, staying in stone houses was safer than staying on the ship. Preparing in advance was the right thing to do. Like accumulated cotton while being scattered, heavy snow fell for several days, covering the entire island in white before freezing into ice. Under the inky black sky, the -40 degrees Celsius froze the isolated island into a piece of ice jade embedded in the inky ocean. At this time, people still observed the heavy snowfall outside their windows, worried that with such heavy snow in the future, it would be even harder to fill their stomachs. But within 2 days, the blizzard intensified. First, fine ice fragments were swept up by a wind that seemed to rise from nowhere and pelted the ice surface, making a harsh sound like sandpaper rubbing together. In an instant, large snowflakes poured down like a collapsing Milky Way. Within half an hour, the stone houses, watchtowers, and villas, whose outlines were barely discernible before, were completely swallowed by the snow, leaving only rounded snow mounds undulating in the darkness. Even more terrifying was the wind. What began as gusts that merely sent snowflakes flying at an angle quickly transformed into a roaring behemoth. The gale whipped up the snow on the ground and crushed the snowflakes in the air into sharp, angular ice particles and crystals, forming a visible, grayish-white storm wall that pressed down from the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The ice particles pounded against the mothership's deck like countless pebbles striking wildly, quickly forming a thin layer of ice, which was then whipped up by subsequent storms, becoming even more destructive ammunition. Some portholes couldn't hold up. With a sharp crack, ice particles poured into the cabin like a waterfall. Those inside only had time to utter a cry before being frozen speechless by the rapidly spreading icy mist. The makeshift wooden huts on the island were utterly vulnerable. The wooden beams groaned in agony in the wind and snow, chunks of snow mixed with broken planks crashing down, kicking up only fleeting clouds of dust. No one dared to step outside. Looking out of their windows, the entire world was a chaotic white porridge churned up by the icy storm, visibility less than 3 meters. The steel cables originally used to secure the boats were now stretched taut by the gale, emitting a mournful buzzing sound, as if they might snap at any moment. Those who dared to venture out to check the situation were choked back 3 steps by a blast of icy air. As soon as they opened the door, their eyelashes instantly frosting over. The wind and snow outside seemed to surge in as if alive, terrifying them so much that they quickly braced themselves against the door groaning and wailing as if it might fall apart in the storm. Chapter 643. The sea was long gone. The sound of the waves, once barely audible, was now completely drowned out by the wind. Only occasional muffled roars, like the low growls of a giant beast, echoed from the depths of the storm, the sound of frozen ice cracking in the tempest. This isolated island, along with the surrounding warships, was like a block of ice thrown into a mortar, slowly losing its mark as human territory in the bitter cold of the eternal night and the icy storm. Going out to sea? Even looking up at the storm was now a luxury. The world was filled only with the howling of the wind and snow, and the suppressed breathing of people huddled in corners. Captain Chin. A deep voice rang out in the command room. It was Vice Captain Shang. He strode to Captain Chin's side, pointing to the increasingly violent blizzard outside the window. The wind force has reached level 12, and it's expected to continue to intensify. The waves are at least 10 meters high. Captain Chin stared out the window. The gray-white storm wall almost swallowed the entire view, obscuring the boundless ocean. All that remained were the roar of the storm, and the muffled crashing of breaking ice. He took a deep breath and issued the order, immediately activate level 2 alert. All personnel must immediately move to the safe zone. Cease all outdoor operations. In the command center, department heads received their orders and busied themselves with tense activity. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuwan and her family sat around the white flame furnace, observing the scene outside through the window. The heavy snow fell like cotton wool, instantly transforming the world into a silver-clad fairy tale. But this fairy tale was fraught with danger. This snow is too heavy, Zhou Jianhai murmured, a hint of worry in his voice. When will this stop? This snow is probably more severe than we imagined. We have to. Before she could finish speaking, a violent gust of wind suddenly swept in, and with a loud bang, the windowpane shattered from the snowstorm. A howling wind, carrying countless sharp ice crystals, rushed into the room, instantly chilling everyone to the bone. Zhong Tian cried out in alarm, and Zhou Jianhai quickly shielded her. Zhou Shuwan quickly got up and braved the wind and snow to go to the window. She first pulled out a thick blanket and tightly blocked the broken window, keeping most of the ice particles out. The sound of the ice particles hitting the blanket like bullets could be heard. Quick! Moo, let's use wooden planks to completely seal the window. These ice particles carried by the wind had tremendous impact force. If they were still using glass, it would break immediately. Moo rushed over in a few steps. Zhou Shuwan had already taken out a thick wooden plank slightly larger than the window from her spatial storage, and then, with a drill, she and Moo secured the plank around the window. At this moment, even the piercing sound of the drilling machine seemed gentle amidst the raging super ice storm outside. A dull thud echoed from outside. The ice particles, like bullets, struck the wooden planks, producing a dense thump-thump sound, like countless tiny hammers pounding on their nerves. The white flame furnace inside had just gone out. While his children were securing the planks, Zhou Jianhai carefully rekindled it. The flames leaped up instantly, illuminating the faces of everyone in the room and bringing a long-lost warmth. The temperature should rise soon, because they had suspected a major disaster was imminent for the past few days. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu specifically moved into the room where their parents and Moo had been staying. It was only a dozen square meters in size, barely enough to fit 3 bunk beds side by side. So for the past few days, Zhou Shuwan had been crammed in with her mother, while Qi Mingyu and Moo shared a space. They had also abandoned their method of using a heated wall for warmth. The stove was outside, and keeping the fire burning properly was too strenuous, requiring frequent maintenance. In fact, when the stone houses were built, most families, like Sun Tzu's, had placed their stoves and fire channels indoors. Indoor fires posed a risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, so the Zhou family, after much consideration, decided to build them outside. Later, they considered building another stone house specifically for the stove and storage supplies. However, with so many disasters occurring and them constantly fleeing, they had neither the time nor the energy to build another stone house, leaving them in a precarious situation. Fortunately, the Zhou family had an advantage over others. The white flame stove in Zhou Shuwan's spatial dimension proved very useful. In this cold weather, a white flame stove could last a month and raise the indoor temperature above 0 degrees Celsius. As long as the stove was carefully placed inside the small porcelain jar to prevent a fire, it would be fine. Zhou Jianhai shakily lit the stove, and the indoor temperature quickly rose. Zhou Shuwan and Moo then drilled 3 or 4 small holes in the wooden board to ensure the room wasn't completely sealed and wouldn't suffer from oxygen deprivation. Cool air seeped in through these holes, causing the flame of the stove to flicker precariously. Zhong Tian quickly grabbed a bamboo basket and covered the small porcelain jar with it. The flames finally stopped flickering. The family breathed a sigh of relief. It was mealtime. Zhou Shuwan took out several boxed lunches from her spatial storage, containing steaming rice and stewed vegetables with braised pork. The meal was quite plentiful. But because of what had just happened, everyone was heavy-hearted and had no interest in the food, eating mechanically. The strong wind outside continued to howl, and the wooden planks creaked. This sound became a perfect accompaniment to their drinks. While eating, Zhou Jianhai suddenly remembered something and sighed. I wonder how badly the mothership suffered. Many of the windows in the mothership's cabins had been damaged in the previous thunderstorm, and had been replaced with wooden planks. I heard that Captain Chen and the others are still on the mothership. At least half of the navy should remain. With them there, the mothership should be alright. Zhou Shuan comforted them. But what's the use of worrying now? The safest place now is the cellar on the small island. However, the Zhou family's cellar was too small due to the terrain. The communal shelters were only suitable for the elderly, women, and children who were destitute, or families without even a stone house. This was a new regulation issued by Captain Chen a few days ago. The Zhou family did not meet the shelter requirements. When they built those 2 stone houses, they had put a lot of effort into building insulation layers, making them very sturdy inside and out. Temporary shelter was not a problem. However, how to keep warm was a problem they urgently needed to consider. Zhou Shuan discussed with her parents. We don't know how long this super ice storm will last. After the storm ends, let's set up a stove in the room where Xiaoyu and I live, and move the fire duct there. We also open a small door in these 2 rooms, so we can use the fire wall normally. The temperature will be more suitable. That's right. When a major disaster occurs, you and Xiaoyu can sleep here with us. Zhong Tian thought for a moment and agreed. Chapter 644. Zhou Shuan's spatial storage contained enough coal, firewood, and other resources for her family. The white flame stove was both convenient and precious, so it had to be used sparingly. The indoor space was too cramped. Only a small corner of about 2 square meters was reserved for a cat litter box to relieve itself. Outside the window, the ice storm continued to rage, the wooden planks creaking as if they might be torn apart by the wind at any moment. Listening to the howling wind outside, Zhong Tian put down her chopsticks, sighed softly, and said in a low voice, I feel like I returned to the Arctic. I can't even hear the sound of the waves, only the howling wind, and the sound of ice pellets hitting the walls. Before she could finish speaking, everyone laughed in unison. Having lived at sea for the past year or 2, they had become accustomed to the deafening roar of the ocean waves during major disasters, like the end of the world, with towering waves swallowing up all hope. This sound was their most profound memory of impending maritime disaster, a fear etched into their very bones. But now, the roar of the storm drowned out the howling of the waves, as if the world were left only with omnipresent cold and relentless snowstorms. It was as if the sea had been completely frozen. This super ice particle storm, which no one could have predicted, had frozen the sea into eternal silence. Years ago, at the new base in J City, when the blizzard raged, we felt a similar sense of unease. Zhou Jianhai put down his bowl, gently patted Zhong Tian's hand with his rough palm, and comforted her. Don't worry, our stone house is sturdy, and we added an insulation layer. We'd be fine for a while. Zhong Tian gave a wry smile. I'm not worried. No matter what, our family can always be together. That's a blessing from heaven. There's nothing to worry about. Her gaze swept over her daughter, son, and son-in-law, finally settling on Zhou Jianhai, who had been through thick and thin with her for most of her life. She smiled gently. Although we are a million miles away from home now, it feels like we returned. Zhou Jianhai felt a surge of emotion and silently grasped Zhong Tian's hand. Before the apocalypse, their family ran a hardware store. He did all the dirty and heavy work, while Zhong Tian only handled communication, her hands well maintained. However, since the apocalypse, she had been busy with farming, and her hands were no longer as delicate and smooth as they once were. But holding those rough, wrinkled hands, Zhou Jianhai felt as if he were holding half his world in his grasp. Moo Moo, however, was a real mood killer, pointing at the 2 vegetable boxes under the window and exclaiming, Mom, look! Those vegetables that just sprouted a few days ago are probably doomed. Zhong Tian looked over, affected by the previous ice storm. The once vibrant vegetables in the boxes were now wilted, their leaves and stems covered in ice crystals, dull and lifeless. Sigh, those vegetables are ruined, Zhong Tian said, her voice full of heartache. She thought for a moment, still unwilling to give up, and asked Moo Moo to help her move the vegetable boxes next to the white flame stove, hoping the residual heat might salvage them. She carefully examined the vegetables, and found that some leaves had severely lost water, becoming dry and brittle, and some stems had even cracked from the frost. The situation isn't very optimistic, she said after a moment's hesitation, but it's not entirely hopeless. Wan, give me something. Zhou Shuan's space was very convenient, containing all the tools she needed for planting. Following her mother's instructions, Zhou Shuwan took out some tools and nutrient solution. She was now quite skilled at planting, expertly opening the nutrient solution and spraying some onto the vegetable leaves. Zhong Tiyun carefully loosened the soil with a small shovel, keeping it moist. After finishing, she had Zhou Shuwan take out insulation cotton and rope, wrapping the planting box inside and out with 2 layers of insulation, and checking on it again in a few days. Hopefully it will survive. It was truly disheartening. None of the taro and vegetables they had planted so far had yielded a single harvest. Fortunately, the people on the island mainly relied on fish for survival. Otherwise, relying solely on agriculture, countless people would have starved to death. The Zhou family's planting conditions were the best on the entire island besides the mothership. But they had already failed 2 or 3 times. However, Zhong Tiyun became more determined with each setback, not afraid of failure, but afraid that one failure would discourage her from planting altogether. She harbored another, hidden thought, one she never shared with anyone. With so many disasters raging now, even with the warships providing some protection, everyone's lives, including the warships themselves, were hanging by a thread, swaying precariously, utterly precarious. She and Ahai were both getting old, and it was entirely possible that something would happen to them in one of the disasters. Then, only a few children would be left to struggle in the apocalypse. Just thinking about it broke Zhong Tiyun's heart. Therefore, she had to pass on her skills. She tirelessly grew vegetables and grains at home, hoping to involve her son and daughter and teach them more about farming. Later, when the food in the space runs out, or when the apocalypse ends, the younger generation can fill their stomachs with their own hands. After Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuwan finished tidying up the vegetable planting boxes, she worried about the planting area on the mothership. The mushroom base just cultivated a new batch of mushrooms, which will be ready for harvest in another half-month. I wonder if this ice particle storm has affected them. It wasn't just the mushroom cultivation base, but also the planting of other staple foods and vegetables. The ice particle storm was very powerful. If it really shattered the windows of the mothership's cabins, the losses would be enormous. However, none of them could stop it now. Qi Mingyu sat by the fire, quietly listening to their conversation, feeling the warmth from the fire. Although he couldn't see, he could hear their breathing and sense their emotional changes. He reached out and gently stroked Zhou Shuwan's hand, a silent expression of comfort and care. About 2 days passed, and the howling of the ice particle storm outside gradually weakened, and the wind became sparse. Through a few small holes, the previously snow-covered world outside gradually became clearer. The storm seems to be weakening. Moo broke the silence first. Zhou Shuwan nodded, slowly walked to the window, and carefully removed the wooden plank. It was still pitch black outside, but the source of the disaster was visible. The flying ice pellets were much less, and thick snow covered every corner of the island. Most surprisingly, because the ice pellets had been so thick and numerous over the past 2 days, a thick layer of ice, more than a meter high, had formed around the stone house. In the distance, they could vaguely hear the sounds of shoveling ice and snow. People must have already gone out to clear the ice. Then let's get ready and go out, Zhou Jianhai said. Chapter 645. Okay. Zhou Shuwan responded, taking out her air-conditioned clothes and putting them on. Mom, you and Xiaoyu stay inside. Don't come out unnecessarily. Moo added, That's right, Mom. The temperature outside has dropped again, almost like during the extreme cold. You and brother-in-law should stay home. Don't come out until Dad, sister, and I have cleared the thick layer of ice. Zhong Tiyun was a little worried. You two have to be careful. Moo, protect your sister. Okay. Moo readily agreed. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the toolbox. The toolbox contained various ice-clearing tools, shovels, picks, ice chisels, and several sturdy wooden sticks. These tools were all taken out of Zhou Shuwan's spatial storage. Stepping outside, the wind was still biting, and ice pellets were falling sporadically, but compared to the blizzard of the previous 2 days, it had indeed weakened considerably. But after taking just one step, the three were stunned by the sight before them. In just 2 days, an ice storm had completely blocked the area in front of the house, the towering ice layer over a meter thick, resembling an indestructible wall. This? Zhou Jianhai gasped, staring at the ice wall before him. How long will this take? The flying ice particles stung their skin. Even in their thick winter clothing, they could feel the pain if they were hit. This is strange. It leaves no way out. Zhou Jianhai shook his head and sighed, then swung his pickaxe first, chiseling a notch in the ice. The thick ice made a dull crack sound as the pickaxe embedded itself deeply, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Moo and Zhou Shuwan joined in the ice shoveling effort. The three worked together seamlessly, one chiseling the ice, while the other two cleared away the broken pieces. The broken ice quickly piled up into a mountain. Thinking about the possible daytime weather that might follow, and how much higher the temperature would be, Zhou Shuwan looked around. It was eternal night, and although the surroundings were a blanket of white due to the snow and ice, no one could see her movements from a distance. She crouched down slightly, and wherever her fingers touched, the mountains of ice around her vanished. This saved Zhou Jianhai and the others the trouble of clearing away the broken ice. After shoveling for about half an hour, they barely managed to clear a passable path. Zhou Jianhai wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily, and said, "This ice layer is too thick, it'd probably take a whole day to clear it all." Zhou Shuwan was also panting heavily. She called out, "Moo Moo, give me some cover." Moo Moo, seeing her movement, immediately understood what she was about to do and, somewhat excited, quickly came over and stood in front of her. Zhou Jianhai was on her right. Zhou Shuwan then placed her hand on the ice, which was over a meter thick, attempting to store it directly in her spatial dimension. At first, the thick ice layer remained completely still, but after a few minutes, when Zhou Shuwan's forehead was almost dripping with cold sweat, the ice layer in front of them, approximately 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, seemed to crack open from the bottom, making a cracking sound. Then, the entire block disappeared. A large clearing of over 200 square meters had been cleared around Moo Moo and the others. Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo were overjoyed. This saved them a lot of trouble. Looking at Zhou Shuwan's complexion through the transparent cover, she seemed alright. Zhou Jianhai was a little worried and quickly whispered, "Wan, just collect this once. Your brother, and I will shovel the rest." Zhou Shuwan didn't insist, and hummed in agreement, gazing at the empty space in front of her, a surge of joy welling up inside her. She had felt incredibly comfortable collecting supplies, and finding her way in the water, as if she were a fish in water. This was the first time she had collected things like this on land, and it seemed she was even better than before. With her help, the Zhou family's ice shoveling efficiency greatly increased. Soon, they had completely cleared the ice from the area in front of and behind the house. Zhou Shuwan didn't store the remaining ice in her spatial storage. Instead, she piled it aside. Only a careful observer would notice that the amount of broken ice didn't match up. After clearing the ice from the front and back of the door, Zhou Jianhai looked up at the roof of the stone house. While not as thick as the ice on the ground, it was still a dense layer, gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. Zhou Jianhai looked around, his brow furrowed. Although the ice on the roof wasn't as thick as on the ground, clearing it was still very dangerous. Climbing up to clear it would be a recipe for disaster, a slight misstep and he'd fall. As for having Wanwan use her spatial ability to collect it, that was rather forceful, and it might cause a hole in the roof. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's build a stove in the next room now. We can modify the fire channel, and use the heat from the fire wall to melt the ice. It shouldn't take too long." This was a relatively convenient method, ensuring both safety and saving time. Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo nodded repeatedly, "Okay." They quickly went into the next room. The temperature inside was only slightly higher than outside, but still around -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. Zhou Shuwan took out a white flame stove and placed it beside her. The room temperature quickly rose. Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo took off their air-conditioned clothes. They were too heavy and inconvenient for working. They changed into down jackets and began mixing mud to build a stove. Zhou Shuwan's space was fully equipped with all the necessary tools. They didn't dare use red bricks, but they had the previously prepared stones, cement, yellow mud, and other materials, so they didn't even need to leave the house. In less than 20 minutes, the father and son had built a simple stove. Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo went out again, and busied themselves for most of the afternoon, relocating the fire channel for the entire house to this location. They didn't rush to light the stove. Instead, he took out a fuel generator, a cutting machine, a hammer, and other tools, and carved a doorway between the two stone houses, large enough for a child to pass through. Although adults would have to bend over to get through, this minimized the impact between the two houses. It also made it easier for people to come over and watch the fire. Finally, he used thick wooden planks of the same size to make a door, and installed it. Only then did Zhou Shuwan take out the coal and light it in the stove. The heat from the burning coal was then transferred through the fire channel to the insulation layers of the two stone houses. After an hour or two, the two stone houses warmed up. With everything prepared, Zhou Jianhai breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at the gradually warming houses with a satisfied smile. "It's done." He looked at the two children, his eyes full of tenderness. As the heat in the fire channel grew stronger, The thick layer of ice on the roof gradually melted, dripping water. The temperature was too low, and the water droplets on the roof hadn't even completely dripped to the ground before they froze into icicles at the eaves. Chapter 646. Soon, the entire rooftop was covered with slender icicles, crystal clear, shimmering with an unusual luster in the dim light, like a meticulously crafted ice sculpture. Even in her thick, air-conditioned clothes, Zhou Shuan could still feel a chill. She unconsciously reached out and gently ran her hand over a string of icicles, feeling their cool, delicate touch. The icicles were hard and sharp, easily cutting her skin, but she felt that this cool touch soothed the anxiety and unease deep within her heart. This was a beauty she rarely experienced in this precarious apocalyptic world. She brought Qi Mingyu to the rooftop to admire the strings of icicles. She tilted her head and gestured to Qi Mingyu, whispering, "Little you, touch them, aren't they beautiful?" Although Qi Mingyu couldn't see, he could feel Zhou Shuan's hand movements and the gentleness in her voice. He reached out and gently touched the icicle, his fingertips feeling its unique cool, delicate touch. He smiled slightly and nodded, very beautiful. At that moment, a biting wind howled past, swirling up the snowflakes, making it seem like a scene from another planet. In the distance, the eaves of other houses on the island were also covered with icicles, creating a strange and beautiful scene in the dim light, but also foreshadowing the harsh, icy environment. Zhong Tiyun called out from inside the house with some concern, "Wan, don't let Xiaoyu stand under the eaves, it's too dangerous." The ice overhead was melting. A whole chunk falling down would be a serious matter if it hit someone. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly and replied, "Okay." She gestured for Qi Mingyu to move further inside, then reached out and touched the icicles again. By this time, as the indoor temperature rose, the bottom of the ice layer on the roof had melted, and the connection between the ice and the roof was no longer so tight. She closed her eyes, and with a thought, all the ice blocks in that direction above her head were collected into her spatial storage. She repeated the process, collecting the ice blocks from other directions of the roof. Thanks to their spatial storage, they managed to clear all the ice from inside and outside their house in half a day. But elsewhere on the island, people and the Navy were working feverishly. Zhou Shuan took the opportunity to collect more ice blocks. Although she didn't know if they would be useful later, she had plenty of space in her spatial storage, so collecting a little ice wasn't a big deal. Zhou Jianhai, meanwhile, led Mumu through the cold wind and thick snow, trudging towards Jiping and Xue Tao's house. "We're going to help Jiping and the others clear the ice. In times like these, everyone needs to help each other to get through." The two walked forward, the snow crunching under their feet, the howling wind whipping up snowflakes that stung their eyes. When they arrived at Jiping's house, he was busy repairing a window with wooden planks, his hands red with cold, but fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yuxuan was helping him, her face serious. Xue Tao and Xue Dong were outside shoveling ice. Seeing Zhou Jianhai and Mumu arrive, Jiping and Xue Tao were a little embarrassed. "Uncle, what brings you here? We should be the ones coming to help you. We were faster than you. The house is almost finished, so we came to check on you." Zhou Jianhai noticed the children's embarrassment and patted Xue Tao on the shoulder. "All right, stop dawdling. Mumu and I came to help. You two get a good night's sleep. Otherwise, with such a thick layer of ice pressing down, the roof might collapse in the middle of the night." Xue Tao and the others didn't say anything more and buried themselves in their work. When they rested from exhaustion, Jiping and the others told Zhou Jianhai and Mumu about the situation on the mothership, giving them bad news. All the windows in the cabins of the planting area on the mothership were shattered by ice pellets, and the power system also malfunctioned. All the plants froze to death overnight. Even the mushroom cultivation base wasn't spared. Fortunately, the mushrooms were almost mature, so harvesting them early would only result in a slightly smaller quantity. But the other crops suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianhai's face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed, and a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. The entire planting area is destroyed? This is no small matter. Grains and vegetables can't be grown overnight. It takes at least several months to harvest a batch. The planting of grains and vegetables is not something that can be accomplished in one go. It requires 1 to 3 months, or even longer, of accumulation before a harvest can be achieved. The dead plants represent a tremendous drain on the efforts and energy of the planting staff. Most importantly, the soil has been damaged and frozen, which could affect future planting. Jiping sighed and nodded. "Yes, the planting staff have poured so much effort into it, and now it's all gone. We're worried about what will happen to all the people on the island if supplies run out." Mumu, standing nearby, felt a heavy weight in her heart and couldn't help but ask, What about the animal husbandry department? How is it? Shui Dong's expression was also grim. He shook his head. The situation at the animal husbandry department isn't optimistic either. Although chickens, ducks, and rabbits reproduce quickly, this cold snap was too severe, and many poultry have frozen to death. Fortunately, most of them survived, but the aquaculture facility mainly raises chickens, ducks, rabbits, and fish. Animals that breed easily, are small, and don't take up much space. However, the aquaculture facility alone isn't enough to feed so many people. Zhou Jianghai was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on Shui Dong with a serious expression. How long can the aquaculture facility last? If the planting facility only produces grain in a few months, how long can the resources from the aquaculture facility sustain us? Shui Dong smiled bitterly and helplessly spread his hands. Uncle, your idea is too idealistic. The aquaculture facility on the mothership is only so large. It's at most an auxiliary facility. Aquaculture and planting combined can only feed about 1,000 people. But we currently have over 5,000. That's a shortfall of 3/4. So it's no wonder everyone was anxious and disappointed when Captain Du led the fishing team so far out to fish and returned empty-handed. Hearing this, Zhou Jianghai's heart sank, and the anxiety in his eyes became even more pronounced. What do we do now? We used to be able to rely on fishing and seaweed subsidies, but now those are gone too. We can't let everyone go hungry. Jiping's voice was low. Right now, we can only rely on our reserves. I heard that the fish we caught can last for at most 2 years, but eating only reserves definitely won't work. Let's see if the Navy has any solutions. I heard Captain Chen is already trying to find a solution, but the losses this time are too great. It's estimated that it will be difficult to find a solution in the short term. A silence fell over the room and the surrounding area. Everyone lowered their heads, their hearts heavy. Chapter 647. The biting wind on the island continued to howl, ice pellets pounding against the wooden planks with a resounding thud, as if reminding them that their predicament was far from over. Zhou Xuan led Qi Mingyu on a leisurely stroll across the island, collecting a large quantity of ice. They reached the seashore, and upon seeing the ocean, they remained speechless for a long time. Standing on the sea cliff, their gaze fell upon an unimaginable, completely frozen apocalyptic scene. Within sight, the entire sea was covered by a thick layer of ice. The churning white waves, due to the sudden drop in temperature, had instantly solidified into icebergs, their white surfaces tinged with a bluish-green fluorescence. They seemed to have arrived in the Arctic before the apocalypse. The once bustling and surging sea was now completely covered by a thick, hard, seemingly ancient shell of ice. This ice layer isn't a smooth mirror, rather, it preserves the wildest posture of a giant wave frozen in an instant. Countless surging waves are frozen in midair, transforming into jagged ice peaks, walls, and valleys. These icy waves pile up layer upon layer, stretching all the way to the gray-white horizon, as if the earth itself has been overturned, twisted, and then instantly solidified. Most chilling is the ubiquitous, eerie blue-green fluorescence. It doesn't originate from an external light source, but rather permeates deep within the ice. Deep within the ice peaks, between the crevices, even within the crests of the rolling waves, this cold, unnatural color emanates eerily. This light isn't warm, rather, it's like phosphorescence from hell, painting this desolate, frozen world with a sinister and despairing hue. The icebergs, frozen from the white waves, were no longer simply white, but enormous, translucent blue-green crystal sculptures, shimmering with a fluorescent light, standing atop the boundless ice field. The air was biting. The sub-zero temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius had dried up all moisture. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of life. There were no cries of seabirds, no crashing waves, even the wind seemed frozen by the absolute cold. Only a suffocating, heavy, absolute silence enveloped everything, as if time itself had been frozen in that moment. The ice beneath their feet was not solid, enormous cracks, like black lightning, meandered and tore through the fluorescent blue-green surface, their depths unfathomable. From within the ice sheet emanated low, teeth-grinding crunching, rumbling sounds, the frozen seawater continuing to contract and compress, the newly formed, vast ice sheet groaning in pain and slowly shifting, a reminder that beneath this seemingly eternal solidification lurked terrifying power and an unfathomable abyss. They felt not standing on a familiar shore, but suddenly cast into an extreme, frigid inferno at the edge of the world, or witnessing a planet being frozen solid in an instant. A scene of apocalyptic devastation. The vastness and power of the sea were now replaced by a cold, immense, eerily glowing beauty of death. The sense of powerlessness and insignificance in the face of the sudden, drastic change in the power of heaven and earth captivated them, body and soul, with the awe-inspiring, apocalyptic ice sheet before them. A chill shot from their feet to their heads, freezing words and thoughts. This was not scenery, it was a frozen catastrophe, a silent graveyard of ice. Zhou Shuan shivered suddenly in the unprecedented silence. In her daze, she felt as if she and the island's inhabitants had been abandoned by the world. Qi Mingyu couldn't see, but his senses were sharp. His hand involuntarily tightened around Zhou Shuan's. Zhou Shuan gazed at him, her eyes distant, about to speak, when a horn blast from the side pulled her back from her despair. She looked over, and saw the mothership sounding its horn. At the same time, its massive beam of light activated, slowly scanning the surroundings. Illuminated by that beam, Zhou Shuan finally felt herself snap out of the deathly stillness and silence. Besides the mothership, the other ships were also sounding their horns and turning on their lights. In an instant, the quiet island surroundings became lively. Qi Mingyu, unaware of what had happened, asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Shuan, already peering through her binoculars, saw the commotion on the mothership's deck and replied, "It seems this ice storm has damaged the ships. They're all repairing them now." Qi Mingyu responded, "I don't know how serious the damage is. Resources are running low." Zhou Shuan sighed softly, "Yes. I think Captain Chen is having the hardest time among them." Qi Mingyu gave a bitter smile. When you're no longer just yourself, but carrying the lives of all the survivors on your shoulders, that's when it's difficult. Zhou Shuan looked at Qi Mingyu, though his eyes were blind. They seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the sea. She suddenly asked, "Brother Yu, I never asked you before, but are you still grieving over General Zhao and the others' deaths?" Qi Mingyu was startled. He hadn't expected Zhou Shuan to suddenly bring it up. He paused for a moment, then smiled. "How could I not be heartbroken when I heard the news of the entire base's annihilation? But in this apocalyptic world, survival largely depends on luck." His tone was calm, but Zhou Shuan sensed a suppressed sorrow in his words. Zhou Shuan fell silent. She knew Qi Mingyu harbored many unspeakable wounds. After a long while, she whispered, "Yes, luck." Her gaze returned to the frozen sea. But how long can we rely on luck? In fact, they later learned why General Zhao had led his troops all the way to the J-City base. They wanted to find the spark, and were even prepared to fight against the J-City base. "Perhaps construction on the island is about to begin," Qi Mingyu said suddenly, gazing in the direction of the mothership. He gently stroked his cane, his knuckles distinct, his bones well-proportioned. Even in blindness, his composed demeanor remained undiminished. In the dim light of the snow, his sharply defined profile appeared exceptionally resolute. He had become quite accustomed to using his cane to feel his way. Qi Mingyu gazed in the direction of the mothership and suddenly spoke. "Perhaps construction on the island is about to begin." Zhou Shuan nodded. Once the ice particle storm formed, the thunderstorm disaster should have passed. The conditions restricting the construction of the base with boiling point alloys were no longer in place, so naturally, the sooner preparations were made, the better. However, looking at the scene that had frozen the entire surrounding sea within 2 days, and 2 nights into ice, Zhou Shuan felt very doubtful. A super ice particle storm was incredibly brutal. Under such conditions, how could they possibly lay the foundation on the island and build an aerial fortress? Chapter 648. She looked down at the thick, bottomless ice in the sea. "I wonder if this ice will affect our ability to sail. Near the coast, the ice is thick, but the ocean is vast. It certainly won't freeze the entire ocean in a short time. So, while the sea appears to be covered in ice, currents still surge at the bottom. With some modifications, we should be able to convert one of our ships into an icebreaker," Qi Mingyu said. "The mothership's warehouse stores all sorts of tools." Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then whispered, "Those huge containers we collected back then should also contain usable tools." She turned to look at the tranquil island. If construction were to begin, she should release 2 of the giant machines to speed up the process. Half of these giant machines use an energy source neither she nor Qi Mingyu had ever seen before. Qi Mingyu said it was a newly developed energy source that could replace electricity and fuel to power the giant machines. Indeed, the nation had foreseen that the world would one day be a wasteland, so they prepared fire in advance so that the last survivors could rebuild their homes. At that time, there would certainly be no electricity or fuels like oil, leaving them with machinery but unable to use it. Therefore, half of the giant machines used very expensive new energy sources, which could not be used on a large scale. So Zhou Shuan felt it was time to let these giant machines see the light of day again. As for whether a large-scale disaster would occur, and how to preserve the giant machines, Zhou Shuan already had ideas in mind. Back at the stone house, Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu had not yet returned. Xiong Tiyun was sitting inside, tending to the vegetables in the planting boxes. Seeing the two return, she looked up, a tired smile on her face. How's it outside? The ice must be thick, right? Terrifyingly thick. Zhou Shuan lightly brushed the snow off her clothes, changed out of her air-conditioned uniform with Qi Mingyu, and went to check on the planting boxes. In half a day, the vegetables in the planting boxes seemed to have regained some vitality. She was pleasantly surprised. Mom, it seems your method worked. We at least salvaged 2/3 of these 2 planting boxes. Zhong Tian smiled. Yes, I take better care of them these next few days. After another month and a half, we'd be able to eat fresh vegetables. Dad, and the others haven't returned yet? No, where did you come from? Zhou Shuan then recounted what she and Qi Mingyu had seen, concluding, the mothership seems to have suffered significant damage and is currently undergoing repairs. Zhong Tian sighed, her hands stopping their work. This storm was too fierce. We suffered heavy losses both on the island and on the warship. Mumu just came back with tools and said that Jiping and the others said the planting area on the mothership was severely damaged. Even the mushroom base wasn't spared. Zhou Shuan's heart sank. The damage to the planting area meant that the island's food supply would become even more strained, and could even trigger a larger crisis. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside through the cracks in the wooden planks. The ice was still thick, and the wind howled, as if it would freeze the entire world. She took a deep breath, silently making a decision in her heart. She couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, on the warship, the damage was severe. The Navy and repair crews worked for over 2 weeks to barely manage to repair the ship inside and out. Meanwhile, in the frigid environment of -40°C, the sea ice grew thicker and thicker, and it was unclear when the icebreaker could be converted. People couldn't go out to sea to fish, and the previously available food like seaweed was no longer being delivered. The island's inhabitants, due to their previous escape and the loss of supplies from seawater, had very little food stored. After half a month, 2/3 of the island's population had run out of food. Captain Chen had already begun compiling a list of survivors on the island, and relief supplies would be distributed according to this list. However, while the warship's fish reserve seemed plentiful, they could only last for a maximum of 2 years based on the island's population. But according to Shui Wuen's prophecy, an even more severe sea-boiling disaster would strike in the future. What would they do then, running out of ammunition and food? The distribution of relief supplies was differentiated based on age, adults and children, and military personnel and civilians. Military personnel received their own subsidies, which were certainly different from those of ordinary survivors. The island's residents are generally given 100 grams of fish per adult per day, and 60 grams per child under 16. A week's worth is given at once, totaling 700 grams for adults, or a little over a pound. Children receive less than a pound. This is obviously not enough to eat, but the fish distributed is mostly smoked, already heavily salted. Fresh water is plentiful on the island, and people can't get full just from eating smoked fish, so they boil it to increase their feeling of fullness. The distribution is based on the premise that each household has no food reserves. Families, like the Zhou family and Jiping's, who have relatively abundant supplies, and are survivors working on the mothership and the island, are temporarily exempt from receiving relief food. The Zhou family didn't seem to care. They had plenty of food in their storage space, and didn't want to compete with others for this benefit. Jiping and his group, on the other hand, had a family of 5, 3 of whom had salaries, enough to cover their basic needs. The ice storm continued for 15 days, and the wind on the island remained biting cold. Taking advantage of a brief respite from the snowstorm, the naval patrol, equipped with searchlights and portable lighting equipment, patrolled along the coastline. The captain walked at the front, his heavy winter clothing wrapped tightly around him, each step sinking deep into the snow. The biting wind whipped up fine ice pellets that lashed against his mask like countless tiny knives. He squinted, his searchlight sweeping across the ice field ahead, the light reflecting off the ice in a blinding white glow. Suddenly, he stopped, the beam of his searchlight fixing on a large, dark shadow in the distance. "What's that?" he asked, a mixture of doubt and wariness in his eyes. The team members behind him also stopped, following their captain's gaze. A dark shadow loomed in and out of sight in the snowstorm, its outline indistinct, like a towering iceberg. The captain quickened his pace, approaching the shadow with his searchlight. As the distance closed, the shadow's outline gradually became clearer. The team members gasped. It wasn't an iceberg at all, but a massive mechanical device, its surface covered by a thick layer of ice, like a steel behemoth frozen solid by a storm. What is this?" The captain stood frozen, his beam sweeping across the machine's surface. The other team members were also stunned by the sight before them, and they gathered around. Someone used a searchlight to illuminate the machine's underside, discovering that it wasn't isolated. Several huge shipping containers were piled around it, also covered in ice, like shipwrecks swept ashore by a storm. Chapter 649. Captain, look here. A team member's voice suddenly rose, filled with barely concealed excitement. The captain looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the team member's searchlight illuminating a patch of ice not far away. On the ice, there was a dense, astonishing pile of frozen fish. These are all fish? The captain murmured, a flicker of shock in his eyes. The team members quickly gathered around, the beams of their searchlights sweeping across the ice, illuminating countless frozen fish, piled up layer upon layer, like a mountain of ice sculptures. The sheer number of fish was estimated to be at least several tons. Where did all this come from? The captain frowned, his gaze shifting between the machinery and the frozen fish. The team members also fell into deep thought. What they were seeing was clearly beyond their comprehension. The storm had raged for half a month, freezing the sea completely, making it difficult to find even a single live fish. Yet, so many frozen fish and giant machines suddenly appeared on the ice field, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Captain, should we report to Captain Shin first? One of the team members suggested, his voice tinged with caution. The captain nodded, instructing the other 3 team members to quickly return and report. The 3 team members immediately nodded, quickly turning and running towards the mothership, their figures disappearing into the snowstorm. The captain took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and turned to wave to the remaining team members. Everyone, spread out and establish a safe perimeter. Don't approach the machines and the piles of frozen fish. Stay alert and be prepared to respond to any emergencies. The team members immediately sprang into action, each taking up advantageous positions, their submachine guns gripped tightly, their eyes scanning their surroundings warily. The captain stood before the mechanical device, the beam of his searchlight slowly sweeping across its surface. A thick layer of ice covered the metal casing, reflecting a blinding, cold light under the spotlight. He tried to discern the device's purpose, but the ice was too thick, he could only make out some vague outlines. The device looked enormous and complex, like some kind of large-scale engineering equipment, but he couldn't immediately determine its exact nature. His gaze returned to the pile of frozen fish. The number of fish was alarming, piled high like a mountain, frozen stiff, their surfaces covered with a thin layer of frost. A gust of cold wind swept through, bringing with it a chilling cold, making the pile of fish appear particularly eerie in the snowstorm. Captain, how do you think these things got here? A team member asked in a low voice, his voice tinged with barely concealed tension. The captain frowned, not answering immediately. He stared at the massive machine and the pile of frozen fish, a growing unease rising within him. He recalled the mysteriously appearing containers from before. That time, they could barely explain it away by saying the waves washed the sunken containers ashore. But this time was completely different. The ice was so thick that even ships couldn't move. How could waves possibly wash these massive machines and frozen fish ashore? These definitely didn't appear by natural forces, the captain said in a low voice, his tone grave. Both the machines and the frozen fish, their appearance is too bizarre. The team members' expressions grew even more serious. Another team member's expression shifted slightly, and he tentatively asked, could it be that someone deliberately placed them here? The captain didn't answer, his gaze remaining fixed on the mechanical devices. His brow furrowed, as if deep in thought. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, if someone can truly accomplish this, their methods far exceed our comprehension. Had someone been secretly helping them all along? What tools were they using? Where were they hiding? And if they weren't human, it was even more terrifying. The patrol captain, a seasoned veteran, felt a chill run down his spine as he led his men to aim their submachine guns at the tranquil, icy sea. Upon receiving the urgent report, Captain Shin immediately summoned experts, engineers, and naval personnel from the mothership, and they rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, the expert team used their high-precision scanning equipment to conduct a detailed survey and partial non-destructive disassembly analysis of the giant structure. They ultimately confirmed that it consisted of 2 giant machines with different functions. One was a ground-leveling machine, equipped with high-strength alloy drill bits, a crushing arm, and a sediment removal system, similar to a super-large deep-sea mining vehicle or subsea construction machinery, but far exceeding current technology in scale and power. The other machine was the mainframe construction machine, equipped with multi-degree of freedom robotic arms and welding devices. Inside the machine's core power compartment, experts discovered a dozen neatly arranged black composite panels, each about half a meter square. These panels had smooth surfaces and standardized interfaces along their edges. This can't be a conventional battery," an elderly expert exclaimed in shock. He carefully examined the panel's interface design and material composition. There were no heat dissipation holes, no obvious traces of chemical fuel, and no features of high-voltage wiring. This was an energy block he had never seen before. Another expert, using a portable spectrometer and X-ray diffractometer for rapid analysis, frowned. The outer layer is a high-strength carbon fiber composite material, and the internal structure is exceptionally dense. Trace amounts of rare elements were detected, but this is unlike any chemical battery or fuel cell system we know of. Another expert chimed in, his tone filled with incredulous excitement. Even the most advanced RTGs in the apocalypse couldn't be compressed to this extent in terms of volume and weight, nor could they achieve such a high energy density. Could this be a new type of energy? The experts surrounded these black blocks, repeatedly scanning and probing them with various instruments, but to no avail. Captain Chen, watching from the sidelines, was a soldier and didn't quite understand the experts' concerns, so he asked directly, "Can we use this machine normally?" "Yes." One of the slightly younger experts looked up from the machine's core power compartment, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. "We can't currently determine how long this black energy block can power the machine, but building the aerial fortress on the island shouldn't be a problem." Captain Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good." Lieutenant Yun hesitated for a moment, then whispered to Captain Chen, "Captain, the sudden appearance of these giant machines and fish here is truly alarming." Captain Chen asked, "Have the people who went to check the surrounding environment returned?" "What did they say?" Lieutenant Yun shook his head. "They returned, but the snowfall here in half a day has reached tens of centimeters, making it impossible to find any trace of them. Whether these were placed here by humans or by natural forces, we can't determine it." Chapter 650. Captain Chen gazed at the endless ice plains and the indistinct icebergs in the distance, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Forget it, no need to investigate any further." Lieutenant Yun was somewhat surprised. "Captain Chen?" Captain Chen turned to look at him, his aged face full of wisdom. "Do you think these things, regardless of who sent them, are beneficial or detrimental to us?" Lieutenant Yun didn't hesitate and answered directly, "Beneficial." Captain Chen nodded. "Yes, since it's beneficial, why should we pursue it to the end? No matter who these people are, they ultimately want us to survive. So let's stop here. Don't waste our military resources. Instead, invest them all in the construction of the island. Before the sea-boiling catastrophe arrives, we all must move into the mid-air fortress." "Yes, sir," Lieutenant Yi responded loudly. Watching his departing figure, Captain Chen turned back to the ice, thinking to himself that the oil containers that had arrived last time had also appeared silently. At the time, to quell the panic, he had accepted the explanation that the waves had washed the containers ashore, making the island's residents feel blessed and lucky, thus boosting morale. However, considering the massive machinery and fish resources this time, he felt that perhaps, unseen by any of them, the hand of God was truly helping them. Two massive machines quickly began de-icing the island. The roar of the machinery broke the island's days-long silence. Huge shovels swung back and forth across the snow, rapidly removing the thick layer of ice. These past few days, the snow has been falling almost continuously, and once the weather conditions are right, the snow immediately turns into a blizzard of ice pellets, hurtling towards the island's buildings like bullets. If left unchecked, people will soon be surrounded by a thick layer of ice. Therefore, weather permitting, the island's residents and the Navy all come out to shovel snow and clear the ice. Daily rations are meager, and the work is all physically demanding, leaving everyone exhausted and unable to stand. Previously, the ice-clearing process was slow, but now, with the giant machinery, efficiency has greatly increased. Zhou Shuan stood a short distance away, quietly observing the machinery's operation. Her gaze swept around, noticing that while the island's people were still busy, their expressions were noticeably more relaxed. With the help of these machines, work that would have taken several days to complete can now be finished in just a few hours. Zhou Shuan avoided the areas where the machinery was busy, and went with Qi Mingyu to a secluded spot on the island. These past few days, she had been taking advantage of the poor visibility during the eternal night to stockpile ice. The ice blocks she collected were mostly 3 or 4 meters long and wide, crystal clear, resembling small icebergs. She had considered that when the ocean truly boils, the water will be boiling, and the air temperature will be unimaginably high, making it unlikely that a fuel generator would work. Even if it did, the air conditioner wouldn't be usable. Therefore, collecting more ice blocks would allow her to discreetly cool the house without disturbing others. She simply half-squatted down, placed the ice blocks on top of the thick layer, closed her eyes, and stored the layer of ice in her spatial storage, far more efficient than any de-icing machine. She and Chi Mingyu had been busy all afternoon, collecting about 200 or 300 blocks of ice. She was exhausted, and Chi Mingyu felt a pang of sympathy. "Let's go, we come again next time." Zhou Shuan smiled. "I know, I just couldn't stop myself. It's okay, I'm a perfect ice cutter now. The ice blocks I cut are much more square than those cut by hand. It's a pity you can't see it, otherwise you would definitely praise how beautiful it is." A smile played on Chi Mingyu's lips. Wanwan was much more optimistic than when he first met her. Those worries and pressures seemed to have vanished. Over the years, everyone has grown, and she has grown too. Sometimes, when he was vulnerable, she would guide him to keep going. What had he done to deserve meeting her in this life? He gently grasped her hand, whispering with a smile, "Although I can't see, I can touch you." Zhou Shuan stared blankly into his eyes. He was wearing a white, air-conditioned suit and a transparent hood. Because he was looking down in her direction, his eyes were lightly closed, his long, thick eyelashes casting a small, faint shadow beneath his eyelids, like the subtle lines of a butterfly's wings. The snow's light washed over his brow bone, outlining the soft curve of his eye sockets. Although he appeared to be blind, his earlier smiling words seemed to imbue the stillness beneath his eyelids with a subtle warmth, like moonlight hidden behind clouds during snowfall, so gentle it was captivating. He didn't look like a blind person at all. A sharp pain pierced her heart. She reached out and gently touched the area around his eyebrows and eyes on his hood, her touch tender. Chi Mingyu lowered his head slightly, gently allowing her to do so. "Brother Yui." Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the distant sky. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu looked up and saw several huge beams of light flashing in the night sky in the direction of the mothership, accompanied by faint sounds of excitement. The mothership's icebreaker modifications are almost complete, Chi Mingyu had already guessed. "It's just that I don't know when we can set sail." Zhou Shuan shook her head slightly. "The frequency of ice particle storms is too high. It's too dangerous to go to sea now. Captain Chen must be hesitating too." Chi Mingyu sighed. "If we can't go to sea, we can't find food. Then the threat of the boiling sea disaster will be even greater. Captain Chen is under a lot of pressure." Knowing that everyone on the island was worried about food, Zhou Shuan had released over 10 tons of fresh fish from her spatial storage. It was to reassure them. However, the supplies she had stored in her spatial storage were limited, and couldn't possibly supply the island's 5,000 residents indefinitely. Zhou Shuan didn't speak again, her gaze turning to the distant island. The snow-covered buildings looked particularly desolate in the dim light, with only a few wisps of smoke occasionally rising from the stone houses. The two walked along the snow-covered path towards the center of the island. While the giant machinery was highly efficient, the problem of heating on the island remained a major concern for everyone. The temperature had now dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius, and the firewood and other fuels that people had collected on the island had long since been exhausted. Some people didn't even have air-conditioned clothing or cold-weather gear. Fortunately, there were plenty of down jackets on the mothership. Those without air-conditioned clothing were always bundled up like dumplings when they went out. Now, with the giant machinery, they could excavate the rock beneath the island and build a relatively large underground base. However, it was undeniable that even after the base was built, the problem of warmth would remain unsolved. Chapter 651. Things are completely different now compared to the extreme cold period, when heating and electricity were readily available. Now they are destitute, struggling even to maintain a basic power supply, let alone provide heating. Although they previously used fish skins as fuel, the lack of sufficient fish catches means even the daily fish consumption is minimal. So how much fish skin can be saved? The mothership has some coal resources, but not much. With the recent temperature drop and insufficient fish skins, the mothership has already urgently distributed some coal to the island's residents. Zhou Shuan had collected many coal containers during the high-temperature disaster, estimating it to be around 2,000 tons. Of these 2,000 tons, enough is kept for their own use, and the remaining amount distributed to the island's residents will be only a few tons per family, enough for a few months. The duration of the eternal night is still unknown. However, if the island's residents are gathered together, coal consumption will be much more economical. Therefore, after much deliberation, they still decided that an underground base was necessary. While Zhou Shuan was pondering this matter, Captain Chen was also discussing it with Vice Captain Shang. The temperature was getting colder, and was likely to drop further. They had to prepare in advance. If previously they were at a loss due to the island's geographical conditions, even if they wanted to dig a larger shelter cellar, they lacked the practical means. But now they had two giant machines that could greatly increase the speed of digging the cellar, making the construction of an underground base not too difficult. However, Captain Chen faced the same problem as Zhou Shuan, the issue of keeping the underground base warm after its construction. The coal in the mothership's warehouse is running low, Captain Chen sighed, his eyes crinkling with deep wrinkles. Vice Captain Shang picked up a crumpled cigarette, took a couple of deep breaths, then reluctantly put it away. He used to be a heavy smoker, but after the apocalypse, he consciously reduced his smoking. Later, he even smoked very little. He kept several packs of cigarettes hidden away, only taking one out when he absolutely couldn't resist. It was the same behavior as Captain Chen hoarding alcohol. Now, with only this last cigarette left, he was only willing to smell it, not smoke it at all. How long will our reserves last? Captain Chen had already asked the person in charge of the warehouse, who shook his head, his face pessimistic. Only a few months. That's it. When they set sail, the reserves did have a lot of coal, but after experiencing an exceptionally long period of extreme cold, most of it had been burned up. They hadn't expected to face another period of perpetual darkness similar to the extreme cold. If we don't build an underground base, how long can we sustain this? Captain Chen smiled wryly. We already distributed about a third of the coal in an emergency, but that's only enough for each household for 2 weeks. If we distribute it all, it only lasts a month and a half. Therefore, we still need to gather everyone together for heating. The mothership isn't entirely safe now either. Because of the losses at the planting area, they now need to expand the mothership's planting area to increase the next grain production. Therefore, the mothership can only accommodate a relatively small number of people. So, it's impossible to have everyone take refuge on the mothership. And with the super ice particle storm, living on the mothership isn't safe either. The two captains discussed the situation and ultimately decided to use the two machines to build an underground base, hoping to prolong their lives as long as possible. Besides coal, the mothership's power system and fuel oil could be used for warmth. But if it came to the point where they needed to dismantle the mothership's equipment to sustain human survival, it would mean humanity had reached its end. Captain Chen thought of the people who had settled on Hope Island No. 1 and sighed. For the past 6 months, we haven't contacted Island No. 1 even once. If things are this bad here, I wonder how they are doing. Captain Chen had always felt they were lucky. Whenever they were in despair, a hand of God would appear to help. Previously, they had received fuel, medicine, and down jackets. This time, they had received giant machines and a catch of fish. The number of ordinary survivors and naval personnel remaining on Hope Island No. 1 was small. Their largest warship was a cruiser. Over the past 6 months, they have suffered several major natural disasters. It's no exaggeration to say that Hope Island No. 2 suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for Shui Wuen's forces joining them, besides the Navy, only about 2,000 civilians would have survived. The number of women was even smaller. Their side, the main force of the warships, suffered heavy casualties. They don't know what the situation is like on Hope Island No. 1. They can't spare any manpower to contact the other side, and no one from the other side has contacted them. Are they living safely on the island and don't need it, or have they already met with misfortune? The two sides agreed to contact each other at fixed times and locations, but the two islands are thousands of nautical miles apart, extremely far, and the sea conditions are very dangerous. Therefore, until now, they haven't sent anyone to contact the other side. Captain Chen recalled their trip to the oil field. Back then, the round trip to Island No. 1 would have taken a month, but for the sake of the overall situation, he ordered them to go directly to the oil field. Then, anxious about Vice Captain Shang and the others, who hadn't been able to board the mothership, he rushed back in a panic. If only they had gone to see them then. Captain Chen closed his eyes, no longer thinking about Island No. 1. Deputy Captain Shang, sensing his worry and regret, comforted him, saying, the initial decision to split into 2 teams to survive was based on the conditions at the time. We've been adrift at sea for so many days without even seeing an island, which shows how precious it is to possess even a small island. Therefore, we cannot abandon Island No. 1. What happened later was beyond our control. He didn't mention that Island No. 1 was something they had seized from the Japanese, their spoils of war. Whether from the perspective of long-term settlement or national hatred, no one in Yen was willing to give up land they had seized. Captain Chen wasn't one to be easily swayed by gains and losses. He simply connected his own situation with Island No. 1, feeling that they must also be struggling to survive. If their people were united, they would surely join forces to overcome the difficulties. After this small meeting, the construction of cellars on the island quickly began. With the addition of giant machinery, building cellars was no longer a problem. The massive machine roared to life, its robotic arm soaring high before slamming down, instantly cracking the hard ground and pulverizing the rock into fine particles. Naval soldiers, working in tandem with the machine, quickly cleared the pulverized rock and soil aside, the entire construction site operating smoothly and efficiently. "This speed is truly astonishing," remarked Vice Captain Shang, standing at a distance, watching the giant machine's efficient operation. "It's dozens of times faster than when we were digging manually." Chapter 652. Captain Chen nodded, his gaze deep. "Yes, with these machines, the construction of the cellars will definitely be accelerated significantly. However, we still need to consider the structural stability of the cellars, since they will need to accommodate thousands of people in the future. Their current cellar digging is essentially an expansion outwards from the existing cellars, first excavating a basic framework, and then gradually reinforcing it. The giant machine's drills and crushing arms can quickly process rock, greatly reducing the workload, but the specific design still needs to be planned by the engineers. But the basic framework must be in place first, the foundation must be stable. In the future, they will also build a semi-aerial fortress here, so the depth and strength of the cellars must be taken into account." Vice Captain Shang had a lingering worry. While these machines are highly efficient, their energy consumption is also considerable. Right now, they don't know how long those black energy blocks can last. They want to prioritize building the aerial fortress, but people are currently facing the threat of severe cold, making the digging of underground bases imperative. In the apocalypse, there is no perfect solution in anything. After a flurry of construction, the basic structure of the underground base was completed in just half a month. Concerned that it might affect the foundation for the later construction of the aerial fortress, one base was built on the main island, and engineers built another on the adjacent island. There were 2 bases in total, one large and one small. People drew lots to determine which base their family would be assigned to. Once the bases were completed, a calcination chamber was built in a sheltered location. Crushed rock was placed inside and calcined into limestone, which was then used to make lime mortar, which could then be used to plaster the walls and floors of the underground base. This provides waterproofing, sterilization, and mold prevention. It also prevents dust from falling with every step, making it cleaner. With thousands of people crammed into this small underground base, neglecting hygiene could lead to a serious outbreak of infectious diseases. The mothership's medicine supplies are dwindling. The underground base, like before, allocates space according to bed size. To fit as many people as possible into the smallest possible space, everyone's living space is compressed to the minimum, making it extremely crowded. The Zhou family and Jiping's 3 families all drew lots, and were lucky enough to be assigned to the underground base beneath the main island. The 3 families decided to live together for mutual support. Because every household is now cramped, people have to sleep in bunk beds at home, otherwise there simply isn't enough room. Therefore, the underground base is even more crowded because people need to move their bunk beds underground. This saves half the space. Blinds are then placed around the bunk beds to provide privacy. The base has strict rules. The Zhou family of 5 can only occupy 2.5 bunk beds. They can negotiate with close relatives and friends to share a 3rd bunk bed. If they can't reach an agreement, the base will arrange for single people to share a bed. Jiping and Xuetao's families also have 5 members. They, along with the Zhou family of 10, occupy exactly 5 bunk beds. Because they are close to each other, by placing the 5 bunk beds tightly together, they can squeeze out a passageway just for themselves. Adding a curtain, they create their own small, cramped living space. They could put a table and a few chairs in this passageway for eating, walking, tidying up, etc., making it more spacious. There were 6 men, 3 women, plus Chun Chun, a child of about 6 months old. The upper bunk was more private, but in case of any emergency, the stronger individuals living there could react faster. Therefore, Xuetao, Xipeng, Xuedong, and the now-grown Mumu lived on the upper bunk. If anything happened, they could simply grab the handrail and jump down. Zhou Jianhai also lived on the upper bunk. Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Shuan Yuxian, and Chun Chun lived on the lower bunk. Qi Mingyu had difficulty seeing, so living on the lower bunk would be more convenient. Zhou Shuan would be next to him, making it easier to take care of him when he needed to get up at night or get water. Living underground provided excellent insulation. They would also build fireplaces in several locations on the base, allowing the smoke to escape through tall chimneys. Not only is the combustion efficiency high, but it also produces no smoke inside, eliminating the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Actually, the Zhou family hadn't lived with a communal group in years. In the first few days, the noisy, crowded, and stuffy environment made them all somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this point, survival was paramount, and everything else could be endured. The underground base was small, but the warship still built a large kitchen near the entrance. For heating, open flames were strictly prohibited except for burning coal in the fireplace. Otherwise, in such a cramped environment, a fire would have unimaginable consequences. People had no choice but to cook in the large kitchen. Dozens of simple stoves of various sizes were built in several rows. People ate in shifts, and the amount was sufficient. Most importantly, many survivors had very little fuel left for cooking, and they didn't want to waste any more. Therefore, they preferred the military to prepare communal meals, just like the ones for the sailors, where each person could simply come and collect a bowl of rice at mealtimes. This saved fuel, and provided them with hot fish soup. Captain Chen adopted this suggestion and specifically selected several cooks to prepare communal meals for everyone. Of course, the relief rations for ordinary survivors were already distributed free of charge by the warship. Therefore, if someone signed up for communal meals, they would no longer receive relief rations. Families with their own supplies who felt the communal meals were insufficient could cook their own meals using small stoves, which were free to use, but they would need to use their own fuel. Given the current scarcity of supplies, the Zhou family actually wanted to eat communal meals, like everyone else. However, their family hadn't yet met the criteria for receiving relief rations, and eating communal meals would require them to hand over their supplies. After much deliberation, the Zhou family decided it wasn't worthwhile. So they decided to start by cooking for themselves and deal with other issues later. Their meals were simple. They had fried a lot of fish pieces in cooking oil, reheated them slightly, and made a hot soup with chopped seaweed, vegetables, and taro. They also brought their 2 boxes of vegetable growing containers, placing them in their hallway. Jiping's family's previous plants had all died, so they were pleasantly surprised by the 2 boxes of vegetables and carefully tended to them. They occasionally picked a handful to eat. The Zhou family's meals were always quite good, including meat, eggs, and dairy, as they were worried about nutritional deficiencies. Sometimes they would trade their smoked fish and warships for eggs and chicken. In private, they would share boiled eggs, steamed buns, fresh milk, chocolate, and other foods from their space with everyone, deliberately avoiding public view to supplement their nutrition. Occasionally, they would stew a chicken and share some with Jiping and his family. Chapter 653. Jiping's family had several large containers of fuel, medicine, and other supplies stored in the mothership's warehouse. Several of them also worked on the mothership, so they didn't meet the criteria for receiving relief rations. However, apart from Shui Tao and Chun Chun, everyone else from both families worked on the mothership and ate all their meals there. Zhong Tian persuaded Shui Tao and Chun Chun to simply eat with the Zhou family. Shui Tao knew that the Zhou family had more supplies, and their food was better than everyone else's. He initially disagreed, but he couldn't resist his aunt's family's enthusiasm, especially their suggestion that Chun Chun should also get some nutrition. He looked back at his thin son, and his heart ached. Although his son had Wanwan's help and was recovering well, unlike when he was a child and constantly sick, he was still very thin, probably due to long-term malnutrition. His head was large, but his limbs were long and thin. Shui Tao knew this himself. Although both families still had supplies stored, they had to consider the future. So their diet consisted mainly of readily available foods, like smoked fish, fresh fish, and seaweed. They were reluctant to exchange supplies with the mothership, resulting in a limited diet. If they cooked with the Zhou family, the variety of food would be greater. Chun Chun could also get some extra nutrition. He gritted his teeth and agreed, but told Zhong Tiyun beforehand, "Auntie, I know you're taking care of us. Although we be eating together, Chun Chun and I will have to pay for our meals. We don't have much other food, just a lot of fish. Can we just convert it all to fish?" The tall, burly man blushed in front of him, his hands fidgeting with his trouser seams. Zhong Tian felt a pang of unease, but she knew her nephews and nieces were good people, not the type to take advantage of others. Especially Shui Tao and Shui Dong. Perhaps because their father was that kind of person, they deeply abhorred him, and were more mindful of boundaries in social interactions than most. Zhong Tian, also mindful of her nephew's pride, didn't refuse and readily agreed, okay. Meanwhile, the warship was also considering the issue of agriculture. Currently, there was limited space on the mothership for cultivation, and most of the island's inhabitants hadn't seen vegetables in a long time, let alone meat, eggs, or dairy. Captain Chen also wanted to ensure the island's inhabitants could eat more abundantly, so they wouldn't be so withered and frail, looking like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Fortunately, Hope Island No. 2 was an island complex, consisting of several smaller islands. They had massive machinery, so digging several underground bases wasn't a problem, and they simply dug cellars on the other smaller islands. The fuel generator, plant lights, fireplace, and other equipment were all installed. 2 cellars were used for growing grain, and a larger cellar for raising livestock. With 2 more planting areas and 1 more livestock area, new staff needed to be recruited. The island's residents all eagerly signed up. The warship, however, did a thorough selection process. Shuetao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately declined the opportunity. He was worried about leaving Chun Chun alone at home. If he went to work, it meant the Zhou family would have to look after the child. He didn't have the nerve to ask them to be responsible for a child's safety. The apocalypse was fraught with danger. 3 people in the family were already working, and their wages were actually enough to feed and clothe their family of 5. After the cellar framework was dug, the next problem proved daunting for everyone: a lack of suitable soil for planting. Although a large amount of rock and soil had been crushed into fine particles during the digging process, the soil was severely saline alkali, only suitable for certain species. It was completely inadequate for the staple foods and vegetables essential for human survival. Captain Chen frowned and looked at his adjutant. Is there really no way to improve this soil? The adjutant shook his head, his tone filled with helplessness. Saline alkali land cannot be improved in the short term. Even if we force planting, the yield will be pitifully low, or it might not grow at all. Just when everyone was at a loss, the soldiers on patrol at night brought astonishing news. On the ice sheet connecting the island to the sea, they discovered a patch of dark, fine-textured soil, without any impurities, the most fertile black soil before the apocalypse. Upon hearing the news, Captain Chen immediately led Vice Captain Shang to the site. The black soil was thinly covered by ice and snow in the cold wind, but its unique texture was still visible. Captain Chen crouched down, grabbed a handful of black soil, and gently rubbed it between his fingers. The feel between his fingers sent a jolt through him. This really is black soil. Vice Captain Shang also crouched down, carefully examining the soil's texture, his face showing disbelief. This soil is black soil from northeast China, very high quality. How did it end up here? He looked around, but found no trace of the containers. Captain Chen stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the edge of the ice, a vague unease rising within him. The appearance of this black soil was strikingly similar to the sudden arrival of the giant machinery and fish caught last time. If the previous machinery and fish were a subtle test, then this black soil was undoubtedly a blatant declaration. These people were indeed under the protection of some force. Captain, should we make this public? Vice Captain Shang asked in a low voice, a hint of worry in his voice. Captain Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Don't make a fuss for now. I already reminded the patrolling soldiers last time that if they discover something similar again, they should try to cover it up to avoid causing panic. We should handle this discovery discreetly as well. Vice Captain Shang nodded, then ordered the giant machinery to be brought over, completely covering the black soil, and quickly transported back to the planting base. Since the planting and breeding areas were strictly off-limits to ordinary people, the islanders didn't notice anything unusual when the black soil was spread in the cellar and the seeds were planted. Only a few naval soldiers involved in the planting were secretly shocked, but they also understood that this matter had to be kept strictly confidential. After a busy day, Captain Chen returned to the mothership, his brow still furrowed in the command room. He gazed at the vast ice plains outside the window, his mind racing. The appearance of this black soil undoubtedly solved their biggest problem, but the truth hidden behind this power made him uneasy. This unease stemmed from humanity's reactive response to the unknown. But undeniably, whatever the truth, it was genuinely helping them, a group of people wandering in the apocalypse. He closed his eyes, deciding to stop investigating where these supplies came from. He would simply make good use of them. They had neither the ability nor the means to refuse. Chapter 654. In the days that followed, the black soil played a crucial role in the planting base. It was dark and fertile, exuding the unique fragrance of earth, a stark contrast to the barren, saline alkali soil of the island. The workers responsible for planting carefully leveled the black soil, meticulously tilled it, and then sowed the prepared seeds. These seeds were taken from a specially stored refrigerated container on the mothership. Each one was precious. The soil was then irrigated with purified seawater. Concerned about the low temperature in the cellar, the staff dug several fireplaces around it, like underground human settlements, using whatever they had, fish skin, coal, firewood, to ensure warmth. The electric plant lights were turned on, illuminating the area 24 hours a day. Within half a month, the planted vegetables and staple foods began to sprout and grow well. The tender green shoots peeked out, as if proclaiming the tenacity of life to the world. The workers responsible for tending the seedlings carefully observed them daily, watering, fertilizing, and weeding them promptly. These were all planters selected from among the lowest-ranking survivors, their bodies and faces parched, previously living a listless existence. But now, seeing the thriving green seedlings, their faces were filled with hope, and their weary expressions seemed to fade with the vibrant life. No wonder people before the apocalypse said that humanity's favorite color was green. Green is the color of life. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the green plants and the efficient de-icing capabilities of the giant machinery, another ice storm struck. This time it was even more intense than the last. The wind howled like ghosts wailing, and ice pellets, like countless sharp bullets, pounded the ground with deafening thuds. Fortunately, all the survivors had already moved to the underground base, so they could only hear the guttural roar overhead. All work at the underground base ceased. People huddled together in tension, listening to the furious roar of nature above. Anxiety filled the air. Even underground, they couldn't completely escape the chilling sound. Jiping, Yushuan, and Xuedong were still working on the mothership. Only Xuetao and Chun Chun remained. Zhou Xuan patted Chun Chun's head, picked up a roasted taro from the makeshift table beside her, and handed it to Chun Chun. Chun Chun, have some taro. Supplies were so scarce. Roasted taro wasn't something they could eat all the time. And because of its unique, slightly sweet taste, eating roasted taro felt like eating a snack. Xuetao's family didn't have much taro to eat, and Chun Chun bit his lip, hesitating. Zhou Xuan smiled. Take it. Chun Chun then took the taro, thanked her, and began to nibble at it. Just as he took a bite, a loud thud suddenly came from above, as if something heavy had crashed to the ground. Thump! Dust poured down from the crack in the ceiling, filling the air with a choking, acrid smell. Zhou Xuan frowned slightly, thankful that she had already rolled up the bedding on the bed. Several more loud thuds followed, and more dust fell, even revealing small pebbles. The base erupted in chaos, some gasped, others prayed quietly. A naval officer's voice rang out amidst the noise, clear and forceful. Everyone, crouch down by the bed. Hands behind your heads. Everyone present was a survivor of numerous disasters. Without much instruction, they instinctively placed their hands behind their heads and crouched by the bed. Zhou Xuan followed closely behind Qi Mingyu, leading him to crouch down. Qi Mingyu wrapped his arms around her waist. Zhong Tiyun was firmly protected in the middle by Zhou Jiahai and Mu Mu. Xuetao protected Chun Chun. Their movements were swift and instinctive. Thump! This time the loud noise was even stronger. The ground shook violently, and many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Zhou Shuan's body swayed as well, and she was about to fall when Qi Mingyu's arm tightly embraced her waist, holding her firmly. A dizzying sensation swept over Zhou Xuan. She felt a strong wave of vertigo, as if the world was about to collapse. Someone screamed in terror, "Earthquake! Earthquake! We have to get out! Earthquake! We have to get out!" His voice, filled with despair and uncontrollable fear, echoed in the confined space. This desperate scream seemed to shatter some balance. Those around him rose to their feet and rushed frantically towards the exit. Zhou Xuan frowned, about to speak. Fortunately, Captain Du had already stepped forward. Holding a megaphone, his voice was loud and authoritative. Everyone back down. Huge boulders are crashing to the ground outside. Going out is suicide. His voice struck like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. Yes, everyone realized. Whether it was an earthquake or some other cause of the disaster, the sound above them clearly indicated a massive object crashing to the ground. Going out meant certain death for unarmed humans. The panicked crowd stopped in their tracks, exchanging bewildered glances. Quiet down, everyone. The situation is unclear. Please remain calm and await further instructions. Captain De Yongli's voice was loud and powerful, instantly silencing the surrounding noise. The people gradually quieted down, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his instructions. The deafening roar overhead sent shivers down their spines, dust raining down from the ceiling, settling on their heads and shoulders. Zhou Xuan stared intently at the ceiling, as if trying to see through the thick layers of rock to understand what was happening outside. Qi Mingyu, being blind, could better perceive the source of the loud noises. He suddenly spoke up. It's rocks. The stone houses have been overturned. Countless rocks have crashed to the ground, causing this tremor. Zhou Xuan understood immediately. Now, only the stone houses remained standing on the island. Chi Mingyu meant that the ice storm had been too violent, tearing the stone houses apart. Countless rocks mixed with ice particles had fallen, creating an earthquake-like effect. The power of this ice storm was unexpected. Even the stone house couldn't withstand it. Her hands clenched silently. Was this ice storm really that severe? Then, should they be thankful they had built the underground base in time and could take shelter here? The continuous, deafening collapses were like the tolling of death's bell, each strike striking the fragile nerves of the survivors in the underground base. A few minutes later, the loud noises gradually subsided, but the collapses continued, only at a much lower frequency, like a low sigh echoing in the empty night sky. Zhou Shuan listened carefully to the direction of the sound, tilting her head slightly. The collapses seemed to be coming from the center of the island, the most densely built area and the most severely affected. Chapter 655. The sound of collapse gradually subsided, but the ice storm continued to rage, its muffled rumble seeming to engulf the entire world. Several hours passed, and people had long since grown accustomed to the deafening noise, returning to their daily tasks. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun went to cook, but neither was in the mood, making something hastily. A simple fish soup, bland and tasteless, but warm enough. The Zhou family and Xue Tao ate silently, no one speaking, an indescribable oppression filling the air. The rumbling overhead was so muffled, it made their hearts ache, as if they were trapped in a giant cage, powerless to do anything, forced to wait. They didn't even know what they were waiting for the disaster to pass, or for an even greater disaster to strike. Captain Du paced anxiously, occasionally glancing up at the ceiling, his face filled with worry. Many important operations are currently conducted on the mothership, so Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang usually spend their days there. However, the violent collapse just now made Captain Du realize that the mothership's situation was likely dire. Such a massive structure would undoubtedly be the first to be destroyed in such a fierce storm. He hesitated whether to send someone to check, but sending anyone up now would mean enormous risk, almost certain death. Xue Tao silently worried about Xue Dong, Ji Peng, and Yu Xian on the mothership. The younger generation from both families had gone through so many years together without parental support, and were like family to each other. Zhong Tiyun looked anxiously upwards, sighed softly, and murmured, "I hope they're all right." "Mom, don't worry too much," Zhou Shuan comforted softly. "The mothership is a steel behemoth after all, with strong wind resistance. Besides, Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang are both experienced naval officers. They will definitely be able to lead everyone on board through this crisis." Zhong Tiyun nodded, trying to calm herself down. Xue Tao also took a deep breath. Wanwan was right. They couldn't panic before things were resolved. The muffled rumbling continued for nearly 2 days, before gradually fading into the sound of fine, pattering ice. Captain Du stood at the entrance to the underground base, listening intently to the sounds outside. His brow was furrowed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cuffs of his winter coat. Only after confirming that the pattering ice had subsided did he turn to the naval soldiers behind him, his voice low but firm. "The situation is temporarily stable. We must now go up and check on the mothership and the survivors." The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. One of the young sailors stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. "Captain, it's too dangerous outside. The ice storm has weakened, but no one knows if it might suddenly intensify again. You are the backbone of our base, you can't take the risk. Let us go." Captain Du shook his head, his gaze firm yet gentle. "No, I must go up myself. Captain Chen has been incredibly kind to me. I can't sit here waiting for news. Besides, you are all brothers I trained. I can't let you risk your lives while I hide behind." Another soldier's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. "But you are now the commander-in-chief of the underground base. The base needs you to lead. What will we do if something happens to you?" Captain Du patted his shoulder, his tone resolute and unwavering. "My mind is made up. You don't need to try to persuade me further. Xiao Ma, you stay here and organize a medical team to stand by. If anything happens to the mothership and the survivors, we need to provide medical assistance immediately." Xiao Ma, whose name was called, immediately straightened his back and replied in a loud voice, "Yes, Captain. Dr. Zhou and several other medical personnel are here. We can assemble a medical team immediately." He knew that Zhou Shuwan and her family were in the underground base. Zhou Shuwan's medical skills were also known throughout the Navy. Captain Du nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Very good. You're always reliable. I believe you can handle this well." He then turned and strode towards the steps leading to the surface. Several soldiers followed closely behind, their eyes still showing worry, but even more so, a firm trust. Captain Du stepped onto the steps first, his winter boots making a soft crunch sound on the ice. He took a deep breath and looked up at the ice above, as if he could see through the thick ice to the outside. "Captain," a soldier jogged up to him, his voice tinged with tension, "aren't we really going to wait until the ice storm completely stops? What if?" Captain Du stopped, glanced back at him, and said sternly, "We can't wait. Every minute is precious. We must ascertain the situation of the mothership as soon as possible, especially the safety of Captain Chen and First Lieutenant Shang." The soldier nodded, saying nothing more, but gripped his tools tightly, ready to respond to any emergency. Captain Du strode forward again, his steps steady and powerful. His figure appeared exceptionally tall in the dimly lit, icy passage, like an unshakable mountain. Several soldiers followed behind, their eyes resolute. They knew the operation was extremely dangerous, but no one hesitated, because their captain always stood at the forefront, leading them to face all unknown challenges. Outside the door at the end of the passage, countless thick layers of ice and rocks lay scattered. The heavy ice gleamed coldly under the passage's lights, with gravel mixed in. They needed to move these aside before they could open the exit. "Captain, this ice is too thick. With just a few of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clear it in a short time," a soldier beside him whispered, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Captain Du didn't answer immediately, but took a step back, carefully examining the obstacle before him. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to the soldiers behind him and gave the order, "Go and bring all the tools from the base. We need everything we can. Also, notify the others to mobilize as much as possible." Everyone worked together to clear the passage as quickly as possible. The soldiers sprang into action, their footsteps echoing through the narrow passage. A few minutes later, the soldiers returned with various tools, shovels, crowbars, and even several small chainsaws. Captain Du glanced at the tools and breathed a slight sigh of relief. He waved his hand. "Let's begin, everyone be careful." The soldiers immediately began work, shovels striking the ice with dull thuds, crowbars struggling to find a foothold in the cracks of the rubble. Captain Du also joined in, picking up a shovel and forcefully chiseling at the ice. Each strike was delivered with resolute force, as if he were venting all his anxiety and unease onto the ice. However, the ice was far harder than they had imagined. Chapter 656. Even with the chainsaw's teeth carving deep grooves into the ice, progress remained slow. Time ticked by, the air in the passage grew increasingly heavy, and the soldiers' breathing became rapid. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, instantly freezing into ice crystals. "Captain, this won't do. The ice is too thick. We might need another way," a soldier panted, his voice weary. Captain Du paused, putting down his shovel and looking up at the still solid ice, his brow furrowed. He knew that their strength alone would be insufficient to break through this obstacle in a short time. He turned to speak when suddenly, countless footsteps sounded from behind. "What?" Captain Du was surprised. Turning around, he saw the survivors from the underground base rushing towards him, carrying various tools, their faces showing weariness, but their eyes shone with determination. "Captain Du, let's open the passage together," said a soldier named Xiao Ma. "Captain Du, they know the passage is blocked, and they all volunteered to help." Captain Du was somewhat moved. These ordinary people, usually protected by the Navy, had all stepped forward in this critical moment. Zhou Shuan, her father, and her cousin Tao also came. Mumu wanted to come too, but they couldn't leave Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun alone there. Zhou Shuan wanted to use her spatial ability to sense the situation of the blocked exit. Therefore, she had to leave Mumu to look after the two of them. Zhou Shuan stood inconspicuously in the crowd. Captain Du gave the order. Soon, everyone sprang into action, shovels, crowbars, hammers, all sorts of tools flashing through the air, ice shards and gravel flying everywhere. Captain Du stood at the forefront, gripping a shovel tightly, forcefully chiseling at the ice. "Give it your all," he shouted encouragingly, his voice echoing through the passage. The soldiers and survivors followed closely behind. The ice was far thicker than they had imagined, but no one flinched, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Zhou Shuan placed her hand on the wall, silently sensing the ice. Suddenly she looked up, her gaze fixed on a spot in the passage. "Captain, there's a crack here!" A young Navy man suddenly shouted, pointing to a tiny fissure beneath the ice. Captain Du immediately stopped what he was doing, strode over, and crouched down to examine it closely. He reached out and gently touched the crack, a glint of joy in his eyes. "Good. Start here, concentrate your efforts, and break through as quickly as possible." The group immediately adjusted their direction, aiming their tools at the crack, and began a new round of chiseling. The crack gradually widened, fragments of ice began to break off, and a series of cracking sounds echoed through the passage. "Give it another push. We're almost through," Captain Dew shouted, swinging his shovel even faster. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the ice was completely broken through, and a biting gust of wind mixed with ice particles rushed in. Captain Dew immediately raised his hand to shield his face, squinting as he looked outside. Outside the passage was a scene of utter devastation. The once sturdy stone house had been completely overturned by the ice storm, huge rocks scattered on the ground, and mountains of ice piled up. The distant hills had been leveled, the ground littered with collapsed rocks and thick snow. The entire island looked as if it had suffered a devastating catastrophe, transformed into a forgotten post-apocalyptic world. Captain Dew stood at the entrance to the passageway, looking around, momentarily unable to recognize this place he once knew. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. The biting wind howled past his ears, carrying a chilling cold. Even with his winter clothing, he couldn't help but shiver. "Captain, we need to find the mothership quickly." A soldier approached him, whispering a reminder. Captain Dew nodded, taking a deep breath to suppress his unease. He turned to the survivors behind him and said, "Everyone, go back first. The advance team, regroup with me. We're going to search for the mothership and the whereabouts of Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang immediately. Be careful." The survivors nodded in agreement. Captain Dew, along with a few soldiers, headed straight towards the direction where the mothership had been docked. The ground beneath their feet was completely covered in ice, making movement extremely difficult. Captain Dew's every step crunched and groaned on the thick ice. The wind howled around them, whipping ice particles against their face masks, obscuring their vision. "Captain, the situation ahead is even worse," a soldier shouted, pointing to the ground. Captain Dew looked in the direction he was pointing and saw countless massive boulders piled up on the ground ahead, completely buried by ice and snow. The path to the mothership was now utterly blocked, making passage impossible. Captain Dew's expression grew even more grave. "Go around it," he decisively ordered, leading his soldiers around the boulders and continuing towards the mothership. However, the further they went, the more desolate the surrounding landscape became. The ice on the ground grew thicker, with mountains of rubble and ice piled up, making it almost impossible to discern directions. The biting wind, carrying ice pellets, lashed against them relentlessly, as if warning them that this land was no longer suitable for human habitation. Captain Dew's gaze remained fixed ahead, silently praying that Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang would be safe. He knew that if the mothership had truly suffered severe damage, the future of the entire base would be plunged into immense crisis. "Captain," a soldier suddenly pointed into the distance, his voice tinged with surprise. "Look, the outline of the mothership is still there." Captain Dew looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed, the massive silhouette of the mothership was faintly visible in the snowstorm. Although the details were unclear, at least the hull showed no obvious signs of damage. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and quickened his pace. "Let's speed things up and quickly assess the situation on the mothership," Captain Dew said in a low voice, his tone urgent. Several soldiers responded in unison, quickening their pace. But the blizzard seemed to be intensifying, threatening to sweep them away. Captain Dew had to slow down, keeping the formation close together to avoid getting separated. Upon approaching the mothership, he realized that the so-called outline was merely the remnant of the ship's shape after it was completely covered by thick ice and snow. The snow had almost completely buried the mothership, with only a few towering structures barely visible through the ice. "Captain, this mothership seems to be frozen solid," a soldier exclaimed, his voice trembling. Captain Dew squinted, carefully examining the mothership's exterior. He discovered that the mothership's surface was covered with a thick layer of ice armor, riddled with cracks. This ice armor was clearly not naturally formed, but rather the result of some kind of sudden, drastic drop in temperature. Chapter 657. Be careful. Get to the bridge first, Captain Dew said calmly. They carefully navigated around the massive blocks of ice, struggling to climb towards the bridge. The ice was incredibly slippery. Every step required extreme caution. The snow was thicker than they had anticipated, almost knee-deep. Each step was a struggle, sinking them in and pulling them out. The outline of the mothership was vaguely visible beneath the ice, but its surface was covered in thick ice armor, almost like a heavy suit of armor draped over the giant ship. "Captain, this ice is too thick. We need to find a way in." Captain Dew stopped, looking up at the ice-covered deck of the mothership, his face grave. The wind and snow continued to howl, ice pellets crackling against their masks. They were now at the bottom of the mothership. They could only gaze up at the massive, ice-encased mothership. He and the others needed to climb to the top of the mothership's deck to get inside. He took a deep breath and turned to the soldiers behind him, saying, "We need to find a way up. The deck is too high, climbing by hand probably won't work." The soldiers nodded in agreement. One of them took a bundle of rope from his backpack and handed it to him. "Captain, we brought ropes. We can try securing it somewhere before climbing up." Captain Du took the ropes, his gaze sweeping across the ice on the mothership, searching for a place to anchor. His gaze finally settled on a slightly protruding structure on the side of the mothership, a metal support frame. Although covered in ice and snow, its outline was still vaguely visible. "There." He pointed, then turned to the soldiers and ordered, "Prepare the ropes. Go up and secure it first. The rest of you take turns following." The soldiers sprang into action, securing one end of the rope firmly to the support structure and handing the other end to Captain Du. Captain Du tested the rope's stability, and after confirming it was safe, he gripped it tightly with both hands, pushed off with his feet, and began to climb. The ice surface was slippery, requiring considerable force with each grip. His arm muscles tensed, and sweat on his forehead quickly froze in the cold wind. "Be careful, Captain." The soldiers below held their breath, their eyes fixed on his figure. Captain Du gritted his teeth, stepping on the uneven ice on the mothership's surface, inching his way upwards. Finally, he successfully climbed onto the mothership's deck. Once he was steady, he immediately secured the rope to the metal railing on the deck, providing support for the soldiers behind him. He lay there, his gaze carefully scanning the ice. Finally, he found a thinner patch of ice on the top of the mothership, a glint of light in his eyes. "Start here." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, their tools striking the ice, sending ice shards flying and creating a clanging sound. Finally, after more than half an hour of chiseling, a crack appeared in the ice. Captain Du's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately increased the force, the shovel striking even more frequently. With a crisp crack, a hole more than a meter deep was finally chiseled through the ice. "Captain, wait a moment. I go in and scout ahead." A soldier hurriedly stepped forward, trying to stop Captain Du. Captain Du waved his hand, his tone resolute. "Time is of the essence, there's no room for delay. I go in first, you follow?" Having said that, he slid into the ice hole without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the darkness in an instant. The soldiers exchanged glances, and finally could only follow suit, one by one crawling into the ice hole. The space beneath the ice was much more spacious than they had expected. Captain Du turned on his portable flashlight, the beam illuminating the surroundings. They were in the connection between the mothership's deck and the cabin. The ice and snow here weren't as thick, but it was still incredibly cold. "Captain, it looks passable here," a soldier whispered, scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no danger. Captain Du nodded and walked towards the hatch. However, when he reached the cabin entrance, he found it blocked by a thick layer of ice. The hull of the cabin also showed signs of cracking, clearly suffering considerable damage from the impact of the ice storm. Captain Du's brow furrowed even more deeply. A chill ran down his spine, and he immediately said to the soldiers beside him, "Force open the hatch. We must ascertain the situation inside as quickly as possible." The soldiers sprang into action, using crowbars and tools to pry open the hatch. After some effort, the hatch was finally pried open with a creaking sound. However, the scene inside horrified them even more. The cabin was pitch black, the beams of flashlights pierced only a deathly silence. "The electricity and heating are off," Captain Du said in a low voice, a hint of unease in his tone. He led the soldiers further inside, each step taken with extreme caution. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from ahead. Captain Du immediately stopped, shining his flashlight forward. A group of figures emerged from the darkness, led by Lieutenant Commander Yun. "Captain Du." Lieutenant Commander Yun looked surprised upon seeing Captain Du, then quickly stepped forward. "How did you get in?" Captain Du breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Lieutenant Commander Yun and immediately said, "We broke through the ice from the outside. The situation outside is terrible. The mothership is completely sealed off by ice. How are things on your side? Where are Captain Chun and Lieutenant Commander Shang?" Lieutenant Commander Yun's expression instantly turned serious. He said in a deep voice, "Captain Chen led us to a relatively safe area below deck when the ice storm first started. But because Captain Chen was inspecting work on deck at the time, he couldn't get out in time and was crushed by a boulder, remaining unconscious. He's currently being treated in the emergency room. The mothership's power and heating have stopped, so we had to urgently activate the backup power supply, prioritizing the rescue area. Everyone else has been moved to the rescue area to keep warm." Captain Du was shocked, his face instantly turning pale, Captain Chen is seriously injured? How is he? Lieutenant Yun shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. We haven't received any news from the emergency room. We heard the collapse subside, so we brought people out to check. Captain Du felt a weight pressing on his chest, and immediately said to Lieutenant Yun, "Take me to the rescue area. I need to see Captain Chen." Lieutenant Yun nodded, turning and leading Captain Du and his group towards the rescue area. Captain Du gripped his flashlight tightly, the beam flickering in the corridor, reflecting the anxiety and unease in his eyes. He quickly followed behind Lieutenant Yun, silently praying that Captain Chen would pull through. Chapter 658. Finally, they arrived at the medical ward. It was bustling with activity, packed with over 1,000 people. The ground outside the medical ward was also filled with people sitting. Because the people on deck had been evacuated in time, the number of injured was not large. However, the atmosphere inside the medical ward was extremely serious. Vice Captain Shang and several other high-ranking officers stood guard outside the operating room, their expressions grave. The naval soldiers outside the door immediately saluted and made way for Captain Du upon seeing him. Captain Du's heart sank at this sight. He quickly walked to Vice Captain Shang. Vice Captain Shang, seeing him, gave him a complex look, slightly tilting his head to indicate that he should look at the closed operating room door. Captain Chen. Captain Du's lips moved, but no sound came out. His throat seemed to be blocked by something. Vice Captain Shang patted him on the shoulder, offering silent comfort. We mobilized all available medical resources, and are doing everything we can to save him. He paused, as if finding it difficult to speak, but finally said, but the situation is not optimistic. Outside the operating room, several medical staff moved back and forth with grave expressions, carrying various medical equipment. The tense and busy atmosphere was unsettling. Captain Du took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. He forced himself to remain calm. Now was not the time for grief. How badly is the damage to the mothership? Vice Captain Shang shook his head. The power and heating systems are severely damaged. We already sent people to prioritize restoration, but we don't know when it will be repaired. He had also been worried about the underground base, so he asked Captain Du, "You came from the underground base, so the surface is passable now?" Captain Du nodded. "The snowstorm on the road is quite heavy, but it's passable." "How's the damage to the underground base?" Captain Du shook his head. "The situation is good so far. The surface collapse hasn't affected the underground. It's just that people are trapped underground, and their morale is a bit low." Vice Captain Shang breathed a long sigh of relief. "That's good. Wait a bit, and see how the snowstorm goes. If it subsides, prioritize transferring the survivors from the mothership to the underground base." "Okay." After a long while, the operating room door finally opened, and a doctor came out, removing his mask, his face showing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. He saw Captain Du and Vice Captain Shang and immediately went to greet them, whispering, "The surgery is over." "Captain Chen?" Captain Du asked impatiently, his voice filled with anticipation and tension. The doctor gently shook his head, his voice low and somber. "Unfortunately, although the surgery was successful, Captain Chen's leg injury was too severe, and ultimately we couldn't save him." Upon hearing this, Captain Du swayed slightly, almost falling. First Mate Shan quickly caught him, gripping Captain Du's arm tightly, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath. "Are his vital signs stable?" The doctor nodded. "His vital signs are stable, and he's temporarily out of danger. Continued observation is needed." Because the injury occurred at the hip joint, accompanied by severe nerve and blood vessel damage, coupled with a freezing cold, blood circulation was completely blocked, and all the tissue had died. There was no way to save it. The doctors had to amputate. Captain Du took a step back, overwhelmed by indescribable grief and helplessness. From now on, he'd be confined to a wheelchair? Vice Captain Shang was also somewhat lost in thought. A flicker of sorrow crossed the doctor's eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it and nodded, "Yes." Vice Captain Shang closed his eyes, the image of Captain Chen leading them through countless dangers flashing through his mind, Captain Chen's resolute and decisive figure appearing before him. Captain Chen was wheeled into a private room. Because of his advanced age, this injury had compounded his condition. The nutrient solution in the intensive care unit was limited, but they used everything available on Captain Chen, hoping to awaken him as soon as possible. Vice Captain Shang remained silent for a moment, struggling to suppress the complex emotions within him. When he opened his eyes again, his face was serious. "Summon Lieutenant Commander Wei to see me." Now that Captain Chen was out of danger, there were still many follow-up matters that he, as the vice captain, needed to handle. He had no time to grieve. The mothership was severely damaged, and another ice storm would make their situation even more dangerous. Captain Gongdu, arriving from outside, also explained that the mothership was now encased in a thick layer of ice, and it would be difficult to clear all the ice and snow in a short time. Therefore, he assigned Major Wei a mission to immediately lead the ordinary survivors from the mothership to the underground base. There were over 400 ordinary survivors on the mothership. The remaining 700 Marines would not be evacuated. Although the mothership was severely damaged, they would not abandon it under any circumstances. So, after sending the ordinary survivors away, the remaining 700 Marines took charge of operating the mothership. Areas like the planting and breeding areas on the mothership must be constantly guarded. Major Wei, his eyes bloodshot, saluted solemnly, promising to complete the mission. Vice Captain Shang patted him on the shoulder. The evacuation mission was no easy task. They had to first clear a passage from the mothership to the surface before they could safely transfer the survivors. Like an underground base, the team exerted tremendous effort, using all sorts of tools to break through the thinnest block of ice on the deck. Finally, they even moved the mothership's spare generator over and used a chainsaw to speed things up a bit. When the ice that had blocked the passage was finally broken through, a biting gust of wind mixed with ice particles rushed in. Major Wei immediately raised his hand to shield his face, squinting as he looked outside. Outside the passage was a scene of utter devastation. When he saw the icy world outside, he was momentarily disoriented. The entire mothership was encased in a thick layer of ice, resembling a gigantic iceberg. The bottom of the mothership was connected to the ice on the sea surface, and the sounds of cracking ice or ocean currents that had been heard earlier were completely gone. Looking into the distance, the entire island merged with the icy sea, making it impossible to distinguish where the island ended and the sea began. On the island, collapsed boulders and houses were scattered everywhere, frozen into tall blocks of ice. It was a mystery how Captain Du and his men had managed to reach the mothership from the underground base. The deck, the cabins, the hull, everything was covered in irregular layers of ice, making it virtually impossible for anyone to find a foothold. Most importantly, a considerable blizzard had been relentlessly battering the island. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Major Wei felt as if they were on another desolate planet. This sense of desolation, remoteness, and abandonment chilled him to the bone. The other survivors shared the same feeling. "We need to get the survivors down here as quickly as possible," Major Wei said, suppressing his shock, turning to the naval soldiers beside him. The soldiers nodded in agreement, quickly securing ropes to the mothership's railings and beginning to guide the survivors down the ropes. Chapter 659. A steep ice wall lay beneath their feet. A single misstep would send them tumbling down the cliff, becoming nothing more than a speck of dust in this icy world. A female survivor, while gliding down, was thrown off balance by the strong winds, letting out a gasp. A nearby Navy officer swiftly grabbed her rope, steadying her and urging in a low voice, "Be careful, don't panic." The woman nodded repeatedly, a hint of fear on her face. Major Wei stood on the deck, watching the survivors slide down safely one by one, a slight sense of relief washing over him. He was the last to slide down the deck. Standing on the ground, no, on a thick layer of frozen ice. "We must move quickly," Major Wei shouted to the survivors, the wind howling. The blizzard could strike again at any moment. "Let's set off now for the underground base." The blizzard raged, slowing their progress. Every step was incredibly difficult. They also had to watch their step, for the ice holes where the sea met the island. A single misstep could send them plunging into the ocean. Major Wei walked at the head of the group, occasionally turning back to check on the survivors and make sure no one had fallen behind. "Watch your step," Major Wei suddenly shouted, grabbing the survivor at the front. The man slipped and nearly fell into an ice hole covered by snow. The survivor, pale-faced, thanked him profusely. Major Wei merely nodded slightly and continued leading the way. The blizzard intensified, obscuring visibility to an extremely low level. Major Wei could only rely on his memory and sense of direction to lead the group forward with great difficulty. After walking for about an hour in the wind and snow, the outline of the underground base gradually became clear. Once they finally entered the underground base, this simple, enclosed, yet warm place became their haven. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The survivors were taken to a temporary rest area, and Zhou Shuan and her hastily assembled medical team quickly arrived to check on their conditions. The temporary leader remaining at the underground base, Xiao Ma, also known as Captain Ma, immediately approached. "How is the situation? How is the mothership?" Major Wei removed his heavy winter hat, his face showing exhaustion, But he still forced a smile and said in a low voice, "The mothership is severely damaged, and Captain Chen is injured." Captain Ma's expression instantly changed, his brows furrowing. "Is it serious?" Major Wei whispered a few words, then, fearing a commotion, specifically instructed him not to leak the news. Captain Ma was silent for a moment, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Just then, the Zhou family saw Major Wei returning with the survivors and rushed over. Jiping, Xue Dong, and Yuxuan squeezed through the crowd to meet Xue Tao and the Zhou family, their eyes filled with joy. Zhong Tiyun touched Yuxuan's hand, nodding repeatedly. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her gaze fixed on Major Wei. She quickly walked over and asked in a low voice, "Captain Chen is injured?" Major Wei looked at her with some surprise, clearly not expecting her to know about this. Actually, as soon as the Zhou family saw survivors returning from the mothership, they all got up to look for Jiping and Yuxuan. Qi Mingyu's hearing was very sharp. He overheard Major Wei's conversation with the captain, and then related to Zhou Shuan. Major Wei, realizing he couldn't hide it from her any longer, could only sigh helplessly, keep it a secret for now, to avoid causing a commotion. Zhou Shuan's heart was heavy. Captain Chen was the pillar of their fleet, a godlike figure, in the eyes of all the naval personnel. For so many years, it was Captain Chen who led this fleet through countless difficulties, overcame dangers, and escaped countless crises. But now, death and misfortune show no mercy to anyone. Zhou Shuan gripped Qi Mingyu's hand tightly. More than 4 months had passed since Qi Mingyu was injured, and he had been blind for over 4 months. These past few days, she hadn't dared to slack off, giving him acupuncture and massage on the back of his head every day. She had initially planned 3 courses of treatment, and now the 3rd course was almost over. This morning, although the ice storm had weakened, the snowstorm was still raging, and the atmosphere was somber as people gathered in the underground base. Zhou Shuan, as usual, gave Qi Mingyu acupuncture. Suddenly, Qi Mingyu hissed softly. Zhou Shuan's hand froze instantly. "What's wrong?" she asked hastily. Qi Mingyu's expression became complicated, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he were trying to grasp something. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, "I think I saw." Zhou Shuan's hand trembled, and the silver needle finally fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She didn't bother to pick it up. She immediately knelt down in front of Qi Mingyu, carefully examining his eyes. Although she had tried her best to look into Qi Mingyu's eyes normally over the past few months, at this moment, her racing heart and rapid breathing told her that she was deeply concerned about this matter. She was afraid, because her medical skills were inadequate, and she might hinder Qi Mingyu's eye recovery. "What did you see? Can you see me?" Zhou Shuan's voice trembled, her eyes already red. Qi Mingyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes still somewhat dazed, but he shook his head and whispered, "I can see some blurry white, like a halo." Zhou Shuan's tears instantly welled up. She tightly grasped Qi Mingyu's hand, her voice choked with emotion. That's good, that's good." Seeing a halo was a sign that his vision was improving. Because they were performing acupuncture, Zhong Tiyun and the others deliberately cleared the area outside so Zhou Shuan could focus on acupuncture for Qi Mingyu. But they didn't leave. They all stayed outside, listening to what was happening inside, though they couldn't hear very clearly. As soon as Zhou Shuan lifted the curtain, Zhong Tiyun rushed forward, anxiously asking, "What's wrong?" "Xiaoyu." Zhou Shuan wiped away her tears, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaoyu, he seems to be able to see." Zhong Tiyun froze instantly, then covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Zhou Jianhai stood beside her, holding her hand tightly, a relieved smile on his face. "Really? Xiaoyu can really see?" Zhou Shuan nodded. Although he can't see clearly yet, he can vaguely see some white. Zhong Tiyun quickly walked to Qi Mingyu, squatted down, and carefully examined his eyes. "Xiaoyu, can you see me?" Zhong Tiyun asked softly, her voice filled with expectation. Qi Mingyu remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, "I can sense some blurry shadows, but I can't see them clearly." Zhong Tiyun's tears instantly streamed down her face. She gripped Qi Mingyu's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful." Zhou Jianhai stood to the side, his eyes also filled with emotion. Chapter 660. He gently patted Zhong Tiyun's shoulder and whispered, "Don't cry, this is a good thing." Mu Mu stood beside him, her eyes also slightly red. He'd been getting acupuncture every day for the past few months, but Qi Mingyu's eyes hadn't improved at all. They hadn't been unaware of the worst-case scenario, that their little you might never see again. Leaving aside the fact that he lost his sight while saving Wan Wan, Just the years they spent together had made Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai consider him their own child. What parent wouldn't feel heartbroken seeing their child go blind for life? But now, everything was turning for the better. Zhong Tiyun silently shed tears, unable to stop them. Zhou Jiahai knew she was emotional and worried that it would affect the child's eye treatment, so he quickly took her outside for a walk. Zhou Shuwan returned to Qi Mingyu's side, picked up the cup on the table, and handed it to him. Brother Yu, try staring at this cup. Can you feel the outline of its edge? Qi Mingyu looked up as instructed, his gaze falling on the cup. His eyelashes trembled slightly, as if he were trying to grasp the cup's outline. The light before his eyes was still hazy, but the slightly brighter arc around the rim of the cup seemed different from the other halos. It seems, I can see a little bit of a circle, Qi Mingyu said softly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Hearing this, the Zhou family members all smiled with delight. Although Qi Mingyu's vision hadn't fully recovered, being able to see a blurry outline was already a huge improvement. It seems the acupuncture is working, Zhou Shuan said with a smile, her eyes full of satisfaction. That's how traditional Chinese medicine is. It takes time to work, but every step is useful. When the surroundings quieted down, Zhou Shuan sat down next to Qi Mingyu, looking at him. Qi Mingyu, however, seemed to be recovering from his shock. His expression was a complex mix of surprise, disbelief, and bewilderment. Zhou Shuan grasped his hand, and he immediately returned the grip. After a long pause, he finally spoke, Wanwan. Feeling the strength in his fingers, Zhou Shuan felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her eyes welled up again. I'm here, she whispered, her voice soft yet firm. Qi Mingyu's breathing quickened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing, as if he were suppressing his emotions. His gaze remained blurred, but he tried to look in Zhou Shuan's direction, his brows furrowing slightly, as if trying to make out her features. Wanwan, actually. I always been afraid that I'd become a burden to you. His voice was slightly hoarse. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. She hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. I never been afraid you become a burden to me, only afraid my medical skills are inadequate, and I won't be able to heal your eyes. Qi Mingyu was slightly taken aback. He had never heard Zhou Shuan say this before. She was always strong and independent, rarely showing her vulnerable side in front of him. Now, hearing her voice such concern, he felt both moved and heartbroken. He hugged her even tighter. Wanwan, you had a hard time these past few days. He was the man of the family. He should have been the one standing in front of Wanwan, protecting her from the storm. But because of his injury, the things he should have done had been done by Zhou Shuan and Mumu. It's no trouble at all. We're family, no need for such polite words, Zhou Shuan said softly. She wasn't weak-willed, she was usually very opinionated. Their personalities were similar, neither flamboyant nor high-profile. Their interactions were gentle and tender, not dramatic or passionate. Therefore, Zhou Shuan rarely spoke to him in such a coquettish tone. Qi Mingyu hugged her even tighter. His heart was filled with a sense of security and peace. It was as if, in this moment, despite being in a perilous apocalypse, all his fear and anxiety had vanished. He lowered his head, burying his face in her hair, taking a deep breath, inhaling the faint scent of medicine on her skin, and feeling even more at peace. The two embraced quietly, the world around them seemingly disappearing, leaving only their breaths and heartbeats. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. All the hardships and dangers were kept outside, leaving only the two of them, nestled together, warming each other. Until Qi Mingyu's eyes were fully healed, his family had decided not to tell anyone. So, after Major Wei led the survivors this way, he saw Qi Mingyu standing to the side. Meeting his bewildered eyes, he sighed softly, but still went up to greet him, his voice as calm as possible, without revealing any pity or regret. Qi Mingyu greeted him as usual, then asked about the situation on the mothership. How badly is the mothership damaged? Major Wei sighed, and briefly explained the mothership's condition. The mothership is completely immobilized now. We can only wait for the snowstorm to stop, gather people to clear away the ice, and then we can assess the extent of the hull damage. The internal electrical system is damaged, but when we arrived, Vice Captain Shang had already arranged for repairs. After listening, Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, his voice low and somber. I think this ice pellet storm will continue. Major Wei remained silent, his expression growing even more grave. Qi Mingyu's worries were exactly what they all worry about. They had experienced thunderstorm disasters before, and initially hadn't taken ice pellet storms seriously. Both the extreme cold period and the subsequent thunderstorm disasters were massive catastrophes. However, they hadn't expected the destructive power of ice pellet storms to be so immense, and now, The third super ice pellet storm had occurred. In the future, there would only be more. If each one caused such large-scale damage, how could their few thousand inhabitants survive unscathed? The snowstorm outside was intensifying. Even now, it wasn't a good time to shovel ice and clear the boulders from the island. Therefore, after the temporary medical team treated the wounded, the survivors temporarily settled in the underground base. Major Wei and Captain Ma are currently the highest-ranking officers in the underground base, responsible for its operation. On the third day of the raging snowstorm, the ice pellets showed no signs of stopping. The entire island was covered in thick ice and snow, resembling a silent ice tomb. The survivors in the underground base were already accustomed to this harsh environment, but as time passed, a sense of oppression gradually spread among them. When will the snowstorm stop? One survivor couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Don't worry, it will eventually stop, Major Wei, who happened to be nearby, said calmly. The most important thing now is to maintain your composure, and not let your emotions affect everyone. The survivors nodded, though still uneasy. Major Wei's words offered them some comfort. Chapter 661. 3 days later, the snow finally stopped. The passageways that had been cleared from the underground base had gradually frozen over due to the snowstorm, completely blocking them again. To get out again, the passageways needed to be cleared. After Captain Ma arranged for the passageways to be cleared, he went out to survey the island's surroundings. The world was pitch black, covered in ice and snow. Major Wei ordered the underground base's reserve power supplies to be brought up and lights installed. Instantly, the area around the underground base's exit was illuminated. Major Wei and Captain Ma had already divided the survivors from the underground base into several groups, each group going to the surface to clear the surrounding area. This clearing was difficult. Besides clearing the ice, they also had to remove fallen boulders, some of which were impossible to move by hand. However, the island's surface was completely covered in ice, rendering the large machinery unable to operate. When encountering large boulders that couldn't be moved, they had to leave those areas there and clear the rest of the area. Major Wei's planned clearing route was to gradually clear the island from the base exit outwards. This wouldn't be a task that could be accomplished in a day. Besides clearing the island's surface, personnel also needed to be sent to the mothership to assist in its cleanup and repair. The mothership was their base of operations, and its loss was unacceptable at any time. Major Wei selected a group of men, equipped with tools, and personally led them out. The island's clearing work was temporarily entrusted to Captain Ma. The Zhou family was also assigned tasks. Except for Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun, all the other young and strong members were to participate, including Zhou Jianhai. Yu Xian's family, except for Chun Chun, also had tasks assigned. However, the women and the elderly were given lighter tasks, while the men were given heavier ones. This was all voluntary labor, without any compensation. But the island was their shared home, and protecting it was their responsibility, so no one refused to work because they thought it was hard. Zhou Shuan Yushuan and their father did the same work. After the other groups broke through the thick layer of ice, they were responsible for shoveling small ice blocks and stones onto carts, which were then transported by other groups. Their work was relatively easy. Xuetao, Xuedong, Jiping, and Mumu had more demanding tasks, being assigned to teams that broke through ice, moved boulders, and transported carts. Having experienced extreme cold, people now had some resistance to low temperatures. As long as large areas of skin weren't exposed to minus 40 degrees Celsius for extended periods, they wouldn't get frostbite. Therefore, when people came up to clear the island, they took off their winter coats and air-conditioned clothing and put on down jackets or thick cotton-padded coats. It was cold at first when they came out onto the ground, but after working for a while, they didn't feel the cold anymore. Zhou Shuan and the others changed into down jackets and started working. After a short break every now and then, they all got up and continued working. They returned to the underground base for lunch at noon. Although it was voluntary labor, they had all done heavy work, so the food in the canteen was quite good. The Zhou family members, who weren't eligible for relief rations, could also eat from the communal pot. Zhou Shuan and her family lined up to get their food, and then returned to their beds to eat. Zhong Tiyun felt sorry for Zhou Shuan, seeing her exhausted face. Wan, how about I cover your shift this afternoon? You can rest this afternoon and work again tomorrow. Cleaning the island, with so many people working together, would probably take half a month to a month. They're already this tired after just one day, what will they be like after half a month? Though Shuan waved her hand, Mom, it's just that I'm not used to it at first. Everyone goes through this. I get used to it eventually. It's okay. Zhong Tiyun hesitated, but after looking at the silent group eating around her, she remained silent. Yu Xian is also capable, but she's been well protected by her brother for many years, and even when she goes out to work, she only does relatively easy jobs. So, when she first encountered this high-intensity work, she was also quite exhausted. Working with the team members, even if it's tiring, she has to grit her teeth and persevere. She can't let herself affect the team's progress. Therefore, Yu Xian was also exhausted, her back aching, but she was just gritting her teeth and persevering. Ji Ping felt sorry for her, but he didn't have a better way. He simply put a piece of smoked fish from his bowl into hers, saying, "Eat more." Yu Xian smiled at him and lowered her head to eat. Qi Mingyu sat beside Zhou Shuwan, who could only see a blurry white halo now, but still accurately grasped her hand and whispered, "Can you still hold on? Don't underestimate me." Zhou Shuwan also lowered her voice. "I used to do a lot of manual labor." The used to she referred to was her past life. Back then, she hadn't stockpiled many supplies, and was all alone. To survive, besides going out to find supplies, she also looked for work in the base. No matter how dirty or tiring, as long as it provided supplies, people would fight to do it. So, Zhou Shuan handled the heavy work well, her body just needed to adapt. Qi Mingyu didn't say anything more, but when she put down her chopsticks and sat back on the bed, his large hands suddenly began to massage her back, shoulders, and neck. His strength was just right, a comfortable massage. Zhou Shuan let out a long sigh. Qi Mingyu massaged her for half an hour, only stopping when it was time to go back to work. Zhou Shuan felt less tired in the afternoon. When she came home in the evening, she soaked her feet in hot water, lay on the bed, and Qi Mingyu massaged and kneaded her, making her feel much better. Zhong Tiyun also massaged Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu. Mu Mu did much more work than his sister and father, but being his age, he was full of energy and didn't feel tired. Seeing him so energetic, Zhou Shuan felt quite envious. The people who had been working on the mothership that evening also returned. Their task was also heavy. They needed to clear away the thick layer of ice surrounding the mothership within a few days. They also needed to climb to the middle of the mothership using ropes to clear the ice. In the middle, power tools were difficult to use, making it much harder than clearing the small island. Lieutenant Commander Wei selected only the young and strong, along with several hundred other naval personnel, to go to the mothership together. In one day, they only cleared a small section of ice from the mothership's access compartment. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu went to inquire about Captain Chen's condition. Lieutenant Commander Wei shook his head. The situation isn't good. Captain Chen is still unconscious. Zhou Shuwan bit her lip and remained silent. She silently wondered what medications Captain Chen might need from her storage space, but in fact, she had recently learned that Captain Chen's unconsciousness was due to his advanced age and the severity of his injuries. Chapter 662. The doctor said to observe him for another 24 hours to see if Captain Chen can wake up. If he doesn't, then... He didn't finish his sentence. The captain sat beside him. Zhou Shuwan followed his gaze to the crowd in the underground base. People bustled about in this small space, trying to survive. Families sat together talking. Some were busy washing clothes, and some were enjoying family time with their children. Their peace and happiness were all thanks to Captain Chen. The rest of the Zhou family was also heartbroken after learning about Captain Chen's condition. But all they could do was leave it to fate. Fortunately, good news came the next day. Captain Chen had woken up. This man, who had been as strong as steel his entire life, was stunned when he learned that he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He remained silent for a long time in the ward. Vice Captain Shang was worried about him, but some things weren't so easy to comfort him with words. He could only bring him more food and chat with him. He pushed open the door, carrying a thermos, and walked slowly to the bedside. "Old Chan, I brought you some hot soup," said Vice Captain Shang, placing the thermos on the bedside table and pulling up a chair to sit down. His movements were natural, but a barely perceptible worry lingered in his eyes. Captain Chen leaned against the headboard, his face pale and lips chapped. Although he had only recently woken up, his expression had already regained its usual composure. He slightly raised his head, his gaze falling on Vice Captain Shang. He forced a smile, his voice hoarse. "You rascal, what brings you here?" Vice Captain Shang smiled. "Here, have some soup to warm yourself up." He opened the insulated container, and a rich aroma of meat wafted out, clearly a specially prepared nourishing soup. Captain Chen didn't refuse, took it, and slowly drank a sip. His brow relaxed slightly, and he seemed to feel a bit more refreshed. He put down his bowl, turned his gaze to the window, and after a moment of silence, spoke with a self-deprecating tone, After all these years of dodging natural disasters, I still succumb to it. It has completely conquered me. Hearing this, Vice Captain Shang's heart tightened, and he quickly said, Old Chun, don't say that. Our survival is the greatest victory. You are still our backbone. As long as you're here, our team of several thousand will not fall apart. Captain Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Backbone? In my condition, I probably can't even take care of myself. How can I be the backbone? Vice Captain Shang was momentarily speechless, then raised his head, his expression resolute. Old Chun, I understand your feelings. But this team has never been supported by one person alone. Although you are physically disabled, your experience and wisdom are still invaluable. Let's work together to find a way. We can always overcome this difficulty. Captain Chen didn't respond immediately, but simply closed his eyes slightly, as if processing these words. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, a hint of relief in his gaze. I understand your intentions. However, I can no longer charge into battle like before. From now on, you have to take care of things. Vice Captain Shang nodded, his tone solemn. Don't worry, I will do my best. Their current positions are no longer for glory, salary, or status, but for the survival of humanity. After a moment of silence, Vice Captain Shang took out a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, that Captain Chen liked. They had always lived on the mothership, each with their own office. Although it couldn't compare to the rooms on land, it was enough to store a considerable amount of supplies, and they hadn't moved in years. Vice Captain Shang wasn't a big drinker, but now alcohol and cigarettes were hard currency, their value comparable to gold before the apocalypse, so he had stockpiled some before, and now only a few bottles remained. He knew Captain Chen was upset, so he specially brought a bottle, but Captain Chen had just recovered from serious injuries and couldn't drink. He brought the bottle over stealthily, hiding it in a pocket inside his clothes, so the doctors and nurses wouldn't see. When Captain Chen saw him furtively taking a bottle out of his pocket, he was first taken aback, then laughed and scolded, You little rascal, you've been hiding some good stuff all along. His smile made it seem as if the old big brother had returned. Lieutenant Captain Shang secretly hid the liquor in the cabinet for him. When you're better, we have a drink together, brother. For now, just look at it to satisfy your craving. Captain Chen smiled and agreed. His wounds weren't too painful yet because of the anesthesia, but he had many wounds, and even the slightest movement caused him sharp pain. Seeing the pain on his face, Lieutenant Captain Shang quickly bent down to tuck him in. How are you? Should I call a doctor? Captain Chen scolded. Don't be so delicate. Lieutenant Captain Shang didn't say anything more, just sat beside him. Captain Chen then asked about the situation outside. Lieutenant Captain Shang's expression was grave. The super ice particle storm was very destructive, but thanks to our good preparations, there were basically no casualties. The underground base was sturdy enough to withstand the natural disaster, although the stone houses on the island were blown down by the storm, and some boulders along the coast caused significant damage to the island. The temperature has dropped again, and the ground and the mothership are covered in thick layers of ice. Captain Chen nodded. Now that the ice storm has stopped, has the post-disaster reconstruction work begun? Vice Captain Shang explained that ice removal was underway at both the underground base and on the mothership. Don't worry, we have many capable officers. Major Wei and Captain Ma are both young and capable. They are leading the work on both sites. Our own soldiers, needless to say, will definitely be well treated for heavy work. Those selected from the ordinary survivors will also have more plentiful food and drink than usual. They must be well fed before they start working. Captain Chen frowned, deep in thought, clearly considering a better post-disaster reconstruction plan. Vice Captain Shang quickly interjected, All right, Old Chen, you should rest. The doctor said you just escaped death and need to rest well. Don't overwork yourself. You just told me to be more lenient. Don't you trust me to handle things? Captain Chen, feeling slighted, finally let out a sigh of relief after a long pause. Okay. Having only spoken for a short while, Vice Captain Shang noticed his exhausted expression and knew he was still recovering, so he quickly stood up. Then, Captain Chen, I head back now. You rest well. I come see you again tomorrow. Captain Chen, however, disliked being accompanied and didn't want to expose his vulnerability to others, so he said directly, Don't waste time. Post-disaster reconstruction is the priority. Okay. Vice Captain Shang didn't say much to him, simply nodded and left. After the ward quieted down, Captain Chen lifted the blanket to look at his amputated right leg. He closed his eyes and remained motionless for a long time. Chapter 663. After the island's residents had worked tirelessly to clear most of the ice and rocks from the island, another blizzard struck. People had to stop again, and rushed back to their underground base for shelter. Fortunately, this blizzard didn't develop into an ice pellet storm, so the damage wasn't significant. However, the heavy snowfall lasted for 3 days, and the areas they had cleared earlier froze back into thick layers of ice. People were very frustrated, but helpless. Because if they wanted to survive on the island, they couldn't ignore the increasingly thick ice. After the snow stopped, people returned to the surface to clear the ice. The workload was moderate, and Zhou Shuan and her team gradually adapted from their initial discomfort. It took more than half a month to completely clear the island. The ice on the mothership was also mostly cleared, revealing its original appearance. But the hull was still pitted and uneven, indicating the considerable impact it had suffered during the ice pellet storm. Fortunately, after careful inspection, the deck suffered only surface damage and was not severely damaged. Although she was very busy these days, Zhou Shuan still performed acupuncture on Qi Mingyu at her regular schedule. His eyesight was improving. He could now see blurry figures in front of him, though he couldn't make out faces. The Zhou family was overjoyed, with Zhou Jianhai beaming. When Xiaoyu can see completely, we must celebrate. Zhong Tian nodded in agreement, but hesitated slightly. But we're currently living in an underground base, which is somewhat restrictive. Even the celebration couldn't be too grand, lest it arouse jealousy. Zhou Shuan laughed lightly. It's alright. Once Xiaoyu can really see it, we go to the mothership's mess hall for a big meal. Her family had been living in the underground base for days, doing heavy labor all day, and their mouths were practically parched. Even so, during work hours, Zhou Shuan would secretly slip her father and Mumu some high-energy food, which they could swallow in one bite without attracting attention. Not to mention others, Zhou Shuan herself also wanted a good meal. Okay. Everyone was beaming with joy, the atmosphere as lively as New Year's. Once the island was cleared, and since it hadn't snowed for the past few days, the weather was relatively good. Although it was still pitch black, people still wanted to come to the island for some fresh air and to gaze into the distance. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went for a walk on the surface. The ground was covered with a thin layer of ice, making it quite slippery. The two walked carefully, their steps light. The island wasn't large. They walked slowly along its edge, soon reaching the shore and gazing at the distant sea. The sea in their area was now completely frozen solid, as far as the naked eye could see, freezing all the ships and vessels in place, utterly immobile. A biting sea wind brushed against Zhou Shuan's face. She gently pulled her collar tighter, inhaling the unique coastal air after the eternal night, a slightly salty, chilly scent that assaulted her senses. She gazed intently. The distant sea appeared mysterious and profound in the darkness, like a vast, unfinished oil painting. She asked softly, "Brother Yu, what do you think the sea looks like in the distance? Is it completely frozen like this too?" Once on land, the light was poor. Qi Mingyu could only see a few streaks of light. Nothing else was visible. He hadn't actually witnessed the scene everyone described, the sea completely frozen over, but gently comforted her. "It's alright. Even if it's frozen, it will thaw someday." He reached out and gently took Zhou Shuan's hand. "Yes, the day daylight returns." Zhou Shuan gave a bitter smile, resting her head lightly on Qi Mingyu's shoulder. The return of daylight meant the boiling sea catastrophe could strike at any moment. At that time, even living on the mothership or the small island would be impossible. They would have to relocate to mid-air. And this was just an idealized scenario proposed by the warship. No one knew if the so-called aerial fortress could be successfully built, how many people it could accommodate, how far away from the boiling sea, or what the temperature would be in mid-air. It was all just imagination. Xue Wuwen had experienced so much in her previous life, yet ultimately died in the boiling sea catastrophe, demonstrating its terrifying nature. She leaned closer to Qi Mingyu's shoulder and whispered, "No matter what, we must fight. We must never give up." "Yes, hold on a little longer." Qi Mingyu's voice was deep and firm. For over 100 days, and nights in darkness, he kept telling himself to hold on a little longer, because he was about to see the light. Just hold on a little longer, and all the survivors would surely witness the rebirth of Earth. He raised his head, gazing into the dark distance, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. 10 more days passed. Early that morning, a dim light hung in the corner, casting dappled shadows in the simple room of the underground base. Qi Mingyu woke up first. He opened his eyes, and saw several bunk beds, a narrow passageway, and a small table cluttered with miscellaneous items. Next to the table was a simple curtain made of bedsheets, adding a layer of privacy to the small space. This environment was both familiar and strange. Familiar because he had imagined this scene countless times in his dreams, in Wanwan's and his mother's descriptions. Strange because this was the first time he had actually seen it. He gently turned to his side, and saw Zhou Shuan sleeping peacefully beside him, her face serene, her eyes curved like a delicate painting. The familiar eyes instantly reddened his eyes, but he held back the tears. He longed to hold her hand, yet feared disturbing her, so he could only lie there quietly, greedily gazing at her sleeping form. When Zhou Shuan woke up, she met his deep gaze. She was startled at first, then gave a gentle smile. Are you hungry? How about fish soup this morning? We have fresh salmon, very fresh. Just a little seaweed will do, she said as she got up. To make it easier to take care of Qi Mingyu, she had initially insisted on sleeping on the outside of his bed. However, Qi Mingyu disagreed and insisted on sleeping on the outside himself. To get out, Zhou Shuan needed to step over him. However, she had only crawled halfway out of the bed when she suddenly stopped. She looked down at him. Qi Mingyu's eyes were bright and deep, gazing at her tenderly, completely devoid of his previous confusion. At that moment, Zhou Shuan understood something, covered her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. Qi Mingyu also sat up, gently pulling her waist to the side of the bed, sitting shoulder to shoulder with her. No one else was awake yet. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and whispered, "Wan Wan, I can see now." His voice was slightly hoarse, seemingly also immersed in the joy of being able to see. Zhou Shuan nodded vigorously, gazing deeply into his eyes, tears silently streaming down her face. Chapter 664. The two didn't say a word, only embraced tightly, savoring this long-lost joy and happiness. The only sounds in the room were their breathing and sobs, the air filled with sweetness and warmth. This moment of tranquility was broken by Moo Moo's wake-up call. Rubbing his eyes, he jumped out of bed, looking sleepy, and saw his sister and brother-in-law tightly embracing. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, what's going on? So cuddly so early in the morning." Actually, Moo Moo was still half asleep and hadn't seen clearly, only assuming the two were embracing. Now that he was older, he understood some things about relationships. So, he would make harmless little jokes. Zhou Shuan blushed slightly upon hearing Moo Moo's words, and quickly pushed Qi Mingyu away. Qi Mingyu wasn't embarrassed at all, just smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, Moo Moo." "Good morning, brother-in-law." Moo Moo grinned and turned to get his toiletries. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Qi Mingyu, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Brother-in-law, your eyes." Qi Mingyu smiled slightly, his voice gentle. "Yes, I can see now." Moo Moo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, almost jumping up excitedly. "Really? Brother-in-law, you can really see?" He rushed to Qi Mingyu, waving his hand in front of his eyes. Seeing Qi Mingyu's gaze follow his hand, his smile widened even more. "That's great. That's great. Now everyone finally doesn't have to worry about your eyes anymore." Zhou Shuan watched her younger brother's excited expression, a slight smile playing on her lips, though her eyes remained red-rimmed, her heart filled with relief. Moo Moo was still very excited. "I told you, brother-in-law's injury would definitely heal. We finally waited for this." He turned to wake his parents. "Dad, Mom, I have good news to tell you." His actions woke everyone around them. "What's wrong?" Zhong Tiyun asked, somewhat panicked. "What happened? Is it a natural disaster?" She hurriedly got up as she spoke. No. That night, Zhou Shuan sat next to her mother on her left and Qi Mingyu on her right. Being very close, she immediately went to Zhong Tiyun's side, reassuring her, "Mom, don't worry, there's no natural disaster, it's a good thing." Zhong Tiyun was slightly relieved, and sat up with Zhou Jianhai, looking at everyone somewhat blankly. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "Little you. He can see now." Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai were both stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. Qi Mingyu also stood by the bed, smiling at them. "Dad, Mom, thank you for taking care of me all this time." Zhong Tiyun grasped her daughter's hand tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. "Oh my God, little you can really see now." Zhou Jianhai burst into hearty laughter. "That's wonderful. This is truly amazing news." Zhou Shuan nodded, tears welling in her eyes. He could see as soon as he woke up. His eyes have recovered very well. Zhong Tiyun's eyes reddened with emotion, her voice choked with sobs. Thank God, thank God. "Little you, he's finally made it through." Zhou Jianhai patted his wife's shoulder gently. "Don't cry, this is a good thing, you should be happy." Xuetao, Jiping, and Yuxuan also smiled with delight. Jiping climbed down from the upper bunk, carefully looked Qi Mingyu over, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and said sincerely, "Xiao Yu, congratulations." Qi Mingyu smiled and nodded sincerely. I also want to thank you all. I'm so grateful for everyone's care during this time. After they started living together, because he was blind, everyone took care of him consciously. They helped him get his toiletries, took him outside, and placed his usual items within easy reach. They even reserved the best bed for him. Chi Mingyu remembered all of these acts of kindness. With our relationship, there's no need for thanks. It's nothing. Besides, we relied on you for help before. Shui Tao said directly. That's right, that's right. Let's all help each other out. No one needs to thank anyone, Zhou Jianhai said. Chi Mingyu nodded, looking at everyone with a smile. After everyone's excitement subsided, Chi Ping walked to Chi Mingyu's side, his expression serious. Xiao Yu, although your vision has recovered, you still need to see a doctor for a thorough examination to make sure there are no other problems. Chi Mingyu nodded, his tone steady. I understand, I go after dinner. Zhong Tiyun took her son-in-law's hand, her eyes full of concern. Xiao Yu, you must have the doctor examine you carefully, don't be careless. Chi Mingyu gently patted the back of her hand, his voice gentle. Mom, don't worry, I be careful. Zhong Tiyun sighed several times. Chi Mingyu slowly stood up, savoring the long-lost sense of fulfillment brought by his sight. He could see every corner of the room clearly. The wrinkles in the bed, the clutter on the table, even the cobwebs in the corner of the wall, all were clearly visible to him. This sense of realism filled him with an indescribable satisfaction. Zhou Shuan wiped her eyes, then stood up. You all sit down, I go prepare breakfast. Zhou Jianhai then strongly invited Jiping and the others to eat at his home. Today is a joyous occasion. We won't celebrate extravagantly, but we should at least gather together for a reunion dinner. Jiping and the others wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist the hospitality and finally agreed. Chi Mingyu went with Zhou Shuan to the communal kitchen to prepare the meal. His cooking skills weren't great before, but over the years, under the influence of his family, he had become quite good at it. Actually, moving to the underground base isn't just about having a place to live, it also requires bringing all the supplies stored up in your home. However, most island residents don't have many supplies at home. They just crammed everything under their beds and in the passageways, which was enough space. Those with food had ways to store it. Smoked and fried fish were no problem, they were simply stored in boxes. Frozen fish were first assembled into wooden crates using planks. Then a layer of ice was placed inside, creating a natural freezer that could keep it frozen for at least 3 or 4 days. Once it thawed, they could simply go to the surface and re-ice it, very convenient. The Zhou family had space, so they made several freezer-like wooden crates and stuffed them under their beds, filling them with fresh fish, meat, and seaweed. When they needed to eat, they simply opened one of the crates and took out a fish. When the ice in the refrigerator started to thaw, Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu and the others went to the ground to remake it. Chapter 665. Zhou Shuan took the remaining half-fish from the previous night from a refrigerator under the bed and cleaned it thoroughly. Chi Mingyu thinly sliced the fish and set it aside. Then, he added soaked and diced shiitake mushrooms to the boiling pot, stir-fried them briefly, added chopped leafy greens, simmered for only a few seconds, then quickly turned off the heat. Finally, he poured over a pre-prepared secret sauce, and a pot of tender shiitake mushroom and fish soup was ready. The steaming fish soup emitted an enticing aroma, whetting everyone's appetite. Being able to eat hot food in this apocalyptic world was a blessing in itself. Zhou Shuan began serving the soup, filling each person's bowl to the brim. Yu Xian also came to help. The fish slices in the bowls were translucent, the shiitake mushrooms plump and tempting, and the leafy greens vibrant and fresh. Even though she was tired of eating fish and seafood, she couldn't help but swallow hard. After the temperature dropped sharply, the fish caught had exceptionally firm and delicate flesh, completely devoid of any fishy smell. Zhong Tiyun, worried that everyone wouldn't be full from just one bowl of fish soup, also steamed some taro. Since arriving on the island, the Zhou family harvested taro twice. Due to the geographical environment and climate, the taro they harvested was small, about the size of a child's fist. After steaming, each person received 1 or 2. This is now the most common staple food on the island, but compared to fish, the taro harvest is still extremely limited. Therefore, the relief rations distributed are all smoked fish. Taro is still quite delicious for most people. After harvesting their first 2 batches of taro, the Zhou family carefully preserved it in front of outsiders, only eating it occasionally. Later, when they had a plentiful catch of fish, they exchanged a large quantity of fish with the mothership for taro. So even now, their family still had a good supply of taro, and no one suspected anything. Zhou Jianhai and the others each had a large bowl of fish soup, paired with freshly steamed taro, They were incredibly satisfied with their meal. After the meal, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went directly to the mothership's medical ward. The medical ward was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, and the air was slightly stuffy. Zhou Shuan led Qi Mingyu to the examination room. After a series of examinations, the medical staff smiled. His vision has recovered very well, but don't stop the acupuncture. Continue the consolidation treatment for a while, and he should make a full recovery. Zhou Shuan held Qi Mingyu's hand tightly, a relieved smile on her face. Qi Mingyu also smiled slightly. Now that they were on the mothership, they should at least visit Captain Chen, who was still hospitalized. The Zhou family hadn't visited since they heard about his accident. Under the cover of her backpack, Zhou Shuan took out 2 slightly damp packs of cigarettes, a fish, and several brown-skinned taro. She put them in a bag and went to Captain Chen's private ward. After about 10 days of recuperation, Captain Chen had accepted the fact of amputation. When Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu knocked and entered, Captain Chen was sitting in a wheelchair, looking out the window. Seeing the two of them, Captain Chen gave a slightly haggard but gentle smile. "What brings you here?" Zhou Shuan placed the bag on the cabinet. "Captain Chen, we had some business to attend to today and happened to be in the intensive care unit, so we thought we'd drop by to see you." She looked at Captain Chen, paused, and then asked, "How are you feeling now?" Amputees not only suffer the pain of phantom limbs, but also experience numerous inconveniences in daily life. It would take at least a year or 2 to adjust. But Captain Chen possessed an iron will. He glanced down at his leg and smiled faintly. "Anyway, just surviving is a blessing from heaven." He then looked sharply at Qi Mingyu. "Xiaoqi, are your eyes better?" Before coming, Qi Mingyu had discussed it with Zhou Shuan and felt that Captain Chen was currently at his most vulnerable and sensitive point, while Qi Mingyu's vision had only just recovered. Bringing it up during a visit might make the captain feel even more uncomfortable. Therefore, once they met, Zhou Shuan would greet him, while he stood by, seemingly invisible. Upon entering the ward, Qi Mingyu stood there, letting the two talk without moving an inch. But unexpectedly, Captain Chen was so perceptive, noticing his abnormality in just a few minutes. Truly, he's worthy of being the captain of the mothership. Qi Mingyu stepped forward, sat opposite Captain Chen, nodded slightly, and said in a steady tone, "Captain Chen, my vision has just recovered, and I'm still under observation." Upon hearing this, Captain Chen showed no trace of sadness. Instead, his smile deepened. He looked at Qi Mingyu with satisfaction, and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his broad hand. "Good. I said before that it was a real pity that you lost your sight, given your abilities. Now it's truly a blessing in disguise. In the future, if needed, I still ask you and your wife to help. Don't refuse." Qi Mingyu immediately stood up, his movements clean and efficient, and snapped to attention with a military salute. "Yes, sir." Perhaps because of Qi Mingyu's restored vision, Captain Chen was in high spirits and engaged in lively conversation. He chatted for a long time with Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, discussing everything from the fleet's work to the island's future and various measures to deal with natural disasters, his words revealing wisdom and foresight. When Vice Captain Shang entered, he saw the three of them chatting happily. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three. Captain Chen, seeing his old partner enter, immediately waved, "Old Shang, come in, this is an unexpected surprise." Little Qi's eyesight has recovered, all thanks to Dr. Zhou's persistent acupuncture treatments. Vice Captain Shang then noticed Qi Mingyu's eyes, his face lighting up with delight. He placed his lunchbox on the nearby cabinet, quickly walked to Qi Mingyu, and carefully examined his eyes. "Excellent. This is truly wonderful news." He turned to Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with admiration. "Dr. Zhou, you have a miraculous healing touch." Zhou Shuan blushed slightly. After learning that Qi Mingyu had undergone a full examination in the medical ward and was recovering well, Vice Captain Shang seemed thoughtful. Seeing this, Captain Chen asked directly, "Old Shang, what's wrong?" Vice Captain Shang didn't hesitate, turning his gaze to Zhou Shuan, his expression serious. "Dr. Zhou, the Navy's loss rate has remained consistently high in recent years, mainly due to natural disasters. We have to prioritize rescuing civilians, while also salvaging supplies, so the Navy's loss rate is very high. Some people have been forced to retire because the medical conditions on the mothership were inadequate." He paused before continuing, "There are actually a few Navy personnel in the fleet who have suffered eye injuries and gone blind. I wonder if you would be willing to treat them." Before Zhou Shuan could answer, he continued, "Of course, you are currently our mothership's temporary doctor. If you're willing, you don't need to work full shifts with the doctors in the medical ward, you only need to look after these few people. Your salary will be paid as usual, the same as other chief physicians." Chapter 666. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuan's eyes flashed with surprise. However, she had always held this fleet in high esteem, and naturally had no objection to helping them in any way she could. She nodded, readily agreeing, "Okay, I'm willing to try." Vice Captain Shang and Captain Chen exchanged a smile, their faces showing relief. But Zhou Shuan also gave a heads up. "However, there's one thing I need to clarify beforehand. Everyone's situation is different. Xiao Yu's blindness was caused by excessive blood stasis in the back of her head, which compressed her optic nerve. Through gradual acupuncture treatment to absorb the blood stasis, there might be good results. But some people don't have this condition. Without surgery, acupuncture alone might have limited effects." Captain Chen and the others certainly understood this. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, who would give up easily, Captain Chen immediately nodded, his tone firm, "Of course. Since I entrusted this entirely to you, then whatever treatment you give, whether it works or not, is up to fate. Don't worry, whatever the outcome, I explained everything clearly to them." With that, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were both relieved. Everyone knew that Zhou Shuan had used acupuncture on her mother's lower back, enabling her to stand up again. Therefore, Captain Chen took the opportunity to suggest that Zhou Shuan also examine some people paralyzed due to nerve damage, and if they could be treated, request her to provide acupuncture as well. Besides Dr. Wei, the most skilled acupuncturist on the entire mothership was probably Zhou Shuan, a self-taught traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Faced with this request, Zhou Shuan agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I will do my best." Captain Chen nodded in satisfaction, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Then I trouble you, Dr. Zhou. You are all our most important strength. The more people we heal, the more strength we can preserve for the fleet." Back at the underground base, Zhou Shuan told her family and Jipeng in detail about the request Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang had made. Everyone was very supportive. Being a doctor is about saving lives, and having experienced blindness and paralysis themselves, they understood the two experts' request even better. However, Zhong Tiyu was worried, her brow furrowed with concern. "This ice particle storm is so powerful. What if it happens again? I'm really worried about leaving Shuwan alone on the mothership." The mothership's medical area was their best and largest, so she would definitely go there for treatment. But the disaster caused by the super ice particle storm was extremely severe, and Zhong Tian worried that if it happened, Zhou Shuwan would be trapped alone on the mothership. Qi Mingyu then said, "It's alright, I'm free right now, I go with Wan every day." Zhou Shuwan frowned, "We need someone at home too. I'm worried about letting you come with me." She was worried about her parents. With Qi Mingyu by their side, they would be much safer. Since the underground base was completed, Mumu had resigned from his position in the mothership's rescue area. He was originally going there as an intern doctor, so he didn't receive a salary. Therefore, resigning was easy. Mumu then spoke up, "Then why don't I go with my sister? My brother-in-law can stay home and take care of mom and dad. When my sister is doing acupuncture, I can learn and help." The two of them going together would make it easier for them to look after each other, and it would also allow Mumu to learn from the experience. The others also felt slightly relieved. Qi Mingyu nodded, "Okay, then we arrange it that way." Zhou Shuwan instructed him, "Since I won't be here for several days, you must take care to rest and avoid overusing your eyes." Qi Mingyu nodded and smiled slightly. "Don't worry." The next day, Zhou Shuwan took up her post. The warship had already brought the 4 blind soldiers over. They had all been discharged after losing their sight. Although the mothership would provide food and drink, being so young and blind meant they would be a significant burden to others during a disaster. Therefore, the 4 men Zhou Shuwan met were all very thin, haggard, and listless, lacking any of the vitality that young people should have. Zhou Shuwan didn't rush to cheer them up. Instead, she took their pulses, examined their eyes, and inquired about the specific details of their injuries, the doctor's diagnosis, and the treatment methods used. This alone kept her busy all morning. By the time she left the medical hall, it was already noon. Mumu retrieved the food for her, a bowl of fish head soup, 2 pieces of smoked fish, and even a quarter of a boiled egg sliced. Zhou Shuwan was somewhat surprised. The hens at the breeding farm are laying quite a lot of eggs. They even have enough for everyone. Her family certainly didn't lack eggs, but they always ate them discreetly. However, for the other survivors, it had been a very long time since they had smelled eggs. Mumu whispered in her ear, "I heard the hens at the breeding farm have been laying a lot of eggs lately, so they allocated some to the doctors and sailors to supplement their nutrition. With so many people sharing, the extra production would only be enough for a few meals." Zhou Shuwan enjoyed the treatment of a doctor, while Mumu, merely and in turn, received only a bowl of fish head soup and 2 pieces of smoked fish, but no eggs. Zhou Shuan nodded knowingly, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and quickly placed a peeled boiled egg in Muumu's bowl. Eat quickly. Muumu took a bite and grinned at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan then gave Muumu a large chicken leg, and ate one herself before feeling full. The mothership had chickens and ducks, so the chicken flavor wasn't as pronounced as pork. The Zhou family would come to the mothership to exchange for chickens to supplement their nutrition, then mix the chicken into their own spatial storage to avoid detection. In the afternoon, Zhou Shuan and Muumu began acupuncture treatment for 4 blind soldiers. Because acupuncture requires absolute silence, the 4, originally scheduled for the medical hall, were moved to a private room. The subtle sounds of acupuncture were exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Zhou Shuan meticulously manipulated the silver needles, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she didn't pause for a moment. Muumu observed attentively, carefully recording each soldier's reaction, occasionally handing them cotton balls or towels, her gaze focused and earnest. A faint scent of medicine mingled with the smell of disinfectant, filling the entire room. Of the 4 soldiers, 3 had similar symptoms, differing only slightly in the degree of vision impairment. However, the 4 soldiers' optic nerve damage symptoms were very similar to Qi Mingyu's, but more severe. Zhou Shuan felt the others' cases were uncertain, but this person had a chance of complete recovery through acupuncture. Therefore, she paid close attention to him. This soldier was named Jiang Chasheng, a little younger than the others, around 28 or 29 years old. He had just joined the Navy when the apocalypse broke out. Chapter 667. However, due to his outstanding performance and various considerations by his superiors, he was ultimately selected as a member of the mothership fleet. A year ago, while rescuing someone, he was struck on the back of the head by a falling log. He vomited blood and was unconscious for a long time. When he awoke, he was blind. The medical staff diagnosed him with a bruise on the back of his head, likely affecting his optic nerve. Zhou Shuan gave him acupuncture for several days, and he said his headache had improved. Since it was effective, he could continue. A few days later, a major event occurred on the mothership, shaking the entire fleet. After careful consideration, Captain Chen believed he was now crippled and no longer suitable to lead the fleet. Therefore, he wanted to hand over the position of captain to Vice Captain Shang. Vice Captain Shang naturally refused several times, but after some secret discussion between Captain Chen and him, Vice Captain Shang finally agreed. That day, they held a simple handover ceremony on the mothership. It was a somber night. The atmosphere in the mothership's command center was heavy and solemn. Captain Chen sat in a wheelchair, his weathered face etched with the marks of time and hardship. The amputation of his leg hampered his movement, and his once sharp eyes now held a hint of weariness. Lieutenant Commander Shang stood beside him, his expression complex. The fleet's officers stood around, each with a serious expression. The ceremony was simple. There were no flowery words, no impassioned speeches, only Captain Chen's calm, slightly hoarse voice. Lieutenant Commander Shang, the future of the fleet is entrusted to you. Remember, protect our survivors, this is our common goal. His voice, though deep, was full of power, like a hard rock, conveying a sense of responsibility that had been ingrained for many years. Vice Captain Shang straightened his back, saluted, and said firmly, "Please rest assured, Captain, I will certainly not let you down, and will lead the fleet to a brighter future." After the ceremony, Vice Captain Shang immediately explained the future arrangements to Captain Chen. "Captain, you are extremely important to the entire fleet. Even after retiring, we will still need your advice on fleet matters from time to time. Your office and residence will remain unchanged." Captain Chen nodded, not refusing. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Moreover, there was a deeper reason why he was willing to step down. Since his injury, his physical condition had deteriorated rapidly. Not only had his leg been amputated, but other parts of his body also suffered severe trauma, causing him immense pain. His memory was failing, making it impossible for him to command the fleet as clearly as before. He vaguely sensed that he was no longer capable of fulfilling the heavy responsibility of captain, while Vice Captain Shang, his comrade-in-arms of many years, was more than 10 years younger than him and possessed superior energy, stamina, and memory, making him undoubtedly the best successor. Vice Captain Shang was better than him in every way. After the ceremony, Vice Captain Shang, now Captain Shang, went to Captain Chen's room. Vice Captain Shang held an exquisite wooden box in his hand. "Captain, this is a wooden box I had carved. Inside are the medals and decorations you received over the years. I think you should keep them safe." These medals and badges were borrowed from him by Captain Sean a few days ago. He never expected it was for this purpose. Captain Chin slowly reached out, gently stroking the surface of the wooden box, his fingertips feeling the grain of the wood, as if touching a glorious past. He slowly exhaled. All right, thank you, old Shang. Vice Captain Sean looked at Captain Chin, his heart filled with respect. Captain, your contributions to the fleet are unparalleled. Even if you are no longer captain, your significance to the fleet remains irreplaceable. Captain Chin looked at him and slowly smiled. All right, I recovered for a few days now. It's time to take out the good wine you gave me and have a drink. His wound hadn't healed yet. Vice Captain Sean hesitated, but he also clearly saw the melancholy in the other's eyes. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he didn't refuse. All right. In the dim light, with the sea breeze blowing outside the window, the two clinked their glasses. Come on, cheers. May the apocalypse end soon, and peace arrive quickly. Haha, right. Captain Sean's first major task, after taking command, was another silent blizzard. This blizzard came swiftly. The sky seemed to have been torn open, and large snowflakes poured down, instantly turning the ground silvery white. Zhou Shuan's silver needles remained firmly inserted into the soldiers' acupuncture points, as if the outside commotion was irrelevant to her. Moo stood by the window, her brows slightly furrowed. Her gaze lingered through the glass at the increasingly heavy snowfall, then she looked at her sister, who was intently inserting acupuncture needles. Her lips moved, but she ultimately remained silent. After the blizzard, an ice storm is likely to follow, and he wants to take this opportunity to go back to the underground base with his sister. However, the timing was unfortunate. The acupuncture treatment absolutely could not be stopped, otherwise it would have the opposite effect. Zhou Shuan heard the commotion outside but didn't look up. She simply instructed Moo, find a light and keep it nearby, just in case the power goes out. Her fingers continued to move nimbly among the silver needles, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, which she casually wiped away with her sleeve. Okay. Moo replied, turning around to retrieve a spare light from a cabinet in the corner and placing it on the table next to Zhou Shuan. And what about Yushuan? The hall is quite crowded. If things get serious and people move over here, go find her and bring her here to take shelter. Zhou Shuan continued, her tone devoid of any panic. Okay. Moo watched her older sister handle the situation with ease, diligently performing acupuncture while considering all the possible consequences. She felt both admiration and a sense of self-reflection. His sister always remained calm in the most critical moments. This composure and calmness were something he could never learn. Although he had gained much more experience than before, he was still far too inexperienced compared to his sister and brother-in-law. He clenched his fists tightly. He was going to be the adult of the family from now on. He needed to think things through more carefully. He couldn't always rely on his sister and brother-in-law to lead the family. Time ticked by, and the blizzard showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it grew heavier, threatening to engulf the entire world. The blizzard had transformed into a super ice pellet storm. This time, the ice pellets were like small hailstones, each the size of a pebble. The storm was incredibly powerful. When the ice pellets hit the ground, they could almost create a crater. When they hit the mothership's hull, that area immediately became pitted and uneven. Chapter 668. With the arrival of this ice pellet storm, the temperature dropped another 10 degrees, now reaching below -50 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, when the blizzard started, people immediately moved underground, even if they were on the ground. In the ward where Zhou Shuan and the others were, the ice pellets, large as pebbles, pelted the cabin and windows like bullets, swift and rapid, making a terrifying thud. Zhou Shuan, however, was completely unaffected, focusing solely on performing acupuncture on the next person. Because of the series of major disasters, the windows on the mothership had been replaced several times. Therefore, the windows in the rescue area used the strongest tempered glass, which had withstood several ice pellet storms before. Moo could only pray that it would withstand this one as well. Suddenly, the mothership's electrical system fluctuated, the overhead lights flickered a few times, and then went out completely. Darkness instantly engulfed the room, with only the backup light beside Zhou Shuan emitting a faint glow, barely illuminating her profile. The power's out, Moo whispered, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He quickly stood up, walked to the door, and peered through the crack. The corridor was pitch black, with only the faint sounds of hurried footsteps and whispers in the distance. But soon, the backup power came on. A dim light illuminated the corridor and the ceiling of the hall. At least it wasn't completely dark anymore. Moo responded, quickly put on his coat, opened the door, and went outside. The first aid area was bustling with people, and footsteps could be heard outside. People from other areas were likely being evacuated here under the escort of the Navy. He found Yuxian sitting blankly in the first aid area and hurriedly brought her back. Yuxian's face was pale, clearly shaken by the blizzard outside. She entered the room and saw Zhou Shuan busy at work. She dared not make a sound, but discreetly held a flashlight to illuminate the area for Zhou Shuan. During the brief power outage, the entire medical ward was plunged into darkness, with only a few stray beams of flashlight flickering in the corridor. The medical staff were already accustomed to such situations, and quickly adjusted their mindset, continuing their work. The chill from outside gradually seeped in. The head of the medical ward directed the nurses to open the corridor windows, allowing the cold air to circulate with the indoor heating. During the power outage, all the mothership's resources would be prioritized for the medical ward, so everyone else on the mothership would be transferred here. Yuxian was still worried. After a while, she came out to check on the people being transferred and saw Jiping and Xue Dong sitting in the corridor, both with grave expressions. She hurried over and greeted them softly. "Brother, cousin Dong, are you all right?" Jiping quickly stood up. "I was just telling Dong Dong I was looking for you. Where did you go?" Yuxuan explained that Sister Wanwan had called her to her ward, which was warmer than outside. Jiping smiled with relief and gratitude. "Okay, you should thank Sister Wanwan and Mumu. You go ahead, we stay here, it's warm here too." Xue Dong nodded, his tone concerned. "Yes, Yuxuan, don't worry about us, we can handle it ourselves." Yuxuan pursed her lips. "Okay, I was just worried about you, so I came to check on you. If anything happens, come find me in that ward." After they both nodded, she noticed Jiping was holding a flashlight, so she borrowed it from him and took it back. Upon entering the ward, she used the flashlight to shine on Zhou Shuan's room, making it brighter. Zhou Shuan smiled at her and thanked her. After finally finishing acupuncture on the injured patients, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest with Yuxuan and Mumu on a nearby chair. She had been working for 3 hours straight, and Mumu felt sorry for her, so she handed her a roasted taro. "Sister, this is what I had left over from lunch, you can have it." Zhou Shuan took it, broke it in half, and handed it to Yuxian. "You should eat too, there's a power outage, so the food probably won't be delivered for a while." Yuxian quickly waved her hand, her tone slightly embarrassed. "Sister Wanwan, you eat quickly, don't worry about me. I ate a lot at lunch, I'm not hungry now." Zhou Shuan didn't say anything more, and directly stuffed the taro into her hand. "Eat quickly, there's a power outage, I don't know when the food will be delivered." After the last ice storm, everyone on the mothership went hungry for days. Yuxian couldn't refuse any longer, so she took the taro, thanked her, and ate it in small bites. The sweet aroma of the taro spread in her mouth, and although it was leftovers from lunch, it felt especially precious in this environment. Just then, a slight commotion came from outside. Mumu walked to the door, gently opened it a crack, peeked out, then closed it again, turned around, and said, "Captain Shang and Captain Chen are here." The head of the medical ward had originally wanted to arrange a private room for them, but the two captains wouldn't agree, waving their hands and saying they could just wait in the lobby. This was precisely the time when the captain needed to be on the front lines, directing operations and calming the crowd. There was no room for special privileges. Therefore, the commotion earlier was the sound of others standing up to greet them as they approached. The sound of ice pellets hitting the glass outside grew louder and louder, deafeningly so. For safety's sake, Zhou Shuan, along with Mumu and Yuxian, moved a table to the window and propped it up to block the glass. This was to prevent the powerful impact of shattered glass from injuring anyone. The soldiers who had been resting on their beds felt a little embarrassed by the commotion and asked if they needed help. Zhou Shuan smiled and raised her voice. In such noise, a low voice would be unheard. "It's nothing serious now. I call on you if anything comes up later. I just gave you acupuncture, now you just need to rest." The soldiers were grateful, yet somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Shuan sat there, chatting with them and reassuring them. In the darkness, facing such an environment, one would indeed feel uneasy. Qi Mingyu felt the same way back then, but his introverted nature meant that even when uneasy, he would only hold her hand tightly and silently, not letting anyone discover his unease and anxiety. After waiting for another 2 hours, the temperature inside the mothership gradually dropped. Mumu, who had been sitting there, almost dozing off, suddenly felt the cold surrounding him. Zhou Shuan quickly woke him up. "Mumu, wake up. The room is getting cold. I can't sleep." Mumu woke up with a start. "Is the heating system broken? I go check." He went to the corridor, outside, and checked the thermometer. It showed -3 degrees Celsius. The temperature was over 10 degrees Celsius before. In just an hour or two, it had plummeted by more than 10 degrees. Chapter 669. However, he overheard Captain Sean listening to the maintenance crew's report that the heating system, having been cut off from the entire mothership from the beginning and only supplying heat to the rescue area, was currently holding up. In other words, the heating system wasn't broken, the outside temperature had plummeted. The rescue area's lobby and corridors were a hive of activity. All the Navy and maintenance personnel were mobilized. Captain Chen's first thought was about the temperature in their 3 planting and breeding cellars. Although they normally relied on burning coal to maintain the cellar temperature, in this emergency, even a slight oversight could cause the plants growing in the cellars to wither or die. But Major Wei was troubled. In this situation, we could only hope that the personnel responsible for planting will notice the sharp drop in temperature in time. Our people can't get there immediately. The ice storm outside was at its most critical moment. Going out might result in serious injury. Captain Chen knew this too, and sighed inwardly. Then we could only wait. Another half-hour passed, and apparently, the heating system had increased the amount of coal supplied, causing the indoor temperature to rise slightly, but only to reach 0 degrees Celsius before stagnating. People quickly put on their down jackets, and sat there waiting. Captain Sean also gave orders to keep everyone awake, worried that, like during a severe cold snap, the temperature might suddenly drop by tens of degrees, and people might never wake up. They finally made it to the latter half of the night, but the temperature had dropped again, reaching minus 13 degrees Celsius indoors. Even with the heating on, wearing thick down jackets, the biting cold was still palpable. Zhou Shuwen's expression was grave, white breath puffing out of her mouth as she spoke. It seems the outdoor temperature has dropped by at least 20 or 30 degrees. Their temperature had already fallen to below minus 40 degrees Celsius. But now, was it already minus 60 or minus 70 degrees Celsius outside? Or even lower? Before the apocalypse, the temperature at the North and South Poles was generally around minus 70 degrees Celsius, with rare exceptions where Antarctica could reach minus 100 degrees Celsius. But those were extremely rare cases, and the low temperatures were limited to the polar regions. If the temperature here also dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius, and the entire sea area was that low, with the seabed frozen into thick ice sheets, then fishing would be completely out of the question. The people in the rescue area felt extremely cold. Fortunately, there were only a few hundred people on the mothership. After careful consideration, the 2 captains agreed to bring in 2 large iron stoves and burn coal in the central area of the rescue area. Since venting the mothership was difficult, they directly used chimneys to vent the gas to areas not currently in use. With 2 large, blazing iron stoves, the indoor temperature gradually rose. The hall was also warmer than the indoors, so the patients and their families, who had been crammed into the wards, came out wrapped in thick down jackets. They sat on the ground outside or on small stools they had brought from home, enduring the long night together. Zhou Shuwan, along with Mumu and Yushuan, helped the 4 blind soldiers outside and wrapped them in blankets from their beds. Mumu was given a small stool each. Zhou Shuwan somehow obtained 2 military overcoats. Mumu wore one, while she and Yushuan shared the other. Captain Sean also gave the order to have all the down jackets and blankets in the warehouse brought out and distributed to everyone. Finally, the second day arrived, and everyone couldn't resist falling asleep, swaying and staggering. Zhou Shuwan also dozed off for a while. When she woke up, she saw that Yuxian and Mumu were all sleeping soundly, and the temperature didn't seem to have dropped. She felt slightly relieved. There were people moving around in the hall and corridor. She got up and went to the window to observe the activity outside. Ice pellets were still pelting the glass and the ship's surface like bullets. The sound was actually quite noisy and deafening, but after spending a whole night in this environment, she no longer felt the deafening effect. Zhou Shuwan looked outside through her night vision goggles. In the pitch-black night, countless white ice pellets poured down like a torrential rain. As far as the eye could see, everything was a white blur, as if the entire world had been swallowed up by this ice pellet storm. She squinted slightly, trying to see through the dense ice pellets to get a clearer view of the distant scene, but found her vision couldn't penetrate the blurry white. She felt a pang of unease, worried about her family in the underground base. Although experience had shown that the threat from the ocean was gone, their greatest danger was the super ice pellet storm on the surface, and the underground base was far safer and warmer than the mothership. However, the outside temperature was extremely low, and no one could guarantee whether the underground base's insulation would hold up. At 9 o'clock in the morning, food was distributed to everyone on the mothership. It was fish soup cooked in 2 large iron stoves in the main hall, and then the bowls and chopsticks from the dining hall were brought over, giving each person a bowl of fish soup. The fish soup contained only 3 or 4 thin slices of fish meat and a small handful of shredded mushrooms. This was certainly not enough to fill them up. However, people had long suffered from food and clothing shortages, and their appetites had shrunk considerably. In such cold weather, a bowl of hot fish soup was already a rare treat. With many people around, Zhou Shuwan didn't prepare any special dishes for them. Instead, she and Moo Moo obediently finished their bowl of fish soup. The taste was mild, not too fishy, and quite pleasant. After eating, Zhou Shuwan couldn't resist going to the window to look outside. In the still dark night sky, countless ice pellets hurled towards them. She gazed into the distance. Moo Moo knew she was worried about her family back at the underground base, and couldn't help but come over and stand beside her. "Sister, don't worry too much. The underground base is safer than here." Zhou Shuwan smiled at him. "Although I know that, I still can't help but worry. You know about the last time the passage was blocked, so they'd probably be more prepared this time." The most effective, yet also the most rudimentary, way to prevent the passage from being blocked is to have people take turns guarding it, immediately starting to de-ice it as soon as there's any sign of freezing. However, with such a large ice storm, it wouldn't take long for a thick layer of ice to form. Therefore, they would have to work many shifts just to barely keep up with the demand. The dangers involved are self-evident. Only Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu from the Zhou family would be chosen to be on duty. Zhou Shuwan was worried firstly that her father was old and in poor health, and might not be able to handle it, or worse, might be injured by the ice particles. Secondly, she was worried that Qi Mingyu's eyes had just recovered, and she didn't know if he would be injured again. Chapter 670. Fortunately, the temperature didn't keep dropping. After 2 more days, the ice storm finally ended, turning into a blizzard. A biting wind, carrying heavy snowflakes, howled and pounded against the mothership's hard metal hull, producing a low, mournful sound. Through the thick glass windows of the rescue area, Zhou Shuwan could see a white, misty world outside, with visibility extremely low. At this time, people could go outside. Captain Chen quickly arranged for personnel to begin clearing a passage to the outside. Just like last time, the mothership's deck and exterior cabins were frozen solid, like solid ice. However, with the experience from last time, the ice-breaking work proceeded quickly, with significantly improved efficiency. Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo returned to the underground base immediately. The underground passage also looked newly opened, and Qi Mingyu was standing at the entrance, looking out. Upon seeing Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo, even though they were both wearing air-conditioned suits, he recognized them immediately and hurried over, frowning slightly. "Why is there so much snow again?" Based on past experience, this blizzard should subside quickly. The blizzard outside was too intense. The pure white snow, like goose feathers, froze instantly into ice crystals on their masked faces, severely impairing vision. Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo didn't have time to speak, grabbing Qi Mingyu's arm and quickening their pace. Only when they reached the entrance to the underground passage did they exhale a sigh of relief. "My God, it's so cold outside." Qi Mingyu's expression was serious as he pointed to the thermometer beside him, the numbers clearly visible, -70 degrees Celsius. Zhou Shuwan and Moo Moo exchanged a glance and fell silent. Once the passageway on the mothership was cleared, they all knew the outside temperature. Just as Zhou Shuwan had guessed, even with heating, the temperature in the rescue area had dropped by more than 20 degrees Celsius, let alone outside. -72 degrees Celsius. Probably because they were at sea, the temperature around the mothership was even lower. Although the ice storm disaster was over, everyone's hearts were heavy. -70 degrees Celsius. She knew all too well what that meant. It wasn't just a drop in temperature, it was a huge challenge to resources and lives. Within 2 days, shocking news came from the mothership. Captain Chen had almost dispatched 2 ships to fish. This news was like a bomb, instantly causing an uproar at the base. In this situation, just breaking the ice is incredibly difficult, and success is uncertain. Yet the mothership is sending ships out to fish. Aren't they afraid of a one-way trip? Not to mention the ocean is completely frozen solid, the ships certainly can't pass. Zhou Shuwan has been going to the mothership every day lately to keep Moo Moo company, and thus learn the inside story before anyone else. Moo Moo excitedly whispered to everyone, "Ever since the icebreakers were too slow, the engineers on the mothership have been trying to convert the existing ships into ice-gliding vessels. Fishing is secondary, the main purpose is to see what's going on outside. Now the conversion is successful, and they confirm that the waters around the island are frozen solid, so the mothership is preparing to send people out. This is the first time out to sea since the ice storm. It's bound to be dangerous." Zhou Jianhai frowned, his voice filled with worry. Jiping and the others frowned, pessimistic about the trip. Zhou Shuan had initially just been listening to the commotion, hoping they would bring back good news. Unexpectedly, this matter was related to her. Early that morning, she had just arrived at the mothership's medical area when Lieutenant Yun came to fetch her, saying that Captain Shan requested her presence. Zhou Shuan went to Captain Chen's office, where Captain Shan got straight to the point. Dr. Zhou, this is the ice skating boat's first voyage, and we're all worried. Your sense of direction is the strongest among everyone on the island, so we discussed it, and hope you can come along. In case we get lost, you can bring everyone back. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Captain Shan continued, his tone much gentler. This isn't an order, just a request. The final decision is yours. Don't worry, whether you agree or not, it won't affect your treatment on the island or on the mothership, so you don't need to worry about that. Zhou Shuan trusted Captain Shan's character. She nodded slightly, organizing her thoughts. Captain, this matter is of great importance. I need to go back and discuss it with my family. There's also something else, those blind soldiers, I'm currently in charge of them. Their daily acupuncture treatments can't be stopped. Captain Chen nodded, seemingly expecting this. We considered that. If you decide to go, we send other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to learn from you for a few days, and temporarily take over your work. Zhou Shuan looked at Captain Chen, listening to his thorough arrangements, knowing in her heart that they had considered this matter completely. She paused, then stood up. Okay, then I go back and think about it. Back in the warm underground base, Zhou Shuan took off her heavy air-conditioned suit and let out a long sigh of relief. Zhong Tian immediately came forward. Zhou Shuan told her family about Captain Shan's request. Indeed, everyone felt this voyage was extremely dangerous. Leaving aside other factors, the possibility of a sudden ice storm en route was unavoidable. Even a large mothership like the one carrying Captain Chen could be injured and have a limb amputated. Imagine the danger for a small fishing boat. Zhong Tian firmly disagreed. No, I won't agree. It's too dangerous, and our family doesn't lack anything. She lowered her voice, omitting the word supplies, and looked seriously at Zhou Shuan. Shuan, you absolutely cannot agree. Dehai, what do you say? Perhaps seeing that Zhou Shuan didn't respond immediately, Zhong Tian immediately turned to Zhou Jianhai for an alliance. Zhou Jianhai didn't immediately offer his opinion, only frowning and remaining silent. Mumu looked around, insisting on going with her sister. Wherever sister goes, I'm going. Even at sea, with him by her side, the survival rate would increase by half. Zhou Jianhai scolded him. Mumu, don't make things worse. He looked at Zhou Shuan. Wan, what do you think? Zhou Shuan shook her head slightly. I haven't decided yet. Then she looked at Qi Mingyu. Brother Yu, what do you think? While everyone was expressing their opinions, Qi Mingyu had been pondering. Hearing this, he said, going is fine, but we need to be fully prepared. Zhou Shuan had already proven to them that because of her spatial abilities, she could sense distant locations and wouldn't get lost. This was her greatest advantage, so no one was worried about them getting lost along the way. But what they were worried about was how those at sea would take refuge when the ice storm hit. Qi Mingyu had a vague idea. Chapter 671. If the seabed ice is completely frozen solid, then, in the event of an ice pellet storm, we can try digging a space large enough to accommodate dozens of people in the sea, and then seal it over our heads. Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. This idea was bold and practical. She nodded slightly. This method is very sound and can effectively reduce the threat of ice pellet storms. We can tell Captain Shan about this idea. Perhaps they will adopt it. Without delay, she immediately went to the mothership with Qi Mingyu and explained Qi Mingyu's idea in detail. After listening, Captain Shan fell into deep thought, and for a moment, only his heavy breathing could be heard in the room. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Good. This is worth trying. I will immediately arrange for personnel to conduct sea trials. Over the next 2 days, 3 teams conducted tests in different locations at sea. With fuel equipment and power tools, the team was able to dig a space of 20 cubic meters, enough for more than a dozen people, in less than half an hour. Like a snowdrift during the coldest period, the thick ice provided excellent insulation. The crew dug an ice cellar, then used pulleys to move the boat onto it, creating a convenient and sturdy ceiling. They then secured the boat using various methods to prevent it from being swept away by the storm. The people took shelter in the ice cellar beneath the boat. A temperature test revealed that while the surface temperature was minus 70 degrees Celsius, the underground temperature was a mere minus 40 degrees Celsius. Wearing air-conditioned or cold-weather clothing, they could barely endure the cold. To further enhance safety, Captain Shang suggested, if we're worried about damage to the boat, we can forge rectangular plates from a boiling point alloy to cover the deck and critical areas of the fishing vessel. Boiling point alloys are lightweight yet incredibly strong. Even a powerful impact from ice pellets would only leave a shallow mark, which would recover within a few days. He handed Zhou Shuwan a piece of boiling point alloy as he spoke. It was something they had specifically placed on the deck for experiments. Boiling point alloys, indeed, were a composite of several minerals and metals discovered after the apocalypse. Both their strength and weight were far superior to any metals discovered before the apocalypse. Zhou Shuwan looked down at the smooth, pristine piece of alloy, having already made her decision. Captain Shang continued, the mothership has also tested it before, and this time we prepared sufficient materials. Therefore, once the fishing vessel sets sail, we have enough boiling point alloy. Zhou Shuwan wasn't going out to show off. She genuinely wanted to know what the situation was like outside. Has the whole world become a frozen wasteland like it is now? Only by deeply understanding what the world has become can they better cope with various dangers. Just like during the acid rain season, when she and Qi Mingyu followed Zhang Jia's convoy from north to south. This time, besides seeing the situation outside, there was another reason for her trip. The island's food supplies were all from previous reserves. With Zhou Shuwan along, she could at least discover hidden food on the seabed, preventing the fishing boats from making a wasted trip. Qi Mingyu didn't object to her going, but he had only one condition. He had to come along. This was different from her work on the mothership. The mothership had 2 captains, hundreds of sailors, and ample supplies, heating, and doctors. But now, no one could predict what dangers lay in the place she was going. Qi Mingyu couldn't stop her from doing what she was determined to do, so he could only go with her, share her burden, and protect her if she encountered danger. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu were also going, but this time it was truly more dangerous than before. After much deliberation, Zhou Shuwan decided to let them stay at the underground base. Mu Mu pouted in disappointment. He had wanted to help, but Zhou Shuwan gently stopped him, saying, Mu Mu, I feel more at ease if you stay home to take care of Mom and Dad. Zhou Shuwan felt that since she had already left, having Mu Mu stay home would better reassure her parents. Zhou Shuwan also asked Captain Shang to take extra care of her family. Captain Shang readily agreed and promised to send a patrol team to guard the vicinity of the Zhou family's residence to ensure their safety. If food became scarce or anyone in the Zhou family was injured, Captain Shang guaranteed that he would arrange for the Zhou family to receive supplies and medical care immediately. This was a promise of immense weight. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu boarded the modified fishing vessel. The hull, reinforced with a boiling point alloy, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The hull was thicker than before, and the deck was covered with a layer of silver-gray alloy plates, as if clad in an indestructible armor. Zhou Shuwan stood on the deck, took a deep breath, and waved towards her parents who were seeing her off. The light was dim, and the people seeing her off spontaneously brought flashlights, shining them on the 2 fishing vessels. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu were also among the crowd. Zhong Tiyun's eyes were slightly red, but she remained silent. Her daughter and son-in-law were going on a long journey. She had to be incredibly strong and not let them worry about her. Zhou Jianhai, however, knew her well. He calmly held her hand and whispered, Don't worry, our daughter knows what she's doing. She and Xiaoyu will definitely come back safely. Zhong Tiyun nodded silently. Suddenly, Mu Mu shouted, Sister, brother-in-law, you must come back safely. This abrupt, loud voice startled everyone around him. Zhou Shuwan, however, heard it clearly on the boat and loudly replied, Okay. Her words were concise, yet carried her most solemn promise to her family. Qi Mingyu, holding her hand, waved in Mu Mu's direction. There, Jiping, Xuetao, and Yuxuan were also there, standing on tiptoe, peering through the crowd. They were lucky. They had family and friends to see them off. But most naval vessels on long voyages were alone. Captain Shang gave 10 minutes for farewell. When the time was up, the fishing boat captain gave the order, and the ship slowly set sail with a roar, the vibrations of the engine sending shivers down your spine. The direction is correct. The ice thickness is stable. A sailor monitoring the seabed told the captain. The captain breathed a slight sigh of relief. Everyone, be careful, there's nothing unusual on the surface, but we need to watch out for ice cracks. Yes, sir. The ship sailed smoothly out of the harbor, and gradually the people who had stood to see them off disappeared from sight. Zhou Shuwan didn't relax. She remained on the deck. One hand lightly touched the mast on the deck, sensing the sea beneath the ice. She closed her eyes, feeling every fluctuation around her through the ice, as if she could touch every inch of the seabed. As she had imagined, Her perception weakened when the seawater turned into ice. Liquid enhances her perception more easily than solidified liquid. But that was enough. Chapter 672. The ice skating boat slowly sailed away from their familiar island, the roar of its engine sounding particularly muffled on the ice. The sound of the boat rubbing against the ice was fine and dense, like countless tiny ice particles pressing against each other. Zhou Shuan stood in the cockpit, looking out through the thick bulletproof glass. The ice surface was uneven, full of cracks and dents. The ice skating boat carefully navigated around these obstacles, moving at a slow pace. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, his hand lightly resting on the bulkhead, his gaze focused intently ahead. The captain of the fishing boat was an old acquaintance of Zhou Shuan's, Major Wei. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu remained in the cockpit, making it easy to adjust the course and position as needed. Once the boat was moving smoothly, Major Wei took a moment to come to their seats. This was Qi Mingyu's first time at sea since regaining his sight. Major Wei, remembering he hadn't properly congratulated Qi Mingyu yet, walked over with a hearty smile. Captain Qi, your eyesight has recovered remarkably well. I haven't even congratulated you yet. He patted Qi Mingyu's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly and stood up. Thank you for your concern, Major Wei. I need your help on this voyage. Major Wei waved his hand with a smile. We're practically family. Your politeness makes me blush. He then turned to Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with curiosity. Dr. Zhou, I've been curious about how you navigate in this freezing weather. Zhou Shuan gently shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the ice ahead. Actually, there's no special equipment. It's probably just intuition. I always had a good sense of direction. I don't need to memorize directions. I just know where to go. Major Wei nodded thoughtfully, his tone tinged with admiration. That's true talent, something most people can only envy. He didn't mean anything by it, just genuine curiosity. After saying this, he sighed, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure on this voyage. 2 ships, nearly 300 people, and the ones sent by our superiors are all top-notch personnel from our mothership. If anything goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility. But with you, my natural-born navigator, I feel much more at ease. Zhou Shuan looked at Major Wei, her gaze resolute. Major Wei, in the face of natural disasters, individual strength is indeed insignificant. All I can do is try my best to ensure everyone's safety. Hearing this, Major Wei's expression softened with emotion, and he nodded solemnly. You're right, thank you. The ice skating boat continued its journey on the ice, time ticking by. The temperature outside the ship was terrifyingly low. A biting wind of over 70 degrees below zero swept through, and even through the thick hull, the piercing chill was palpable. The ship's heating system was running at full capacity, but even so, the air temperature was so low that everyone shivered. Everyone was wearing air-conditioned suits and cold-weather gear, only removing their face masks and placing them within easy reach. Just in case of an emergency, exposing their heads and faces to the minus 70 degrees Celsius air was no joke. It wasn't that they didn't wear masks for convenience. It was because wearing masks meant that the air-conditioned suits and cold-weather gear had to produce oxygen, which consumed a significant amount of stored electricity. Resources are limited now, so we shouldn't waste electricity if possible. Therefore, everyone tacitly removed their masks. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's masks were also placed nearby within easy reach. They talked quietly while observing their surroundings. When it was time to eat, everyone received a small bottle of warm canned chicken and a piece of compressed biscuit. This canned chicken was made from chickens raised on the mothership. After compression, it could be preserved for a long time. It was perfect as rations for people going to sea. However, canned chicken was much more expensive than fish, and the mothership usually wouldn't issue such supplies. This fishing team going to sea was more like a suicide squad. So the mothership gritted its teeth and issued a batch of canned chicken, pickled eggs, duck eggs, etc., as their rations. It was another kind of compensation. After gliding for 7 or 8 hours, Major Wei gave the order to rest in place. The crew sprang into action, checking the ship's condition, assigning watchmen, and paying particular attention to weather changes. In such extreme conditions, any negligence could lead to disaster. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu weren't on watch, so they rested in the bridge. Qi Mingyu took 2 insulated sleeping bags from his backpack and handed one to Zhou Shuan. Don't take off your air-conditioned clothes, just crawl in and sleep. Okay. You sleep first, I keep watch for a while longer before going to sleep. Years of exposure to extreme conditions had taught him not to place his hopes on others. Zhou Shuan took the sleeping bag, but shook her head. Your eyes have just recovered, don't overexert yourself. Let's take turns keeping watch. Chi Mingyu's tone was firm. I'm fine, you rest first. Your responsibilities are far more important, you can't afford to be without enough rest. Seeing Zhou Shuan about to say something, he added, listen to me. Seeing his resolute attitude, Zhou Shuan said nothing more, crawled into her sleeping bag, and closed her eyes. Chi Mingyu sat beside her, gazing out the window at the dark night sky. Occasionally, a gust of wind would whip up a snowflake on the ice, standing out starkly in the darkness. It wasn't until late into the night that Chi Mingyu finally crawled into his sleeping bag to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the ice skating boat started again, slowly moving along the ice. The ice field ahead still stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Chi Mingyu had quietly asked Zhou Shuan about the conditions underwater. Zhou Shuan's expression was serious as she said in a low voice, the seabed is like it's been frozen for hundreds of years. There's not a single trace of life. Then it seems finding food will be extremely difficult. Zhou Shuan gave a bitter smile. Yes, if in the end all life goes extinct, leaving only humans, how will we survive? The sheer loneliness of being the only one left after the entire world's demise could drive anyone mad. Chi Mingyu gently held her hand and whispered, it's okay, Wan, don't think the worst. Whatever we face next, we face it together. Take it one step at a time. He gazed into Zhou Shuan's eyes, his gaze incredibly gentle. You told me this, have you forgotten? He was referring to, when he lost his sight and faced disaster, he could only passively rely on others for care. His mental state collapsed then, and Zhou Shuan held him, saying she would lead him step by step out of the darkness. It was those words that gave him strength, allowing him to persevere until now. Now, recalling that time, it felt like an experience even darker than this eternal night. Zhou Shuan looked at him, unable to resist reaching out to touch his slightly stubbled cheek, and smiled gently. Chapter 673. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky in the eternal night was already very dark, but because of the vast ice plains, this layer of ice and snow added a touch of white to the inky night. Therefore, people could feel the darkness as it deepened. Chi Mingyu's brows furrowed sharply as he looked up at the sky. In the distance, a grayish-white cloud was rapidly approaching, with tiny ice particles shimmering within it. It's an ice particle storm, he shouted. Major Wei immediately gave the order, and the crew sprang into action. They had already practiced several times, their movements skilled and swift. The excavation of the ice cellars proceeded methodically, the crew wielding tools, the fuel generators roaring deafeningly. Soon, they had carved out 2 ice cellars in the ice. With nearly 300 men, the effort required to excavate even one ice cellar was immense. Moreover, they weren't sure if the ice cellar in the sea could withstand so many people. Therefore, they needed to dig 2 ice cellars. 1 cellar for each fishing vessel. Zhou Shuan and the others followed the first fishing vessel. Soon, the ice cellar was completed. Although the space inside was small, it was enough to accommodate everyone. A blanket was laid out inside to make it less slippery, and people climbed down one by one. The crew firmly secured boiling point alloy plates to keep parts of the hull to ensure it could withstand the approaching ice pellet storm. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu also joined the operation. They and the other crew members carried detection instruments and other important equipment into the ice cellar. Everyone moved faster. Major Wei's voice echoed on the ship, his tone steady, carrying an undeniable command. The ice pellet storm is coming. The crew quickened their pace, moving the last few crucial pieces of equipment into the ice cellar. Just as everything was ready, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from outside, followed by a storm of ice pellets. The ship rocked violently, ice pellets pelting the hull like bullets, creating a dense, resounding thud, like countless fists pounding on the metal shell. The boiling point alloy plate really worked. A crew member whispered, a hint of relief in his voice. Zhou Shuan sat in a corner of the ice cellar. She could feel the commotion outside. Each pound of ice pellets against the hull felt like a blow to her heart. Chi Mingyu sat beside her, his hand gripping hers tightly, his fingers slightly tightening. His gaze was fixed on the top of the ice cellar, as if he could see through the thick ice to the storm outside. Neither of them spoke, but their body heat and breathing provided silent support. The temperature inside the ice cellar gradually dropped, a chill seeping up from the ground. But they could only rely on the warmth of their air-conditioned suits to survive the cold. Time dragged on in the icebox, the sound of ice pellets pounding incessant. Major Wei had a small can of chicken and a pickled country bumpkin egg distributed. Although called a country bumpkin egg, due to the lack of seasonings after the apocalypse, this egg tasted vastly different from its pre-apocalyptic counterpart, but it was still a rare delicacy. For a moment, People forgot about the ice pellet storm outside, and instead held their country bumpkin eggs, savoring each bite. Major Wei, also holding an egg, joked with a familiar subordinate, "Major, the way you're holding this egg is like you're holding a gold nugget." Everyone else burst into laughter. This was, in fact, military life. Although disciplined, it wasn't boring, it was full of warmth. Major Wei swallowed the last bite of the country bumpkin egg, then laughed and cursed. "Look at you all, acting like you're handing me a gold nugget, and you're laughing at me. I haven't had an egg in ages." Before the apocalypse, who cared about eggs? His words made everyone a little somber. Finally, the first mate cheered them up. "Come on, let's drink water instead of wine." Damn it, who would have thought we had this experience before? We were all hiding in an icebox, eating meat and drinking wine, with supersized hailstones overhead. It was so much fun. That's right, come on, drink. Everyone raised their bottles, and took a big gulp. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, smiled, and also raised their bottles. With a can of chicken and country bumpkin eggs at the bottom, everyone was quite full. Judging from the noise of the ice storm above, it didn't seem like it would end anytime soon. They weren't staying warm in the ice cellar, worried that the ice below wasn't frozen solid enough, and would melt if the temperature rose. Then everyone would be in trouble. So, everyone was sitting there in their air conditioning suits, barely managing to fall asleep. Qi Mingyu was on night duty last night, so Zhou Shuan told him to go to sleep first, while she would stay on duty for a while before sleeping. Qi Mingyu argued with her for a while, but couldn't win, so he had to agree. Zhou Shuan watched him close his eyes, then looked at the others in the cellar. Most of them were asleep too. Only the person on night duty remained, carefully observing the activity above. She cautiously placed her hand on the ice, carefully feeling the outside. The moment Zhou Shuan's hand touched the ice, the vibrations from the ice were extremely intense, like countless tiny needles constantly pounding against her palm. The sound of ice pellets hitting the hull and the ice surface remained dense and heavy, like countless pebbles falling from the sky, striking metal and ice with a heart-pounding thud. She squinted slightly, trying to determine if the ice pellet storm outside had subsided. However, the vibrations of the ice continued unabated, showing no signs of abating. The only saving grace was that the hull, protected by a boiling point alloy, hadn't suffered significant damage. It shouldn't affect their journey. Zhou Shuan felt slightly relieved. She withdrew her hand, and slowly sat down to sleep. The next day, she was awakened by the sounds of people talking and moving around. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she heard was still the deafening sound of ice pellets hitting the ground outside. How strange, with such a loud noise, I don't know how she fell asleep. Qi Mingyu was already awake, sitting quietly with Major Wei, drawing something on the ground with a chopstick. Half of his attention was on Zhou Shuan. As soon as she stirred, he looked over, met her gaze, and slowly smiled. "Awake?" Zhou Shuan moved her stiff, numb body and walked over. "What are you doing?" "We're discussing which way to go after the ice storm stops," Qi Mingyu replied. On the small stool next to him was a half-empty can of food and a can of chicken. He reached for it and handed it to Zhou Shuan. "Captain Wei said today that each person gets half a can of food in the morning and evening, and a can of chicken or smoked fish at noon. We open one can each." Chapter 674. Zhou Shuan glanced at Major Wei. Her look was meaningless, but Major Wei inexplicably blushed, as if he had mistreated a lady. He touched his nose and, unusually, explained, "The first couple of days were just the beginning, so we arranged better food. We don't know how long it will be before we go back, so we have to be careful with our rations." Zhou Shuan smiled. "This is good enough. It's already quite plentiful." Everyone understood his arrangement, so there were no objections. The temperature inside the ice cellar gradually decreased, and the chill seeped up from the ground. Everyone was tightly wrapped in air-conditioned clothing, trying to minimize heat loss. Zhou Shuan sat in a corner, feeling the vibrations of ice pellets hitting the hull, silently calculating the time. Qi Mingyu sat beside her, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the top of the ice cellar, as if judging when the storm outside would stop. Major Wei occasionally got up, walked to the entrance of the ice cellar, and looked up. No one could predict this kind of weather. All they could do was wait. After a long while, the sound of ice pellets hitting the hull seemed to lessen. Major Wei, keenly aware of this, immediately stood up and said to everyone, "It seems the storm is weakening. We need to prepare. Once the storm stops, we must return to the ship immediately to check its condition." Everyone nodded and gathered their belongings. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also stood up, stretching their stiff bodies. The atmosphere inside the ice cellar became tense. Everyone waited for the storm to completely cease. Finally, the sound of ice pellets hitting the hull gradually disappeared, leaving only sporadic tapping sounds. Major Wei sent men up to check the situation. Soon, the crew reported that the area where the ice cellar exit met the ship's hull was frozen solid. This indicated the outside temperature was extremely low, but this was expected. Major Wei ordered his crew to focus on breaking the ice. "Everyone be careful, the ice is slippery, be safe." Major Wei shouted a warning. The crew, tools in hand, carefully chipped away at the ice, the sound of breaking ice ringing out crisply in the silent ice field. Once a passage was cleared, everyone slowly climbed out. Major Wei was the first to climb out of the ice cellar to assess the situation outside. The others followed, with Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu bringing up the rear. The ship's hull was covered in a thick layer of ice. The ice pellets from the ice storm had formed a solid crust on the surface. Major Wei immediately directed the crew to begin breaking the ice and clearing the hull. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also joined the ice-breaking effort. Zhou Shuan, ice axe in hand, gently tapped at the ice on the hull. Chunks of ice fell away, revealing the boiling point alloy plates on the hull's surface. The alloy plates remained smooth and undamaged. "The boiling point alloy really works," a crew member exclaimed excitedly, a hint of relief in his voice. Major Wei nodded calmly, and continued clearing the ice from the hull. Qi Mingyu walked to the side of the hull, carefully inspecting the critical parts. His gaze settled on a crack in the hull, his brow furrowing slightly. "Captain Wei, there's a crack here," Qi Mingyu shouted. Major Wei immediately came over, crouching down to examine the crack closely. The crack wasn't deep, but it was clearly formed during an ice pellet storm. He patted Qi Mingyu on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. "Luckily, the crack isn't serious. We have spare repair materials, we get it fixed quickly." Several repairmen sprang into action, taking out repair materials and beginning to mend the crack in the hull. Zhou Shuan walked to the bow, gazing into the distance. The ice field remained boundless, pitch black, seemingly endless. The hull repairs were quickly completed, and the crew confirmed the ship was in good condition and ready to continue sailing. Major Wei gave the order to set sail, and the ice skating boat slowly moved away from the ice cellar, continuing to glide across the ice field. The sound of the hull scraping against the ice surface rang out again. The lingering effects of the ice pellet storm had hardened the ice layer, causing it to rise several decimeters. Due to poor visibility, the ice skating boat's speed decreased. Zhou Shuan stood in the cockpit, looking out through the thick bulletproof glass. Cracks and dents appeared intermittently on the ice, and the ship carefully navigated around these obstacles. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, his gaze focused intently ahead. Major Wei approached and looked at Zhou Shuan. "Dr. Zhou, which direction do you think we should go next?" Forced to rest for a day and a night on the ice field, even Major Wei was unsure which direction to take. They had encountered numerous dangers right from the start. If they continued outward, moving further away from the island and the mothership, they might face mortal peril. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then looked up, her gaze resolute. "Let's continue eastward. Hope Island number 1 is in that direction. Perhaps we can go and check out the situation." The disappearance of Hope Island number 1 had been a lingering worry for everyone. The two captains had wanted to send someone to contact the people on Island number 1, but due to the extreme conditions, they ultimately gave up. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Shuan's words, Major Wei didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the crew to change course. But the reason Zhou Shuan ordered them to head east was because she had already scouted the area. The ice in this direction was relatively flat, offering less resistance and allowing for faster speed. The ice skating ship turned east and continued gliding across the ice field. Although the ice pellet storm had ended, the cold persisted. The temperature outside the ship was frighteningly low, forcing the crew to remain constantly vigilant. The ice skating ship traveled east for about 5 or 6 hours before the ice conditions gradually stabilized. Zhou Shuan stood in the cockpit, her gaze focused intently on the ice ahead, her fingers lightly resting on the bulkhead. Qi Mingyu, seemingly lost in thought, turned to look at her, his eyes questioning. Zhou Shuan shook her head without speaking. She had just discovered that beneath the ice was a mass of frozen fish. These were likely the last surviving fish from before the seawater froze, frozen there as the temperature plummeted. They were all frozen in the ice, each in an unnatural position. There weren't many fish, perhaps a few hundred. And each fish weighed only about 3 or 4 pounds, not the large fish they had caught before. The cockpit was crowded and noisy. She couldn't risk telling Qi Mingyu about this, lest someone overhear. She thought for a moment, then gave Qi Mingyu a meaningful look. The two had been married for many years, and understood each other perfectly. Qi Mingyu immediately understood and suggested to Major Wei, I noticed the sound of the ship gliding across the ice was different. Perhaps we should stop and rest for a while? After sailing for some time, the ship's energy consumption was high, and it was already night. Major Wei decided to rest on the spot. Chapter 675. He directed the crew to begin clearing the ice from the ship to prevent it from becoming too thick and affecting navigation. Everyone, be careful. The ice is slippery. Move steadily. Major Wei shouted a reminder. The crew, armed with ice axes, carefully cleared the ice from the hull. Ice chips continuously broke off from the hull, making a crisp crackling sound. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also joined the clearing effort. Qi Mingyu, wielding his ice axe, moved steadily and powerfully, each strike cleaving a large section of ice. Zhou Shuan looked at him with admiration. She stood beside him, helping to clear the ice chips aside. You're quite experienced, Zhou Shuan teased with a smile. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Back in military training, I often had to perform missions in extreme environments. I honed these skills a long time ago. The two chatted quietly as they cleared the hull, as if the harsh icy plain had become warmer because of their tacit understanding. After the ice was cleared from the ship, Major Wei ordered the crew to rest for a while. The crew members rushed into the cabins, took out their thermos cups, and drank some warm water to ward off the chill. Qi Mingyu pretended to smell something strange and looked under the ice with a flashlight. What's wrong? Qi Mingyu shook his head. Nothing, I just smelled a strong fishy smell. Since losing my sight, my sense of smell has become particularly acute. Maybe I'm just imagining things, he said casually. Major Wei suddenly realized something and quickly ordered someone to bring a more powerful flashlight. A crew member responded and soon returned with a high-powered flashlight. Major Wei took the flashlight, switched it on, and a blinding beam of light shone deep into the ice. The light pierced the ice, illuminating the scene beneath, a blurry, dark mass. Is that fish? One crew member couldn't help but lean closer, his voice filled with disbelief. It looks like it. Another crew member peered over, his voice brimming with excitement. Looks like a school of frozen fish. Major Wei didn't respond immediately. He had more high-powered flashlights brought over, turned them on, and aimed them at the ice. He crouched down, adjusting the beams to a more precise angle. The shadows beneath the ice gradually became clearer. Indeed, it was a school of fish, densely packed and frozen in the ice, each in a different pose, as if time had stood still for them. At first glance, it looked like a huge school of fish. It really is fish. Major Wei stood up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. So many fish. That's enough to replenish our supplies. Hearing this, the crew members crowded around, all very excited, discussing excitedly. How many pounds must that weigh? It looks like a lot. If we can haul all these fish up, our supply problem will be solved. But the ice is so thick, how are we going to haul them up? It'd take a lot of effort, won't it? Major Wei listened to the crew's discussion, his expression gradually becoming serious. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said in a deep voice, no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Even if the ice is thick, we have to break through it. After he finished speaking, he immediately ordered, everyone, prepare the ice-breaking tools. We have to haul these fish up as soon as possible. The crew sprang into action. Some fetched ice axes, others prepared ropes and nets, and still others inspected the ship's ice-breaking equipment. The entire deck was instantly a hive of activity, the sound of ice axes striking the ice breaking the silence of the icy plain. With everything ready, Major Wei directed the crew to begin breaking the ice. The ice axes struck the ice with a crisp thud, sending ice shards flying, but progress was remarkably slow against such a thick layer of ice. Speed it up. Don't stop. Major Wei's voice echoed across the ice. The crew gritted their teeth and quickened their pace, swinging their ice axes with even greater force. Under the continuous hammering, cracks finally began to appear in the ice. Progress. A crew member shouted excitedly, the ice is starting to crack. Major Wei walked over, crouched down to examine the cracks closely, and nodded in satisfaction. Keep going, don't let up. Power tools were also put into use. With continued hammering and cutting, the cracks in the ice widened, and finally, through the crew's efforts, they dug out a sizable ice cellar. They jumped back into the ice cellar and continued digging. Finally, a huge block of ice was pried open, revealing a school of fish beneath. Quick! Raise them. Major Wei immediately ordered. This was no easy task. They had to pull each fish out one by one. The frozen fish were slippery all over, and would slide far away if held in their hands. The crew stood at the crack in the ice cellar, carefully scooping up the frozen fish one by one. This one weighs about 3 pounds. one crew member said, weighing the fish in his hand, a happy smile spreading across his face. This one's not small either, probably 4 pounds. Another crew member chimed in. The crew busied themselves, hauling fish onto the deck, piling them into a small mountain. Major Wei, watching the scene unfold, finally smiled slightly. Well done. Keep going, try to haul as many as possible. Zhou Shuan kept her hands on the ice, carefully observing her surroundings. Seeing the crack below the ice cellar growing wider, and showing signs of widening, her heart tightened. She hurriedly instructed Major Wei, Captain Wei, we need to secure the crew with ropes, in case the ice breaks and people fall in. In this deep sea, if someone actually falls in, who knows how long it will take to break the ice and retrieve them? And who knows if they even survive until then? Major Wei snapped out of his daze, quickly instructing the crew to be careful, and having them tie the ropes on their winter clothing front and back. Finally, he arranged for a dozen or so crew members to stand on the ice, holding the ropes firmly. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu stood by, watching the crew's busy figures, feeling a mixture of relief and apprehension. They only hoped everything would go smoothly. This method of fishing was time-consuming and energy-intensive, but as long as it increased supplies, no amount of hardship bothered them. 2 hours had passed since the hundreds of fish at the top were all caught. The fish at the bottom were in a deeper layer of ice. There were dozens of fish there too. They couldn't bear to give up. The crew members in the ice cellar continued digging cautiously, their ice axes striking the ice layer again and again with a dull thump-thump. Ice shards flew everywhere, quickly covering the crew's winter clothing with tiny ice particles that shimmered faintly under the lights. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her eyes fixed on the cracks in the ice, her brow furrowed. Major Wei watched with deep concern, repeatedly reminding the crew to be extremely careful. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan shouted, "Watch out!" Chapter 676. Everyone heard a very distinct crack, a sound of breaking coming from beneath the ice. Zhou Shuan immediately turned to Major Wei. Captain Wei, the ice is loosening, the crack is widening, we must stop immediately. Major Wei, upon hearing this, immediately raised his hand to signal the crew to stop and carefully emerge from the ice cellar. Everyone, evacuate the ice cellar immediately. The ice is unstable, and could collapse at any moment. Hearing the order, the crew quickly put down their tools, and evacuated from the ice cellar using the ropes. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu retreated to a safe area, their eyes still fixed on the ice. Zhou Shuan gently placed her hand on the ice surface, feeling the vibrations emanating from it, her unease growing. Just then, a loud crash suddenly came from beneath the ice, the crack widened instantly, the edge of the ice cellar began to collapse, and chunks of ice fell into the bottomless black hole. 2 evacuating crew members slipped and plummeted downwards. Fortunately, their ropes were connected to other crew members, and others immediately rushed to grab their arms and legs, desperately pulling them back up. "Quick! Grab them!" Major Wei shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. The crew exerted all their strength, and finally pulled their 2 falling comrades to safety. However, the edge of the ice hole continued to collapse, the sound of ice shattering echoing throughout the room. "Retreat! The ice cellar is collapsing." Major Wei ordered again, and the crew quickly evacuated the ice cellar, retreating to the deck. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu stood on the deck, looking towards the direction of the ice cellar, their hearts filled with worry. The ice cellar had completely collapsed, the black hole beneath the ice was bottomless, like a gigantic maw, ready to swallow everything at any moment. "This is troublesome," Major Wei muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Zhou Shuan said softly, "Captain Wei, the most important thing now is to ensure the safety of the crew. The ice is unstable, we must evacuate this area immediately." Major Wei nodded and immediately ordered, "Everyone prepare to evacuate." The crew quickly sprang into action, checking the ship's condition, clearing ice from the deck, and after confirming everything was normal, the ship slowly started moving, sailing away from the collapsed ice cellar area. The ship glided across the ice at a high speed, but the crew's mood remained heavy. The terrifying scene just now left everyone with lingering fear. The black hole beneath the ice seemed to still haunt their minds. They had just been pleasantly surprised, thinking they would observe the situation beneath the ice more closely in the future, perhaps finding schools of fish frozen in the ice as well. Then, their trip wouldn't have been in vain. However, their joy lasted only a few minutes before this unexpected incident occurred. Actually, it wasn't exactly an accident. Large schools of fish typically inhabit areas 7 or 8 meters, or even more than 10 meters, below the surface. Especially after the eternal night, as surface temperatures drop, fish actively lower their depth in the sea to survive. Therefore, Breaking through the ice to fish at such depths is inherently extremely risky. The group evacuated the area where the ice cellar had collapsed, their hearts still heavy, a suffocating atmosphere pervading the air. Major Wei stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the distance, his brow furrowed. He took a deep breath, turned to Zhou Shuan, and said gravely, "What happened just now? Thanks to your reminder, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Zhou Shuan shook her head, her face still showing lingering fear. "Luckily, I saw the crack widening, otherwise it would have been extremely dangerous." Qi Mingyu changed the subject, asking, "Now that we left the danger zone, what should we do next?" Major Wei pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Let's continue east. Dr. Zhou's sense of direction is always accurate, we can't waste any more time." The first mate chimed in, "Although we didn't catch all the fish this time, at least we discovered a new resource point. We can look for similar fish based on the ice conditions later." Major Wei nodded, "Yes, this experience, though thrilling, has given us new ideas. There might actually be quite a few resources under this vast ice field. However, we must be more careful next time and not be reckless." The ship continued to glide forward, the ice surface gradually becoming flatter, and the sailing speed increased considerably. The crew began to move the fish from the deck to the cabin for freezing. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also joined the observation team. These fish, freshly fished from under the ice, were small, mostly weighing between 2 and 4 pounds. They were dark gray in color, and because they had been frozen for so long, the flesh was exceptionally firm. The cold environment likely caused these small fish to store a thick layer of fat. After thawing, they felt plump and quite tempting. At this point, one crew member couldn't help but swallow hard. "So many fish? How long will this last us?" Another crew member replied with a smile, "At least a month. This is fresh fish. It should taste pretty good." The cabin was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, a stark contrast to the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the ice cellar. The catch of about 500 fish, weighing less than 2,000 catties, while not as large as the previous catch, was enough to feed the more than 300 people for over a month, a significant boost. However, Major Wei remained cautious. He worried that the fish might contain unknown toxins. He initially wanted to taste the fish himself, but the first mate immediately stopped him. "Major Wei, you bear the safety of 2 fishing vessels on your shoulders. You absolutely cannot take risks." The first mate said firmly, volunteering, "I taste it." The cook simply grilled a fish, and the first mate ate only a small piece, about the size of his palm. Everyone held their breath, waiting anxiously. An hour passed, and the first mate showed no adverse reactions, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. "It should be fine. Eat with confidence." A cheer erupted in the cabin, and Major Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered, "Starting tomorrow, some of the smoked fish and canned chicken will be replaced with fresh fish in the daily rations. It can be used to make fish soup or grilled." This was undoubtedly the best reward for everyone's hard work and a great encouragement. The crew was very happy. In the following days, everyone kept a close eye on the activity beneath the ice, hoping to find more schools of fish. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the fishing boat's speed, but no one complained. A bountiful catch was more important than anything else. However, for the next 7 or 8 days, they encountered no more schools of fish. But they were quite lucky. During this period, they only experienced 2 blizzards, and did not encounter any more ice storms, managing to survive safely inside the cabin. There was no need to painstakingly dig ice cellars for people to take refuge in anymore. Chapter 677. Another 7 or 8 days passed, and they had been sailing on the boundless ice sheet for almost a month. The ship glided slowly across the ice, surrounded by complete darkness, with only the searchlight at the bow casting a faint glow on the ice. An indescribable sense of oppression permeated the air, as if the entire world had been swallowed by endless darkness. The crew's expressions gradually became numb. The long voyage and solitude had left them mentally exhausted. Major Wei quickly noticed the crew's mental exhaustion. The first to break down was their youngest maintenance worker, just 19 years old. He was a child who had grown up after the apocalypse. However, he had never experienced such a long journey across an ice sheet like Antarctica. Sailing on the open sea was different from sailing on a boundless ice sheet. The loneliness and fear were different. Therefore, as the fishing vessel glided slowly across the ice sheet, many crew members sat in the cabin, their expressions numb. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, and let out a soft sob. Although he quickly suppressed it, everyone in the cabin, being soldiers, heard it. Major Wei, who was checking the situation in the cabin, immediately understood that he might not be able to bear the prolonged loneliness any longer. "Xiao Chun, Go and talk to him, Major Wei whispered to an old soldier beside him. The old soldier nodded, walked to the maintenance worker, and gently patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Something on your mind? He looked up, his eyes reddening, his voice choked with emotion, and shook his head. No, it's just... I just want to go back to the island. The island, though small, was the only home they could rely on. The old soldier was silent for a moment, then sighed and patted the man's shoulder. We're all in the same boat. Hang in there. Once this mission is complete, we can go back. The maintenance worker nodded, forcing a smile, but his eyes remained dim. Major Wei watched this scene, his heart heavy. He knew that such prolonged solitude and darkness was a tremendous test for everyone. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the others in the cabin, finally settling on Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuwan was sitting in the corner, holding a well-worn book, her expression focused. Qi Mingyu sat with her. Major Wei hesitated for a moment, then approached. Captain Qi, I have something I want to talk to you about. Major Wei hesitated. His words clearly indicated he wanted to avoid Zhou Shuwan. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, glancing at Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan nodded. He then followed Major Wei to another cabin. Zhou Shuwan looked up, watching their departing figures, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What was it that they were deliberately hiding from her? What's wrong? Qi Mingyu asked in a low voice as he closed the door. Major Wei seemed a little embarrassed, avoiding his eyes before speaking. I was thinking, you should pay attention to Dr. Zhou's mental state. After all, she's not from the military, and I'm worried she might not adapt well to this environment. Qi Mingyu paused, taken aback. Major Wei sighed, his tone somewhat helpless. Anyone would find this kind of environment unbearable after a while. One of our maintenance personnel has some issues. I haven't noticed her showing any signs, but the more she does, the more worried I become. Qi Mingyu nodded, his tone relaxed. I understand. Wan is actually very strong. But she be careful from now on, don't worry. Major Wei breathed a sigh of relief and patted him on the shoulder. Okay. He felt that Zhou Shuwan, as their human navigator, absolutely couldn't be harmed. However, she was a woman, and the ship was full of burly men, making it inconvenient to comfort her. Therefore, this important task could only be entrusted to Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu smiled, turned, and walked out of the cabin. Zhou Shuwan stared at him with bright eyes, and after he sat down, she couldn't help but ask, What are you two talking about? Are you still hiding it from me? Qi Mingyu glanced at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Nothing, Major Wei was worried you wouldn't adapt to this environment, so he asked me to talk to you. Zhou Shuwan paused, then laughed. Actually, it's not so bad. She wasn't being stubborn. She could directly sense things within a radius of miles using spatial perception, so she could feel the desolate loneliness of this icy sea far more clearly than anyone else on the fishing boat, as if they were the only ones left in the world. But perhaps because Qi Mingyu was with her, and there were many like-minded crew members on board, she didn't find it too unbearable. Qi Mingyu's gaze softened. That's good. Zhou Shuwan turned to look at him, a slight smile playing on her lips. You don't need to worry about me. I know the desolation of this icy plain better than you do, but I also feel its vitality more deeply. Qi Mingyu smiled, gently taking her hand in his, without saying anything more. That evening, Major Wei organized a large chorus. The crew sat around a bonfire on the deck, its light warming the darkness. The songs echoed across the icy plains. Some singers' voices choked with emotion, their eyes reddening, as if long-suppressed feelings had finally found an outlet. Others relaxed with the music, long-lost smiles appearing on their faces. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu sat in the middle of the group, joining in the shouts. After this cathartic release, an invisible force seemed to flow through the cabin, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded everyone's hearts. The singing gradually subsided late at night, and the crew returned to their cabins. Zhou Shuwan's cheeks were flushed from singing, adding a touch of vitality. The fishing vessel wasn't large, so most people lived in a large communal room. But Zhou Shuwan, as the only woman in the team, naturally enjoyed some privileges. Major Wei specially arranged for her and Qi Mingyu to be assigned a small, two-person dormitory room. It was small, but it provided them with their own private space for washing and changing clothes. Back at the hotel, Qi Mingyu couldn't resist lowering his head and gently kissing her rosy cheek. Zhou Shuwan was caught off guard, stunned for a moment before smiling at him. The next day, Zhou Shuwan sat in the cockpit, refreshed and in high spirits. Her spatial perception range seemed to have increased, perhaps due to her improved mood. Suddenly, her expression changed, almost impossible to conceal. Qi Mingyu immediately noticed, glancing at the others in the cockpit. Fortunately, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one seemed to be paying attention. He then lowered his voice. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan seemed still shaken, glancing at him before gently placing her palm on the wall, focusing intently on her surroundings. How could one describe her feelings at that moment? Shock, horror, astonishment, ecstasy. Chapter 678. Her breathing was rapid, her gaze fixed on the distance, as if piercing through thick ice to see an unbelievable sight. Qi Mingyu pulled her outside the cockpit. Only when they were out of sight of everyone did he whisper, "What did you see?" Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, her voice almost forced out of her throat. Whales, one after another, all whales. They were frozen deep within the ice, more than 300 of them. The largest was estimated to weigh over 100 tons, the smallest 30 or 40 tons. They were like giant beasts trapped in the ice, completely motionless. The scene was incredibly shocking, especially after seeing it with her own eyes. Zhou Shuan remained immersed in that shocking and tragic scene. A flicker of shock crossed Qi Mingyu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and lowered his voice. Where exactly is it? Zhou Shuan also regained her composure and pointed ahead of the ship, under the ice directly in front of us, at a depth of about 120 to 170 meters. They're frozen solid, showing absolutely no signs of life. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, his brow furrowing. 120 to 170 meters deep. Ice that's not easy to break through. Besides, we almost had a disaster when we were ice fishing before. The risk this time will only be greater. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, the risk is indeed high, but the reward is also enormous. The number and size of the whales are enough to meet the supply needs of our small island, and the thousands of people on the mothership for a long time. Moreover, these whales are frozen in the ice, perfectly preserved. The meat shouldn't have spoiled. Zhou Shuan murmured, feeling a surge of gratitude for her luck. This trip was truly worthwhile. If it weren't for luck, Zhou Shuan might not have discovered such a massive pod of whales. She usually explored depths of a few dozen meters. Today, it was a sudden impulse to explore the deeper seabed. This pod of whales must have fled when the seabed temperature plummeted, but ultimately couldn't escape the speed at which the seawater froze. The biggest problem now was how to tell Major Wei about the massive, dead pod of whales ahead. They absolutely couldn't reveal the secret of their spatial dimension. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both reading a tacit understanding in each other's eyes. They didn't rush to speak, choosing instead to observe their surroundings discreetly. The ship continued gliding eastward. The ice surface was flat, and the beams of the searchlights traced faint trails across the dark ice sheet. About half an hour later, Major Wei gave the order to rest. It was a rare clear night for them, and there were no massive glaciers or crevasses around, making it perfect for disembarking. The crew, who had been cooped up on the ship all day, disembarked to stretch their limbs on the ice and breathe in the cold, fresh air. Zhou Shuan also disembarked, but stood quietly, seemingly waiting silently for something. Qi Mingyu followed several familiar sailors off the ship, casually wandering around, occasionally glancing down at the ice below. This ice looks pretty solid, one of the sailors said to Qi Mingyu with a smile, patting the ice. Qi Mingyu nodded, his gaze casually sweeping across the depths of the ice, his tone relaxed. Yes, hopefully we can find more fish, like last time. They developed a habit of checking the underwater ice sheet every time they disembarked. They chatted idly, shining their flashlights downwards. Major Wei joined them, casually aiming his flashlight into the depths of the ice. The beam pierced the ice, vaguely illuminating some blurry shadows. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing slightly. Down there does seem to be something. But the light was too dim to see clearly. The group walked about 50 meters along the ice. Major Wei crouched down again, aiming his flashlight at the ice. This time, the shadows beneath the ice were clearer, revealing large, densely packed black outlines stretching into the distance. This is a school of fish? The sailor's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. Major Wei's expression turned serious. He stood up and glanced at the group. It seems we discovered something remarkable. Qi Mingyu spoke up at the opportune moment. Major Wei, this school of fish is quite large, but the ice is too thick, catching them won't be easy. Major Wei nodded, his gaze resolute. No matter how difficult, we must try. The purpose of this voyage is to find more resources for the island. Now that we discovered it, we can't let it pass. He immediately ordered the crew to prepare ice-breaking tools, and simultaneously notified the other crew members on board. Soon, the crew sprang into action, and ice axes, ropes, chainsaws, and other tools were quickly moved to the ice. Qi Mingyu had reached Zhou Shuan's side and asked in a low voice, Can you sense the stability of the ice? Will it suddenly collapse like last time? Zhou Shuan shook her head. I haven't detected any signs of instability yet. But the ice is too deep, we can't let our guard down. This ice breaking is much more difficult than last time, so we must be extremely cautious. Qi Mingyu nodded, his face grave, as he looked at the group breaking the ice. Because the whale pod was still deep below sea level, it wasn't very clear to the naked eye, only very large shadows could be seen. At this moment, everyone was simply excited, feeling they had found more fish supplies, and didn't realize they were standing on a whale pod. Major Wei stood to the side. Everyone be careful. The ice is thick, move steadily. Pay attention to safety while breaking the ice, and don't act alone. The crew members nodded and began to divide the work. The ice-breaking work didn't go smoothly, the ice was too thick, and each strike only created a small crater. But the crew didn't give up, instead, they sped up, taking turns. Every now and then, someone would call out a reminder, "Don't rush, be careful. The ice is cracking, everyone be careful." As the ice-breaking operation progressed, a passage was gradually carved through the ice. The crew's movements became increasingly slow, each step cautious, for fear of causing the ice to collapse. As they went deeper, the scene beneath the ice gradually became clearer. This is, one crew member stammered, his voice filled with obvious shock. Major Wei quickly walked over, his gaze following the crew member's line of sight. Below the ice, there was a massive pod of whales, enormous in size and astonishing in number. Each whale was frozen in the ice, in a different posture, as if time had stood still for them. The sheer awe and tragedy left everyone speechless. Chapter 679. Zhou Shuan also saw the scene she had just perceived using spatial perception. Just like before, she felt shock, horror, and surprise, followed by a lingering fear. Even such a massive pod of whales could be instantly frozen and cracked by the ice, demonstrating the danger when the entire ocean froze. How fortunate they were to be protected by the island and the mothership, humans who seemed so insignificant in the face of whales. Major Wei clearly shared this thought, staring at the whale pod still tens of meters deep, speechless for a long time. This is a pod of whales. Incredible. The crew murmured to themselves, their voices filled with disbelief. Major Wei's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It seems our trip wasn't in vain. If we could bring all these whales back, how much more food would we have?" This was the first thought in everyone's mind as they recovered from their shock. However, they were still tens of meters away from the whales. Digging halfway down had already taken a tremendous amount of effort. They had already spent several hours digging. Don't rush. Have the men stop, get on the boat, and eat. We continue after we've eaten and replenished our strength. Major Wei ordered. Although reluctant, everyone was exhausted and hungry, so they stopped what they were doing and climbed the rope ladders and ropes towards the shore. As they reached the fishing boat, Major Wei looked up at the sky. It was indeed a clear, eternally bright day, a rare sight after so many days. He was excited, but as the captain of the ship, he maintained a serious expression, revealing nothing to outsiders. It was too cold outside, people needed to remove their masks to eat, so despite their concerns about the whale pod, all the crew members obediently boarded the ship and ate dinner. During dinner, they considered using the ship's bombs, torpedoes, and other weapons to help with the demolition. However, after much deliberation, Major Wei rejected the suggestion. They had already caused significant damage to the stability of the ice sheet. If another explosion were to occur, the force and direction of the blast would be beyond their control. If the entire area collapsed, the massive whale pod would continue to extend into the seabed, potentially burying them, the ship, and everyone else in the massive ice layer. Zhou Shuan nodded silently. She had a clearer view of the seabed than anyone else. This slow, deliberate chiseling was just right, otherwise, an ice collapse could easily occur. After a short rest, the group resumed digging with various tools. Major Wei repeatedly warned everyone to be extremely careful. As the ice-breaking operation progressed, the ice layer was gradually broken through, revealing deeper layers of ice. The crew carefully controlled their tools, fearing that a single mistake would cause the ice to collapse. Time passed slowly, and after days and nights of tireless work, the outlines of the whales beneath the ice gradually became clearer. The massive whale bodies, encased in ice, displayed various postures, like colossal beasts slumbering within the ice. The crew suppressed their excitement and operated their tools with even greater caution. The ice gradually cracked open under the tools, revealing more whale bodies. Zhou Shuan stood to the side, her fingers gently touching the ice surface, her eyes lowered. She seemed to feel the life and vitality that those frozen behemoths once possessed, now reduced to silent slumber beneath the ice. The others were also shocked by the loss of such enormous lives. Someone asked softly, "How did they get frozen here?" Someone replied, "Perhaps when the seawater temperature plummeted, they tried to escape, but ultimately couldn't outrun the speed of the ice. They were trapped here, instantly frozen, without even a chance to struggle." Finally, as the ice continued to break, the dark, glossy skin of the whales gradually revealed itself. A deep, ancient black, as if containing the secrets of the ancient ocean. These whales varied in size, some only a few meters long, but their remarkably well-preserved state astonished everyone. The first to emerge was a smaller whale, weighing only a few dozen tons. The crew used it to practice their skills. They carefully hoisted the whale using pulleys and ropes. Dozens of tons of weight, suspended hundreds of meters in the air, the slightest mishap could have disastrous consequences. This was delicate work done on the ice. Everyone was on edge, their thick winter clothing soaked with sweat. "Hold on! Hold on! Careful! Careful!" Reminders echoed intermittently. On the ice field, everyone else held their breath, their eyes fixed on the rising whale. A hush fell over the surroundings, broken only by the whirring of the pulleys and the sound of falling ice chips. The desolation of the ice field contrasted sharply with the tension of the task. The scene resembled a black and white painting, imbued with a sense of solemnity and anticipation. As the first whale was fully hoisted onto the deck, a cheer finally erupted from the crowd, a burst of pent-up excitement exploding forth. People high-fived each other, their faces beaming with undisguised smiles. Fatigue and cold seemed to be washed away by this sudden joy. The whale, now fully hoisted, was revealed to the crowd for the first time. Its massive body lay stiffly on the ice, its once smooth skin covered with a layer of pale frost, like a frozen reef. Its dorsal fin drooped limply, its edges frosted with fine ice crystals. Its tail fin, which once traced graceful arcs in the water, was now like a piece of frozen rubber, firmly embedded in the ice. Its eyes were tightly closed, the surrounding skin taut from the freeze, devoid of its former luster. This whale seemed to have just awakened from the deep sea, presented completely intact to the crowd, a truly breathtaking sight. And its body showed absolutely no signs of decay, preserved remarkably well, as if time had frozen in that moment. After the initial surprise, everyone stood aside, silently observing everything. Looking at the whale lying prone on the ice sheet, they seemed to feel the pain this whale pod had endured in the frigid waters before being frozen over, and there were many more marine creatures yet to be discovered by humans. Lifting all the whales to the surface was an extremely laborious task. They had spent a considerable amount of time on just this one small whale. So, after retrieving 2 more whales, Major Way, seeing that it was already past 2 a.m., ordered a halt to the fishing operation and told everyone to return to the ship to rest. Because by this time, they had already excavated a vast abyss, hundreds of meters deep, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Major Way had the fishing boat move forward a short distance before allowing everyone to return to the ship. Chapter 680. That night, everyone slept soundly, utterly exhausted. The next day, they worked all day again, hauling up over a dozen large whales. Before they could even celebrate, another blizzard struck. The blizzard came without warning. The previously calm winds on the ice field suddenly intensified, the gale whipping up snowflakes and ice pellets like a sharp blade, cutting into everyone's faces. Zhou Shuan stood on the deck, watching the approaching white storm, her brows furrowed. She turned to Qi Mingyu beside her and whispered, "This blizzard is strange, something might happen." Qi Mingyu didn't reply, his gaze sweeping around. Seeing the crew busily packing up their tools, he nudged Zhou Shuan towards the cabin. "Go back to the cabin first, I go check the situation." Zhou Shuan nodded, a vague unease creeping into her heart. Suddenly, several cries of alarm rang out from the direction of the whale pod. A white storm had just swept through the area. Everyone was filled with shock and uncertainty, wondering what had happened. At the 100-meter deep abyss near the whale pod, it turned out that when the storm struck, no one could escape in time, and they were swept far away. One soldier, closest to the abyss, was directly pulled to the cliff face, with a bottomless icy drop below. Amidst the screams of the crowd, Major Way rushed over, moving with the speed of a cheetah, grabbing the soldier's arm and pulling him back from the brink of death. "Pack your things. Get back to the ship immediately." Major Way's voice was almost drowned out by the gale, but the crew reacted quickly, gathering pulleys, chains, and other tools, preparing for evacuation. These are all non-renewable resources, extremely precious in the apocalypse, and absolutely cannot be discarded. Moreover, with such a powerful storm, Any damage or loss would significantly impact their progress. Furthermore, several whale carcasses remained behind, their heavy bodies standing out starkly in the blizzard. A few soldiers, reluctant to part with them, lowered their heads, eager to try and move them back to the fishing boat. But in the chaos, how could they possibly move objects weighing 100 tons at once? Everyone was being tossed about by the storm. Major Wade gritted his teeth and shouted, "Move the pulleys back. Leave the whales where they are. We come back after the blizzard passes." The crew members then abandoned their posts, quickly disassembled the pulleys, loaded them into a trolley, and then, braving the gale, struggled towards the ship. Zhou Shuan stood at the cabin door, her gaze fixed on Qi Mingyu's figure. Even with night vision goggles, she couldn't see clearly in the blurred vision. She could only vaguely see him joining the returning group as they ran, head down, helping them push the carts forward. The wind grew stronger, almost knocking them off their feet. Zhou Shuan gripped the doorframe tightly, her knuckles white from the force. She watched Qi Mingyu's figure sway in the wind and snow, her anxiety growing. Finally, everyone was back on the ship. The temperature inside the cabin was much higher than outside. The crew members took off their heavy air-conditioned and winter coats, their faces filled with exhaustion and relief at surviving the ordeal. Zhou Shuan walked to Qi Mingyu's side and asked softly, "Are you all right?" Qi Mingyu shook his head, his tone calm. "I'm fine, just the wind was so strong I almost lost my footing." Zhou Shuan was about to say something when Major Wei interrupted her. "Is everyone here?" The first mate quickly counted the number of people and nodded. "Everyone's here." Major Wei's expression remained grave. He stood by the porthole, watching the increasingly fierce blizzard outside, and said in a deep voice, "It seems this isn't an ordinary blizzard. There's a very high chance it will develop into an ice pellet storm." Zhou Shuan frowned upon hearing this. In fact, she had already guessed that this blizzard would develop into an ice pellet storm. Not only her and Major Wei, but many crew members had also guessed it. They were now quite familiar with ice pellet storms, a natural disaster, and could roughly guess what kind of blizzard would lead to their occurrence. Qi Mingyu turned to Major Wei and said, "Captain Wei, we need to dig an underground ice cellar immediately to use boiling point alloys to cover the fishing vessel." Major Wei nodded and quickly ordered, "First mate, take roll call. Have the crew members, who just came aboard, disembark again and start digging the ice cellar." Qi Mingyu's brow furrowed. "So we need to dig an underground ice cellar immediately. One, you stay here and don't go anywhere. I go help. Every extra person means extra strength." Qi Mingyu didn't want to hide here and watch the other soldiers risk their lives. Zhou Shuan didn't stop him, only her eyes held a hint of worry. "Be careful." Qi Mingyu gently patted the back of her hand, his tone firm. "Don't worry, I will." Inside the cabin, the crew had just caught their breath when they had to put their heavy coats back on, preparing to face the blizzard outside again. Zhou Shuan stood at the cabin door, watching Qi Mingyu's figure gradually disappear into the snowstorm, silently praying for his safety. The excavation of the ice cellar was no easy task, especially in such harsh weather. The crew, ice axes in hand, hammered away at the ice, carving deep pits into the hard surface. Ice shards flew through the air like tiny diamonds, then were swept away by the gale and disappeared into the vast blizzard. Because the blizzard was so intense, the white vortexes could easily sweep a person away. Therefore, everyone was secured with ropes around their waists, fastened back and forth, and finally tied to the fishing boat. Major Wei stood to the side, his expression grave as he directed the excavation. His body, whitened by the wind and snow, trembled slightly in the cold wind, but this did not diminish his powerful voice. "Speed up. An ice slug storm could come at any moment." 2 hours later, the ice cellar was finally completed. Once everyone had entered the ice cellar, the fishing boat, coated with a boiling point alloy, loomed overhead. The crew waited in silence. Finally, after more than an hour, the anticipated ice pellet storm arrived. Bang! 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 Dull impacts echoed from above, like giant hailstones slamming into the ice, making the ice cellar seem to tremble slightly. Those inside the cabin unconsciously held their breath, listening to the terrifying sounds. In the darkness, Zhou Shuan clung tightly to Qi Mingyu, their hands clasped tightly together. Some worried about the whales stranded on the ice, and the whale pod 100 meters below, a pod that had been painstakingly dug out over several days and nights. Now, completely exposed to the ice pellet storm, without any protection. Such a violent impact would surely damage the whale carcasses, but they were powerless to do anything about it.